In the first year, he vanquished Quirrell, imprisoned Voldemort, and seized the Philosopher's Stone. In the second year, he controlled Voldemort and caused chaos. To the professors, Brook appeared as a handsome, polished, and diligent student. Yet in truth, Brook wielded fire in one hand and a Gatling gun in the other. Chapter 1. The Door Fruit, yet he stands in Hogwarts. In the deep night of July 1991, London, a secluded alley housed a slender figure draped in a black cloak, donning a bull skull mask. Those piercing azure eyes fixated intently on the nearby Lloyd's Bank. It was Brook, merely 11 years of age. He raised his hand, and a door exuding a soft glow materialized before him. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped through the luminous portal. In an instant, he found himself within the vault of Lloyd's Bank. The vault was as bright as day, towering safes reaching the ceiling. The metallic table at the center was laden with gold bars, their dazzling radiance momentarily blinding him. However, the moment he appeared, a sharp alarm blared. Brook understood that time was of the essence. He swiftly gestured with both hands, and a one-foot-high glowing door began to move over the metallic table, causing the gold bars to vanish as if devoured. Beads of sweat gradually formed on his forehead, simultaneously. As the alarm rang out, security personnel armed with weapons sprinted toward the vault, followed closely by a portly bank manager, panting heavily, his jowls quivering from exertion. "Quick, open the vault door," he shouted hoarsely. The commotion at the vault door caught Brook's attention. With a wave of his hand, the portal transporting the gold bars vanished. He casually opened several glowing doors on the nearby safes, hastily snatching handfuls of jewels and cash to stuff into a prepared bag. "Don't move." The security guards burst into the vault, their weapons trained ominously on Brook. A smirk crept onto his lips. He waved at the guards, taking a slight step back and leaning into the portal behind him. Instinctively, the guards pulled the triggers. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire echoed throughout the hall. Bullets whizzed towards the spot where Brook had just vanished, striking only the safes. After escaping the vault, Brook did not allow himself to relax. Following a pre-marked route, he continuously opened door after door. Gasping for breath, he stuffed prepared food into his mouth. Utilizing the powers of the Door Fruit had drained his stamina significantly, and food was his sole means of swift recovery. Brook gazed at the towering pile of gold bars within his independent space, feeling elated. After this heist, he would leave Britain for America. With this wealth, he could live a life of extravagance there. As for why not remain in Britain, both pounds and gold bricks bore serial numbers. Their extensive use would undoubtedly leave traces that he certainly did not underestimate the police. Thus, fleeing to America was the simplest solution, where no one would question the origins of such riches, as long as they could profit from it. It was the perfect place to dispose of stolen goods. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, a scene from a year prior flickered through his memory. Like many tales, he was a traveler from another world. The difference being that he was not struck down by a truck bearing a mystical artifact. Rather, he had carelessly tossed a firecracker into a manhole, resulting in his demise by a protesting manhole cover. What an embarrassing fate. Fortunately, the body he inhabited was a natural protagonist, orphaned, strikingly handsome, rivaling the allure of his readers, with a substantial inheritance and no troublesome relatives to contest it. Yet, this was another sorrowful tale. It was not that he lacked relatives, on the contrary. He had many. However, they were all wealthier than his family, looking down upon this modest inheritance. Since he had been bestowed the protagonist template, a system was only inevitable. The Great Will system. By completing tasks assigned by the system, one could earn a chance to spin for rewards. To put it plainly, the design of this wheel was rather rudimentary, akin to those found on discount shopping sites. The wheel was divided into 4 sections: grand prize, first prize, second prize, and thank you for participating. The only distinction was that this wheel genuinely offered prizes, unlike those on discount sites. The tasks were extensive, numbering over 100, with numerous series tasks. Through the tasks issued by the system, Brook discovered that he had somehow traversed into the world of Harry Potter. As for Harry Potter, he could only claim to have seen the films, the details of which had long faded from his memory. He initially intended to follow the conventional path of a traveler, entering Hogwarts at age 11 to complete tasks, curious about the rewards the system might yield. However, fate had other plans. His neighbor turned out to be Hermione Granger, leading him to inadvertently complete the task of engaging with the Triad and earning a chance to spin the wheel. The task then updated to engaging with the entire Triad. In his past life, he struggled to win even $5 in the lottery. This time, however, fortune smiled upon him, granting him the grand prize, the Door Fruit. Brook was overjoyed. In one piece, Brook's usage of the Door Fruit was somewhat lackluster, treating it merely as a mode of transportation. Yet, Brook knew the potential of this fruit extended far beyond mere travel. This fruit belonged to the realm of conceptual abilities. A galaxy is also a river. What of gates of space or gates of time? What about the gates of life, gates of power, or gates of the mind? As long as he dared to envision it, any concept could be prefixed with gate. The possibilities for expansion were virtually limitless. For now, however, these ideas remained just that, ideas. Whether they could be developed depended on fate. After a year of training and development, Brook had finally grasped several abilities, creating doors, the ability to manifest a door on any surface. Spatial door, the capacity to create a spatial passage, allowing instantaneous transport from one location to another. Hidden space, the creation of two invisible doors, wherein the space between them becomes an independent realm. Moving door, an extension of the previous abilities, whereby objects passing through the door are transported to the independent space. Spatial marking, the ability to leave marks on any location or living being. As the saying goes, a gentleman loves wealth but acquires it through righteous means. Particularly when it involves the money of the English, it brings him immense pleasure. These were the interests of the old lady, and he was entitled to them. Henceforth, all banks in the world would be at his disposal. Hogwarts? Attending school? Not a chance. Tomorrow night, there was a flight to America. Las Vegas, Hawaii, and even when he came of age, he could visit that mysterious island, as for those system tasks. Who of sound mind would partake in such trivialities? Chapter 2. Dumbledore's Machinations. The following morning, a series of urgent knocks jolted Brook from his slumber, rubbing his sleepy eyes. He felt utterly exhausted from the events of the previous night, yearning for a few more moments of rest. Who could it be? Is there no peace for a weary soul? He scratched his backside and casually wrapped the blanket around his waist, exposing his feet, which were even fairer than those of a delicate maiden. He ambled toward the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by an elderly gentleman adorned with crescent-shaped spectacles and a grayish-white robe. The striking white beard, tied with a pink bow, caught his attention. The old man smiled at Brook, who was still yawning. "Good afternoon, Mr. Lott." Brook's heart raced, his pupils dilating as fragments of memory surged forth. "Dumbledore, you recognize me?" A glimmer of intrigue danced in Dumbledore's eyes, accompanied by a knowing smile. "How delightfully curious. Will you not invite me in for a chat?" Brook remained motionless, gazing at Dumbledore with a perplexed expression. Surely, he had not engaged in any actions that would provoke this esteemed figure. Suddenly, his body inexplicably recoiled 2 steps, inadvertently granting entry to Dumbledore, who gracefully stepped inside. Brook's brow furrowed. This visitor did not exude benevolence. "Professor Dumbledore, please have a seat. It seems I have interrupted your rest, Mr. Lott." Dumbledore cheerfully retrieved a piece of candy from the coffee table and popped it into his mouth, exhibiting no reservations. "Might I inquire as to the reason for your visit?" Brook instinctively pushed the bowl brimming with sweets toward Dumbledore. He had little fondness for sugary confections, which were intended for Hermione. Her parents, both dentists, forbade her from indulging in sweets, prompting the young girl to frequently sneak over to Brook's home for a treat. "Mr. Lott, do you not wish to change into another outfit?" Brook felt a twinge of embarrassment, about to rise to fetch fresh clothes when Dumbledore elegantly flicked his wand. With a graceful motion, Brook's discarded garments materialized upon him. His eyes narrowed slightly. As the possessor of the door fruit, he acutely sensed the spatial fluctuations. While it appeared as assistance in dressing, it was, in truth, a subtle display of power. "Thank you, but may I inquire about the purpose of your visit?" "I have come to deliver your acceptance letter to Hogwarts." As Dumbledore spoke, an envelope floated gracefully toward Brook. "You may examine it at your leisure." He unwrapped another piece of candy and swiftly consumed it. Brook flipped the envelope over, revealing a wax seal emblazoned with a capital H, surrounded by the emblems of a lion, a snake, an eagle, and a badger. He withdrew the letter and swiftly scanned its contents, an acceptance letter along with a list of supplies required for his studies. "Professor, I regret to inform you that I have no desire to pursue the study of magic." The taste of gummy candies. How nostalgic. Dumbledore squinted his eyes, savoring the delightful flavor the confection offered. "I'm glad you enjoy it. Might you share some with me?" "Of course. I cannot accept your gift without offering something in return. How about I share a story as a trade?" Brook gestured invitingly. Last night, an intriguing robbery occurred at Lloyd's Bank. A youth clad in a black cloak employed an exceptionally peculiar form of spatial magic to abscond with a significant quantity of gold bars, jewels, and pounds. Brook's heart sank abruptly. His secret was at risk of exposure. How could the affairs of the Muggle world disturb Dumbledore? Dumbledore paused, his gaze seemingly drifting over Brook with casual indifference. "That individual bore a resemblance to you." Brook maintained a facade of tranquility. "You concern yourself with the Muggle realm as well? You not only know me, but are also familiar with Muggles." Dumbledore's cerulean eyes bore down on Brook with an oppressive intensity. A flicker of unease crossed Brook's features, Just as he contemplated crafting an excuse, Dumbledore continued unperturbed. Ah, you have a distant relative who is a wizard. Perhaps you've gleaned this information from them. Is that correct? Brook cleared his throat twice, affirming yes. That bank happens to hold shares from a pureblood family. The Ministry of Magic has already commenced an investigation. Yet that form of spatial magic is so advanced that even I cannot detect any traces. Brook subtly leaned back, his hands stealthily retreating behind him, ready to activate a spatial portal for escape. If they truly found no leads, how could this old man have come directly to confront him? Though he couldn't recall the specifics of the Harry Potter narrative, he understood that delivering messages was typically the task of the stout little fellow from Scotland. When did it become Dumbledore's responsibility to intervene personally? However, whether intentional or not, Dumbledore resumed playing with the wand he had set aside. The ramifications of violating the international statute of wizarding secrecy are exceedingly grave. Have you heard of Azkaban? It is a place where Dementors reside, draining the happiness from inmates daily, truly terrifying. Dumbledore concluded with an exaggerated display of fear. Brook found himself momentarily dazed. The old man's visage increasingly resembled that of a yellow monkey, using Azkaban as a means to intimidate him. Was he to be frightened? I am honored to receive an invitation from Hogwarts. I shall dedicate myself to the study of magic. Today, I take pride in Hogwarts, and in the future, Hogwarts shall take pride in me. It is not that Brook was cowardly. It was merely that the speed at which he could open a spatial portal might not surpass Dumbledore's magic. If he left, he would spend 7 years at school. If he stayed, he would be presented with a ticket to Azkaban. Even a fool would know which choice to make. Moreover, once the old man departed, he would make his escape. He did not believe the old man could pursue him across the globe. Dumbledore's azure eyes deepened further. Do you not already know my decision? Dumbledore's tone grew serious. Brook felt as if his brain might combust. There was no need for deliberation. Could this be a form of magic? Must he comply? How then could he flee? Dumbledore's lips curled in a manner more difficult to suppress than an AK. The more intelligent one is, the more they ponder. It was merely a matter of convenience. Although he could resolve the matter, it was indeed quite bothersome. Wasn't it? If this situation could be utilized to impose a certain constraint upon Brook, would it not serve a dual purpose? As for the bank robbery, had it not been for his fascination with that elusive spatial magic, which even he could not trace, he would have never been persuaded by mere pure-blood family. Chapter 3. Hermione Granger. Brook initially intended to draft a simple acknowledgement, but upon reflecting that it would be wise not to provoke Dumbledore, he settled on a note of consent instead. Dumbledore scrutinized the document closely, and once Brook had inscribed his name, he neatly folded the parchment and solemnly tucked it away in his robe. Observing this gesture, Brook resigned himself to the situation. Very well, let school be school. After all, he could also earn some rewards along the way. Dumbledore, with a gentle demeanor, remarked that it seemed this old man had come specifically for him. How transparent. Yet, what could Brook possibly say? He could only nod in agreement. Dumbledore, in high spirits, pocketed all the candies from the coffee table, leaving not a single one for Brook. He then proceeded to the door with a light step, his red high heels particularly striking in the sunlight. As the two reached the threshold, they spotted a charming little girl releasing an owl, which clutched a letter in its beak. The girl waved cheerfully at the owl as it departed, bidding it farewell. Goodbye. Safe travels. Brook and Dumbledore watched in silence. Ah, Grandpa Brook, good morning. The girl, slightly flustered, fidgeted with her small hands, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Dumbledore beamed at her with warmth. Brook, fully aware of Hermione's actions, decided to tease her a bit. Hermione, what were you just doing? Hermione's face turned even redder as she stammered, My owl flew back home, and it seemed quite hungry, so I fed it before sending it off. She had no intention of secrecy. The affairs of wizards and the magic school felt so fantastical that she wished to avoid being deemed insane. It appears Miss Granger possesses a kind heart, Dumbledore praised, his eyes twinkling with kindness. Grandpa, do you know me? Hermione asked, puzzled. I noticed your name on the admission list. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts. Dumbledore, having heard Brook refer to her as Hermione and sensing her magical essence, could easily deduce her identity. Hermione gasped, her mouth agape. You are the headmaster of Hogwarts? Indeed. Is everything written in that letter true? Does such a school actually exist? Absolutely true. Do I seem like a mad old fool? Dumbledore quipped, playfully winking. Certainly not. I merely find it somewhat unbelievable. Hermione quickly waved her hands, her face alight with excitement. Are your parents at home? I would like to explain everything to them. Yes. Yes. Hermione nodded vigorously. Dumbledore turned to Brook. It seems we shall need to take a little more time. Would you care to join us inside? Brook shrugged indifferently. Hermione looked at him in surprise. Having faced exclusion at school, she had very few friends, and Brook was the only one willing to engage her in conversation. As he was acquainted with Dumbledore, it was certain that Brook was a wizard as well. The three of them arrived at the Granger residence, and Hermione naturally gravitated towards Brook's side. "Are you also going to attend Hogwarts?" she inquired. Brook nodded with a hint of resignation. "That's wonderful," Hermione exclaimed, her joy palpable. "So that school is real? Wizards truly exist in this world? How astonishing." Brook merely smirked. Were it not for the existence of the system, he would not have pursued the path of a wizard even upon receiving the letter from Hogwarts. As a transmigrator, he had countless lucrative avenues available to him. Why not indulge in a life of opulence? With your intelligence and wit, you could undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of society's elite. Perhaps even enter the political arena and become a prime minister. What merit is there in becoming a wizard? It's magic. Magic. Hermione's eyes sparkled with wonder. Following Dumbledore's impressive display, which culminated in transforming a teacup into a flying phoenix, the Granger couple swiftly accepted this new reality, wholeheartedly consenting to Hermione's pursuit of magical education. Their trio was now complete, and Hermione would accompany them to Diagon Alley to procure her school supplies. "Headmaster, may I assist you?" Hermione's cheeks flushed as she offered her help. "I believe I'm on the verge of mastering this machine." Dumbledore, fumbling with the money at the ticket booth, was persistently attempting to insert it, though he was yet to find the correct slot. Brook had already distanced himself from Dumbledore, wearing an expression akin to that of a subway, an elderly person, and a mobile phone in unison. After 5 more minutes, Hermione finally erupted in frustration. She promptly purchased 3 subway tickets from a nearby machine, forcefully shoving one into Dumbledore's hands. Surprisingly, Dumbledore did not resist. Instead, he cheerfully accepted it. In truth, he had already found the right slot and inserted the money, yet the subway's convoluted routes perplexed him. After departing the subway, they walked for over 30 minutes before arriving at the destination, the Leaky Cauldron. A small, dingy pub nestled between 2 opulent establishments, it appeared somewhat out of place. Dumbledore pushed open the door of the pub, and a wave of mixed mustiness and alcohol assaulted Brook's senses, causing him to wrinkle his brow slightly. The furniture inside was quite dilapidated, covered in layers of grime. Hermione, however, was curiously observing the various eccentrically dressed wizards around her. Upon seeing Dumbledore, they all rose to greet him. "Albus, it has been quite some time since you brought a new student along." A man resembling a hotel proprietor with a receding hairline approached them warmly. "Tom, there are quite a few new students this year. Minerva and the others are overwhelmed, so they had to send this old bone of mine to take charge." The influx of new students is indeed a splendid occurrence. Had Hannah been present, she would undoubtedly wish to meet the greatest wizard of this century. Opportunities abound within the school. Dumbledore exchanged a few pleasantries with Tom before leading Brook and Hermione past the bar. They arrived at a modest courtyard enclosed by walls. In the corner stood an unassuming trash bin. Dumbledore drew his wand and explained, "This wall serves as the entrance to Diagon Alley. The next time you visit, simply count 3 bricks above the trash bin, then 2 to the right, and tap lightly with your wand 3 times." As his wand touched the brick, the wall began to tremble, the central portion writhing violently. A small opening gradually expanded, and moments later, an archway appeared, revealing a winding cobblestone street. "Wow!" Hermione gasped, her eyes wide with wonder. Dumbledore turned his gaze to Brook. "Truly remarkable," Brook replied nonchalantly. Yet, Dumbledore appeared quite pleased with Brook's response, wearing a gentle smile. He stepped into Diagon Alley, with Hermione following closely behind. Brook, however, glanced at the trash bin. Seizing the moment while no one was paying attention, he swiftly moved the bin to a different spot and hurried to catch up with the group. "Congratulations, host, on successfully relocating the trash bin marking the entrance to Diagon Alley. You have earned a lottery draw." "Congratulations, host, on your first arrival at Diagon Alley. You have earned a lottery draw." Brook felt a rush of delight upon hearing the system notifications. When he learned he would be accompanying Dumbledore to Diagon Alley, he had swiftly reviewed the related tasks issued by the system. Simple tasks are always worth doing if they can be accomplished easily. Just as the wall returned to its original state, a wizard approached, eager to enter. He knocked several times on the bricks, following the usual procedure, but to no avail. Frustrated, he called upon Old Tom and other wizards in the bar for assistance. They all gathered around the wall, toiling for quite some time, yet achieving nothing. Just as they were about to contact the Ministry of Magic, Snape stormed in. The crowd hastily parted, one individual discreetly lowering their hood. Without sparing them a glance, Snape walked directly to the wall, tapping it gently with his wand 3 times, and the archway reappeared. He stepped inside, leaving the others in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 4. Gringotts. Dumbledore walked ahead, a slight smile gracing his lips. Brook was, after all, still a child. In his eyes, robbing a bank was not an unforgivable transgression. As long as one did not actively attack or harm others, it could hardly be deemed a grave offense. Letting it slide was an option. Of course, all of this hinged on Brook passing his trials. Should he fail, Dumbledore would not hesitate to see Brook spend his days in Azkaban. After all, with the Dark Lord's return imminent, the emergence of a third Dark Lord would render his journey to the next destination far from tranquil. As for why he did not demand a return of the stolen items, the reasoning was straightforward. That gold rightfully belonged to Brook's family. Stealing from one's own kin was hardly a crime. Should he reveal this matter to Brook now? It is indeed an intriguing thought. However, it will be prudent to refrain. As he has already made a promise to the other party, it will be best to wait until they choose to disclose it themselves. Coincidentally, today marks the arrival of the Hogwarts acceptance letters. Seizing this opportunity, he decided to engage with Brook. At present, it appears that Brook is a clever and mischievous little rascal. Notably, this young fellow often inadvertently shields Hermione, subtly protecting her. How beautiful a word love is! Diagon Alley seemed remarkably desolate, with hardly anyone to be seen upon streets. Dumbledore led them to the bank of the wizarding world. This was Gringotts, overseen by goblins. Dumbledore gazed at the towering white structure ahead and remarked, "The goblin's sighing door. It is said that when touched by the greedy, one can hear the wails of all the thieves who perished here. Would you care to give it a try?" Brook rolled his eyes in response. Dumbledore continued, "All the vaults lie hundreds of meters underground, secured by magical barriers, thus rendering the use of spatial magic for thievery impossible." "Enough already, old man," Brook interjected. "Who are you implying?" They then entered the bank. The goblin guards bowed to Dumbledore, while Brook and Hermione held their heads high, exuding an air of arrogance. The goblins were indeed fascinating in appearance, reminiscent of characters from fairy tale. Hermione whispered to Brook, "This girl's aesthetic seems rather unique." They arrived in a spacious hall adorned with marble. Approximately 100 goblins were stationed behind a long counter, some weighing coins, while others were examining gemstones. Dumbledore approached a particularly elderly goblin, whose wrinkles could ensnare a fly. Griphook, assist the new students in exchanging some galleons. "Oh, it is Headmaster Dumbledore," Griphook exclaimed, setting down his magnifying glass, a broad smile blooming upon his face. "You may present your money." Dumbledore had previously informed them at the Granger residence that each young wizard from a Muggle family could exchange up to 100 galleons before the school year. And given the exchange rate of 51 to the pound, Brook and Hermione had each prepared 500. "May I ask, does Gringotts offer the service of exchanging galleons for Muggle currency?" Brook suddenly inquired. "Gringotts does not provide such a service," came the response. Brook shrugged, realizing that emulating a certain prominent figure to exploit the collapse of the Soviet Union and mortgage Hogwarts to destabilize Gringotts' financial system was a futile endeavor. Griphook was efficient. After receiving the pounds, he set them aside without counting. He then retrieved 2 pre-prepared small bags from beneath the counter, handing one to Brook and the other to Hermione. Curiously, Hermione opened her bag, discovering a collection of golden metal coins. "Are these real gold?" she asked. "Indeed, they are genuine gold. Goblins would never deal in fakes when crafting galleons," he assured her. Lab seemed to be insulted, immediately retorting loudly, startling Hermione. She darted behind Brook like a frightened little rabbit. "I apologize, I simply—" Brook narrowed his eyes and stepped forward, completely shielding Hermione. Though this young girl could be quite bothersome at times, she also brought him considerable joy. He could bully her, but others could not. "Lab." Dumbledore's voice was soft yet instantly calmed. Lab looked at Dumbledore with some trepidation, acknowledging, "I was overly agitated." He bowed deeply to Hermione. "It's all right." Hermione appeared even more flustered. He had intended to touch Lab to place a spatial marker, planning to sneakily strike him later when no one was around. Since the other party had apologized, it could not simply end there. However, there would be plenty of time later. He weighed the small pouch in his hand, feeling it to be at least 300 grams. If the coins were indeed made of pure gold, as the goblins claimed, then according to the current market, 1 ounce of gold is approximately 220. 500 could buy about 70 grams of gold. Yet here, 500 could be exchanged for 100 galleons, equivalent to 300 grams of gold. The profit margin was astonishingly fourfold. Was there truly such a business model? Wizards do not utilize Muggle currency, although they allow you to exchange in pounds. It is not an actual exchange. Rather, it is a subsidy from Hogwarts for young wizards of Muggle descent. This money is entirely funded by Hogwarts. Brook discreetly gazed at Dumbledore. He had not posed this question, yet Dumbledore provided an explanation. Was it coincidence, or Brook dared not look at Dumbledore again. Dumbledore's deep blue eyes appeared even more profound. This little fellow was astute, far beyond the typical 11-year-old. His previous remark was deliberately directed at Brook, both to observe Brook's reaction and to remind him. In the wizarding world, many wizards enjoy prying into the thoughts of others. Brook's thoughts were too unguarded. If he were not careful, he could easily attract unnecessary trouble. "Oh, by the way," Dumbledore casually inquired, "if you have gold, you may also exchange it for galleons. Do you wish to exchange?" He looked at Brook with eager anticipation. Brook, lost in contemplation about whether Dumbledore possessed mind-reading abilities, ignored his teasing. Hermione also had no reaction. Since Hogwarts had set a limit of 100 galleons, it indicated that was sufficient for the young wizard's use. There was no need for her to exchange for more. "Now that you have acquired your funds, let us embark on a delightful shopping experience," Dumbledore declared, stepping forward with purpose. Hermione hurried to catch up, yet noticed Brook still standing motionless. "The headmaster has already left. We must quickly follow," she urged as Dumbledore led them towards the next shop. Sharing tales about Hogwarts along the way, he elaborated on the distinctive features of the four houses. "You two are unlikely to be sorted into Slytherin," Dumbledore remarked with a smile. "That house has stringent requirements regarding lineage, and neither of you meets that criterion." "Lineage?" Hermione inquired curiously. "On what basis is the sorting done at Hogwarts?" "Well, that is a topic for another time. We've arrived at Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions." Dumbledore deftly redirected the conversation. Both Brook and Hermione procured 3 plain black robes. Brook squinted at Dumbledore, asking, "Is this the only clothing store in Diagon Alley?" "There are 2 others, as well as a shop specializing in second-hand garments," Dumbledore replied. "Do the robes here not suit your taste? Do they only sell robes and formal wear?" "Indeed," Dumbledore responded, somewhat perplexed. "Is there a problem?" Brook fixed his gaze on Dumbledore's azure eyes, remaining silent while mentally voicing his thoughts. "What about underwear? Do wizards go commando?" Dumbledore's expression slightly shifted, but he quickly regained his composure. The clothing store indeed did not offer undergarments, which were typically crafted by the wizards themselves. Young wizards of Muggle descent often procure such intimate apparel from the Muggle world. He had never contemplated this issue before. His brief change in demeanor was due to the fact that he, in truth, was not wearing any. It appeared that old Dumbledore possessed a sort of mind-reading magic and had been prying into his thoughts. It seemed imperative to find a solution swiftly. Dumbledore was also aware of Brook's probing, giving a resigned smile. "Well, it's a fine topic, albeit somewhat uncomfortable." Chapter 5. Ollivander's Wand Shop. They then proceeded to Flourish and Blots. In addition to the books on her shopping list, Hermione selected several volumes that piqued her interest. However, judging by her fervor, had her finances not been limited, she might have wished to acquire every title in the store. Brook, on the other hand, only purchased textbooks. Although he yearned to find a book that could prevent his thoughts from being probed, Dumbledore was still present, leaving him to wait until his next visit to address that matter. Dumbledore also purchased a tome thicker than a hand. Before Brook could glimpse the title, Dumbledore tucked it into his pocket. It appeared that wizards possessed spatial equipment as well. Subsequently, they visited the cauldron shop and the apothecary. While the pet shop was temporarily set aside as Hermione was short on funds, and Brook had no interest in purchasing a pet, or rather, pets that could be acquired for a mere few galleons were not within his consideration. He couldn't help but wonder if the magical world had cat girls or mech girls. Finally, they arrived at their last destination, Ollivander's Wand Shop. The sign out front read, "Quality wand since 382 B.C." Dumbledore introduced, "This is the finest wand-making establishment in Britain." The facade was quite antiquated, and the interior was exceedingly cramped, seemingly on the brink of being overwhelmed by towering stacks of wand boxes. "Oh, Albus, it has been quite a while since you last brought a new student. Hasn't it been 53 years? A figure suddenly emerged from behind the shelves, startling Hermione. Minerva and the others were preoccupied. Ollivander. The 2 old men then engaged in conversation, completely forgetting the purpose of their visit. Brook shrugged, guiding the upright Hermione to the only chair in the shop. Just enough space for 2. As Brook was nearly dozing off, he finally heard Ollivander speak. "So, who wishes to go first?" "Ladies first. This is Hermione Granger." Dumbledore turned his gaze towards Hermione. She sprang to her feet, standing before Ollivander. "Child, which hand do you favor?" A measuring tape flew from Ollivander's pocket, measuring from Hermione's shoulder to the tip of her fingers, up and down, left and right, even measuring her head circumference. Hermione stood rigidly, not daring to move. However, Ollivander paid no heed to the measuring tape, instead wandering among the shelves. Ultimately, he retrieved a box from a corner and handed it to Hermione. "Vine wood, dragon heartstring, 10 3/4 inches, supple in texture. Hermione held the wand box, feeling somewhat bewildered. Child, give it a try. Only then did Hermione realize, carefully extracting the wand. The moment she grasped it, a golden light flashed. Excellent. You must be a clever young witch. This wand is indeed suited for you. As Ollivander's praise washed over her, a faint blush crept onto Hermione's cheeks. It is your turn now, child. May I choose for myself? Brook interjected, halting the measuring tape that was approaching him. The tape seemed disheartened, drooping its head and languishing on a nearby chair. It was not that Brook wished to appear pretentious. Rather, Ollivander had 3 system tasks. Choose a wand independently. System assists in selection. Refute Ollivander's viewpoint regarding the wand, selecting the wizard. Obtain more than 1 wand from Ollivander's shop. He was eager to see if he could accomplish them. Ollivander, unfazed, replied earnestly, Child, my judgment is quite astute, and wands do indeed select their wizards. Brook seized the opportunity to counter. Wands select wizards? What is the essence of a wand? Ollivander looked perplexed. I believe the essence of a wand is that of a tool. It is the wizard's use that imbues it with meaning. While I do not dispute that the compatibility of a wand affects a wizard's magical prowess, we are discussing the relationship of primary and secondary, are we not? Brook turned to Dumbledore. Headmaster, if I wield a wand and you do not, could I prevail against you? Dumbledore, initially entertained by the debate, found himself unexpectedly drawn into it. I believe at this moment you would not be able to. Brook then turned his attention back to Ollivander. Thus, a wand alone cannot transform me into a powerful wizard. This is because you have yet to master the art of magic and harness the wand's potential, remarked Ollivander nonchalantly. Indeed, magic necessitates the wizard's learning. Therefore, the most crucial element lies within the wizard's own capabilities. Is it not a reversal of priorities to allow tools to choose the wielder? Ollivander found himself momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, a notification echoed in Brook's mind. Congratulations, host, for successfully countering Ollivander's assertion regarding the wand selection of wizards. You are rewarded with a chance to draw. Since Brook wished to select for himself, let him have the opportunity to try. If he fails to find the most suitable wand, Ollivander, I shall require your assistance then. Dumbledore interjected, providing a timely diversion and a stepping stone for Ollivander. May I choose several wands? Brook seized the moment to inquire. No, absolutely not. Ollivander promptly declined. Why? The wand that best suits a wizard is unique. A slight smirk tugged at the corners of Brook's lips. It was not his intention to bully. Rather, the system was to blame. The system? Surely there must be numerous wizards worldwide. Do they all procure wand from you? How could that be? Ollivander replied. Is it true that all wand-making craftsmanship in the world mirrors yours? Ollivander proudly straightened his chest, declaring, My wand-making skill is unparalleled. Precisely. They can discover the wand that best fits them in other shops as well. Does that not render their wand unique? Ollivander's eyes widened as he felt the foundation of his long-held beliefs begin to waver. He sank into a state of disarray, causing the measuring tape to soar nervously. Brook had just cleverly altered the premise. Regardless of how many different wands a person may acquire from various places, the one that suits him best is eternally singular. A single wand suffices. Possessing more is superfluous, Dumbledore reminded with a hint of resignation. Brook spread his hands. But I have 2 hands, do I not? What is your name? Ollivander inquired. Brook Clot, he replied. Your argument is indeed unassailable. However, I maintain that the wand most suitable for a wizard remains unique. Ollivander sighed in resignation. Then, as if accepting his fate, continued, You may purchase only 1 wand from me, yet I can graciously offer you an additional one. What about Hermione? Hermione quickly waved her hand. I shall pass. 1 is already sufficient. Brook shrugged and approached the shelves to select his wand. When it comes to weapons, is there truly such a thing as enough? Have you ever heard of the fear of insufficient firepower? As he delved deeper into the shelves, he realized the seemingly small shop was, in fact, vast. 2 rows of shelves lined the space, meticulously arranged with wand boxes, stretching beyond his sight. Only after he ventured further did he ponder, Now it's your turn, system. Which 2 wands should I choose? Surely, this system won't malfunction. He was hardly adept at selecting wands. Were it not for the system's assistance in selecting the words for the task, he would never have undertaken such an endeavor. Weapons are indeed of great significance. What should be done now? I await a response online, as time is of the essence. Chapter 6, 2 wands. Not far in front of him, 2 wand boxes suddenly emanated a gentle glow. He understood immediately and promptly retrieved them from the shelf. He noticed that one of the wand boxes was crafted from a material unlike the others on the shelf, while the others were mere cardboard boxes. This one was an exquisitely crafted wooden box. At that moment, 2 clear notification sounds resonated in his mind. He had completed the tasks of selecting a wand independently and obtaining more than one wand from Ollivander's wand shop, granting him 2 chances to draw rewards. This excursion to Diagon Alley had already bestowed upon him 5 opportunities to draw rewards. Were it not for Dumbledore's presence, he would have indulged in a series of 10 consecutive draws tonight. The gazes of the other 3 companions immediately fixated on the box in his hands, particularly Ollivander, whose eyes widened with surprise upon seeing the wooden wand box. How'd you come to choose it? Are you referring to this one? I feel a connection with it. Brook replied, gently shaking the wooden box in his hands. Brook, you should try it out quickly, Hermione urged, a mix of curiosity and concern evident in her voice. Being exceptionally intelligent, she understood the implications of the debate between Brook and Ollivander. Although Brook had the upper hand in conversation, it was undeniable that Ollivander's expertise in wand selection surpassed his own. She feared that the wand Brook had chosen might not be suitable for him. Brook shrugged. Despite the system's interface being rather rudimentary, its ability to procure the most exquisite fruits was sufficient to demonstrate its prowess. Thus, he felt quite confident in the wand chosen by the system. However, since Hermione had spoken, he felt compelled to demonstrate it. He first withdrew the wand from the cardboard box. The wand's thickness was just right, with a smooth grip. Importantly, it was sufficiently long, with a flick of his wrist. The entire shop was illuminated with a soft red glow. It was made of wood, dragon heartstring, measuring 13 3/4 inches in length, with moderate flexibility. Ollivander's expression was complex as he remarked, I did not anticipate that it would choose you, nor you it. Is there a problem? Brook inquired. At the time, I crafted 2 wands from that piece of wood, one being the one you hold, and the other. Ollivander glanced at Dumbledore. Wood, often referred to as the Tree of Immortality, is said to possess the power to control life and death. 1 wand to control life and death. I might as well have a yew tree beside me, Brook thought, dismissing such legends entirely. Yew trees were commonplace. If they truly held the power of life and death, they would have long since become rare and hidden away. Try your other wand. It is not one of my creations, Ollivander said, shifting away from the previous topic. Or rather, it seemed Dumbledore wished for him to do so. Brook opened the wooden box. Without needing Ollivander's explanation, he could tell at a glance that this wand was not one of Ollivander's works. Rather than being merely a wand, it resembles a slender, miniature sword. Intricate patterns are carved into the handle. Brook did not recognize them, yet a portion bore a striking resemblance to the auspicious cloud motifs of the Great Sia, evoking a sense of familiarity within him. The moment he grasped the handle, the wand quivered slightly. Suddenly, a sharp sting radiated from his palm, and droplets of blood oozed from his hand. However, Brook remained composed, silently clutching the wand's handle. After absorbing his blood, the wand shimmered with a layer of lightning and then fell back into tranquility. He immediately sensed an ineffable connection forming between himself and the wand, as if it had become a part of his very being. Wand Wally Wood, the beard of a Zowu, 14 inches in length, with moderate flexibility, Ollivander elucidated slowly. About a century ago, I encountered a Taoist from the East. This wand is a creation he left behind while sharing insights on wand craftsmanship with me. I kept it in the shop as a memento, never anticipating that you would choose it. He exhaled, relieved. The wand Brook selected did not outwardly resemble a typical wand, making it unlikely that anyone would suspect its origin. This undoubtedly spared him considerable trouble. Brook gave it a gentle swish, resembling a chopping motion. It felt quite comfortable, albeit a tad small. Brook, it is best not to mention that you received 2 wands from Ollivander to outsiders, Dumbledore cautioned, his tone laced with seriousness. Brook nodded in understanding. He grasped the principle of quietly amassing wealth. Hermione quickly assured him of her discretion. Although Brook had successfully persuaded Ollivander, he had clearly transgressed the rules. The fewer people that knew of such matters, the better. Both Brook and Hermione paid 7 galleons each for their wands. Ollivander escorted them outside, his gaze lingering on Brook's retreating figure. 2 wands, one fashioned from the same wood as that person whose name cannot be uttered, and the other crafted by the hand of the Eastern Taoist. It was uncertain what kind of turbulence in the magical world would be stirred by the one who could earn the recognition of these 2 wands. He meticulously explained the precautions for accessing Platform 9 3/4. Their tickets would be delivered by owl in a few days. Brook had assumed that Dumbledore would leave immediately after escorting them home. Yet to his surprise, he followed him inside. Headmaster, is there something else? This is for you, Dumbledore said, producing a book from his pocket and placing it on the table. At a glance, Brook recognized it as the thick volume Dumbledore had purchased at the bookstore. Upon seeing the title, a flush crept across his face. You old fool. Enough already. Are you not done? Reading it will be beneficial for you. especially the contents of pages 317 and 516. Dumbledore's cerulean eyes regarded Brook earnestly. Fine. Brook managed to muster a reluctant smile. See you at Hogwarts. With a gentle flick of his wand, Dumbledore vanished from sight. Is Brook truly the kind of person who would read such a book? Indeed, he is. The notorious outlaw Zhang Sen once proclaimed that he could commit any crime unimpeded, for no one understands the law better than he does. Brook perused the 2 pages referenced by Dumbledore, which pertain to international confidentiality laws and the reasonable constraints placed upon underage wizards. It was then that he realized he had inadvertently stumbled upon a loophole. His act of robbing a bank undeniably contravened the laws of the Muggle world. However, as a wizard, his case must be adjudicated by the Ministry of Magic, within the wizarding legal framework. He had violated both the international confidentiality law and the prohibition against underage wizards casting spells without permission. Yet, there exists a crucial condition. At the time of his transgression, he was unaware of his identity as a wizard. According to the Underage Wizard Protection Act, if a young wizard causes harm while oblivious to their identity, and provided that no lives are endangered, they may be dealt with leniently or even exempt from punishment. This implies that even if Dumbledore were to apprehend him, he would ultimately have to release him. Furthermore, as long as he adamantly claimed ignorance regarding the whereabouts of the gold, he would not even be obliged to return it. I've been ensnared by Dumbledore. Brook seethed. The opulent life he could have enjoyed had been forcibly postponed by 7 years. He noted this grudge. It would be repaid. Chapter 7. Hermione's Dark History. Brook had initially intended to sear a couple of steaks for dinner, yet he was invited to the Granger residence instead. Mrs. Granger had prepared a sumptuous feast, aptly dubbed the Potato Extravaganza. Baked potatoes, French fries, and mashed potatoes. As Brook gazed at the 2 dishes resembling Chinese cuisine on the table, he couldn't help but wince. Kung Pao chicken and sweet and sour pork were recipes he had previously taught Mrs. Granger. But why did he refer to them as resembling Chinese cuisine? Because Mrs. Granger had subjected them to cruel modifications. Kung Pao chicken, a quintessential dish of Sichuan cuisine, is known for its sweet and sour flavor. Yet Mrs. Granger had added orange juice and various sweet sauces, resulting in a dish devoid of any sourness and possessing a sticky appearance. As for sweet and sour pork, despite minimal alteration in preparation, it had almost no sugar. The essence of the dish was utterly lost, a true culinary travesty. During the meal, the conversation naturally gravitated towards Hogwarts and magic. Hermione appeared exceptionally animated, chattering incessantly about her experiences in Diagon Alley. The Granger couple smiled as they listened to their daughter's tales, yet their hearts were laden with concern. Although they supported her decision, they were filled with trepidation regarding the unknown realm of magic. After a prolonged silence, Mr. Granger finally spoke. Brook, there is something I wish to ask of you. Brook raised his head, reassuring him, rest assured, I will look after Hermione. Who needs your care? I can take care of myself, Hermione declared, her little head held high. Mr. Granger gazed at Hermione, his eyes brimming with affection and resignation. He then turned his attention back to Brook, who offered him a reassuring glance. Hermione, indeed, survives until the conclusion of the story. What troubles could she possibly encounter at school? Brook's meal was not particularly exquisite, yet he certainly indulged to his heart's content. Despite it not being his inaugural dining experience at the Granger household, it was the first occasion he witnessed Mr. Granger partake in alcohol. Clearly, the prospect of Hermione's impending journey to Hogwarts weighed heavily upon him, prompting him to consume more than usual. Consequently, his words began to flow more freely, recounting tales from Hermione's childhood. She had always been enchanted by the fairies and fairy tales. At the tender age of 5, she mixed various spices and other ingredients she could find, concocting what she believed to be a magical potion. Unfortunately, the fairy did not materialize, and she ended up with a stomachache that necessitated a trip to the hospital. Hermione covered her face with her hands, her voice emerging from between her fingers. Please, Dad. At that time, she was utterly captivated by fairy tales. On one occasion, she donned a crown, draped a bedsheet as a cape, and brandished a fairy wand, dashing about the house while reciting incantations, claiming she was on a mission to save the world. However, she inadvertently tripped over the carpet and fell, landing in a rather undignified manner, her crown askew. Yet, upon rising and brushing off the dust, she resumed her adventure. Hermione's face had turned as red as a ripe apple. She cast a pleading glance at her mother. Mrs. Granger stood up, tugged at Mr. Granger's ear, and forcibly led him upstairs, while Mr. Granger continued to mutter about how adorable Hermione had been as a child. Brook genuinely refrained from laughing. Unless he could no longer contain himself, Hermione shot him a fierce glare. If you laugh, what is there to find amusing? Brook quickly gestured dismissively. The fact that Mr. Granger remembers so vividly demonstrates his profound love for you. I know, Hermione replied, her tone tinged with a bittersweet affection. Brook did not linger long at the Granger residence. Upon returning home, he took a shower and even washed his hands several times. Although the system's lottery required only a thought and did not necessitate physical contact, he felt it was essential to show due respect. May the Jade Emperor, the Supreme Patriarch, the Buddha, the Fighting Saint, and Thanos bless me. As for the absence of Jesus Christ, he was, after all, a wizard now. Brook clasped his left hand with his right, forming a Tai Chi symbol, and reverently bowed in all 8 directions. The system lottery commenced, 5 consecutive draws. Immediately, the sound of the system notification echoed in his mind. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations, host, you have won the first prize. Mind sealing technique. No one can pry into the host's thoughts. Congratulations, host, you have won the second prize. Asian sorcery. The host can achieve a change of appearance through makeup skills. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations, host, you have won the first prize. Ultimate talent in dark magic. The host will automatically master any dark magic upon sight. Brook examined the lottery results. 3 out of 5 was a respectable probability, and he had secured 2 first prizes. He was particularly pleased with the mind-sealing technique, as it had been a source of concern for him. The memories of Harry Potter were trivial, but the system was another matter. An innocent man suffers for possessing a jade. The following morning dawned. The door to Brook's home was knocked upon once more. Brook, open the door. Don't hide inside and remain silent. I know you are home. Open the door. Open the door. Open the door. Brook rolled his eyes. Ever since that one time, he deliberately concealed himself from Hermione, pretending no one was home, only to be discovered by her. Her knocking had transformed into this relentless rhythm. Here I come, he muttered as he quickly donned his attire and opened the door. With a slight frown, Brook addressed Hermione. What brings you here so early, little one? She swiftly ducked under his arm and immediately focused on the table, where a dish usually brimming with sweets sat empty. Brook, where are the candies? All consumed by Dumbledore. How could that be? At his age, surely he wouldn't have a penchant for sweets. Brook rolled his eyes once more. Is there a necessary connection between age and a love for candy? Indeed, if he truly devoured so many, he would surely develop diabetes, Hermione replied, gesturing with her hands to emphasize a lot. You didn't come solely for the candy, did you? Of course not. I came to study with you. Brook then noticed Hermione carrying a small backpack. A wave of resignation washed over him. The last thing he desired was to study alongside her. He would gladly engage in anything else. This little girl had a peculiar habit. Whatever he struggled with, she insisted on teaching him, and for the matters she found perplexing, he was obliged to clarify. Despite having imparted much knowledge to his teachers, he lived in an era of information overload, where his reservoir of knowledge far surpassed that of an 11-year-old girl. Thus, he became the genius in Hermione's eyes. However, faced with such an adorable child, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. He could only endure. Chapter 8. Is the levitation charm dark magic? Why? With a resigned sigh, Brook retrieved a large bag of gummy candies from a cupboard. Hermione's eyes instantly sparkled, her lips curving into a knowing smile. I knew you had more. She eagerly took the candies, unwrapped them without hesitation, and popped one into her mouth. Hermione was never one to be polite with Brook, yet she always arrived with gifts in hand. From her backpack, she produced 2 hefty burgers. Here, breakfast for you, she said, winking. I made them myself. Brook took the burger, took a bite, and frowned slightly. The steak was a tad burnt, but he swallowed it nonetheless. How is it? Hermione asked, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Not bad. Satisfied, Hermione pulled out standard spells, beginner level, from her bag, and began to study intently. Brook had initially intended to purchase some cosmetics, to change his appearance, and stroll through Diagon Alley while completing some tasks, but since Hermione had arrived, he figured they might as well study together. After all, it was inevitable. He could not afford to place last in class. His pride was at stake. As he leisurely consumed his burger, his gaze occasionally drifted towards Hermione, who was already engrossed in her book, her wand inexplicably in hand. She did not flail her arms aimlessly, but instead focused intently on the book. 2 hours slipped by in an instant. Hermione's brow furrowed tighter, almost twisting into a pretzel. Brook noticed her unusual demeanor and inquired, "What is it?" "This book has issues," Hermione replied, lifting her head, a hint of dissatisfaction lacing her tone. Brook's expression shifted to one of gravity. Could this young girl also be a reincarnate? Otherwise, how could she discern problems in a magical tome upon first encounter? "What issues?" he asked. "The book merely contains spells and their effects. yet it failed to elucidate the method of casting. Was magic simply about wielding a wand and reciting incantations? Brook exhaled in relief. Is that all? Confidential? Hermione's frown deepened. How can we learn in advance, then? Hogwarts surely has many young wizards from magical families who study under their relatives' guidance, putting us at a significant disadvantage. She appeared somewhat agitated, her fingers unconsciously tapping the table. Brook found her reasoning compelling and could not refute it. Yet, what did it matter? He had long since seen through many truths. Sometimes, the chasm between individuals is wider than that between man and dog. Some gaps can be bridged by diligent effort, while others are predetermined from the moment of birth. He could achieve a perfect score because that was all he could attain, whereas those prodigies achieved perfection simply because the exam was graded out of 100. This exemplifies the fundamental disparities among individuals. Moreover, the formation of class structures has always been thus. Why did ancient texts lack punctuation? It was merely a means of establishing barriers to learning, preventing the common folk from self-education. Such clans could maintain a monopoly on knowledge, solidifying their status. As for Hermione's concerns, Brook felt no anxiety whatsoever. To desire is to suffer. To be devoid of desire is to be resolute. To live again, carefree and unburdened, is sufficient. If he were to have a goal, it would be singular. If he were ever capable, he would extinguish the foot basin. Brook's thoughts drifted. It seemed the 819 was approaching. He truly needed to get involved. Brook, are you even listening to me? Hermione exclaimed, her hands constantly rubbing her wand. Clearly, she yearned to attempt a spell, yet hesitated, fearing potential mishaps. I heard you, Brook replied, glancing at her with a mix of exasperation. This girl became exceedingly unlikable whenever the subject of learning arose. He then shifted his gaze to the book in Hermione's hands, which fortuitously displayed the content on the expansion charm. Upon seeing it, he instantly grasped the concept. He even felt a sense that he could perform it without a wand. Brook furrowed his brow slightly. He summoned a personal panel in his mind. Host, Brook Lott. Age, 11. Identity, first-year student at Hogwarts. Host rewards acquired. Door fruit, brain closure technique. Asian dark arts, supreme dark magic talent. There were merely 4 rewards, none of which pertained to spellcasting talent. As for him, he possesses an innate talent for the art of curses, rendering any attempt to defeat him utterly futile. The only plausible explanation is that the engorgement charm is indeed dark magic. Brook drew forth his wand, which he had named Ching Fong for its normal use at Hogwarts, while the other, resembling a small sword, he called Mingyue, intended as a hidden reserve. He aimed his wand at the mischievous little gummy. Engorgo. Instantly, the gummy swelled to more than 10 times its original size, comparable to that of a soccer ball. Hermione regarded Brook with an expression akin to one observing a monster. Subsequently, she directed her wand at another piece of gummy. Engorgo. Yet it remained unchanged. Undeterred, she recited the spell several more times, but the gummy refused to expand. A wave of frustration washed over her, her little face scrunching up as tears began to well in her eyes. Am I really unsuitable to be a witch? Brook gently tapped her on the head. What's this? Giving up already? Hermione lifted her gaze, her eyes reflecting a mix of indignation and disappointment. Do you want to learn? I could teach you. Brook refrained from offering empty words of comfort. He understood Hermione well. When it comes to learning, mere consolation holds no value for her. The best solace is mastery of the subject at hand. Can I really do it? Hermione's voice trembled slightly. Why not give it a try? Brook shrugged and began to meticulously elucidate his understanding and insights regarding the engorgement charm. Had Hermione attended classes at Hogwarts, she would have discovered that Brook's explanations surpassed even those of Professor Flitwick in clarity. It was not that Brook's teaching prowess exceeded Flitwick's, but for a budding witch. Merely casting a spell is commendable. Comprehending the essence of a spell is reserved for advanced studies. True to her reputation as a genius, under Brook's guidance, within half an hour, she successfully wielded the engorgement charm, although she had yet to achieve Brook's impressive tenfold effect. Causing an object to swell 2 or 3 times its size was a feat easily accomplished. A smile returned to Hermione's face. While she practiced the engorgement charm, Brook casually skimmed through Dark Forces, a guide to self-defense and standard spells, beginner level. He noted that in Dark Forces, a guide to self-defense, there was only one curse, a spell that could induce a severe cold in the victim, causing incessant runny noses, which classified it as dark magic. The rest were beyond his immediate comprehension. In contrast, standard spells, beginner level, contained numerous spells he could grasp instantaneously. The fire-making spell, softening charm, dancing spell, tickling charm, cutting charm, and even the levitation charm were all deemed dark magic. Was this rational? While he could understand the rationale behind the first few, as they would inflict some degree of harm when used on a person. The levitation charm? Was it intended to apply different directional levitation spells to a person's limbs? Gazing at these spells, Brook was reminded of a particularly notorious dark spell, Avada Kedavra. He was profoundly impressed by the spell, not due to the film, but rather from a video he stumbled upon inadvertently. It appeared that a curse was first used as a marker, which then manifested into a bifurcating Avada lightning chain. A truly spectacular sight that seemed far more magical than anything depicted in the movie. In Chapter 9, Power and Discrimination, does Hermione feel satisfied after learning a spell? The answer is a resounding no. In the days that followed, Hermione visited the Brook residence daily, much to Brook's annoyance. He taught her whatever spells he could, but his repertoire was limited, while Hermione's capacity for learning was extraordinarily high. He found himself utterly exhausted. Meanwhile, Hermione wore a look of complete contentment. Fortunately, she did not delve deeply into why Brook was able to master certain spells more quickly than others. Through her studies over the past few days, Hermione gradually grasped some of the principles of spellcasting. She discovered that as long as the pronunciation was accurate, the risks were typically minimal. During her explorations, she successfully taught herself the Lumos charm, the repairing charm, and the unlocking charm. She also finished reading the book History of Magic. To quickly understand a country or a culture, one must study their history. Although there is much fabrication in foreign histories, there remains a degree of reference value. History of Magic contains a wealth of information and events, from the origins of magic to the formation of magical societies, the evolution of relationships between wizards and muggles, fairy rebellions, giant wars, and more. Brook could only perceive two words in all of this: cannibalism. The traits of power and discrimination were particularly pronounced. In dealing with other races, such power and discrimination seemed unproblematic. After all, the Great Xia has historically been the most discriminatory nation outwardly. Having been a citizen of Great Xia in a previous life, this notion was ingrained in him, and he saw no issue with it. However, it was quite absurd to find such power and discrimination manifesting starkly within the wizarding community as well, reminiscent of the caste system prevalent in India, albeit not overtly displayed. With less than a month remaining until the 819 event, it appeared he needed to prepare early. "I have to step out in a couple of days," Brook said, glancing at Hermione, who was repairing a wooden block damaged by a cutting curse with a repairing charm. "Out? Where are you going?" "India. Do you have relatives there?" "Sort of." Brook indeed had many relatives, but most resided in England. Hermione's inquiry was easily understandable. After all, India was once a colony of Britain, so having relatives there was not unusual. "Is it safe for you to go alone? Perhaps I should ask my father to accompany you?" Hermione suggested with concern. "No need. I will be met by someone upon arrival." "That's good, but you must be cautious." "Rest assured," Brook said, smiling at Hermione's resolute expression. He knew what she was worried about. England was not nearly as safe as Great Xia. An 11-year-old boy embarked on a solitary taxi ride, perhaps ultimately finding himself at that very church. Though he could traverse the space door, the little girl would undoubtedly be filled with concern. In the subsequent days, Hermione refrained from interrupting Brook, likely understanding that he needed ample time to prepare before his departure. After meticulously disguising himself, Brook once more ventured into Diagon Alley. It must be noted that Asian sorcery possesses an extraordinary peculiarity. His once youthful and handsome visage, after a touch of makeup, was instantaneously transformed into that of a mature and composed individual. Coupled with his height of 1.58 meters, although somewhat diminutive, he appeared entirely unremarkable. Within Diagon Alley, Brook adeptly accomplished 5 tasks that were not overly complex, securing 5 opportunities for a lottery draw. A dedicated vault at Gringotts, a property deed in Diagon Alley, a continuous indulgence of 10 different ice cream flavors at Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, engaging in conversation with an owl at Elop's Owl Emporium for over 10 minutes, acquiring a book on dark magic. The prerequisites for establishing a vault at Gringotts necessitate an initial deposit of 1,000 galleons. For Brook, who possessed a substantial amount of gold, this was merely a trifling matter, albeit the exchange rate was somewhat disheartening. An ounce of gold, equating to over 31 grams, could only be exchanged for 3 galleons, resulting in a staggering ratio of 10-to-1 in terms of pure weight. Were it not for the considerable amount of gold he held, he would indeed hesitate to make such an exchange. As for the property deed, it was even simpler. He casually mentioned it to a goblin, who promptly presented him with over 10 listings of consign shops. He selected the least expensive option, as fulfilling the task was his primary objective. The book on dark magic was discovered in a second-hand shop, where a mountain of tattered tomes lay in disarray. How to select a book on dark magic. As long as he could master it instantly, it would suffice. He could bring Hermione along later. Although the books here were incomplete, many contained extensive annotations and notes, which he believed Hermione would greatly appreciate. As for tasks such as managing the most popular shop in Diagon Alley, he wouldn't even entertain the thought. Not only was it time-consuming and laborious, but in the end, he might just receive a mere token of thanks. Accomplishing these few tasks was already quite commendable. It was audacious for such a task system to even exist, was it not? Before the lottery draw, Brook, as per his custom, took a shower and donned fresh attire, beseeching all manner of deities for fortune. The system lottery, a 5-draw sequence. Thank you for your patronage. 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 Congratulations, host. You have obtained the power of Asgard. This power bestows upon the Asgardian individual extraordinary physical prowess, formidable combat capabilities, and extended longevity. This strength will augment as the host ages. Note, upon reaching the age of 500, the host's physique will attain its pinnacle state. Brook gazed at the draw results, his eyes wide with astonishment. Could this be Asgard, the realm of Thor from the Avengers? He was instantly filled with excitement. If his memory served him well, the average lifespan of Asgardians reached an astounding 5,000 years, nearly a third of the history of the Great Summer Dynasty. He swiftly activated his mental fortitude, compelling himself to regain composure. The whirlpool of thoughts within his mind was also silenced. After a considerable time, Brook exhaled deeply. A prolonged lifespan is indeed a blessing, yet at this moment, he was merely 11 years old. Longevity was a matter for the future. Living joyfully was of utmost importance. He attempted to lift one corner of the coffee table with ease. His current strength was comparable to that of an ordinary adult. He further tested the abilities granted by the door fruit. Various portals could now be summoned instantaneously. Moreover, the range of spatial doors had expanded from 3,000 meters to an impressive 20,000 meters. However, utilizing the moving door in combat remained a formidable challenge, bordering on impossible. 3 days later, Brook embarked on his journey to the land of A3. His primary objective was, of course, to scout the area. This time, Brook had learned to be astute. He chose the A3 Industrial Credit Investment Bank, a private establishment, presenting himself as an investor. Along with a suitcase filled with gold bars as a means of entry, he meticulously observed the bank's vault. Whether it was the enigmatic confidence of the three brothers or some other reason, the bank manager astonishingly divulged all the security measures of the vault without reservation. This fortuitous revelation allowed Brook to execute his operation that evening without triggering a single alarm. He effortlessly amassed a significant portion of the wealth contained within the vault, finding the endeavor remarkably undemanding. In the subsequent 10 days, Brook engaged in extensive procurement activities in the Punjab region. His primary acquisitions included wheat, rice, potatoes, sugarcane, carrots, and tomatoes. Despite being able to take what he needed without cost, he adhered to his principle of not exploiting the impoverished. Furthermore, the local prices for these commodities were astonishingly low. For instance, in England, 1 pound could purchase 5 pounds of wheat, while in A3, the same amount could procure 12 pounds. In fact, due to the sheer volume of his purchases, the final average transaction price was 1 pound for 15 pounds of wheat. Brook had not even needed to tap into his reserves of gold. He had only utilized half of the funds obtained from the A3 Industrial Credit Investment Bank. Once his procurement was complete, Brook flew directly to Ukraine. No, it was still under the domain of the Great Bear. Following the events of August 19th, the Great Bear would formally disband, while Ukraine would not announce its independence until August 24th. It was only August 3rd, with over 20 days remaining. However, Brook had no intention of waiting that long. Upon exiting the airport, he spotted a stunning blonde with striking blue eyes, gracefully holding a sign that read Mike Austin. Brook approached her directly. Mike Austin was indeed the alias on his passport. The beauty's eyes flickered with surprise, clearly not expecting Mr. Austin to possess such a diminutive stature. Her professional demeanor allowed her to swiftly regain her composure. She extended her hand, smiling as she spoke. Greetings, Mr. Austin. I am Zoriana Vladimirovna Romanova, and I will be overseeing your itinerary for the forthcoming engagements. Hello, Ms. Romanova, Brook replied, also extending her hand, which she lightly grasped at the fingertips. The two then entered the vehicle, with Romanova taking the wheel. Mr. Austin, as per your request, we have established contact with General Kuznetsov and can arrange a meeting at your convenience, Romanova remarked while driving. What if I were to delegate this matter to you as well? Romanova hesitated. What? Are you apprehensive? I can offer my personal counsel, but the company cannot engage in such affairs. Romanova bit her lip, clearly weighing the pros and cons. Ah, Ms. Romanova, wishing to escape Ukraine, are we? Romanova sighed. If your transaction proves successful, I would have no choice but to leave Ukraine, perhaps even the Great Bear itself. Although she used the word if, she understood that this transaction was almost a foregone conclusion. Austin's bargaining power extended beyond mere currency. It encompassed a significant quantity of grain. The sentiments within Ukraine were already restless, yearning to break free from the Great Bear's grasp. It was merely a matter of waiting for the opportune moment. At this pivotal juncture, whoever could provide substantial food relief to the populace would likely emerge as the first president of an independent Ukraine. General Kuznetsov would be unable to resist such a temptation. Currently, Romanova found herself a pawn of the company, potentially facing perilous consequences. Yet she had no alternatives. Brook cast another scrutinizing glance at Romanova beside her. Her exquisite features, sapphire-like eyes, and impeccable figure epitomized the beauty of Ukrainian women, a sight that was undeniably pleasing. Romanova's eyes sparkled momentarily. Austin was undoubtedly a man of considerable wealth. The mere fortune indicated in that fax was a sum she could never hope to amass in her lifetime. I am 26 years old, have never had a boyfriend, and I recently underwent a health examination, revealing I am in excellent condition. Ahem, you will accompany me during this negotiation. I wish to assess your capabilities, Brook interjected promptly, fearing Romanova might inadvertently utter something inappropriate. Rest assured, the desire for independence in Ukraine is palpable, and they are utterly incapable of maintaining such an extensive arsenal. They can either sell it or destroy it. Here, these weapons are mere scrap metal. Romanova swiftly regained her professional demeanor, delivering her analysis with gravitas. Everything else is manageable. But what if I desire something more substantial? Brook suddenly dropped a bombshell. Romanova's pupils dilated sharply, and her body began to tremble involuntarily. Was Austin a member of a terrorist organization? Did he truly wish for something so catastrophic? Drive carefully, Brook reminded, as the vehicle began to weave along the road. Romanova suppressed her inner fear, concentrating intently to steady the steering wheel. However, her throat was parched, and she found herself swallowing repeatedly. Rest assured, I harbor no interest in annihilating the world. The concepts of having and not having are distinctly separate. Is what you say true, old boss? There are still so many beauties like you in this world awaiting me. How could I bear to destroy it? The subsequent transaction unfolded far more smoothly than Brook had anticipated. Kuznetsov was indeed willing to sell anything. There was no need to mention firearms and grenades. Equipping 2 or 3 brigades was a trivial matter. 7 and 225 transport aircraft, 650 tanks, and 700 armored vehicles were included. 50 aircraft, among them 10 heavy strategic bombers, 5 95 MS, and 22 160 bombers, some equipped with Kh-55 subsonic cruise missiles. Furthermore, there were 30 missile launch vehicles, 20 land-based intercontinental missiles, 200 intercontinental missiles, and 1,000 other missiles, of which 300 carried the formidable warhead. Additionally, there were some schematics and specifications related to these armaments. Although not a complete set, the details were sufficiently comprehensive. Brook paid a total of 50 million tons of agricultural products, 5 tons of gold bars, and 2 million pounds. Upon concluding the transaction, he granted Romanova 20,000 pounds as a settlement fee, instructing her to manage her domestic affairs and to meet him in the UK by the end of the month. As for the possibility of Romanova absconding with the funds, Brook was not overly concerned. Firstly, 20,000 pounds was not an exorbitant sum, especially when considered in relation to Brook, an outsider. Romanova would be far more ruthless with her own kind. Secondly, if a mere sum could gauge a person's heart, he deemed it a worthy investment. At this time, the Great Xia was not yet the surveillance-laden realm of 2025. A sudden appearance would likely go unnoticed. He had spent 20 days in Great Xia. This timeline was not entirely congruent with his original world. His hometown did not exist here. Yet, gazing upon those familiar faces, Great Xia remained in his heart as it once was. Brook commenced a large-scale procurement, purchasing copious amounts of spices, particularly the hot pot base from Sichuan, which he amassed into small mountains. Although the flow of time in his independent space was consistent with the outside world, the temperature remained constant at around 5 degrees Celsius. By encasing ice blocks within an ice cellar, the items stored could be preserved for an extended period. Naturally, he also purchased various teas and spirits in bulk. The Swupu tea, as long as it was kept in a dry, well-sealed environment, could last for centuries without issue. Regarding Matai, he directly acquired over 5,000 jars, each weighing several hundred pounds. Had the production of Matai not been so limited during this period, coupled with a restriction on selling the entirety to him, he truly wished to procure several hundred tons more. His actions did attract the attention of the police in Great Xia. It was unavoidable. Not only was his purchasing volume immense, but he was also transacting in pounds. It would be strange if he went unnoticed. Had he not been constantly altering his appearance and evading detection, he would likely have been summoned for a rather unwelcome conversation by now. On the final day before his departure, he journeyed to Kyoto. Brook left the majority of his weaponry and all of his schematics in the realm of Great Xia. Harboring hopes that this world would witness an earlier rise of the Great Xia, he envisioned a future a decade hence, when the forces of 81,192 would face external threats without the dire necessity of sacrificing lives to uphold the dignity of Great Xia. Instead, they would rally with fervor, proclaiming a rallying cry that would ignite the spirit of all its people. Engage the fire control radar. Illuminate my path. Chapter 11, Platform 9 and 3-4. Romanova arrived in Britain ahead of Brook, finally uncovering the truth of his name and visage. When she learned that Brook was merely 11 years of age, her jaw dropped in astonishment, wide enough to accommodate 2 ears of corn. Yet, this revelation also brought her a sense of reassurance. After all, an 11-year-old, regardless of their cynical worldview, is unlikely to possess the capacity to bring about global ruin. Furthermore, she found herself quite intrigued by Brook's remarkable makeup skills. Had their acquaintance been less nascent, she would have eagerly sought his guidance. Brook established an offshore investment company abroad. His directives to Romanova were exceedingly clear: concentrate on the real estate market and stock market of the basin, particularly the shares of automobile manufacturers and Sony. Although he had dabbled in stocks in his previous life, his earliest knowledge of high-flying stocks only extended back to Amazon in 1997. Everything else fell into the millennium and beyond. There remained ample time. Thus, he could only instruct Romanova to keep a vigilant eye on the basin. Having recently weathered a real estate bubble burst, the market was presently at a historical low. Investing in real estate, alongside automobile and Sony stocks, promised to be a risk-free venture. Once this capital circulated within the stock market, his funds would surely emerge into the light. By the year 2000, he intended to transport this wealth to the United States and leverage it 100-fold, which he estimated would afford him a lavish lifestyle for 5 millennia. Hermione was elated at Brook's safe return. Each day, she would visit Brook's home, knock on the door, and peer through the window to ascertain whether anyone was inside. To celebrate Brook's homecoming, she once again invited him to dinner at the Granger household. However, this time, Mr. Granger abstained from alcohol, much to Brook's disappointment. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was September 1st, the day Hogwarts commenced its academic year. At 10 in the morning, Brook and Hermione were escorted to King's Cross Station by the Granger couple. With an hour remaining until the train's departure, they had ample time. Hermione, is it the pillar you mentioned for Platform 9 and 3-4? Mr. Granger inquired softly, pointing to the stone column nestled between platforms 9 and 10. Dumbledore said to just run straight into the pillar, but you two can't, Hermione replied, her voice trembling slightly. After all, who would be so foolish as to collide with a stone pillar? Mr. Granger felt a pang of disappointment. Had it not been explicitly stated that he could not pass, he would have been tempted to test the theory himself. Mrs. Granger wore a worried expression, despite having heard Hermione speak of this peculiar platform on multiple occasions. However, when a moment arrived, they remained reluctant to allow Hermione to attempt it easily. Hermione gritted her teeth, poised to initiate the action, when Brook gently tapped her shoulder. Let me go first, he suggested. The Granger couple immediately cast him grateful glances, though a hint of awkwardness soon followed. Mr. Granger proposed, perhaps we should wait a little longer. Since this is the school train, other upperclassmen will surely arrive, and we can seek their guidance. I'll give it a try first. Dumbledore wouldn't deceive us, Brook declared, clutching his suitcase as he approached the stone pillar. This was precisely why he had arrived early. Had he witnessed a throng of students colliding with the wall, he would undoubtedly have exclaimed in characteristic disbelief. Almost instantly, his vision blurred and then cleared, revealing a deep crimson, vintage steam locomotive numbered 9527, puffing white smoke as it stood by the platform. A sign hung from the train, reading, Hogwarts Express, 11 o'clock. The area he had just traversed transformed into an archway inscribed, Platform 9. I've tried it. It's perfectly safe, Mr. Granger reassured Brook, patting him on the shoulder with gratitude glimmering in his eyes. Subsequently, Hermione bid farewell to her parents and walked towards Platform 9 with Brook. Shall we find a compartment to sit in? Hermione suggested. Brook nodded. Let us choose the last one. It's unlikely we'll be disturbed there. They settled into the empty compartment at the end of the train. As soon as Hermione sat down, she began to chatter excitedly. We're about to embark on our journey to learn magic. Just think about how thrilling that is. Brooke replied nonchalantly. Aren't you excited? I barely slept a wink last night. Excited. He continued to feign enthusiasm. Which house do you think we will be sorted into? You? Ravenclaw, I suppose, Hermione replied, gazing at him with curiosity. Didn't Dumbledore mention the traits of the 4 houses? You love studying, so you must belong to Ravenclaw. Then you must be in Ravenclaw too. You're even smarter than I am. No, I wish to go to Hufflepuff. Can we choose for ourselves? I don't know. But if you have a specific preference, it might be taken into consideration, Brooke mused. He genuinely intended to join Hufflepuff, faintly recalling a post he had seen that claimed Hufflepuffs were food enthusiasts. Finding a few cooks in Hufflepuff to whip up delicious meals didn't seem unreasonable. As for British cuisine, he could summarize it in a single line: roasted potatoes, fries, and mashed potatoes. Whether he could indeed join Hufflepuff was still uncertain. He was aware of the sorting hat's purpose. That hat, perched upon one's head, likely delved into the thoughts or memories of young witches and wizards to determine their rightful house based on the 4 distinct traits. With his mental barriers, how could the sorting hat possibly assess him? Ultimately, it was he who decided where he wished to belong. Suddenly, Hermione spoke. Actually, I want to be in Gryffindor. Brooke looked at her with a puzzled expression. Hermione elaborated, I've read a history of modern magic, the rise and fall of dark arts, and significant magical events of the 20th century. Dumbledore, the esteemed headmaster, is undoubtedly the greatest wizard of our time, hailing from Gryffindor, which fuels my desire to attend there. Brooke shrugged, unsurprised by Hermione's choice. Not to mention that in the original text, Hermione herself belongs to Gryffindor. Her innate admiration for heroes foretold that she would never be one to conform quietly. Following one's heart is paramount. Hermione felt a twinge of conflict. She yearned to share the same house as Brooke, yet despite holding a book in her hands, she hesitated to turn the page. Meanwhile, Brooke began perusing Newt Scamander's fantastic beasts and where to find them. He had little interest in mundane creatures like mice or owls, but the larger magical beings piqued his imagination, particularly the mention of the Erumpent, which perfectly aligned with his aesthetic, large and delightful to engage with. Alas, there were no beast-eared maidens. The silence between them did not last long. A charming, dimpled witch entered the compartment with a warm smile. My dear, would you care for some snacks? Hermione's curiosity about the magical world's cuisine was piqued. I'll have 2 of each, please. The witch was about to fetch the treats when Brooke interjected, Make that 2 pies and 2 cakes, and give us the rest. The witch's smile widened even further. Brooke, we can't possibly eat that much. It's fine. They're merely snacks. We can enjoy them slowly. Perhaps we should save some galleons, Hermione suggested. Worry not. It's all good. Chapter 12. Arrival at Hogwarts. Hermione sighed in resignation. She usually had no shortage of pocket money. Thus, she and Brooke had always been rather extravagant with their spending. However, this time, their exchange of galleons was limited, and it would be prudent to conserve some. Sigh. It seemed she would have to economize. If Brooke were in need, she could always lend a hand. Ultimately, Brooke paid with 1 galleon, 7 sickles, and 5 nuts, nearly clearing the food from the cart. The space beside them was soon brimming with their bounty. Brooke was astounded, although he had shopped in Diagon Alley before. The limited variety made calculations straightforward. He had never paid attention to the conversion rates of these coins. He had always assumed a simple 1-to-10 ratio until the witch meticulously calculated with her quill. He then realized that 1 galleon equaled 17 sickles and 1 sickle equaled 29 nuts. The disparity was staggering. He could hardly fathom who conceived such an exchange rate. Snacks have always been the quintessential distraction for children, and even an astute child like Hermione was no exception. As she indulged in treats, her smile grew noticeably brighter, especially when she witnessed Brooke's disgusted expression upon tasting the herring-flavored Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. It only made her laughter more jubilant. Just as she contemplated whether to devour a chocolate frog, the compartment door swung open once more, revealing a round-faced young boy before them. His voice was barely a whisper. Excuse me, have you seen my toad? Hermione shook her head slightly. Tears brimmed in the boy's eyes. I've lost it again. It always tries to escape from me. What's your name? Neville Longbottom. Hermione rose to her feet. I am Hermione Granger, and this is Brock Clot. We will help you search. Really? Neville's face lit up with surprise. Hermione nodded earnestly. Thank you. Thank you. Neville expressed his gratitude eagerly. They then exited the compartment. Aren't you coming with us? Hermione asked, peering into the compartment at Brock. Reluctantly, Brock stood up. Beyond her penchant for teaching others, Hermione possessed an inherent tendency to meddle. He had remained silent in hopes that she might temporarily forget about him, but alas, he was unsuccessful. He had no choice but to follow her out of the compartment, meticulously checking each one in turn. Hermione would always knock first, then inquire, "Have you seen a lost toad?" Yet, she tirelessly repeated this process. Suddenly, a shriek echoed from ahead, accompanied by frantic arm-waving. Hermione hurried over, only to find that the stout boy who had screamed was now nowhere to be seen. She looked down at the scattered snacks on the floor. "What happened? Were you fighting?" Brock appeared beside her, placing a hand on her shoulder to halt her words. Indeed, one should not carry an air of arrogance, yet it is impossible to be devoid of pride. Without self-awareness, one cannot be enlightened. Without self-identity, one cannot be distinguished. Without self-promotion, one cannot achieve merit. Without self-importance, one cannot endure. Hermione's condescending, preachy tone often elicited annoyance from others. "Sorry, we are looking for a lost toad. Have you seen it?" Brock's height evidently intimidated the red-haired boy. "All right, thank you." He drew his wand, and with a gentle flick, the snacks flew onto the seats. "Thanks," replied the disheveled, bespectacled boy. Brock smiled slightly and nudged Hermione gently. "Let's go." Oh, Hermione pouted as she walked ahead. She was aware that her bluntness could sometimes be bothersome. Since becoming friends with Brock, they had established an understanding. If she spoke inappropriately, he could intervene at any moment. Meanwhile, a notification echoed in Brock's mind. "Congratulations. Host has completed contact with the entire Iron Triangle. Reward, 1 lottery draw." He suddenly realized that those two were Harry and Ron. They had not finished checking the compartments, as an announcement rang through the train, indicating their imminent arrival at Hogwarts. The night air was somewhat chilly, causing Hermione to shiver. Brock promptly placed a prepared woolen hat on her head. He himself felt no chill. The powers of Asgard not only enhanced his physical attributes and longevity, but also allowed him to adapt to various environments. Regardless of the weather, he always felt at ease. "Wow, he's quite tall," Hermione exclaimed. Brook also gazed at the imposing figure guiding the first-year students. Standing at over 3 meters, he resembled a bear. Brook recognized him instantly as Hagrid. Unique characteristics make individuals memorable. Dumbledore is known for his nearly 1-meter-long white beard, while Hagrid is defined by his towering height. They followed Hagrid along a dark, steep, and narrow path. At the end of the path lay a lake, dotted with numerous small boats along its shore. On the opposite hillside, Hogwarts Castle loomed majestically. Each boat could accommodate no more than 4 individuals, so Brook and Hermione boarded alongside 2 unfamiliar first-year students. The boats glided automatically toward the castle. Hermione appeared visibly anxious, tightly clutching Brook's hand, unconsciously applying pressure. The boat swiftly skimmed across the lake's surface, and before long, they reached the castle's shore. Under the guidance of a witch clad in a vibrant green robe, they entered the grand doors of Hogwarts. The witch led them to the entrance of the castle's hall, where she began her address. Meanwhile, a system notification echoed in Brook's mind. "Congratulations, host, on entering Hogwarts. You are awarded 1 lottery draw. Congratulations, host, on your initial encounter with Minerva McGonagall. You are awarded 1 lottery draw." He found the system somewhat discriminatory at times. With so many professors at Hogwarts, the tasks related to McGonagall and Snape seemed to form series, while the tasks concerning other professors were few and far between, with some absent entirely. For instance, Dumbledore, as the headmaster, had no tasks associated with him at all, quite a lack of recognition. Unbeknownst to Brook, there were indeed tasks concerning Dumbledore within the system, but they were not explicitly named. For example, acquire the Elder Wand was related to Dumbledore, as the wand was in his possession. Chapter 13, Hufflepuff, Dumbledore's Stealthy Maneuvers. "Brook, look, ghosts!" Hermione exclaimed excitedly in Brook's ear. Following her gaze, Brook beheld around 20 opalescent, translucent specters gliding above them. He turned to glance at Hermione again. Shouldn't the little girl be frightened at the sight of ghosts for the first time? Her excitement was puzzling. The commotion caused by the ghosts was short-lived, as all the first-year students quickly formed a line and entered the hall. Students from the 4 houses were already seated at 4 long tables. Above the tables floated thousands of candles, illuminating the entire hall. The ceiling appeared transparent, allowing a clear view of the twinkling stars in the night sky. Brook nodded. This was very much Hermione. Professor McGonagall placed a 4-legged stool before the first-year students, atop which she set a pointed wizard's hat. The hat was adorned with numerous patches, heavily worn and rather dirty. Brook furrowed his brow slightly. Is this the legendary sorting hat? Although it doesn't possess a cleanliness obsession, it is rather dirty. The edges of the sorting hat had split open, and it began to sing. "You may find me lacking in beauty, but do not judge by appearances. Come, don me. Fear not. Do not panic. In my presence, you are utterly safe, for I am a hat with thoughts. As the Song of the Sorting Hat concluded, the hall erupted in enthusiastic applause. Brook joined in, clapping as well. Indeed, it was quite a performance, far superior to what he had heard before in his past life. Professor McGonagall, holding a scroll of parchment, announced, "When I call upon someone, they shall put on the hat, take a seat, and await their house assignment." She cleared her throat. Hannah Abbott, the star of the show, unwavering Hannah, the ironclad queen of magical hats, with 2 golden braids swaying, took her place on the Iron Throne. Moments later, the Sorting Hat proclaimed, "Hufflepuff." The students at the right table immediately erupted with applause and cheers, evidently the Hufflepuff contingent. Soon it was Hermione's turn. She jogged to the stool and swiftly placed the hat upon her head, still adorned with a pink knitted cap that made her appear adorably silly. After about 5 minutes, the Sorting Hat finally reached a decision. Gryffindor. Hermione cast an apologetic glance towards Brook, who responded with a gentle smile. She then made her way to the Gryffindor table. It wasn't long before the illustrious Harry Potter was called. His name caused a stir among the crowd. Harry, unsurprisingly, was sorted into Gryffindor, prompting the students at that table to erupt into the warmest applause. Brook shrugged. It seemed his unexpected presence had not altered the outcome. In his previous life, while watching the films, he had thought Harry would be better suited for Slytherin rather than Gryffindor. As the savior, Harry would undoubtedly have attracted the attention of the Slytherins. Once he vanquished Voldemort, he could easily secure a high position within the Ministry of Magic. Brook Lot, Professor McGonagall called. Brook approached the stool, retrieving gloves and a hat from his pocket. After adorning himself, he finally placed the Sorting Hat upon his head. His actions sparked a wave of whispers throughout the hall. Even the simplest observer could discern the overt disdain in his preparation. Headmaster Dumbledore turned to Snape with a smile. "It seems I may need to consider giving the Sorting Hat a wash, as it has encountered some disdain." Snape cast a sidelong glance at Dumbledore, internally agreeing yet outwardly scoffing. What a display indeed. "What do you mean, boy?" As soon as Brook donned the Sorting Hat, it protested with dissatisfaction. "This is the accumulation of time, the proof of history," the Sorting Hat exclaimed loudly. The murmurs in the hall grew louder. The Sorting Hat communicated with the newcomers through consciousness. They were oblivious to the surrounding chatter. However, this time, the Sorting Hat spoke with a voice of its own. Dumbledore's azure eyes deepened with contemplation. He was aware that the Sorting Hat would not act without reason. "Ah, this little fellow certainly knows how to surprise him." "As long as you're happy," Brook remarked nonchalantly. "Kid, free your mind. Otherwise, I cannot sort you." The Hat's words astonished all the professors, particularly severe Snape, whose eyes glinted with a sharp intensity. "I wish to choose for myself. That is out of the question. Sorting is my responsibility." The Sorting Hat fell silent, encountering a peculiarity like Brook for the first time. An 11-year-old child, proficient in the art of mental shielding, was beyond even its reach. Such talent could only be described as prodigious. It had indeed heard tales of Brook's feats in the headmaster's office. "How about I assign you directly to Azkaban?" "Oh, does Hogwarts still have such a house?" Brook placed his hand upon the Sorting Hat, a subtle wave of magic emanating from it. "Ehem, Gastayist. I shall have to assist you in another manner." "Do tell," Brook said, intrigued by a hat capable of thought and devising solutions. "Your mastery of mental shielding at such a young age indicates remarkable intelligence, aligning with Ravenclaw standards. I do possess a modicum of cleverness, yet I detest studying. Reading is my least favorite activity. Disliking books is not acceptable. All young wizards do not shy away from wearing gloves and hats. Your willingness to be the first to dare signifies bravery, fitting Gryffindor's criteria." "Bravery? I have none. If someone slaps me, I merely turn the other cheek. As for my earlier remarks, they stemmed purely from my obsession with cleanliness." Alas, had the Sorting Hat possessed emotions, it would have surely inquired about Brook's family. "Lot. There is no such surname among the 28 families. Though you may be of mixed blood, few of them meet Slytherin standards. Thus, you must go to Hufflepuff." The corners of Brook's mouth lifted slightly. "See, the Sorting Hat is rather reasonable. Hufflepuff? I actually enjoy eating." Gryffindor. Chapter 14. The Map of Mountains and Rivers. Brook's smile instantly froze. Dumbledore gazed at him gently, yet the smile bore an unsettling undertone. The Sorting Hat was about to place him in Hufflepuff, but after a moment of silence, it seemed to alter its decision. Without Dumbledore's meddling, he would never believe it. "Brook." At that moment, the Gryffindor table erupted in enthusiastic applause, rivaling the welcome given to Harry. Although many younger students were unaware of what the Hat's speech signified, the older students certainly knew. Applause from the upperclassmen prompted the younger ones to join in. Hermione clapped vigorously, her face flushed with excitement. Brook placed the Sorting Hat upon the bench and made his way to the Gryffindor table, taking a seat beside Hermione. Throughout his existence, both past and present. Brook had never considered himself a particularly benevolent individual, although he would not descend into chaos or embody the essence of malevolence simply because he had traversed worlds. He was acutely aware that Dumbledore had perhaps mistaken him for a sunflower. "Oldie, just you wait. I shall repay you in due time." "Splendid news, Brook. We have been sorted into the same house," Hermione exclaimed. "Indeed, it is rather delightful," he replied, his words not entirely perfunctory. Sharing a house with Hermione would undoubtedly facilitate the task of copying assignments. Dumbledore rose from his seat, extending his arms with enthusiasm. "Welcome. Welcome to Hogwarts as we embark upon a new academic year. Before we commence the feast, I wish to impart a few words. Foolishness, tears, residue, twist. Thank you all." With a smile, he settled back down. The crowd responded with applause and cheers, though Hermione wore a look of perplexity. "Perhaps it is some profound incantation, Hermione. Would you care for a lamb chop?" Brook inquired, as he heaped a generous portion of lamb onto his plate. "Lamb chops?" Hermione then noticed that her once empty golden plate was now overflowing with food. "Please, cut me a piece," she requested. Brook sliced 2 lamb chops for her while he seized the bone, indulging in it with hearty bites. Despite having spent a year in England, he still struggled with the use of cutlery. There was a certain satisfaction in gnawing on such a substantial piece of meat. The lamb was boiled, its flavor tolerable, albeit heavily tinged with a sour lemon essence, likely marinated to mask the mutton's gamey scent. Yet it lacked a dipping sauce. He possessed ample seasoning and chives in his space, but retrieving them was inconvenient at present. Brook found himself quite satiated. Though the dishes were simple, consisting mainly of roasting and boiling, the ingredients were fresh, emphasizing the natural flavors of the food. As for the kidney pie, it remained untouched. He found the taste of kidneys quite appealing, but he had never encountered them prepared in such a manner. The lingering, unrefined odor was quite off-putting. The vegetables consisted solely of carrots and peas. Brook was not fond of carrots, and the boiled peas lacked any accompanying sauce. Meanwhile, Hermione sat beside him, reflecting on her choices. Though she had consumed a considerable amount of snacks on the train, she felt quite famished and had unwittingly devoured a fair amount of meat. The array of desserts following the main course presented a dilemma. Apple pie, syrup cake, chocolate souffle, fried jam donuts, rice pudding, ice cream, and more. She craved them, yet hesitated to indulge. Brook promptly pushed a mango-flavored ice cream towards her. "The dessert is cold and devoid of calories. You are deceiving me," Hermione playfully retorted, yet she began to take small bites, her face lighting up with a satisfied smile. As everyone finished their meal, Dumbledore rose once more. "As the gathering came to a close, and everyone had feasted and quenched their thirst, I had a few final words to share. I must urgently caution all those who wish to avoid unforeseen mishaps, or worse, demise, to refrain from approaching the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor." His excitement surged unexpectedly. "Now, let us join together in singing the school anthem." With a gentle flick of his wand, a golden ribbon floated into the air, spiraling and forming lines of lyrics. Everyone was free to choose their preferred melody. "Ready, sing?" "Hogwarts, Hogwarts," echoed through the hall, until the final 2 participants concluded the last note to the tune of the funeral march. Dumbledore wore a satisfied expression, marking the end of the welcoming feast. The Gryffindor common room was nestled within the tower on the 7th floor. Through the window, Brook gazed upon the sparse stars twinkling in the night sky. After bidding farewell to Hermione, he made his way to the dormitory alone. Inside, 6 four-poster beds adorned with deep crimson velvet drapes awaited. All first-year wizards at Hogwarts were assigned to the same dormitory. After exchanging greetings with his dorm mates and familiarizing himself with them, Brook headed for a shower. By the time he emerged from the bathroom, tranquility enveloped the room. His companions had already succumbed to slumber. It was the perfect moment for him to try his luck. He had earned 5 more chances to draw. The 2 tasks he had completed were successfully entering any house and being served by a house elf. He had some recollection of house elves, creatures reminiscent of goblins, yet he could not recall a time when he had been served by one. Nevertheless, an additional opportunity for a draw was always welcome. Brook instinctively offered a prayer to the myriad deities above. The system initiated a 5-draw lottery. Immediately, the sound of the system's alert resonated in his mind. "Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations, host. You have won the second prize, 1,000 crates of high-purity malt liquor. This was a favored delicacy of the Norwegian Ridgeback, significantly enhancing its favorability. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations, host. You have won the grand prize, the map of the rivers and mountains. The host may freely alter its internal environment to store items and creatures, due to unforeseen circumstances. The map of the rivers and mountains would be issued to the host in the form of a ring. As for liquor, Brook had no shortage. He possessed several hundred tons of exquisite spirits. Malt liquor was hardly worthy of his table. However, the map of the rivers and mountains was indeed a valuable item. Despite some functional overlap with his independent space, he retrieved the ring-shaped map of the rivers and mountains. Its design was quite ordinary, lacking the ethereal charm depicted in films. And there were no brushes to be found. The band was not made of metal, but appeared to be crafted from a crystalline substance. Its surface seemed smooth, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern intricate patterns within. Atop the ring was a sizable gemstone, swirling with shades of blue and purple. With a mere thought, Brook found himself within the map of the rivers and mountains. The interior space was adorned with a celestial sky, studded with twinkling stars. The vast expanse before him seemed endless, devoid of the picturesque beauty often depicted in films. It was merely a barren land. With an air of authority, he pointed skyward, declaring, "Let there be light." Yet, the space remained unchanged, illuminated solely by the twinkling of distant stars. Brook felt a twinge of embarrassment, but reassured himself, "It's all right. Let's try again." He intoned, "Let there be mountains." At last, the space responded. A towering mountain erupted from the ground in the direction of his gesture. Brook was suddenly overwhelmed by vertigo, collapsing to the floor, as if his very essence had been siphoned away. Fortunately, he was well acquainted with such situations. Taking a moment to regulate his breathing, he opened a concealed compartment and retrieved a stash of chocolate, consuming it swiftly. As he devoured several pieces, his strength gradually returned. Gazing at the mountain before him, he estimated its height to be over 500 meters. It appeared that this realm was not malleable at will, but rather linked to his physical endurance. Chapter 15. The Cat. The following morning, Brook awakened unusually early. In the dormitory, apart from Harry and Ron, who were still fast asleep, the other beds lay vacant. After a brief wash, he stepped outside. In the common room, he spotted Hermione, engrossed in a book. "Good morning, Hermione." "Brook, you've risen quite late. If you delay any further, you might miss breakfast," she chided gently. Brook smiled faintly, interpreting her words with a nuanced understanding. Though they bore a reprimanding tone, they were underpinned by genuine concern for his well-being. He was certain she had been waiting for him, likely having skipped breakfast herself. "Shall we go, then, to see what delectable offerings await?" Together, they made their way to the hall. The breakfast spread was rather traditional, featuring toasted bread, crispy bacon, sausages, fried eggs, boiled eggs, along with butter and an array of jams. Hermione, however, was not particularly hungry, opting for just a single boiled egg. Brook, on the other hand, indulged heartily. Despite the energy provided by the chocolate, it was hardly filling. Hermione gazed at him in surprise. "Brook, what has come over you?" "Perhaps I'm just experiencing a growth spurt," he replied, trying to justify his appetite. Hermione rolled her eyes but did not press further, instead assisting him by placing food onto his plate. Once he was satiated, they hurried off to the Transfiguration classroom. Noticing that the first 3 rows were already occupied, Hermione leaned closer to Brook and whispered, "It's all your fault for eating so much. Now we don't even have good seats." She quickly claimed a seat in the 4th row. Brook shrugged, his attention drawn to the tabby cat perched on the podium. His system contained numerous tasks related to Professor McGonagall, one of which was to pet Minerva McGonagall in her tabby cat form. His motivation was not merely to complete the task, but stemmed from curiosity about the tactile experience of a human transforming into a cat. However, he pondered if it might be inappropriate to disturb the head of his house so early in the term. Nevertheless, his body betrayed him, leading him unconsciously to the front of the podium. He gazed at the tabby cat, which tilted its head in return, the bewilderment in its eyes unmistakable. Brook extended his sinful hand. The texture felt delightful. What a pity. It was a cat and a lady, not a cat lady. The tabby cat stiffened, utterly frozen. Only when Brook instinctively began to scratch its soft chin did it react. Swish. Professor McGonagall wore a serious expression, yet a subtle blush graced her cheeks. The entire classroom of young wizards gasped in unison, particularly Hermione, whose eyes were filled with trepidation. Brook, however, appeared unfazed. Ignorance breeds no blame. As a young wizard from a Muggle family, he was unaware that the cat was transformed from Professor McGonagall. Quite reasonable, wasn't it? After all, it wasn't a real cat. Otherwise, he would have needed to take a couple of puffs. Cool. Mr. Lott, while you may have a fondness for cats or small creatures, many beings in the magical realm are perilous, so refrain from touching them lightly without proper understanding. Understood, Professor. Brook took a seat beside Hermione. You nearly scare me to death. Thank goodness the professor didn't expel you, Hermione remarked, still shaken. Brook's eyes lit up. Right, he can indeed be expelled. Why hadn't he thought of that sooner? It appeared he needed to thoroughly reflect on the dangerous tasks within the system. Not only could he earn rewards, but he could also face expulsion. Simply perfect. Thank you, Hermione. Hermione raised her chin proudly. When Professor McGonagall demonstrated for them, it seemed rather simple. With a flick of her wand, a matchstick morphed into a needle. He experimented repeatedly, but not only could he not transform the matchstick into a needle, even the slightest change eluded him. Thus, he began to stare blankly at the matchstick. Professor McGonagall had emphasized the essence of transfiguration at the outset of the lesson: imagination. They needed to construct a clear mental image of the target form and the blueprint of the transformation steps in their minds. The clearer the thought, the closer the transformation would align with expectations. Of course, focus, magical control, and other factors played crucial roles. Brook continually pondered Professor McGonagall's words. His brain cloaking technique endowed him with extraordinary concentration. Although his top-tier talent in dark arts did not encompass transfiguration, it provided him with considerable advantages in magical control. As for the structure of the target form, the needle was not complex. Clearly, the issue lay in constructing the blueprint of the transformation steps. He needed to refine the steps further. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall quietly observed Brook. After all, in her many years of teaching, he was the first to dare to touch her. She was filled with anticipation for this 11-year-old genius who had mastered brain cloaking. She wished to see his aptitude for transfiguration. Thus, she watched as Brook snapped off the head of the matchstick. Then, he pointed his wand at the remaining matchstick and cast the transformation spell. The matchstick gradually shimmered with a silvery metallic sheen. Professor McGonagall's pupils widened involuntarily. She had encountered geniuses before, but Brook evidently did not belong to the category of students naturally adept at transfiguration. Otherwise, his previous attempts would not have been utterly fruitless. Yet, after merely a few minutes of contemplation, he achieved success? There is definitely something amiss. Brook cast the transformation spell twice more, successfully transmuting the matchstick into metal. He then began to mold the needle's tail and tip. At that moment, Professor McGonagall approached. She levitated the needle Brook had conjured, allowing the entire class to observe it clearly. Look, Mr. Lott has succeeded. Brook felt a slight flush creep to his cheeks, not from the praise, but rather because the needle he had transformed was somewhat difficult to describe. Had it been indicated beforehand that it was a needle, perhaps it would have been recognizable. Otherwise, it appeared rather abstract. Professor McGonagall offered Brook a few encouraging words before allowing the class to continue practicing. Hermione, eager, began to wave her wand at the matchstick. It was indeed a wand she wielded. Otherwise, one might think she meant to harm someone. By the end of the lesson, her matchstick finally exhibited some alterations, the needle's tip emerging. Mr. Lott, please hold on. Hermione immediately felt a surge of anxiety. Surely, Professor McGonagall would not penalize Brook for the earlier incident involving the cat. Thus, she deliberately took her time packing her bag, hoping to eavesdrop. Chapter 16. Herbs? Merely food. Brook approached the podium with a calm demeanor. Professor McGonagall, your transformation skills are quite impressive. Thank you for your compliments. Could you explain why you chose to break off the match head? There was little to conceal, so he began to elucidate. Transforming the matchstick into a needle involved not only a change in form, but also a transformation of material properties. The matchstick comprises wood and a white phosphorus head, and altering the properties of both substances simultaneously is exceedingly challenging. Therefore, I took a clever approach, merely converting the wood into metal, then gradually adjusting the size and structure of the metal at both ends until I ultimately formed the needle. What a brilliant idea. I merely deconstructed the steps to reduce the difficulty. A smile of approval graced Professor McGonagall's face. The greatest challenge in learning lies in the perspective of thought. It seems I must also contemplate how to better instruct you novice students. Professor McGonagall, your teaching is truly exceptional. My epiphany is largely due to your guidance. The smile on Professor McGonagall's face widened. 10 points to Gryffindor. Now, hurry along to your next class, lest you be late. Certainly, Professor. Brook departed the Transfiguration classroom alongside Hermione, who had kindly helped him pack his bag. Hermione let out a sigh of relief. Phew, you scared me. I thought Professor McGonagall would punish you for what happened earlier. Brook affectionately ruffled Hermione's hair. Since Professor McGonagall did not publicly reprimand him at the time, it was unlikely she would pursue the matter afterward. By the way, could you elaborate on the method you mentioned earlier? Of course, but not right now. Hermione's face was a canvas of confusion. Look at the time. We're about to start Charms class. Hermione suddenly realized, grabbing Brook's hand and hastening toward the Charms classroom. The Charms professor was Phileas Flitwick, who was shorter than Hermione and bore a slight resemblance to a fairy. However, fairies are not permitted to possess wands, which suggests that Professor Flitwick may indeed have fairy lineage. His lectures are quite captivating. In the afternoon, there is herbology class with Professor Pomona Sprout, held in the greenhouse outside the castle. She is plump and exudes a warm, friendly demeanor when she smiles. Brook gazes at the fungi with a somewhat dazed expression, preoccupied with a singular thought. Are they edible? He fears that consuming them might lead to dire consequences. As Professor Sprout introduces the lesson, she notes that these fungi can be used for medicinal purposes. If you were to cook them for over 30 minutes, it should mitigate any risks, he muses. Once Professor Sprout announces the conclusion of class, Brook approaches her eagerly. Professor, may I speak with you? Mr. Lott, what is it? Professor, I have a keen interest in cultivating plants. Would it be possible for me to take a few specimens of each plant from your greenhouse? I wish to attempt to grow them myself. That is certainly feasible, but you must understand that these plants have very strict requirements regarding temperature and humidity. I fear you may struggle to keep them alive in your dormitory. I can construct a small greenhouse in my dormitory. I am quite adept at that. You can build a greenhouse? Brook nods earnestly. Very well. Since you are so enthusiastic, give it a try. Thank you, Professor. Brook beams with joy, finally envisioning a harvest of his own. Under Professor Sprout's guidance, Brook carefully transfers each type of fungus into several small pots. Meanwhile, she provides him with detailed instructions on the cultivation process and the specific temperature and humidity controls required. Brook commits each of these essential points to memory. Although Hermione is unsure of Brook's intentions, she comes over to assist. Professor, can these fungi be eaten directly? Eaten? Sprout inquires, puzzled. Well, in order to better understand the medicinal properties of the plants I cultivate, I usually try a small sample to personally experience their effects. Sprout's eyes light up with delight at his words. Every good herbalist tests their remedies personally. You are quite in line with my expectations. They possess mild, non-toxic properties. You may sample a small amount. That's wonderful. Thank you so much, Professor. Brook is elated. However, Mr. Lott, you must remember that not all plants are suitable for personal testing. If you're ever uncertain, feel free to consult me. Sprout cautions, her tone serious. I will, Professor. May I also request some of the other edible plants? Brook inquires tentatively. If you successfully cultivate these fungi, we can consider it. Sprout replies with a smile. Subsequently, he and Hermione each carry several pots as they exit the greenhouse. Observing Brook's meticulous demeanor fills Sprout with satisfaction. Yet she casts a wistful glance towards the 8th floor of the tower. The sorting hat clearly indicated that Brook was suited for Hufflepuff. Yet he was ultimately placed in Gryffindor. Without Dumbledore's guidance, the hat would not have changed its mind. What a promising prospect he is. Hermione trails closely behind Brook, cradling her pot. When did you develop a fondness for cultivating plants? To me, these are hardly plants, Brook replied with a grin, his spirits exceptionally high. Particularly after receiving Sprout's assurance of a greater supply of ingredients in the future, his mood soared. Hermione gazed at the plants cradled in her arms, a look of bewilderment upon her face. These are all food. Are you truly going to eat them? Absolutely. Well, Hermione understood Brook's peculiar obsession with food, and indeed, his Chinese dishes were quite delicious. Oh, Brook, where are you headed? I'm taking you to explore a small grove. The school prohibits students from entering the Forbidden Forest. Hermione hurriedly cautioned. Fear not. We shall remain at the edge and not venture inside. Watching Brook step closer to the Forbidden Forest, Hermione stamped her foot in frustration, yet reluctantly followed him. Brook had no intention of delving deeply into the forest. He merely found certain matters easier to handle within its confines. Let us stay here. Chapter 17, Hagrid. Several towering trees effectively concealed them from the direction of the castle. You're not planning to plant those fungi here, are you? Of course not. At a mere thought, the pot he held vanished. Hermione stared in astonishment, her face a canvas of questions. Brook placed a hand on Hermione's shoulder. Come, I will show you a place. Oh, all right. In an instant, the surroundings transformed. The trees vanished, replaced by an expansive space before them, dominated by a stark, barren mountain. Where's this? Hermione's eyes sparkled with curiosity. My ancestor was a wizard. This is his sole relic, and I've only recently learned how to utilize it. Your ancestor was actually a wizard? Hermione was taken aback. Just once. This place is remarkable. We can even see the sun. Brook then noticed that the stars from the previous night had disappeared, supplanted by a brilliant red sun. Clearly, this space mirrored the external world, with celestial bodies revolving in their courses. All right, place the pot down. We shall plant them here. Oh, Brook gestured toward a nearby clear patch. I require a greenhouse of 20 square meters, with a constant temperature between 20 and 30 degrees, and humidity maintained between 85 and 95%. As his words echoed, a greenhouse materialized from thin air. Brook felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. though it was far less than the night before. This is utterly astonishing. Hermione's mouth hung agape, wide enough to fit a corn cob. This is a feature intrinsic to this space. I can alter it at will. How marvelous. Brook commenced the planting of the fungi using the transplantation methods taught by Professor Sprout. Although he merely planted a few fungi, he felt a profound sense of fulfillment. As if some ancestral essence was gradually awakening within him, he suddenly yearned to cultivate more plants, not for sustenance, but simply for the pure joy of planting. Brook gazed contentedly at his handiwork, while Hermione assisted him. Both were now covered in dirt, their faces smudged and earthy. Brook placed his hand gently on Hermione's shoulder. In the blink of an eye, the two reappeared in the Forbidden Forest. Suddenly, a thunderous voice echoed. Young witches and wizards, entry into the Forbidden Forest is prohibited. Hermione's heart skipped a beat, her delicate face contorting in distress. This is it. Brook furrowed his brow slightly and turned to the source of the voice. Approaching them was a giant towering over 3 meters tall. It turned out to be Hagrid. Thank goodness. As Hagrid drew nearer, Brook began to explain. We did not enter the Forbidden Forest. We were merely exchanging a few words here. Exchanging words? Hagrid regarded them with skepticism, then noticed that although they bore dirt on their clothes, there were no signs of branches having scratched them. A sudden grin spread across his face. Strange creatures can also be found at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. You must remain cautious. Are you Hagrid? Hermione asked cautiously. You know me, Hagrid exclaimed, his face lighting up with surprise. I heard Potter call you that, Hermione clarified. Ruby is Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. I usually patrol the Forbidden Forest to prevent young witches and wizards from entering. We truly had no intention of venturing into the forest, Hermione reiterated, a hint of exasperation in her tone. Hagrid nodded his large head, appearing to believe them. Brook introduced himself and Hermione to Hagrid. You're students from Gryffindor, then? Hagrid, may we visit your hut for a moment? Brook suggested suddenly. Really? You would like to come to my hut? Hagrid seemed immensely pleased, even exhibiting a touch of nervous excitement. Of course, if you do not mind. Welcome, most welcome. You may come at any time, Hagrid said warmly. Hagrid's hut was not far away, and he cheerfully led the way. Upon arriving at the hut, a large black dog bounded toward them, its wet tongue lolling out. This dog, when standing, would likely be taller than Hermione. Hagrid quickly grasped the dog's collar. This is Fong. He won't bite, he explained while fastening Fong's leash to a wooden post. Brook and Hermione remained unfazed. It was merely a larger dog, quite common indeed. Come in. The space is a bit cozy, Hagrid said, opening the door and inviting them enthusiastically inside. Hagrid's hut was indeed somewhat cramped, especially for someone of his considerable stature. The furnishings were sparse. The bed was merely a wooden board propped up on stones, and the bedding was adorned with a patchwork of vibrant colors, evoking a jungle ambience. As they chatted with Hagrid, Brook gradually discerned the profound simplicity of Hagrid's character. To describe Hagrid as simple might not entirely capture his essence. He resembled a child living in an ivory tower, utterly unsuspecting of the world beyond. His emotions were plainly visible on his face, unguarded by any pretense. Brook found that he did not need to pry for information. With just a casual prompt, Hagrid would eagerly share everything he knew, as if Brook were an old friend. However, what sets Hagrid apart is his unique perspective on many matters. He possesses a sense of clarity amidst the intoxication of the crowd. Take, for instance, the Sorting Hats division of students at Hogwarts based on their characteristics. Hagrid refrained from commenting on Slytherin House, as bloodline takes precedence, followed by personality. Conversely, he has always deemed the Sorting Hats method for the other 3 houses as nonsensical. He mentioned an individual, yet for reasons unknown, withheld their name. I must tell you, this individual graduated from Gryffindor House. By all accounts, Gryffindor values courage. Yet what transpired? This person betrayed their friends and even caused their demise. What kind of courage is that? Hagrid's face was filled with fury. He is a natural-born villain. He ought to have been sorted into Slytherin, just like others in his family. Moreover, I know many individuals from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw who possess extraordinary courage, equal to that of Gryffindor. Brook listened quietly, while Hermione appeared contemplative. Initially, the Sorting Hat intended to place her in Ravenclaw, but then recognized her remarkable bravery. Ultimately, after much deliberation, the Sorting Hat assigned her to Gryffindor. Chapter 18, Hop Pot, Hop Pot. In my eagerness to converse, I must have neglected your hunger. Allow me to prepare dinner. After Hagrid's declaration, he set about making the evening meal. As Brook was about to say, it was unnecessary. He watched Hagrid pull an array of vegetables and meats from his coat pocket. His eyes widened in astonishment. Cabbage, bamboo shoots, enoki mushrooms, lettuce, purple cabbage, oilseed lettuce. Winter melon. Each ingredient was quite unique, appearing neither like beef nor lamb. Brook hurriedly inquired, Hagrid, where did you acquire these vegetables? Some I have grown myself, while others I foraged from the Forbidden Forest. Isn't there an abundance of such ingredients in the Forbidden Forest? Indeed, Hagrid suddenly became alert. But you must not venture into the Forbidden Forest. It is perilous. Rest assured, I shall not enter. However, might I trouble you to procure some vegetable seeds? I too wish to cultivate my own garden. Hagrid readily consented. Then it settled. How much will it cost? I will compensate you. Hagrid shook his large head vigorously. Seeds hardly hold any value. No need for payment. Brook did not press the matter further. Such is the nature of human relationships. I owe you a little. You owe me a little. As we accumulate our debts, our bonds naturally deepen. However, such splendid ingredients must not be squandered. Hagrid, let's have hot pot tonight. Hot pot. Both Hagrid and Hermione looked bewildered. It's simply cooking these ingredients in a pot. Brook provided a brief explanation. Hagrid's face lit up with a smile. He was familiar with this method of preparation. He pointed to the small pot next to the hearth. I usually cook them all together. Do not venture into the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid exclaimed loudly. He exited the small cabin and directly entered the space within the ring, tenderly plucking 2 mushrooms from each fungi he encountered. He undoubtedly craved the spicy hot pot. However, Hermione was not able to partake in such fiery delights and had to settle for a mushroom broth instead. At that moment, she was diligently slicing wintermelon, while Brook observed her unevenly cut pieces, complete with skin, in silence. Hermione, let me handle the rest, he offered. First, he and Hagrid arranged the dual hot pot setup, then proceeded to place the Sichuan hot pot base and mushrooms on either side to begin simmering. The enticing aroma of the hot pot base soon wafted through the air, igniting Brook's energy with the familiar scent of beef tallow and chili. He took the knife from Hermione and began to refine the winter melon. Naturally, the first step was to peel it. One must admit, the knife Hagrid used was exceptionally large, at least 2 to 3 times heavier than a standard kitchen knife. It was no wonder Hermione had struggled earlier. As Hermione watched Brook's swift movements, her cheeks flushed slightly. She had never encountered wintermelon before and was unaware that it needed peeling. Just moments ago, she had meticulously washed the entire melon several times alongside Hagrid. Brook's motions were quick. Though the knife felt unwieldy, the allure of the hot pot granted him a burst of speed. His knife skills were average, yet the precision was unnecessary for a meal shared among friends. What mattered was the taste. Once everything was prepared, the 2 young ones and the towering Hagrid gathered around the now boiling hot pot. The neatly cut vegetables and meats were arranged nearby, ready to be submerged, with the dipping sauces prepared as well. Brook's sauce was a blend of oil, minced garlic, and a splash of oyster sauce, while Hermione and Hagrid had their own mixture. However, a predicament arose. There were no chopsticks. This was easily remedied, as Hagrid had plenty of branches from which to carve a few suitable ones. The crux of the matter was that neither Hermione nor Hagrid knew how to use chopsticks. Mastering chopsticks was not a skill one could acquire overnight. Hagrid, holding one chopstick in hand, adeptly scooped food from the pot. Surprisingly, his method proved quite practical, yielding a near-perfect success rate. After tasting the food cooked in the spicy hot pot, Hagrid decisively focused solely on it, even ladling a hefty bowl of the broth to drink. Hermione, on the other hand, struggled to mimic Brook's technique, achieving success only once in 10 attempts. Seeing her plight, Brook picked up another pair of chopsticks and transferred the vegetables and meat from the mushroom broth to an empty plate. Hermione, why not use a fork? He suggested. No, I will use chopsticks, she insisted stubbornly. After all, the essence of dining lay in enjoyment. You're so clever. You'll master chopsticks with a bit of practice, he encouraged. Noticing her hesitation, it took me 6 months to learn how to use them. This was no exaggeration. He had only started using chopsticks at 6 years old, and had indeed spent over half a year perfecting the skill. Finally, Hermione relented, though she vowed to learn chopsticks as swiftly as possible. No need for 6 months. 1 day would suffice. Hagrid, what kind of meat is this? It has such a delightful chewiness. Brook slowly savored the morsel of meat in his mouth. Although it required some effort to chew, the flavor was utterly exquisite. Hagrid, in sheer delight, took another generous sip of the hot pot broth. Are there many magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest? Brook inquired with curiosity. Hagrid instantly became alert. Brook, the Forbidden Forest is perilous. You must not enter. I had no intention of going in, especially since you were here, Brook chuckled. If you could procure meat from other magical creatures, I would love to try it. No, Hagrid shook his head vigorously. He continued to explain, as for the grabhorn, they have an exceptionally high reproductive rate and serve as sustenance for numerous tribes within the Forbidden Forest. Thus, when I encountered a deceased grabhorn, I took a portion of its meat for consumption. Hagrid, we need to discuss this, Brook said earnestly. You are exhibiting a bias against magical creatures. Hagrid was momentarily taken aback. How could he, who cherished magical creatures so deeply, harbor any form of discrimination? Isn't the Graphorn a magical creature? Its meat is edible, yet you deem it acceptable to consume while excluding other magical beings. This is clearly a form of discrimination, a lack of respect for magical creatures. Hagrid's mind struggled to comprehend this perspective. Chapter 19. Raising Dragons? A brilliant idea. In Hagrid's view, Graphorns were akin to cattle and sheep, inherently considered as food. In contrast, other magical beings were his treasured companions, thus unfit for consumption. However, Brook's argument seemed to hold merit. Why, indeed? Were Graphorns classified as food when they were also magical creatures? Soon, Hagrid arrived at a realization. His greatest admiration was for dragons, yet he had also tasted dragon meat. Eating meat did not seem to conflict with his affection for these magical beings. Hermione, upon hearing this, displayed an expression of sheer terror. Hagrid's eyes widened like saucers. You want to eat spiders, scorpions, and centipedes? If you bring them, I assure you they will be delicious. Hagrid nodded. He did not possess particularly high standards when it came to food. As long as it was edible, he was content. However, he was always eager to assist others. His burial of magical creatures remained stemmed from a profound respect for life and habit. Since Brook expressed a desire to eat, they might as well indulge. Hermione had a modest appetite and quickly became full. While listening to the banter between Brook and Hagrid, she practiced using chopsticks to pick up food. Hagrid, perhaps caught up in the enjoyment of eating or drinking, spoke with a rapidity that could rival Hermione's. I have raised many magical creatures, such as Fluffy, a three-headed dog. I could have taken you to meet him, but I lent him to Dumbledore a few days ago at this juncture. He suddenly paused, as if recalling something, and shifted the topic. Actually, what I most desire to raise is a dragon. A glimmer of regret flickered in his eyes. However, it is illegal to privately raise dragons. Dragons? Brook had some recollection of them. He seemed to have seen one in a movie, but had forgotten which installment it was. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. Though it could not compare to the legendary celestial dragon, it was sufficiently large. Should the opportunity arise to raise one, he would indeed find intriguing. Hagrid, do you believe that privately owning a dragon is illegal? Yes, so what? At that moment, a flush crept across Hagrid's face. What if we were to raise a dragon under the auspices of a company or Hogwarts? Did not Dumbledore discover 12 uses for dragon's blood? Raising a dragon for academic research could be quite reasonable, don't you think? Hagrid seemed to be jolted awake, his eyes widening like saucers. What did you say? Given Dumbledore's and Hogwarts stature in Britain, acquiring permission to raise a dragon for scholarly purposes should not pose much of a challenge. As for the care of the dragon, Dumbledore is certainly too busy, which means the responsibility would fall to you. Thus, you could legitimately raise a dragon, wouldn't you agree? Is that truly possible? Hagrid was electrified. The small, bucket-like cup in his hand trembled incessantly, spilling some of its contents. Let's give it a try, shrugged Brook. He might not fully grasp the Ministry of Magic's disposition, but Dumbledore, the greatest white wizard in this world, was not to be trifled with. What constitutes power? Dumbledore embodies it. Do not be deceived by his seemingly benign demeanor. Should he truly wish to act, who would dare defy him? Setting aside his personal prowess, the authority of a headmaster alone is sufficient to uphold his standing. Academic elites, indeed, dominate modern society. Yet, I do not wish to trouble Headmaster Dumbledore. He is quite busy, and I do not want to waste his time over such a trivial matter. Although Hagrid was eager to raise a dragon, he did not wish to cause Dumbledore any inconvenience. Brook rolled his eyes. How busy can the headmaster truly be? He simply sleeps wherever he pleases. A sudden thought struck him. I will address this matter. I am quite interested in raising a dragon myself. Really? Thank you, Brook. Hagrid was so overcome with excitement that he lifted Brook off the ground. Fortunately, Brook's physique resembled that of an adult, or he might have needed a couple of days in the infirmary. However, there's one thing, Hagrid, you must remember. You cannot disclose to anyone that I mentioned your desire to raise a dragon, Brook cautioned. Though Hagrid did not fully comprehend, he nodded earnestly, vowing to keep a secret. It was not until curfew approached that Brook and Hermione had to take their leave. Before departing, Hagrid gifted each of them a length of white bandage, known for its excellent hemostatic properties when applied to wounds. Brook accepted it graciously. He also noticed a carpet woven from the same material within the hut, likely not of great value. As he caressed its soft texture, which radiated a gentle warmth, he resolved to fashion it into a scarf as a Christmas gift for Hermione. Upon entering the door, Hermione could not restrain her curiosity. Brook, do you truly wish to raise a dragon at Hogwarts? I have read descriptions of dragons, and they appear quite fearsome. What if they harmed a young wizard? Such concerns are not ours to bear. If Dumbledore agrees to the raising of a dragon, he will undoubtedly implement comprehensive measures to ensure that the creature poses no threat to young wizards. Will you speak with the headmaster then? I cannot approach him. Then you. Rest assured, the sage possesses his own ingenious strategies. Today, Brook has once again secured 2 opportunities for a lottery draw. One for indulging in feline companionship, and the other for visiting Hagrid's hut. This was, in fact, his own initiative to pay a visit to Hagrid. However, the vegetables he encountered were an unexpected delight, even surpassing his joy at the lottery chances. Nevertheless, he refrained from participating in the draw immediately. On one hand, he found himself lacking nothing of necessity. Whether he drew or not was inconsequential. On the other hand, it seemed wiser to accumulate his chances, perhaps leading to a grand reward. The defense against the dark arts class was nothing short of a calamity for Brook. The classroom was permeated with an overpowering aroma of garlic. While the strength bestowed by Asgard had enhanced his physical capabilities, it had also heightened his senses, making the pungent scent assault his mind with greater intensity. Despite his usual fondness for garlic accompanying meat, noodles, and dumplings, being enveloped by the odor was truly unbearable. This marked his first resolute decision to sit in the last row, undeterred even by Hermione's displeasure. His mind was overwhelmed by the stench, and as soon as the bell rang, he bolted from the classroom, gasping for the fresh air outside, until he could devise a remedy for the garlic odor. He could not bear to attend another defense against the dark arts class. No one could persuade him otherwise. Let them attempt to expel him. Chapter 20. A quarrel between young lovers leaves Brook in distress. Professor Quirrell exhibited no reaction. Perhaps due to the absence of roll call, he was unaware of Brook's absence. However, Hermione was not so forgiving. What kind of behavior was skipping class? It was akin to the sky collapsing. As S3 commenced, chaos ensued globally. She unleashed a torrent of reprimands upon Brook, as if he had committed a grievous crime. Brook, on the other hand, found her indignation rather amusing. Yet, to prevent her from reporting him, he invited Hermione to the library. For Hermione, there was no problem that could not be resolved in the library. If one visit was insufficient, 2 would surely suffice. Brook harbored a genuine interest in the Hogwarts library. In his previous life, a saying circulated, university professors may be some of the most remarkable individuals one encounters, and the books within university libraries offer unparalleled opportunities to broaden one's knowledge. Many of those tomes are rare treasures not found in the marketplace. The lecturer for the history of magic class was a ghost named Professor Binns. He recited the material with monotonous uniformity, devoid of any inflection. Even Brook, who had a deep fondness for history, found himself nearly succumbing to slumber. He could only maintain a semblance of alertness by twirling his wand, a gesture of respect towards history that would likely not last long. Having not gazed upon the stars for many years, Brook found a certain charm in astronomy class. In the astronomical tower, he reveled in the gentle caress of the cool breeze while admiring the vast, boundless expanse of the night sky. At that moment, he felt as though his soul had been cleansed. In the afternoon, they were to visit the library, with dinner planned at Hagrid's. During breakfast, Brook received a note from Hagrid. He had procured numerous vegetable seeds, an abundance of billywig stings, and a 5-legged creature. The mere mention of the billywig stings made Brook's mouth water, enhancing the flavor of his bread. The previous night, in the library, he had fortuitously discovered a tome titled The Comprehensive Guide to Asian Antidotes, which contained information about the billywig sting. This insect harbors a venom that induces dizziness, making one feel as though they are floating. However, once its venom glands and stingers are removed, it can be fried or pickled. If Hagrid were present, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "Hagrid understands me." The potions class was held in a subterranean classroom. The walls were neatly lined with glass jars, each containing peculiar animal specimens suspended in liquid. The potions professor was Severus Snape, the head of Slytherin House, notorious for his disdain towards Harry, yet equally unkind to others. The art of potion making is a precise science and a rigorous craft. I can teach you how to enhance your reputation, brew glory, and even stave off death. But only if you're not the sort whose minds are filled with nonsense. Despite Snape's cold and unfeeling tone, there was an undeniable presence in his words. However, his ire was clearly directed at Harry. "Potter," he suddenly called out, "what would happen if I were to mix powdered daffodil root with an infusion of mugwort?" Harry was utterly bewildered. He had no idea. I don't know, Professor. TSK. It seems that fame does not equate to knowledge," Snape sneered. "And where might one find Bezoar?" "I don't know, Professor." "Potter, what is the difference between aconite and wolfsbane?" Hermione stood up, hand raised high. Brook rolled his eyes in exasperation. Given Snape's tone, it was reminiscent of a typical domestic quarrel. What business did she have interjecting? She should be wary of drawing attention to herself. Brook was somewhat dazed. How did he become embroiled in this? Daffodil root and mugwort can be used to create the elixir of life. Bezoar is a gallstone from a cow's gallbladder, known for its heat-clearing, detoxifying, calming, and consciousness-restoring properties. As for aconite and wolfsbane, they are both types of aconitum, with no distinction. Fortunately, Snape's inquiries were drawn from the early pages of 1,000 magical herbs and fungi, or else he would have been at a loss. Snape cast a penetrating glance at Brook before sitting down, and the potions class resumed. He began to instruct them on concocting a remedy for scabies. The atmosphere in the classroom grew increasingly tense. Not to mention whispers, even the act of crushing snake fangs was done with utmost care, as the young wizards instinctively tried to minimize noise. Brook, however, was unfazed by these distractions, diligently following the steps outlined on the board. Snape's instructions differed slightly from those in the textbook. However, he firmly believed that Snape's methods would undoubtedly surpass those found in textbooks. Hermione was tasked with weighing and brewing the potion, a harmonious partnership that made their labors seem effortless. The potion for treating scabies swiftly began to take shape. Snape had circled around them 3 times without finding an opportunity to unleash his venomous wrath. Just as they were on the brink of success, a sudden, thunderous bang echoed through the classroom. Neville had allowed the cauldron to scorch, causing the purple potion to splatter everywhere. Brook, in a moment of quick thinking, cast an expansion charm, causing their textbook to enlarge tenfold, serving as a shield that effectively protected him and Hermione. Snape cast a surprised glance at Brook, but chose to remain silent as he strode over to Neville to address the chaos. At that moment, Neville was drenched in the potion, his body erupting in scabies, eliciting cries of pain from him. The surrounding young wizards were also affected to varying degrees, developing numerous lesions on their skin. Did you forget to remove the cauldron from the fire before adding the porcupine quills? Snape felt his blood pressure rising uncontrollably. In all his years of teaching, he had never encountered a student capable of exploding a cauldron. You too, take him to the infirmary. Potter, why did you not warn him? Was it to showcase your superiority through his foolishness? 1 point deducted from Gryffindor, Snape stated coldly. An hour later, the potions class finally concluded. Everyone bottled their concoctions and handed them in one by one at the podium. Snape's demeanor bore a resemblance to Hermione's. Although his remarks were intended for their benefit, his words dripped with acerbic critique. He provided feedback on each potion, highlighting their shortcomings. For instance, regarding the concoction created by Harry and Ron, he scoffed. What is this? A scabies potion? Do your eyes serve merely to breathe? How much Nell did you add? Are you aiming to make someone unbearably itchy? As for the scabies potion brewed by Brook and Hermione, Snape merely cast a glance at it before setting it aside, marking it with an O on their assignment. Chapter 21. Professor Snape Raised Dragons. After tidying the podium, Snape prepared to leave when he noticed that Brook and Hermione had yet to depart. Aren't you going to eat? Brook approached the podium once more. Professor, I came across an issue of Practical Potion Masters in the library, which detailed 12 uses of dragon's blood. Snape raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of derision in his tone. Oh, Mr. Lott believes my expertise is insufficient to teach you, and you wish to embark on self-study? Certainly not, Professor. Brook replied with feigned hesitation. I believe potion making is the most rigorous form of magic, and the interactions between different potion ingredients captivate me profoundly. A flicker of surprise crossed Snape's eyes, but was quickly masked. He remained silent, gesturing for Brook to continue. In exploring the uses of dragon's blood, I discovered that many potions can benefit from its inclusion to enhance their potency, and the scabies potion is one such example. It can indeed increase efficacy by approximately 30%. However, dragoness blood is exceedingly expensive, and even with its addition, few would choose to purchase it. Despite Snape's indifferent tone, Brook could discern from his choice of words that his psychological defenses had notably diminished, even fostering a favorable impression of himself. You are undoubtedly aware that dragon's blood can serve as a catalyst, expediting the brewing process for certain long-duration potions. Snape non-committally murmured in acknowledgement. However, the efficacy of other potions remains insufficiently substantiated. I pondered if Hogwarts could rear a dragon, it would undoubtedly facilitate your experiments significantly while also reducing costs. Raise a dragon? Snape arched an eyebrow, clearly intrigued by Brook's suggestion. As a master of potions, he was not financially constrained and could even charge Hogwarts' account. Yet, the freshness and quality of dragon's blood remained a pressing concern. I am aware that privately keeping a dragon is illegal, but could be done under the auspices of Hogwarts. Brook refrained from elaborating further, confident that Snape's intellect would grasp his point. Snape's eyes sparkled with interest. This notion was indeed plausible. Should Dumbledore and the Ministry of Magic be approached, it could very well be realized. As for whether old McGonagall would consent, do you no longer desire the two-strengthening potion? Why propose raising a dragon? Snape inquired suddenly. It is simply a means to benefit Hogwarts. Snape regarded Brook with an expression that seemed to question his sanity. Brook feigned embarrassment, scratching his head, and quickly reassured, I recognize my potion-making skills are lacking. I merely hope for future opportunities. After all, you know I hail from a Muggle background and possess little wealth. You may leave now, Snape declared, dismissing him. Yes, Professor. In Brook's mind echoed the completion notification for the task of getting Snape to assist. Simultaneously, the task updated to getting Snape to assist 13. He seized Hermione's hand and strode out without hesitation. Snape observed Brook's retreating figure, a flicker of appreciation gleaming in his eyes. Whether Brook genuinely cherished potion-making or the veracity of his words mattered little. The crux of the matter was this boy possessed not only courage but also ambition. As a Slytherin, such ambition was what Snape most revered. Moreover, Brook's reasoning held merit. However, he could not simply march up to Dumbledore and declare an intention to raise a dragon. This was no trivial matter. The foremost concern was the issue of security. Without a comprehensive plan, Dumbledore might delay the process indefinitely. Upon exiting the potions classroom, Hermione quietly murmured beside Brook, Is this the strategy you've devised? Brook nodded. He was uncertain of the nature of the relationship between Snape and Dumbledore. Nevertheless, as the head of Slytherin, and given that all Hogwarts stakeholders were pure-blood graduates of Slytherin, Snape wielded a degree of influence. Entrusting this matter to Snape was, indeed, the most promising course of action. Furthermore, raising a dragon could serve to unsettle Dumbledore, thus allowing Brook to exact a small measure of revenge. If Hagrid were to inadvertently reveal something, the fear on Hermione's face would be palpable upon Snape's discovery. Am I indeed lying? Hermione pondered carefully. Brook had merely concealed critical information. He had not lied. Do you genuinely wish to study potions? Why not? Do you not find potions rather fascinating? Brook was indeed truthful. He harbored a genuine interest in potions. Compared to the foolishness of merely wielding a wand, he found potions to be far more substantial. For a soul from the vast expanse of the summer, the top 3 pursuits are to extinguish the foot basin, cultivate immortality, until the land. He now possessed an extended lifespan, yet he must also consider his future companion. Potions are akin to alchemy, warranting thorough exploration. Moreover, sincerity remains an everlasting trump card. If he does not believe his own words, how can he expect others to trust them? In the afternoon, they spent their time in the library. Naturally, Brook sought out books he found intriguing. He was also quite interested in the restricted section. After all, he possessed a remarkable talent for dark magic, and neglecting it would be rather wasteful. However, there was no need to rush. Time was abundant. Through his relentless efforts, he ultimately discovered a tome titled The Compendium of Essential Oils. After flipping through a few pages, he promptly closed the book. Seizing a moment when no one was watching, he stealthily concealed the book within his ring. This volume was far too precious to be overlooked. He intended to savor it later, nestled in bed. Shortly after 4 o'clock, Brook tugged Hermione away from the library and headed toward Hagrid's hut. By chance, they encountered Harry and Ron at the entrance, who were just about to depart. They exchanged brief greetings, as they were not well acquainted. Brook, with the soul of a man in his 30s, had little inclination to amuse the younger students in the dormitory, with the exception of the charming Hermione. Hagrid, we have arrived, Brook called out exuberantly. Hagrid immediately beamed and welcomed them inside. Upon entering, Brook noticed a large basket on the floor, filled with billywig insects approximately 3 centimeters long, adorned in blue, with wings protruding from either side of their heads. Beside it lay a plucked 5-legged creature, comparable in size to an ordinary lamb. Chapter 22. A culinary adventure. Brook commenced the preparation of the billywig insects. He made a small incision in the abdomen of the creature and gently tugged, extracting the stinger along with its venom sac and internal organs, leaving only the edible portions. Meanwhile, Hagrid busied himself with the 5-legged creature. After removing its heart, he meticulously cleaned the remaining parts. Hermione, demonstrating initiative, took it upon herself to wash the vegetables. After over an hour of diligent effort, all the ingredients were finally prepared. As the sun began to set, 2 roaring bonfires were lit outside Hagrid's hut. The hot pot, simmering with brain matter and 5-legged creature tendons, had been cooking for nearly half an hour, emanating an enticing aroma. Meanwhile, the entirety of the 5-legged creature was skewered over the fire, with several branches inserted, adorned with kidney pieces. Hermione and Hagrid were already well-versed in the hot pot experience, requiring no further instruction from Brook. They began to serve meat and vegetables, and soon started to eat. This time, Hermione did not ask Brook for assistance. Although her proficiency with chopsticks was still somewhat unrefined, she managed quite well, achieving a success rate of 70%. Brook directly scooped up a piece of cooked brain matter and tasted it. The texture was incredibly smooth, rich and savory without being greasy, melting effortlessly in the mouth. Come, everyone must try this. The brain matter is simply exquisite. Hermione quickly shielded her bowl, indicating her refusal. Had the brain matter been cooked in the mushroom broth, she would have abstained from the meal altogether. Hagrid hesitated slightly, but eventually sampled a piece. It was acceptable in flavor, though lacking in chewiness. He still preferred the texture of the five-legged creature's tendons. Those were delightful and satisfying. Observing Hagrid's expression, Brook discerned that he was not particularly fond of the brain matter. Such differences in taste were to be expected, leaving all the remaining brain matter for himself. Next came the tripe. Due to the distinct thickness of the inner lining of the five-legged creature's stomach compared to beef, it cannot be prepared using the traditional rapid blanching method. After numerous attempts, Brook discovered that blanching the tripe for approximately 30 seconds yielded the most tender and delectable results. This time, Hermione did not refuse and followed Brook's method, dipping the tripe in a bit of sauce. Her eyes sparkled with delight. Hagrid, however, remained more enamored with his meat, showing little interest in the tripe. The ingredients prepared for the hot pot were limited, leaving the three of them only partially satisfied. Brook then turned his attention to grilling the meat. He had previously marinated the five-legged creature's meat with a blend of salt, soy sauce, Sichuan pepper, star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, cumin, ginger, and garlic. Although the marinating time was relatively short, the meat itself was devoid of any gamey flavor, adequately absorbing the seasonings. Furthermore, he had brushed a layer of honey over the surface of the meat, enhancing its visual appeal. Every 20 to 30 minutes, Brook would apply a layer of oil and flip the meat to ensure even cooking. Before long, the surface of the five-legged creature gleamed with a golden hue. He pierced the thicker parts, such as the legs and lamb chops, with a skewer, noting the absence of any blood. The grilling of the five-legged creature was a resounding success. Brook sliced off a leg, sprinkled it with pepper, cumin, and chili powder, grilled it for another minute, and then offered it to Hagrid. Next, he cut a small plate of golden, crispy meat, intentionally garnishing it with a touch of rosemary before presenting it to Hermione. He also carved a leg for himself, preparing it in the same manner, and began to savor it. The texture was reminiscent of venison, with a crispy exterior and succulent, juicy interior, even more delectable. Brook contemplated the idea of raising five-legged creatures for sustainable development. Of course, the kidney remained his favorite, tender, bouncy, and crisp, with fats and moisture perfectly sealed within. It was a true delicacy. And then there were the fried billywig stings, with a crispy shell and tender, juicy meat inside, offering a subtle tang. They were even more delicious than fried locusts. Hagrid, do you know where the kitchens of Hogwarts are located? Brook has a penchant for eating, but lacks the enthusiasm for cooking. It would be splendid if he could hire a couple of chefs from the kitchens to prepare meals exclusively for him. The kitchens are situated beneath the Great Hall, specifically at the portrait in the corridor leading to the Hufflepuff common room. Hagrid scratched his head sheepishly, but he had forgotten the exact way to enter. Brook nodded in understanding, knowing the location was sufficient. Tomorrow marks a day of leisure, perfect for a leisurely stroll. By the way, the Weasley twins are surely aware of it. You might want to inquire with them, Hagrid suddenly suggested. The Weasley twins? Brook had a vague recollection of them, limited to merely knowing who they were, but he struggled to recall their specific antics from the original narrative. He had sown all the vegetable seeds Hagrid had brought. This was facilitated by the inherent control feature of the map of the realm, allowing him only to sow. The tasks of tilling, aerating the soil, covering it, and watering were all under his command. Otherwise, he would be toiling away all night without completing the work. Brook gazed at the 5 vegetable greenhouses before him, feeling a surge of ambition. He had planted seeds for cabbage, lettuce, purple cabbage, romaine, and wintermelon. Following Hagrid's guidance, he adjusted the greenhouse temperatures to 15 to 20 degrees Celsius for the seeds to germinate and grow, while the wintermelon was set to 25 to 30 degrees. He planned to venture out in a few days, not just to procure additional seeds and suitable fruit trees for transplanting, but importantly, to acquire some agricultural books. He had completely fallen in love with the essence of tilling the land. The weekend was a day for all young wizards to roam free. Hermione, of course, had risen early to visit the library and wished to invite Brook along, but he had firmly declined. This rare day of rest was not to be squandered in the library. Brook slept until he woke naturally, and upon opening his eyes, he discovered that it was nearly noon. The room was empty save for himself. Stretching lazily, he made his way to the Great Hall. Sunlight streamed through the lofty ceiling, illuminating the hall. The long tables were laden with a variety of delectable dishes, and students sat together in small groups. Brook quickly spotted his target, the Weasley twins. After all, the two inseparable redheads stood out remarkably in the sunlight. Fred was holding a chicken leg, pretending to feed George, who exaggeratedly opened his mouth as if to swallow the entire drumstick whole. Their comical antics elicited peals of laughter from the surrounding students. Brook strode directly over to them. Fred, stuffing his mouth with bacon, spoke mysteriously. "Hey, George, guess what I saw this morning in the corridor?" George raised an eyebrow, displaying a look of knowing anticipation. "What? Is Peeves up to his mischief again?" No, it's far more amusing than that." Fred shook his head, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "I saw Filch stealthily moving things into his office. It looked like some treasure he picked up from the Forbidden Forest." "The Forbidden Forest?" George's lips curled into a wicked grin. "Do you think he has finally decided to acquire a thestral to assist him with his patrols?" Fred burst into laughter, slapping the table with glee. "Just imagine, Fudge riding on a thestral, wielding his broken broom like a dark knight wandering through the castle, and then Peeves trailing behind, flying and hurling dumb bombs at him." George added, both of them laughing uncontrollably, their mirth infectious, drawing several classmates into the laughter as well. Chapter 23. What are your dreams? Brook seated himself opposite the twins, immediately capturing their attention. Fred winked, a cunning grin playing on his lips. "Hey, the newcomer. You must be Brook, right?" George chimed in. "What brings you here to grace us with your presence today? Have you finally recognized the two most charming individuals in Gryffindor?" Brook couldn't help but smile in return. "Indeed, I was drawn in by your undeniable charm." "Quite tasteful," Fred replied solemnly, nodding in agreement. George raised an eyebrow. "Then you should be able to distinguish between us, I presume?" Brook pretended to scrutinize their faces closely. Little did he know, the twins were indistinguishable. Even if he were familiar with them, it would be quite a challenge to tell them apart. He pointed casually. "You are Fred, and you are George." A flicker of surprise passed through their eyes, quickly masked. "You've guessed incorrectly. I am George," Fred shamelessly declared. "And I am Fred," George chimed in, both reveling in the moment. Brook, noticing their astonishment, waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, come now. You two are quite distinguishable." Fred theatrically clutched his chest, feigning shock at being recognized. George, curious, asked, "How could you tell? Even our mother struggles with that." Brook mischievously winked while I took a wild guess. The twins exchanged glances, then dramatically embraced each other, feigning sorrow. "George, we have been deceived," Fred lamented. "We, the most renowned pranksters at Hogwarts, have been outwitted." Brook found their antics increasingly amusing. Suddenly, Fred adopted a serious demeanor. "So what brings you to us?" Brook chuckled. "I do have a matter to discuss with you. I've heard you are well acquainted with every nook and cranny of Hogwarts, especially the lesser-known corners." Fred and George exchanged knowing glances, their eyes sparkling with camaraderie. "It's rather inappropriate for a first-year wizard to be interested in such secrets," Fred replied, feigning seriousness. Brook inquired, "Oh, do you two actually care about that?" George replied earnestly, "Gryffindor has enough points deducted for just the two of us." Brook reassured him, "Fear not, I have ways to remain undetected." Fred, intrigued, asked, "Have you learned the disillusionment charm? Or do you possess an invisibility cloak?" George added. Brook silently recorded these two terms. It seemed that this was the very leverage that allowed the twins to engage in mischief without fear of capture. "No, that cannot be. However, I possess my own methods." Fred lowered his voice. "All right, what do you wish to know?" Brook, not one to hold back, inquired about the secrets of Hogwarts, the hidden room, the secret passage leading outside, the location of the kitchens, and other mysteries surrounding Hogwarts. Fred raised an eyebrow, displaying an expression that suggested she had indeed asked the right person. Yet he did not respond immediately. George appeared somewhat hesitant. They were certainly privy to these secrets, given that they possessed the Marauder's map. However, they could not simply divulge such information to others. If Brook were to inadvertently reveal the locations of those hidden passages, their own ability to escape would be compromised. Noticing the silence from both, Brook understood their hesitation. Yet, in this world, with few exceptions, most interactions were based on mutual benefit. If one did not achieve the desired outcome, it was often due to an insufficient exchange of value. One must increase the stakes. Brook transformed into a dream enter. "What are your aspirations?" The twins were taken aback, clearly not anticipating Brook's sudden shift in topic. "We have a grand dream," they replied, "to open the most popular joke shop." Oh, Brook squinted. "Isn't that a delightful coincidence? One of my system tasks happens to be to run the most popular shop in Diagon Alley. Moreover, I happen to have an available storefront." With a swipe of his ring, a piece of parchment materialized in his hand. Since the wizarding world possessed spatial equipment, There was no need for secrecy. He presented the parchment to the twins. Take a look. As they read the contents, shock flickered in their eyes. It was the deed to a shop in Diagon Alley, signed by none other than Brook. How about I trade this for your information? Brook proposed. Our information isn't worth such a sum, Fred replied, shaking his head. What if we sold Ron to Brook? George suggested jokingly. Forget it. He eats too much. We might end up losing money. George nodded in agreement. We cannot accept the deed, he asserted. Though they yearned to open a joke shop, they would not take such a significant advantage over Brook without reason, even exchanging their Marauders map, for it seemed unjust. Brook smiled cunningly, having anticipated their response. The twins' popularity was not merely due to their antics. They must possess commendable qualities. What if I invest in this deed? If you lack startup capital, I can provide that as well. You shall be the proprietors, and I shall not interfere in the operations of the joke shop. What do you say? Shall we forge a friendship? Really? Fred was not only shocked, but also exhilarated. George remained relatively composed, questioning, but what if it fails? If it fails, I shall not interfere. My contribution is merely financial, while you invest your dreams. I have faith that you will pour your heart and soul into this endeavor. Fred slammed the table, declaring the deal sealed. However, we are still in the preparatory phase and will not be opening the shop just yet. If you wish to withdraw, feel free to inform us at any time. George did not hesitate. He said, please wait a moment, before dashing out of the hall. Brook, let me first take you to the kitchen. George will find us. Fred was well aware of George's intentions. Numerous curious little lions awaited nearby, eager to witness the unfolding drama. He certainly did not want to expose the matter of the living map, even if it was soon to be out of their possession. Brook nodded and followed Fred's lead. Chapter 24. The Perilous House Elf. They exited the auditorium and had taken only a few steps when they arrived at the corridor leading to the Hufflepuff common room. A magnificent painting of fruit adorned the corridor walls, vividly lifelike. Had Brook not known it was a painting, he would have believed the fruits were real, as they looked remarkably authentic. This is the entrance to the kitchen, Fred indicated toward the painting. Brook, intrigued, inquired, how do we get inside? You simply need to scratch the pear. Of course, you may try scratching other fruits as well, but remember to don a raincoat first. Fred stepped forward and gently scratched the pear depicted in the painting. Suddenly, the pear twisted and emitted a series of giggles. The painting then slowly swung open, revealing a spacious kitchen behind it. As Fred gazed at the creatures resembling fairies within the kitchen, a term popped into his mind: house elves. He recalled the previous task involving the service of house elves, which had initially seemed perplexing, but now made perfect sense. At that moment, some of the elves were busy preparing food, while others cheerfully washed dishes. Fred led Brook inside. Upon seeing them, one of the elves immediately approached with enthusiasm. Greetings, the elf exclaimed, bowing deeply. Fred spoke with a hint of pride. We often come to the kitchen to borrow snacks, so we are quite familiar with them. Brook stepped forward and introduced himself. Hello, I am Brook Lot. Hello, Mr. Lot. How may I assist you? Another elf arrived, carrying a large platter piled high with waffles and 3 cups of golden pumpkin juice. Fred casually snatched a waffle and began to eat. What's your name? Brook asked. Sir, I am Anan, the elf replied. By the way, how busy are you with your usual tasks? May I offer you payment for your services? Upon hearing this, Anan shivered with excitement, his voice becoming somewhat shrill. House elves do not accept payment. The other elves paused their work, casting glances that conveyed disapproval. Fred quickly grabbed Brook's arm and whispered an explanation. House elves believe that serving their masters is their rightful duty, and they're fiercely loyal, never disobeying any command, even to the point of sacrificing themselves. He would never accept monetary compensation, as it would be an affront to them. Brook was taken aback. Are there still such beings in this world? This is certainly the favorite of capitalists. Embarrassed, he addressed in an I apologize. I come from a Muggle family and am unfamiliar with some of your customs. Please forgive my indiscretion. Anan appeared startled by Brook's apology, her body swaying and tears welling in her eyes. Mr. Lot actually apologized to Anan. She bowed deeply to Brook, feeling that it was her fault for Mr. Lot having to apologize. Brook was utterly speechless by Anan's reaction. He attempted to articulate his thoughts. You see, I am somewhat unaccustomed to British cuisine, so I hope that if you have time, you could prepare some dishes more suited to my palate. He looked into Anan's tear-filled eyes and quickly added, It's not that your cooking is unappetizing. I enjoy it immensely. It's just that sometimes I crave something different. Anan's tears began to flow freely. It is our failure to serve Mr. Lot well that has disappointed him. Brook was at a loss for words. After his rebirth, he had gained a broader perspective on many matters, feeling an awakening of sorts. Even when facing Dumbledore, he would dare to engage him in a contest. Yet, when confronted with someone like Anan, he felt utterly powerless. Despite being the one in need, the situation seemed to portray him as the bully. Anan, I can teach you to cook, and then you'll be able to prepare meals that satisfy me. How's that sound? And it would undoubtedly create dishes that pleased Mr. Lot instantly, and then stopped her tears, straightened her posture, and stood tall, as if she had received an important mission. Brook finally let out a sigh of relief. The little sprite was indeed quite intimidating. He resolved to choose his words more carefully in the future. Just then, a commotion at the door announced George, who rushed in. Out of breath, he waved his hand and then grabbed the pumpkin juice from the table and drank it down. Fred seemed to sense Brook's discomfort and suggested, "Let us step outside." Ultimately, the three of them left the kitchen under the enthusiastic hospitality of the little sprite, their pockets filled with waffles. Although Brook was not particularly fond of them, he stuffed his pockets full as well, for it had a way of making it clear that if he didn't tea, she would cry. "The kitchen is truly my favorite place," Fred remarked. George led them into an empty classroom on the first floor, cautiously surveying the area. Each portrait served as the watchful eyes of the professors. If one ever wished to engage in mischief, one must exercise great caution. Brook nodded, appearing to absorb this lesson. He had initially planned to navigate Hogwarts freely via the space door to avoid the professor's gaze, but it seemed that these portraits posed a significant complication, as nearly every corridor boasted several. "Do you know the disillusionment charm? Could you teach me?" Fred chuckled lightly, acknowledging that their practice was not yet polished. Yet the incantations and methods of casting could certainly be imparted to you. It is primarily through this knowledge that we navigate Hogwarts with ease. George retrieved an ancient-looking parchment from his robe, prompting Brook's curiosity as he leaned in closer. George unfurled the parchment upon the table, a hint of reluctance in his voice as he said, "Honestly, parting with this is rather difficult for me," followed by a deep sigh. "However, it serves as the finest token of appreciation for your trust in us. Indeed, it will disclose all that you wish to know while ensuring your safety," George added. Although Brook was uncertain of the parchment's specific purpose, the twins' reverent description suggested its significance. Initially, he merely sought a cook and a few secret passages to escape Hogwarts. "A gentleman does not seize what others cherish. Simply inform me of those passages, and you may retain the parchment," he proposed. The twins, however, shook their heads in refusal. "Rest assured, we acquired it in our first year. The contents have long been committed to memory." Chapter 25. The Exceedingly Challenging Disillusionment Charm? An External Aid. George brandished his wand, tapping it against the parchment. "I solemnly swear that I'm up to no good." Suddenly, fine lines of ink, resembling strands of hair, emerged upon the parchment, intertwining to form several large green letters at the top. "Mischief Managed, Supplier of Magical Pranks." Proudly, the names Bigfoot, Wormtail, Mooney, and Prongs presented the Marauder's map. Brook was not overly astonished. He had surmised its cartographic nature when the twins unveiled the blank parchment. Yet, upon seeing the four monikers, he couldn't help but stroke his chin, pondering why Wormtail felt so familiar. George pointed to 3 ink dots clustered together on the map, where 3 exceedingly small names appeared, those of the twins and Brook. "Does this thing also display everyone's location?" Brook was genuinely astonished this time. If it fell into the hands of the professors, it would be an invaluable tool for catching nocturnal students. He noted Hermione standing still in the library, presumably engrossed in her reading, while in the upper left corner, the headmaster's office harbored Dumbledore and Snape together. Even the ghosts were not spared. "These routes lead to Hogsmeade." Fred indicated one of the ink lines extending to the edge of the map. "You wish to leave Hogwarts for Hogsmeade, correct?" Brook nodded, though he knew little of Hogsmeade's offerings. Yet, this was the finest rationale Fred had provided him. "There are a total of 7. Filch is aware of 4. George pointed out. He identified the 4 routes, while revealing that one entrance lay near the Whomping Willow and was thus unusable. "However, the remaining 2 are known only to us, so you may use them with confidence. We truly owe them a great deal," Fred lamented. "Such noble individuals, tirelessly laboring for the next generation of mischief makers." George concurred, reminding Brook, "Do not forget to erase it once you're done. With a mere utterance of the prank is complete, it transforms into a blank parchment." The twins harmoniously concluded their chant, and Brook nodded earnestly. Although he had procured this through investment, the twins could have simply conveyed the information they possessed without the necessity of presenting such a precious living map. This bond was one he would cherish, and he felt increasingly assured that the twins were friends worthy of deepening ties. "I shall refrain from further elaboration. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to speak." He added, "You will undoubtedly need financial backing for your joke merchandise." With a swipe of his finger across the ring, 400 golden galleons manifested upon the table. "Take these. There is no need for refusal, as they are accounted for within the investment," Brook clarified, The better you develop the merchandise, the more profit we can all reap. The twins gaped at the pile of galleons, their eyes wide with astonishment. Initially inclined to decline, upon realizing it was part of the investment, they exchanged glances and decided against further refusals. At that moment, their spirits soared, driven by a desire to prove worthy of Brook's trust. Subsequently, Fred began recounting tales concerning house elves. In the ancient conflict between wizards and house elves, wizards emerged victorious, coercing them into servitude through slavery contracts. These contracts mandated lifelong dedication to their masters. Some twisted elves took pride in displaying their severed heads upon their masters' walls after death. Freedom could only be attained if a master gifted them a piece of clothing. Sadly, many elves succumbed to despair over their unfreedom, with some even resorting to suicide. Now that we are students at Hogwarts, we effectively assume the role of their masters. As long as our requests do not conflict with Hogwarts' interests, they will comply happily. George interjected. However, be mindful that our authority is inferior to that of the professors. If you engage in any dubious activities, you must be cautious of them. Where might I procure a loyal house elf? Brook inquired, intrigued. Selecting subordinates, loyalty must always take precedence. Why has history seen the rise of so many treacherous individuals holding power, such as Wei Zhongxin? Regardless of how they are reviled by posterity, their loyalty to the emperor was unwavering. They would strive to fulfill his every desire. The twins continued their harmonious dialogue. It is virtually impossible. Hogwarts possesses the largest population of house elves, but their contracts are bound to the school. Even Professor Dumbledore lacks the authority to sell one to you. The remainder are in the hands of purebloods, who neither lack funds nor would ever part with such devoted and efficient servants. Our mother often expresses a desire for a house elf, but our family is too impoverished, Fred remarked, casting a glance at George, genuinely lamenting for their mother. Indeed, George nodded in agreement. The two then playfully embraced. Brook said nothing, merely committing the notion of acquiring a house elf to memory. In this world, few things are truly off the market. The unwillingness of the other party to sell is merely a reflection of insufficient bargaining power. Subsequently, the Gemini began to instruct him on the art of the disillusionment charm. After an hour of study, Brook managed only to memorize the gestures and incantation, remaining utterly bewildered about its execution. He estimated that it would take him months to successfully perform the charm. The Gemini further elucidated that the disillusionment charm is an advanced extracurricular topic. Many do not master it even upon graduation. It took them over a year of diligent practice to perform it, and even then, movement must be exceedingly slow, lest they reveal themselves. Brook did not consider himself a genius, nor did he expect to learn it in a single attempt. However, he felt it burdensome to continually trouble the Gemini. While his own intellect may falter, he knew others possessed greater abilities. Thus, he summoned his other ally, Hermione. After confirming on the Marauder's map that she was still in the library, he promptly sought her out and brought her along to study with the Gemini. Hermione's enthusiasm for learning was commendable. She not only took detailed notes on everything the Gemini explained, but also inquired about many subtleties that even the Gemini had overlooked. Under Hermione's rapid-fire questioning, the Gemini found himself somewhat overwhelmed, even feeling a bit exasperated. Finally, they endured until dinner time, escaping the empty classroom as if fleeing for their lives. Before departing, they reminded Brook and Hermione to practice independently and to approach them with any uncertainties. Brook chuckled at Hermione, remarking, "Look, you've scared them off." Hermione huffed in response. "Do you still wish to learn?" Brook promptly surrendered, "Yes, Mistress Hermione. Your vast knowledge is greatly appreciated by this humble learner." Hermione smirked, raising her head in triumph as she exited the room. Chapter 26. Dumbledore. How annoying. In the headmaster's office on the 8th floor, Dumbledore was not disinterested in indulging himself. Rather, Severus's bombshell had obliterated his desire for sweets. "Severus, we must approach the matter of dragon keeping with caution. If you merely require dragon blood for potion making, I can contact my acquaintances to procure some for you." Severus remained expressionless, harboring a profound disdain within. He dared not voice it. Yet, as a master of potions, he far surpassed Dumbledore in the acquisition of potion ingredients. 10 pounds of dragon blood each month. You manage that, Severus stated coolly. Dumbledore felt a sharp pang in his teeth, in dire need of a dental remedy. Ironically, Severus was his sole supplier of such potions. Other potion masters' concoctions had long ceased to effectively alleviate his toothache. Could we perhaps reduce that amount? What about 10 grams? Dumbledore proposed, offering to allocate a special budget for the dragon blood. Severus continued to regard Dumbledore with an impassive gaze, making him feel increasingly uncomfortable. Dumbledore gritted his teeth. How about 20 grams then? Severus remained silent. Dumbledore rubbed his temples, conceding, very well, I can apply to the Ministry of Magic regarding the dragon-keeping regulations. However, you are aware of the limited space at Hogwarts. If a dragon were to inadvertently escape, the consequences would be unimaginable. Snape's lips moved slightly as he softly uttered a name. Newt Scamander. The suitcase, perhaps? Dumbledore murmured. That suitcase was expanded with your assistance. Do not claim it is beyond your capabilities. Very well, very well. Even if the spatial issue is resolved, who shall assume the responsibility of care? Surely, you would not tend to a dragon? Dumbledore continued his final protest. Following his gaze, Dumbledore's eyes fell upon Hagrid's hut. Alas, he sighed heavily, his cerulean eyes deepening in contemplation. Severus, the notion of raising a dragon was not conceived by you, was it? A slight smirk tugged at Snape's lips. Indeed, it was not. Care to venture a guess as to whose proposal it was? A name unexpectedly surfaced in Dumbledore's mind. Broccolot. Congratulations, you are correct. Dumbledore replied with a wry smile. Ah, that little rascal has indeed taken action. What is your impression of Lot, the child? He possesses considerable talent, and shows respect for knowledge, Snape assessed mildly. To hear such praise from you is indeed a rarity, Dumbledore remarked. Snape merely grunted noncommittally. Severus, I hope you can take some time to pay attention to him. I do not wish for him to stray onto a misguided path. During the holidays, you had me monitor Lot without revealing the reasons, which I accepted. However, you have placed him in Gryffindor. Perhaps you should leave that matter to Minerva. Snape expressed his dissatisfaction. That was the decision of the Sorting Hat. Enough with such childlike excuses, Snape scoffed. Does he truly believe I am unaware? Even the typically affable Sprout had a fierce argument with Dumbledore regarding Broccolot's case. Minerva is not suited for this task. Am I then the right choice? Snape retorted, eyeing Dumbledore's wrinkled visage, tempted to unleash a spell, but ultimately refrained. His aptitude for potions is commendable. I shall provide him guidance. Thank you, Severus. Dumbledore paused. Do not forget about Harry. Understood, Snape replied impatiently. Harry's eyes resemble lilies. You must be cautious. Before Dumbledore could finish, Snape turned and strode out of the office. Left alone, Dumbledore gazed into the distance, allowing his thoughts to wander. He recalled McGonagall and Sprout's evaluations of Broccolot. The former Tom Riddle had also been diligent during his school years, excelling in potions and transfiguration. Handsome and courteous, he left a remarkable impression on all the professors. Now, Broccolot mirrored that same potential. Moreover, Broccolot's wand was crafted from the same wood as Tom's. Dumbledore hoped fervently that Broccolot would not tread the same path as Tom. After indulging in 2 days of leisurely slumber, Broccolot commenced his busy academic life. For him, studying was not a burdensome chore. He derived joy from it. Yet, rising early proved to be quite a challenge. If only Hogwarts classes could commence in the afternoon. On that morning, as he rose from his slumber, he noticed Hermione sighing heavily in the common room. What troubles you, Hermione? Have you been boiled? Brook instinctively reached out to ruffle Hermione's hair, but she deftly evaded him, pointing toward the notice on the bulletin board. Flying lessons commenced this Thursday. Flying lessons? The image of wizards soaring on broomsticks instantly filled Brook's mind. Why not? All the knowledge we are acquiring is something we've never encountered before. You always manage to grasp things quickly, and you're the top student in the class. But this is flying. It's unlike any other class, she exclaimed, suddenly springing to her feet. I must head to the library to find some books on flying. Brook quickly detained her. Let us have breakfast first. We still have classes to attend. Later this evening, I'll find someone knowledgeable to explain it to us. Brook had long been accustomed to Hermione's habit of rushing to the library whenever she faced a challenge. However, flying was an essential skill for wizards. Asking someone for guidance would be far more practical than poring over books. As he pondered, he realized he was not well acquainted with the senior students, and reluctantly decided to trouble the twins once again. Initially, the twins assumed Brook and Hermione were going to pester them about the disillusionment charm, their faces adorned with expressions of dismay. Yet, upon learning that the inquiry pertained to flying lessons, their faces brightened with enthusiasm. You've come to the right people. We are the beaters for the Gryffindor Quidditch team, they declared proudly. Go to the Quidditch pitch. We'll fetch some good stuff, they added, dashing off with fervor. What are they up to? Hermione asked, puzzled. Probably going to get brooms. No amount of theoretical knowledge can compare to the value of practical experience. Let us wait for them at the training ground, Brook surmised. Chapter 27, Merlin's Pants. Not long after Brook and Hermione arrived at the pitch, the twins came rushing back, each carrying 2 flying broomsticks. Fred was slightly out of breath as he handed a dark brown broomstick to both Brook and Hermione. The Clean Sweep 7, the Quidditch team's broomsticks. Though they don't rival the Nimbus 2000, They're certainly superior to those ancient relics we use in class, George remarked, winking slyly and lowering his voice. But do be cautious if you break one. He trailed off, and together with Fred, they dramatically shivered. Wood will skin us alive. However, if one were to break, Fred suddenly adopted a mischievous expression, tapping the broomstick handle with his fingertips. How about Master Brook purchases 2 Nimbus 2000s to settle the debt? They could be lent to the team for practice. Brook contemplated, his fingers tracing the dragonhide bindings on the broomstick handle. He realized that all first-year wizards were abuzz with discussions about flying and Quidditch. He also learned that Quidditch required 7 players. If Nimbus 2000s were reasonably priced, he could buy 7 to lend to the Quidditch team. Perhaps one could garner the favor of the entire Gryffindor house. It seems like an absolute gain. How much does a Nimbus 2000 cost? Merlin's beard. George nearly choked on his own saliva. Surely you cannot be serious? Each one costs 500 galleons. Hiss. Brook inhaled sharply. He had just spent 1,000 galleons at that shop in Diagon Alley. 2 flying brooms equated to the value of the entire establishment. It was akin to the Lamborghini of the wizarding world. After accounting for his vault, he still had nearly 2,000 galleons, believing himself to be quite wealthy. It appears he was rather hasty in his judgment. Suddenly, Hermione interjected, reminding them that the school rules explicitly prohibit first years from carrying brooms. Like a protective lioness, she stood in front of Brook, her finger nearly poking the twins' noses. Ah, yes, indeed. Fred chuckled as he stepped back, his gaze sweeping over Brook's twitching mouth. The flying lesson was about to commence, and George deftly changed the subject. Practical instruction was far more exhilarating than theoretical discourse. The twins promptly instructed Brook and Hermione to mount their brooms. One took charge of each, initiating their guidance. Maintain your balance. George rode his broom backward, circling around to instruct. Imagine your spine as the second broomstick. Excellent, just like that, Hermione. You can gently pull on the broomstick to elevate your height. And you can increase your speed as well. George hovered protectively beside Hermione on his broom. However, Hermione was flying at a snail's pace, just 2 meters off the ground. His protection seemed somewhat superfluous. A slight blush graced the girl's cheeks, her eyes filled with excitement and anxiety. Yet, no matter how much George encouraged her, she remained hesitant to lift her broom higher. As for Brook, his approach was far more audacious. Initially, he followed Fred's instructions faithfully, sitting steadily on the broom and savoring the gentle breeze. Nevertheless, the scenes of soaring through the skies from his past life replayed in his mind like a film. With a sudden burst of energy, he pushed himself up and stood atop the broom. The wind howled past his ears, and he felt as though he had melded with the very essence of nature. At that moment, Brook experienced an unprecedented exhilaration. He suddenly understood why he had always found the wizarding method of flight somewhat peculiar. As a native of the Great Summer, he inherently possessed a pride in standing amidst the heavens. As the saying goes, riding upon the righteousness of the universe, commanding the essence of the 6 energies. This was the freedom he sought. Merlin's trousers. Fred was astounded, his jaw nearly dropping. He hastily maneuvered his broom to accelerate behind Brook, tightly clutching his wand. Slow down. Slow down. Brook, ahead. Just as Brook was about to collide with the stands, he stamped his right foot heavily on the broom's head. The broom shot up vertically alongside the stands, tracing a perfect semicircle 30 meters high. I must be mad. What am I witnessing? Fred momentarily forgot to steer his broom, his eyes fixated on Brook. George shouted in excitement, his voice breaking. Incredible. Brook, after reveling in his newfound freedom, Brook gradually brought the broom to a halt 5 meters above the grass. Hermione's scream pierced the heavens. Brook, upon witnessing Brook's perilous maneuver, her anger eclipsed her fear as she propelled her broom straight towards him. In a flash, the 2 figures collided midair. Blast it! Brook clasped Hermione's waist, orienting his back towards the ground to shield her fiercely. He constantly cast the levitation charm upon himself, striving to mitigate their descent. The twins, taken aback by the unforeseen turn of events, quickly regained their composure and attempted to cast a slowing charm, though their aim faltered, rendering the spell ineffective. With a soft thud, Brook and Hermione landed on the grass. A sharp pain radiated from Brook's back. However, it seemed his charm had indeed worked, as the impact felt akin to a mere stumble, leaving him relatively unscathed. Hermione, are you all right? She trembled as she spoke. I'm fine, Brook. How about you? It's all my fault. I'm all right, though you are a bit heavy, Brook jested. I'm not. Hermione playfully protested as she scrambled to her feet. Brook's light-hearted banter indicated he was truly unhurt, and Hermione's fear and worry gradually ebbed away amid his teasing. At that moment, the twins hurriedly approached, landing beside Brook and Hermione, their faces etched with concern. "Are you both okay? Any injuries?" Fred inquired anxiously. Brook smiled faintly. "I'm fine, and Hermione is too." George exhaled a sigh of relief. "Thank Merlin, you're both safe. You nearly gave us a fright." He and Fred assisted Brook to his feet, with Fred excitedly gripping Brook's shoulders. "If it saw that, he'd surely recruit you for the Quidditch team. Too bad first years can't join, otherwise we'd have a seeker." Fred lamented. "Why not plead with Professor McGonagall?" George suggested. The twins chimed in unison. "Brook, you want to join? Wouldn't you?" "Well, I'll think about it," Brook replied, lacking a keen interest in Quidditch. His guiding principle was, if he could sit, he would not stand. If he could lie down, he would not sit. Thus, he preferred to be a spectator rather than a participant in sports. Of course, there was one exception. The twins urged Brook a few more times, but upon seeing his resolute stance, they ceased their insistence. Their tactful approach earned Brook a measure of respect. He detested those who were overly persistent. Afterwards, Hermione could not help but scold Brook, but he merely listened with a smile. Chapter 28. Hermione's New Tactics in Flying Class. Time slipped away, and Thursday arrived. Hermione appeared unperturbed, while the other young wizards remained fraught with anxiety, especially Neville. It was as if flying broomsticks were a monstrous threat, even more fearsome than Snape himself. In a state of panic, Neville sought Hermione's guidance on flying, and she, ever patient, obliged. She intended to combine the flying instructions from the origins of Quidditch with the tips imparted by the twins, incessantly imparting her so-called knowledge to Neville. In essence, it boiled down to a mere 2 words, balance. However, when Hermione mentioned the technical term angle of attack for the 3rd time, Brook could no longer bear it. "Neville, rather than delving into these intricate theories, it might be wiser to trust Snape and Madame Pomfrey." Neville wore a perplexed expression, adorably clueless. "As long as one remains alive, they should be able to revive you." Neville was on the verge of tears. "Brook." Hermione's delicate hand found its way to the soft flesh at Brook's waist. With an effortless twist, as if honed through countless trials, she demonstrated a surprising skill. "Ow!" Brook gasped, astonished, staring at Hermione as if seeing her for the first time. When had this little girl mastered such a technique? And with such precision? Was this an innate ability possessed by all girls? Yet, Hermione, seemingly unfazed, casually twirled a lock of hair with her other hand, as if the previous action had been nothing more than an illusion. She reassured Neville, "Don't listen to Brook's nonsense. As long as you don't fly too high, even if you accidentally break an arm or leg, you'll be healed swiftly." "Oh, that's not what I meant. You'll be just fine, don't worry." After speaking, she flashed a toothy grin and shot a fierce glare at Brook, giving his waist another pinch. "It's all your fault, Brook." Brook, utterly speechless, could only stare in disbelief. However, Neville did not dwell on his sadness for long. As an owl delivered a memory ball to him, grasping the memory ball tightly, he noted that if it turned red, his face contorted in a grimace, indicating that he had forgotten something important. "Neville, I believe you must have forgotten your backpack," Brook reminded him. "Ah!" Neville exclaimed, suddenly leaping to his feet. And turning around, he collided with Draco Malfoy, who had inexplicably appeared at the Gryffindor table. Without even glancing to see who he had bumped into, Neville hurriedly uttered an apology and dashed towards the tower. Meanwhile, Draco sat on the ground, utterly bewildered. At 3:30 in the afternoon, with the sun shining brightly and a gentle breeze blowing, it was a perfect day for flying. The little lions and snakes gathered on a flat patch of grass in the field. Brook gazed at the 21 neatly arranged broomsticks before him, indeed resembling the antiques the twins had described. The moldy stains on the wood reminded him of the signs in the second-hand shops of Diagon Alley. Madame Hooch, who taught the flying class and also served as the referee for Hogwarts Quidditch matches, stood sternly at the front of the line, her gaze sweeping over the crowd. "What are you waiting for? Stand next to your broomsticks." Brook selected a broomstick that looked relatively decent and stepped forward. Extending his right hand, he announced up. Madame Hooch continued to direct. As the other young wizards shouted up, in unison, Brook, inexplicably compelled, called out, "Sword come!" The broomstick beside him seemed utterly oblivious, as if it could neither hear nor comprehend. It remained completely still. Most of the young wizards shared this predicament, with only a select few managing to successfully summon their brooms. Hermione was among this fortunate group. She lifted her chin, her eyes sparkling with delight. Casting a triumphant glance at Brook, the expression in her eyes seemed to convey a message. "Dare to say my theory is ineffective now?" Brook gestured towards Neville with his chin. It was evident that Neville's broom was just as unyielding. The implication was clear. Your student is failing. Hermione extended her small hand, mimicking a twisting motion. Brook, disinterested in arguing with a mere child, turned away from her. This only served to heighten Hermione's sense of pride. The technique taught by Senior Autumn was indeed effective, though Autumn's expression at the time had been somewhat peculiar, reminiscent of her aunt. "Keep playing dead, and I'll send you to the kitchen as firewood," Brook threatened directly. How dare a broom refuse to acknowledge him? "So you do recognize authority?" he asserted as the broom leaped into his hand. Neville, observing the spectacle, was utterly astonished, his admiration palpable. With a slight tremor in his voice, he threatened the broom. "Rise, or I shall chop you into firewood." The broom merely rolled on the ground, brimming with mockery. Neville's round face contorted in frustration. Perhaps Madame Hooch was indeed pressed for time, as she did not wait to see if everyone had successfully summoned their brooms before proceeding to the next phase of instruction. Brook and Hermione had previously been trained by the twins, their stances impeccably correct. "At the sound of my whistle, you shall push off the ground and soar 1 or 2 meters high," she instructed. Neville, overwhelmed with anxiety, or perhaps fearing he would be the only one left grounded, impulsively launched himself into the air before the whistle even blew. Brook gave Neville a thumbs up, impressed by his audacity, attributing it to his possession of a space door, a life-saving skill. However, he was taken aback by Neville's boldness, truly a Gryffindor at heart. Yet, it wasn't long before everyone sensed something was amiss. As Neville ascended, he began to slide down the broom. Brook was indeed adept at concealing his talents. Or perhaps he simply preferred to hold back. This might stem from his inherent modesty as a Dasha national. Nonetheless, when it came to saving someone, he felt an undeniable obligation. A spell would surely not suffice. Neville was moving too swiftly for accurate aim. If only he had 100 wands at his disposal. Even without targeting, a broad sweep would surely strike true. Alas, he currently possessed not 100 wands. Brook brandished his wand theatrically, waving it a few times. The moment Neville released his grip, 2 space doors formed, one beside him and another directly beneath Neville. Neville fell through the lower door, emerging from the one adjacent to Brook. Upon landing, Neville's complexion turned pale, his face a mask of terror. He dared not open his eyes, his body trembling uncontrollably. As for why this had not worked as it had with Hermione, that remained a mystery. Brook expressed that he was momentarily stunned by Hermione's collision, completely failing to recall the situation. The surrounding young wizards were left in awe by the thrilling spectacle. Some covered their mouths, their eyes wide with astonishment. Others whispered amongst themselves, their faces etched with concern, while a few even took a few steps back in fear. Silence. Madame Hooch's sharp command sent the tree-dwelling Bowtruckle retreating into their holes. She hurried to Neville's side, carefully assessing his condition. Aside from a bit of dirt, he appeared to be uninjured. Nevertheless, to err on the side of caution, she decided to escort Neville to the infirmary. "All right, the child is fine," she declared, helping Neville to his feet. "I will take him to the medical room. No one is to touch their brooms. Otherwise, prepare to be expelled from Hogwarts." She then turned to Brook, saying, "Thank you, dear." "It was my duty, Madame Hooch," he replied modestly. "You are truly a good child." "Gryffindor earns 10 points, she affirmed. Neville managed to move his lips slightly, seemingly wanting to express his gratitude to Brook. But he had yet to recover from the shock, and could only convey his appreciation through grateful eyes. Brook offered him an encouraging smile without uttering a word. As Madame Hooch led Neville away, the young wizards erupted in exuberance as if released from constraints. The Gryffindor and Slytherin houses, naturally at odds, immediately engaged in a fierce exchange of banter, embodying the essence of rivalry. Brook promptly pulled Hermione down beside him and handed her a handful of chatterseed. As they munched on the seeds, they keenly observed the unfolding verbal duel. Chatterseed is a key ingredient in the concoction of the truth potion, with only its flower stems utilized, while the seeds are typically discarded. Brook found this peculiar seed reminiscent of sunflower seeds, prompting him to request some from Professor Sprout. These seeds are 3 times larger than regular sunflower seeds. Once roasted, they emit a subtle, creamy flavor, tantalizing the palate with an enigmatic aroma. The only downside is that consuming them in excess may compel one to speak the truth. Suddenly, Draco dashed onto the grass like a golden retriever, seizing something. "Isn't that big idiot's memory ball?" Harry exclaimed loudly. In an instant, all eyes were riveted on the two of them, donning expressions of eager anticipation. Only the sound of Brook crunching on seeds broke the tension. Draco's face twisted slightly as he retorted, "Potter, what do you think about me placing it in the tree?" Ignoring Harry's presence entirely, Draco leaped onto his broom and soared into the air, unperturbed by the provocation. Harry, not want to back down, swiftly mounted his broom to pursue him. Hermione was about to interject when Brook stuffed another seed into her mouth. "Brook, why are you stopping me? Harry could get expelled." Hermione exclaimed anxiously. Just enjoy the spectacle, Brook replied, feeding her another seed. Hermione glared at Brook, her cheeks puffed in indignation, resembling an adorable little hamster. Her mischievous hand reached towards Brook's waist once again. Brook hastily interjected, "Have you forgotten Harry's reputation?" Hermione's fingers lingered on Brook's waist, motionless yet filled with perplexity. The title of Harry the Savior was no mere ornament. Even if both of us were expelled, Harry would remain untouched. Though Hermione struggled to fully comprehend, she trusted Brook's judgment. With a huff, she chewed on the seeds in her mouth, yet her hand instinctively twisted around. Ouch! This little girl is going mad. Does she really think Brook can't handle it? At that moment, everyone's attention was captivated by the unfolding drama of love and conflict in the air. Draco incessantly provoked from the front, while Harry took action, showcasing the raw vigor of the young lion. Realizing the situation was turning against him, Draco discarded the memory ball and tactically retreated. Harry executed a stylish vertical descent, pursuing the falling memory ball. As Brook listened to Hermione's commentary, his fists unconsciously clenched. "Ah, slow down. Oh no, don't. Ah, hurry. Ah, faster. Ah, no." Hermione eventually covered her eyes with her hand, peeking through her fingers. Just as Harry raised the memory ball in triumph, he was whisked away by Professor McGonagall, as if she were carrying a chick. Brook brushed off the remnants of sunflower seed shells from his hands, stretched, and then reclined comfortably on the soft grass. "Harry won't lose points, will he?" Hermione asked with a worried expression. "He shouldn't," Brook replied, closing his eyes in contentment, feeling the gentle breeze caress his face. "Do you remember what I told you?" "What?" "If McGonagall were to deduct points, she would do so immediately. Since she chose to take Harry, there are likely other arrangements." Brook explained. Hermione sighed in relief. As long as there were no point deductions, she felt at ease. Being a girl, she naturally wouldn't lie down like Brook, but she propped herself up with her hands, finding a more comfortable position. "What was that spell you used earlier?" "A spatial portal. It suddenly appeared in my mind, somewhat akin to a bloodline inheritance." "I can't teach you." Hermione chose not to press further, instead savoring the tranquility brought by the gentle breeze alongside Brook. Chapter 29, Midnight Fright. Just as Brook was savoring the last piece of Yorkshire pudding, he noticed Harry excitedly sitting next to Ron. Brook exchanged a knowing glance with Hermione. However, she paid him no heed, her ears perked up, wearing a curious expression, eager to discover what Professor McGonagall had done to Harry. Before long, Draco swaggered over with his lackeys, Goyle and Crabbe, oozing arrogance and seeking to assert their presence. Brook discreetly tuned in, thinking, how could one resist the juicy gossip? Yet, he soon found it rather dull. It turned out to be merely a challenge. Why not just settle it directly? Can one truly enjoy the gossip without interruption? That was the thought that crossed Hermione's mind as she could no longer contain herself and spoke up. Harry and Ron, hearing her voice, simultaneously turned their gazes toward her. "What is it?" Harry inquired. With Brook observing them, Hermione refrained from being as bothersome as she often was in the original text. Although she typically meddled in others' affairs, her tone was considerably softened. "I accidentally overheard your conversation with Malfoy," she admitted. "Eavesdropping is still eavesdropping," Ron murmured under his breath. Ignoring Ron, Hermione added, "If you get caught out at night, it will cost Gryffindor many points." "That's none of your business," Harry responded, slightly irritated. He had already established a rivalry with Draco on the train, and this was a prime opportunity to confront him face to face. He was determined not to let it slip away. "Hermione, when a man speaks, he must follow through. Let them resolve this themselves." Brook interjected. "Well, Gryffindor has plenty of points. Losing a few isn't such a big deal," Hermione remarked, watching as Harry and Ron stood up to leave, reluctantly sealing her lips. Yet, she was not one to surrender so easily. As the clock struck 11:30, Harry and Ron stealthily rose from their beds. To their surprise, Brook joined them. "Are you here to dissuade us as well?" Ron asked, puzzled. Brook shrugged, a look of exasperation on his face. "I'm here to help you with a minor predicament." "Mi no predicament?" Harry questioned, confused. "Just wait until we step outside. You'll see," Brook replied, leading the way out of the room. The Gryffindor common room was enveloped in darkness, save for the lingering embers in the fireplace. "I knew you would be waiting here," Brook remarked, addressing a shadowy figure. At that moment, a lamp flickered to life, revealing Hermione clad in a pink nightgown. "Brook, what are you doing here?" Hermione exclaimed in surprise. "Of course. It's because of you," Brook said, affectionately tousling Hermione's hair. A blush spread across her cheeks, reminiscent of a kitten caught sneaking a treat, making her even more endearing. Brook's involvement in this matter was not solely to reassure Hermione. He was genuinely intrigued by the wizarding duel and wished to witness it firsthand. "This is against school rules," Hermione frowned. Only those caught are truly violating them, Brook countered, noticing Hermione's intent to argue further. If the professors genuinely disallowed students from being out at night, they would simply seal off the entrance to the common room after curfew. Hence, this is a tacitly accepted behavior. Your logic is quite flawed, Hermione retorted with a huff. Then I will go too. Brook was taken aback by her eagerness to join this rule-breaking venture. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, speechless. They were the ones supposed to be the central figures in this duel. Did anyone care to ask for their opinion? However, upon reflection of the comparative strengths, they decided to follow their instincts. We should leave quickly, or we'll be late, Harry urged. Thus, the four individuals crawled out from the cave in succession. The luminous moonlight streamed through the lofty windows, casting dappled shadows upon the corridor floor. Hogwarts, cloaked in the tranquility of night, exuded an extraordinary stillness. Brook wore a relaxed and cheerful expression as he ambled leisurely down the corridor, reveling in his inaugural nocturnal escapade, which was proving to be quite delightful. In contrast, Hermione appeared visibly anxious, her eyes darting about while her ears perked up, straining to catch even the faintest sound in the surroundings. Relax, Hermione, Brook whispered softly. Shoo! Hermione urgently gestured for Brook to silence himself. Unable to suppress a chuckle at her tense demeanor, Brook leaned closer and whispered into her ear, Hermione, did you notice those portraits? Hermione looked puzzled. What is wrong with the portraits? Haven't they always been here? A mischievous grin spread across Brook's face. Those portraits are the professor's eyes and ears. Our little escapade has already been discovered. Startled, Hermione nearly gasped, but was swiftly silenced by Brook's hand covering her mouth. Stay calm, stay calm. Hermione pulled Brook's hand away, her face stricken with tension. It's fine, as long as we're not intentionally causing mischief. They won tea and informed the professors. Brook reassured her. Really? Their fortunes seemed to be on their side, as they encountered neither Filch nor Peeves on their way. Successfully reaching the third-floor display room, the room housed a row of crystal glass cabinets, softly illuminated by the moonlight. Harry and Ron drew their wands, nervously fixated on the doors at either end of the room, as though Draco might leap out at any moment to cast a malevolent curse upon them. Brook, however, was captivated by the gleaming trophies, medals, shields, and statues radiating hues of gold and silver, and he began to meander in front of the glass cases. Hey, Harry, come look at this. Is this your dad? Brook pointed at a trophy. Harry, already on edge, jumped at Brook's call. What? Come see this. Brook beckoned him over. The other three were drawn in, their attention fixed on the trophy Brook had mentioned. This trophy is awarded to James Potter, seeker of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, for his outstanding contributions to the team, 1972 to 1978. Harry traced the glass case, lost in thought. Ron exclaimed excitedly, Harry, your dad was the seeker. No wonder you're so talented. Just then, a voice echoed from the adjacent room. I heard something. It's over there quickly. Alarmed, Harry's expression shifted. Oh no, it's Filch. Run. Ron dashed out ahead, with Hermione swiftly grabbing Brook's hand to follow suit. Brook was taken aback by Hermione's strength. What's the rush? The sound of Filch's footsteps grew increasingly ominous behind them, like the relentless beat of a death knell. The four of them scurried down the corridor like headless chickens, desperately fleeing. Brook raised his hand, poised to conjure a spatial portal ahead. However, he suddenly furrowed his brow as he sensed an unfamiliar spatial disturbance. Just then, Harry collided forcefully against a locked door. It's over. We're doomed, Ron exclaimed, despair evident on his face as he gazed at the door, terror etched across his features. Stand back. Hermione brusquely pushed the two aside, seizing Harry's wand and incanting towards the lock. Alohomora! With a resounding click, the door swung open. They surged inside, hurriedly shutting the door behind them, pressing their ears against the wood to discern the sounds outside. A chill ran down Brook's spine. He turned to see a nearly 5-meter-long hound, its 3 heads and 6 ferocious eyes fixed intently upon them. Without hesitation, Brook summoned a spatial portal behind him and urged Hermione, we must go. Now, Hermione, having spotted the monstrous dog, seemed momentarily frozen in fear, rooted to the spot. Just as Brook reached out to pull her away, she asked, Are you Fluffy? The 3-headed creature tilted its heads, gazing at Hermione with a suddenly endearing expression, its earlier menace dissipating. In truth, its intention had merely been to intimidate them into leaving, as it had been commanded to prevent intruders from entering, and it could only frighten young wizards without causing harm. Thus, upon hearing its name, it relaxed. We are friends of Hagrid, Hermione stated with an air of calm, though her fingers trembled uncontrollably. Brook scrutinized Fluffy anew, recalling that Hagrid had mentioned he owned a 3-headed dog. Yet, he remained vigilant, should Fluffy exhibit any sign of aggression. He would swiftly pull Hermione into the portal. Upon hearing Hagrid's name, Fluffy appeared even more at ease, gradually lowering itself to the ground, its 3 heads resting on its front paws. Still, the 6 large eyes remained curiously fixed upon them. Perhaps we should leave, Harry suggested, while Ron, though recognizing that Fluffy posed no immediate threat, still felt a tinge of fear. Brook concurred wholeheartedly. Were he alone, he might relish the opportunity to engage with Fluffy. But with Hermione beside him, it was wiser to avoid unnecessary risks. Brook kept his gaze trained on Fluffy. Harry, Ron, you should go ahead. Oh, thank goodness, Ron exclaimed, pulling Harry into the portal with relief. Brook waved at Fluffy. Apologies for disturbing your rest. We must take our leave. Next time, I shall bring you some treats. He tugged at Hermione, only to find her entranced by Fluffy's massive paws. With a firm pull, he drew her into the portal. What a curious girl she was, either remarkably carefree or brimming with courage. Truly, she embodied the spirit of Gryffindor. Thank you, Brook, Harry expressed gratefully. If it weren't for you tonight, we would have either faced Fluffy's wrath or fallen into Filch's clutches. Regardless of the outcome, none shall be favorable. It's a trivial matter. Brook waved his hand dismissively. Why on earth do they keep such a dreadful thing locked up in the school? Ron lamented. Luwei must be guarding something. Hermione murmured. I just saw a trapdoor beneath its claws. Brook suddenly realized that Hermione was referring to that trapdoor. Are you satisfied now? Not excursions, huh? Hermione glared at Brook. Her cheeks puffed with indignation. Do not imitate them. No more night excursions from now on. With that, she huffily turned away. Ron gazed after her. Brook, how do you endure her? Brook patted Ron's shoulder. You'll understand when you come of age. Ron scratched his head, bewildered, and looked towards Harry. For the curious, why wasn't he Neville at the door? Because Brook saved him. He wasn't injured and is peacefully sleeping in his room. Chapter 30. The Pitfall of Draco. The following morning, Brook and Hermione sat leisurely at the dining table, savoring their breakfast. Harry and Ron approached them. Thank you so much for last night, Brook. Harry expressed his gratitude once more. You already thanked me, haven't you? Brook replied with a smile. Harry shyly smiled back, ready to say something further, when Draco approached with an incredulous expression. You haven't been expelled yet? Although Harry found last night's experience exhilarating, he had no intention of thanking Draco, only feeling more annoyed. Oh, how peculiar. Why should I be expelled? I merely disdain the idea of dueling with someone like you. Indeed, not only that, but you also reported to Filch. You hardly seem noble, Harry retorted fiercely. Draco, infuriated, was about to strike. Brook smirked. I believe young Master Malfoy should discuss the matter of compensation. Compensation? What I owe you? Draco responded, bewildered. Sit down. I do not have the habit of looking up at people, Brook said leisurely. Draco regarded him with disdain, thinking a mudblood unworthy of issuing commands. Brook glanced around and lowered his voice, unless, of course, young Master Malfoy wishes everyone to know that you reneged on your promise last night. And what of it? I deceived just these 2 fools. Harry and Ron's faces contorted with anger, ready to retaliate. Is that so? Brook's gaze sharpened. What do you think will happen if Snape or Slytherin learns that you failed to adhere to the agreement and did not attend the wizard duel? Draco's voice began to tremble. Though he couldn't comprehend fully, he instinctively felt fear at Brook's impending words. Brook gestured to the seat before him. Reluctantly, Draco sat down. If they were to discover that you cast aside Slytherin's honor last night, choosing deceit and betrayal to evade a proper wizard duel, what do you think would happen? Brook's voice was soft, yet it thundered in Draco's ears. He shivered violently, finally grasping Brook's implication. If this matter were to become known within the house. Though Draco Malfoy enjoys a certain status that shields him from repercussions, the disdain and alienation he faces are, regrettably, inevitable. If you were to divulge the secret of Harry and Ron's nocturnal escapades, it would undoubtedly come to light. But what of it? They're the ones who will bear the consequences, not I. Moreover, I dare say they would be quite eager to face the music alongside Master Malfoy, would they not? Brook said nonchalantly. Ron yearned to express his discontent, but was silenced by a gentle tug from Harry, forcing him to swallow his words. What do you propose, then? Draco inquired, exasperation evident in his tone. That depends on the sincerity of Master Malfoy, Brook replied. After all, Harry and Ron have suffered considerable emotional distress due to your actions. There ought to be compensation for that. Compensation for emotional distress? What on earth is that? Draco momentarily failed to comprehend, but soon grasped the implication. Was this not merely a euphemism for demanding money? I shall offer 10 galleons. Ron's eyes widened in disbelief. 10 galleons. Even if divided among 4, he would receive 2 galleons, 8 sickles, and 14 nuts. He had never encountered such a sum before and felt an overwhelming desire to accept immediately. Is the reputation of the Malfoy family truly worth a mere 10 galleons? Brook remarked, a look of disappointment crossing his face. What about 20? Draco suggested, his confidence wavering as he spoke. In his heart, he believed the Malfoy legacy to be priceless. I think I shall consult others. Perhaps your adversaries will be willing to pay a higher price for this information, Brook replied, closing his eyes as if to end the discussion. Draco's face flushed with anger. 300 galleons. That is all the pocket money I have left for the year. If you are still dissatisfied, we shall perish together. That would be you and Harry. I shall not be included, Brook shrugged. However, given Master Malfoy's earnestness, I shall take a slight loss for the sake of friendship. Draco gritted his teeth, thinking only a madman would desire friendship with Brook. He retrieved his purse from his pocket and flung it onto the table. Brook extended his hand, a genuine smile adorning his face. I truly wish to be friends with you. Oomph. Draco rose in indignation, completely ignoring Brook's outstretched hand, and strode away. Do come again, Master Malfoy. As soon as Brook spoke, Draco stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Hermione nudged Brook with her shoulder. That was downright cruel, she said, stifling a laugh. She recognized the mischievous smirk on Brook's lips, indicating he had not concealed his jest well. Thus, she remained a silent observer, relishing the unfolding drama, ultimately leading to Draco's embarrassment. Huh! Harry laughed heartily, reveling in the moment. It was, indeed, one of his most delightful days. Ron, however, stared intently at the purse, swallowing hard. Harry, while this money is primarily due to your and Ron's actions, Hermione and I also contributed. How about we split it 4 ways? Brook proposed. I will pass. You 3 can split it evenly, 100 each. Harry quickly waved his hand. His vault brimmed with gold galleons, rendering this trifling some insignificant. Moreover, witnessing Draco's discomfiture sufficed to satiate his contentment. Thoughts of monetary gain were far from his mind. That won't do, Brook interjected, tossing the wallet to Ron. If you don't take it, how can I? If I don't take it, you must. Ron trembled as he caught the wallet, exerting tremendous willpower to resist the urge to peek inside at the galleons. All right then. Harry nodded. That's the spirit. Ron, could you help distribute it? Brook inquired. Though he would never beg for charity, this money was rightfully his, as it was Brook who had procured it for them. He felt justified in accepting it. Pure blood is a mark of honor, yet it can also be a shackle, Brook mused. Harry pondered whether Brook's remark was directed at him or merely a reflection of his own thoughts. However, before he could decipher its deeper meaning, he was greeted by another source of immense joy. A slender package, carried by 6 long-eared Scottish puffskeins, fluttered before Harry. It bore a letter, and upon reading it, his smile was uncontainable. He quietly explained to Brook, inside is a Firebolt 2000. Would you like to join me outside for a look? Professor McGonagall prefers to keep it discreet. I'll pass. You all go, Brook replied, glancing at the owl. How could he have forgotten? It was said to make excellent soup. Perhaps he would try it someday. As Harry pulled Ron outside, the latter remained somewhat dazed, his gaze fixated on the pouch of money in his hands. How about we split it? 1 for Harry, 1 for me, 1 for Brook, 1 for Hermione. Chapter 31. The Honey Duke. The hours of study were refreshingly unadorned. Eyes wide open, attending class. Eyes closed, surrendering to slumber. Hermione proved herself to be an extraordinary presence, her learning speed akin to being propelled by a rocket. Under her guidance, Brook made significant strides with the disillusionment charm. After more than a month of diligent effort, he successfully cast the charm, albeit with minor flaws that would be apparent to a keen observer. For Brook, however, as long as he was not easily recognized, it sufficed. Are you plotting something mischievous again? Hermione suddenly asked. Why do you say that? Brook replied, perplexed. If you weren't up to no good, why would you learn the disillusionment charm? What a clever little witch. Hermione lifted her chin, her smile more radiant than the sun. Brook gazed at her with a smile. You figured it out, yet you still wish to instruct me? Just as if I were to refrain from teaching you. You wouldn't refrain from mischief. Hermione muttered softly. At least learning the disillusionment charm prevents me from being caught and losing points. Hermione, you truly are endearing, Brook said, ruffling her hair. Such is the essence of double standards. If it were someone else, Hermione would be grateful that she didn't report to the teacher. Hermione, by the way, what exactly are you planning to do? Brook shrugged. Me? I'm still undecided, but I'm preparing to venture out. Out? Leaving Hogwarts? Absolutely not, Hermione exclaimed. Keep your voice down. Brook quickly gestured for silence. Fortunately, they were in an empty classroom, devoid of any other presence. Otherwise, he might truly face dire consequences before even embarking on his mission. It would be perilous for you to leave Hogwarts, Hermione said, her face filled with concern. I'm heading to Hogsmeade, the weekend retreat for third-year wizards and above. Besides, I can access the space within the ring at any time, so there's no real danger, Brook explained. Hermione pouted. Then I want to go too. I'll scout the path first and take you next time. Oh, fine. Hermione felt a tinge of disappointment, but ultimately relented. Just be careful. When I handle my affairs, what is there for you to worry about? Just don't get caught. Otherwise, Hermione struggled to formulate a threat for Brook. How about I accompany you to the library every day? Brook suggested with a smile. Just as you don't have to accompany me now, Hermione muttered under her breath. Her voice was barely audible, like a mosquito buzzing. Only Brook's exceptionally keen ears could catch it. Hermione, with a proud demeanor, would not be easily swayed by mere snacks. On the weekend, Brook unusually rose early. He had several matters to attend to, fearing he wouldn't have enough time. He donned a new appearance within the ring. Then he took out his wand and lightly tapped it on his head. Disillusionment charm. When he reappeared in the dormitory, his figure blended seamlessly with the surrounding colors. Akin to a chameleon, he crawled through the hole and pushed open the fat lady's portrait. Noticing no one was present, the fat lady muttered, "What's the point of being invisible in broad daylight?" Brook proceeded to the statue of the one-eyed witch on the fourth-floor corridor. He gently tapped the statue with his wand. Separate, the statue's hunchback immediately opened, revealing a passage wide enough for a person to traverse. Inside was a stone slide, and without hesitation, Brook sat down. The slide was long and thrilling, winding and turning, reminiscent of the ice slides he used to ride in the Northeast. After approximately 5 minutes, he reached the bottom. It was pitch dark, with visibility reduced to nothing. Lumos. He illuminated his wand. He gazed at the stone slide that extended upwards, its surface uneven and tortuous. Brook began to sense the spatial markers within Hogwarts. His maximum range for spatial doors was now 20,000 meters. When he couldn't sense anything, he could leave a spatial marker, allowing him to return directly through the spatial door next time. He certainly did not wish to endure this ordeal again. Of course, the spatial door could also be oriented in a specific direction and open at will. However, he had no idea what awaited him on the other side. If Dumbledore happened to be in Hogsmeade, opening the door right in front of him would be quite the predicament. After nearly an hour of arduous walking, he finally beheld a lengthy stone staircase stretching endlessly before him. For Brook, a soul who merely wished to recline, this was an ordeal that nearly drained him of vitality. With a physique comparable to that of an adult, even the ascent left him breathless. He could scarcely comprehend how the twins managed to endure such a trial. It was not until he spotted a door that he realized he had arrived at his destination, having not strayed beyond a mere 20,000 meters. He mused that he need not traverse the secret passage again on his next venture. He paused to listen for any sounds, and upon hearing none, he cast the illusion spell once more. Swiftly, he pushed open the door and darted outside, emerging onto solid ground. To his surprise, he found himself in a cellar, cluttered with chairs and boxes. He stepped out cautiously. The Honeyduke's candy shop was eerily quiet at that hour. Behind the counter, a witch was soundly asleep, her head resting upon her arms. Brook approached the shelves, waved his wand, and instantly dispelled the illusion spell. With newfound confidence, he began to explore the Honeyduke's wares. He had promised Hermione a gift, after all. Thus commenced his frenzied shopping spree. He marveled at an array of confections, chocolates of various flavors, creamy milk toffees, pear hard candies, licorice wands, buzzing bee sweets, and sugary quills. There were pink, softly glowing coconut ice creams, explosive filled candies, and sour lollipops that seemed capable of burning a hole through one's tongue. The ice mice that made one's teeth chatter and squeak, and the mischievous peppermint candies that would leave smoke curling from one's mouth. He even discovered bubblegum that could fill an entire room with the color of bluebell flowers, persisting for days without bursting. Brook merely glanced at each item before tossing it into his basket. Perhaps the commotion he stirred finally roused the slumbering witch. Rubbing her bleary eyes, she lifted her head, and upon seeing the growing heap of candies in Brook's basket, her initially hazy gaze brightened instantly, her eyes sparkling with delight. A significant customer, indeed. She hurriedly rose, her enthusiasm palpable as she greeted him. "Hello, I am Madame Flume, the proprietor of this establishment. I see you've gathered quite a collection. Let me provide you with an empty basket." She swiftly handed him an empty basket and took away the overflowing one, as if fearing he might fill it to the brim and then decide against purchasing. "Do take your time." After a considerable while, Brook finally completed his selection, filling 3 baskets to the brim. Madame Flume's smile never faltered, her eyes crinkling with joy. "There will be 21 galleons, 3 sickles, and 6 nuts." Having settled the payment, Brook stored all the confections in his ring. Chapter 32. Brook's Sourness. Upon leaving the Honeyduke, Brook made his way directly to the esteemed wizarding apparel shop, renowned throughout the wizarding community in England. Though modest in size, the establishment boasted exquisite decor. The display window showcased several opulent wizarding robes, while the air was infused with a soothing blend of herbal and textile fragrances, creating a most comforting ambience. A lady clad in a deep purple robe stood behind the counter, deftly cutting fabric. Upon noticing Brook's entrance, a professional smile immediately graced her face. "Welcome. How may I assist you?" This lady was Alicia, the shop manager. Brook approached and gently placed the white bandage he held on the counter. "Hello. I would like you to craft a scarf using these materials." Alicia extended her hand to pick up the bandage, donning her glasses to examine it closely. Initially, her expression remained calm, but gradually, her hands began to tremble uncontrollably, and astonishment painted her features. This is indeed unicorn hair," she exclaimed, her voice laced with disbelief. "You wish to use it to make a scarf?" Her gaze toward Brook resembled that of one looking at a madman. "The manner in which you have handled and preserved this is utterly careless." She gently caressed the somewhat disheveled strands, her face a portrait of concern. "According to market value, each strand of unicorn hair was worth 5 gold galleons. You possess over 300 strands. Even accounting for some damage, the worth would not fall below 1,000 gold galleons." Her shop did feature garments valued in excess of 1,000 galleons, yet those possessed various magical attributes. Rather than mere clothing, it would be more fitting to refer to them as magical gear. She could scarcely fathom that someone would desire to use such precious material merely to fashion a scarf. Even pure-blood families would not be so reckless. Brook was equally taken aback. He had only thought the white bandage felt pleasant to the touch and exuded a comforting warmth. He never anticipated it was made of unicorn hair. He could not fathom that the item Hagrid had casually gifted him would be so valuable. It seemed Hagrid also possessed an 8-meter by 8-meter carpet woven from unicorn hair. Just how wealthy was Hagrid? In that moment, Brook conceded to a tinge of envy, though he maintained an outward calm, adopting an air as if he had known all along it was unicorn hair. "Can you proceed with this?" Alicia sighed in resignation. "Of course, but I would not recommend it." She quickly regained her professional demeanor. Processed unicorn hair emits a silvery glow. Not only is it unappealing to wear, but it is also overly conspicuous, akin to a walking gold galleon, which could easily attract danger. After a moment of contemplation, Brook inquired, "What do you suggest then?" Alicia rummaged through the shelves and soon presented a small tuft of white fur, extending it toward Brook. He accepted the tuft and gently rubbed it, finding it exceedingly soft and comfortable. "This is fluff fur. I recommend using the unicorn hair as the lining, complemented by the fluff fur on the exterior. This way, you can obscure the silvery sheen while retaining comfort and warmth." Brook nodded. "Let's proceed as you suggest." He firmly believed that entrusting professional matters to experts was always prudent. "In that case, we must draft a contract," Alicia stated solemnly. "This material is far too precious. I cannot proceed without a contract." She retrieved a parchment contract from beneath the counter and handed it to Brook. Brook took the contract, scrutinizing it carefully. After conferring with Alicia regarding the delivery schedule and payment details as supplementary clauses, he confirmed its accuracy and inscribed his name upon the document. Alicia then tucked the contract away, assuring him that the scarf would undoubtedly meet his expectations. The finished product, along with the surplus unicorn hair, would be dispatched to him via owl. Brook handed over 50 galleons to Alicia. Such is the advantage of the wizarding world. Once a contract is signed, no party may retract. Of course, exceptions exist, such as in the case of Dumbledore. However, establishments like the Elegant Wizard Apparel Shop, which prioritize their reputation above all else, would never jeopardize their standing for a mere handful of unicorn hair. After bidding farewell to Alicia, Brook exited the clothing store, the noon hour approaching. Hogsmeade Village was gradually coming to life. He chose not to linger in the village, but instead sought a secluded corner to establish a spatial marker. Subsequently, he opened a spatial door and ventured southward. After numerous spatial jumps, he finally arrived at Garsend Farm, situated in Surrey, on the outskirts of London. This farm, the largest in England, spans an impressive 941 acres, cultivating over 30 varieties of fruits and vegetables, adequately fulfilling most of Brook's needs. More importantly, his uncle, Oliver Burstead, is one of the farm's shareholders. Brook's visit was not solely for fresh produce. He sought seeds and fruit trees as well. Oliver was the one capable of accommodating his request. When Brook's parents perished in a car accident, Oliver had wished to adopt him, offering a warm home. At that time, however, the newly transported Brook had been reluctant to accept such ties, politely declining. Throughout the past year since his arrival, Oliver's care had never waned. Every week or two, he would tirelessly visit, bringing seasonal fresh produce from the farm, even insisting on slipping money into Brook's hands, fearing he would hesitate to spend it. "Brook, you finally came to see me," Oliver's voice called from behind. Brook turned, a smile instantly brightening his face. "Isn't it school time? You know Eton is a boarding school. I had a sneak out today." A knowing smile graced Oliver's face. "You came all this way just for me. I worry about you being alone. If there's anything you need, just let your uncle know." "I've grown up, haven't I? Just because it's only been 2 months," Brook retorted. Indeed, his height had surged significantly, now reaching 161 centimeters, and with a touch more maturity in his visage, he would be quite formidable, deterring any potential troublemakers. Oliver patted Brook's shoulder, remarking on his growth and strength. "What brings you here this time? Do you need your uncle's assistance?" "I made a friend at school who needs some fruit trees and various vegetables. Could you possibly help me deliver them to the warehouse next week?" Brook suddenly inquired. "By the way, Brook, are you attending Hogwarts? What is happening?" Brook exclaimed in surprise. Were his parents not victims of a tragic accident, but rather involved with some hidden figure? Chapter 33. The Mystery of Brook's Heritage. "How did you come to know this? Are you a wizard as well?" Brook inquired. "I searched for you at Eton, but found no record of your presence. I trust you would not deceive me. Thus, there exists but one possibility. This institution is one you cannot comfortably discuss." A fleeting shadow of melancholy passed through Oliver's gaze. "Neither your mother nor I belong to that world. Our lineage actually descends from the Burstead family, one of the 28 wizarding families. Your grandfather, being unable to speak, chose to venture into the Muggle realm for his endeavors." He grasped Brook's shoulders, saying, "Brook, I am truly elated right now." Brook felt uneasy under the intensity of Oliver's gaze. Perhaps this was the obsession of an uncle. He suddenly recalled Dumbledore's words about a distant relative who was a wizard. At that moment, he had thought Dumbledore was merely offering an escape route. Yet it turned out there truly was such a relative. After a brief silence, Brook asked, "Uncle, how many members remain in the Burstead family?" "The Burstead family has diminished significantly. Aside from our branch, there are perhaps 4 or 5 others. However, I have not been in touch with them for quite some time, so I am not well acquainted with the current circumstances." "Well, let me gather some information before we proceed. The Burstead family is indeed sparse. If he could inherit some legacy, he would certainly not refuse. Take your time to deliberate. There is no rush." Oliver misunderstood his intentions. It was not the right moment to clarify. Brook needed time to process this revelation, and they would approach it gradually. "By the way, you intend to place these fruit trees within equipment enhanced by the undetectable extension charm, correct?" "Yes, the vegetables and fruits at Hogwarts are rather monotonous, so I wish to cultivate some varieties to enjoy at any time," Brook explained. "Very well, I may not have much, but I possess an abundance of vegetables and fruits. Feel free to select whatever you desire. Do you require assistance?" "No need for that. I can manage it myself. It would be best if no one else sees." "All right. I shall notify everyone to take the day off, and the entire farm shall be at your disposal." Once the farm hands had departed, Brook began his diligent work. Strawberries, cherries, plums, currants, mulberries, broccoli, cauliflower, beets, dahlias, raspberries, and more. He transplanted every variety from the farm into his ring. This endeavor continued deep into the night. He also requested numerous books from Oliver regarding the planting and maintenance of these plants. He had no desire for the farm he painstakingly cultivated to fall into neglect after just a few days. Gazing at the vast expanse he had created with his own hands, he mused that a few more could make it even more splendid. In the dormitory, the others had succumbed to slumber. Ron's snoring and Neville's teeth grinding echoed in tandem. Brook, too exhausted to change out his clothes, collapsed onto his bed. He was utterly fatigued. Initially, he had thought a modest selection of fruits and vegetables would suffice. After all, with Hermione, Hagrid, and the Weasley twins, a quantity sufficient for 10 would be more than ample. Yet Oliver seemed to fear he would not have enough to eat, as he had given him 100 cherry trees alone. The abundance of vegetables in his ring was astonishing. He had managed to cultivate 200 greenhouses. This was a situation where even the entire Hogwarts could scarcely consume all that he had produced, let alone just 10 people. Now, he found himself in a quandary. These vegetables and fruit trees required diligent care. They could not simply be left to their own devices. Fertilizing, irrigating, harvesting, and pruning were tasks that demanded meticulous attention. It appeared that a conversation with Dumbledore was imperative. "Oh well, I shall rest first," Brook murmured to himself. As he closed his eyes, a sudden realization jolted him upright. He seemed to have forgotten something of great importance. Hurriedly, Brook sprang from his bed, leaving the dormitory and rushing to the Gryffindor common room. The fire in the hearth was nearly extinguished, with only faint embers flickering in the dim light. In the corner, a lamp still glowed. A little girl in a pink nightgown was slumped over the table, sleeping soundly. Brook sighed. Hermione was well aware of his outing that day. He had anticipated that she would be waiting for him. Hermione groggily opened her eyes and, upon seeing Brook, became slightly more alert. "Who was waiting for you?" she retorted, arching her neck, her fair skin glistening in the light. "I simply read too late and dozed off. That's all." Brook noted the chill in the air. The common room was rather cold. It would not be good if Hermione caught a cold. "I'm not foolish," he thought to himself. Hermione smiled proudly, retrieving a small tin from her pocket. Inside, a cluster of blue, bellflower-like flames flickered, providing her with warmth. Brook affectionately ruffled her hair. "You're quite clever. The shops must have closed by now." He chose to speak truthfully, aware that this little girl was astute and not easily deceived. "Oliver? You must have gone to tend to the vegetables." Hermione recalled her previous visits with Brook, where she had met Oliver, the farmer. "Well, soon we shall have an endless supply of fruits and vegetables." Which girl doesn't enjoy fruit? The lack of it at Hogwarts was merely due to its absence, Hermione replied. Brook then produced a large bag of candies and presented it to her. "A gift for you, purchased from Honeydukes." Hermione gazed at the oversized bag of sweets. "Why did you buy so many?" "It's too much to consume alone. Share a bit with your roommates," Brook explained. "One should never be at a disadvantage when it comes to food. Snacks can quickly help strengthen your bonds with them." Hermione nodded in agreement. While her relationship with her roommates wasn't too bad, they lacked common interests, making her feel somewhat excluded. Conversely, she had formed a good rapport with Autumn, a Ravenclaw senior she had recently met, though she claimed not to care, or perhaps had grown accustomed to it. Brook's awareness of her feelings brought a warm sweetness to her heart. "Brook, you've been busy all day. You should rest now." Hermione yawned. "Indeed. You should also retire early," Brook replied. Hermione, cradling a large bundle of sweets, ambled contentedly towards the girls' dormitory. Chapter 34. The Innate Gift of Cultivation. Brook was now entirely engulfed in a sense of awakened lineage, harboring an intense determination that anyone daring to impede his agricultural endeavors would face the consequences. Whenever he found a moment of leisure, he would promptly retreat into his ring to tend to his vegetables and fruit trees, watering and fertilizing with unbridled enthusiasm, observing their gradual growth. Even weeding, a task he could easily accomplish with a mere command over the vast lands, was something he preferred to undertake personally. Relishing this most primal form of labor, each day was filled with delightful busyness. Brook shook his head adamantly. "That won't do. The peaches are ripe, and I must harvest them in the coming days, or they will spoil." Hermione sighed in exasperation. "But you can't skip the banquet." Brook had become utterly obsessed with his farm. Whenever he was not in class, he would be nurturing his crops, which was frankly exhausting. "No, Brook, you cannot continue like this. You are on the brink of madness. You must attend tonight." Hermione's voice rose slightly, her tone resolute. "Neglecting your studies in favor of farming is utterly irresponsible." She would not allow Brook to descend into such a state of decline. Seeing Hermione's serious expression, Brook felt compelled to relent. "All right, you go ahead first. I will join you shortly." Hermione replied, "Sigh. You have 1 hour at most. You must come, or I shall cease to acknowledge you." She extended a finger, her tone serious. Brook, about to negotiate, caught a glimpse of her determined gaze and conceded, "Fine. Just 1 hour. I will certainly come." Pleased, Hermione nodded in approval, lifting the basket brimming with luscious peaches and urging him to hurry. Brook wasted no time, vanishing into thin air to re-enter his ring, resuming his busy and joyful life as a farmer. Although Hermione threatened to ignore him, he knew it was merely a scare tactic. She could not possibly follow through. However, Brook was not one to deceive her. Thousands of Snape figures fluttered upon the walls and ceiling, while another myriad swirled above the dining table like a dark cloud. Hollowed-out pumpkins flickered with candle flames within, and the dishes appeared abruptly in golden plates, reminiscent of the start of term feast. Hermione distributed the peaches to those nearby, finding the taste of the food rather bland. Just then, Professor Quirrell burst into the hall, his face a mask of terror. "Troll!" in the dungeon. Before he could finish, he collapsed onto the floor, unconscious. Chaos erupted in the hall as students panicked, screams and calls ringing out in a cacophony. Dumbledore had to cast a firework spell. Amidst the sharp explosions, the students gradually quieted. Percy straightened his back and shouted, "Follow me. As long as you listen to my commands, there is nothing to fear." Hermione was hardly in the mood to heed Percy's commands. Her thoughts were entirely consumed by Brook. He had yet to arrive at the banquet, and she pondered whether he was still at the farm or on his way. What if he encountered Troll? It was all her fault. If only she hadn't insisted on Brook attending the gathering. If anything were to happen to him, she would carry the burden of guilt for a lifetime. Seizing the moment amidst the chaos of the crowd, she discreetly slipped away from the group and made her way towards the adjacent corridor. Hermione was uncertain of Brook's whereabouts, but she felt certain that the vacant classroom on the first floor, where Brook had entered the ring, would be the right place to go. Ron, look at Hermione. Harry tugged at Ron's sleeve and whispered. Ron appeared bewildered. Where's she off to? Brook hasn't arrived. Hermione must be trying to find him, Harry surmised. The troll is still lurking about. How perilous. Ron's voice carried a note of concern. We must follow her. If she encounters trouble, we can lend our assistance. Harry asserted resolutely. Ron hesitated. They had no close ties with Hermione. Brook has aided us, Harry reminded him. Recalling the 75 galleons, Ron gritted his teeth and replied, all right. Meanwhile, Brook emerged from the ring, his face alight with joy. People were indeed compelled to act under pressure. That saying held true. At his usual pace, he would not have completed the task in an hour, even if he toiled through the night. Yet, in order to honor his promise to Hermione, he had remarkably mastered the summoning charm, which he had previously struggled with. His progress could only be described as meteoric. The levitation charm allowed ripe peaches to detach from their branches, while the summoning charm accurately collected them into a box, nothing short of perfection. He felt invigorated by the motivation to learn magic, making life significantly more convenient. However, the moment Brook stepped out, his smile vanished in an instant. He quickly raised his hand to cover his nose. What on earth is that stench? His sense of smell was far more acute than that of an average person, rivaling even that of a dog's. The intense odor struck him like a sharp dagger, overwhelming his senses. It was as if 1,000 dung bombs had exploded simultaneously around him. He hastily pointed his wand at his head and uttered, Circum protego, an irregular, somewhat translucent glass dome materialized above him, the result of his still imperfect bubblehead charm. Having consistently refused to attend defense against the dark arts classes due to the pervasive scent of garlic, Hermione had sought to remedy his plight with this charm. While it may have looked unappealing, it was certainly effective at blocking out the foul odor. As Brook pushed open the classroom door, he was confronted by a towering figure blocking his path. Initially mistaking it for Hagrid, he prepared to greet it, but upon closer inspection through the hazy glass dome, he was utterly astonished. The creature before him exhibited an eerie gray skin tone, with grotesquely disproportionate body dimensions. Its legs, less than half a meter long, were as stout as tree stumps, supporting its massive frame. In his grasp was a hefty wooden club. How did the giant make its way to Hogwarts? Its sudden appearance seemed to bewilder the creature, whose head was scarcely larger than a tennis ball. The two, man and beast, were locked in a mutual stare, each wide-eyed with surprise. Brook's eyes were wide. With a thunderous roar, the giant finally reacted, raising its club and swinging it down ferociously toward Brook. Unfazed, Brook prepared to retreat into his ring, only to be startled by Hermione's piercing scream. Ah! Harry and Ron hastily picked up scattered stones from the ground and hurled them at the giant. Hey, you big oaf, look over here, Ron shouted, attempting to divert the giant's attention. Meanwhile, Harry struck the ground with a metal pipe he had found, producing a cacophony of sound. Hermione shouted to Brook, Brook, wait for the right moment and run in the opposite direction. Chapter 35, a bit of bullying the giant. Brook raised a hand to his forehead, exasperated. What is going on here? Can I just run freely through the ring or the spatial door? It was understandable that Harry and Ron were unaware of his abilities, but Hermione's confusion was perplexing. With a casual wave of his hand, a portal materialized before him. He stepped through it and, in an instant, was standing beside Hermione. This unexpected turn of events left everyone present utterly astounded. The giant froze, its walnut-sized brain unable to comprehend how Brook had vanished and reappeared so swiftly. Harry and Ron were equally bewildered. They had been striving to create an opportunity for Brook to escape, only to realize he had no need for their efforts. Hermione, flustered with concern, completely forgot that the spatial door was, in fact, a formidable means of escape. Nevertheless, she was the quickest to react, seizing Brook's hand. You open the spatial door, and let us get out of here. Brook shook his head. Hermione, since I'm here, allow me to demonstrate my strength. So you need not worry about my safety. Just a giant, he thought. He possessed countless ways to vanquish it. His earlier desire to hide in the ring stemmed purely from laziness. This was the perfect opportunity to reassure Hermione and perhaps provoke some worry in others. Though the giant remained perplexed, it resolved to abandon thought and simply eliminate the perplexing little figure before it. It raised its club and swung violently in Brook's direction. Hermione screamed in terror, Ah, danger, danger, danger. Fear not, I have many methods. The spatial door can serve for escape, but can also be employed in battle. Brook calmly responded, raising his hand unhurriedly. A spatial door appeared directly beneath the descending club. Simultaneously, Another portal manifested beside the giant. In a marvelous turn of events, the whistling club passed through both portals, striking the giant with tremendous force. The giant's colossal form was propelled backward by the force, crashing against the wall with a resounding thud. The giant was thoroughly bewildered, slumped against the wall in a state of confusion. Meanwhile, Hermione, Harry, and Ron, who were observing from the sidelines, were rendered speechless in astonishment. You see, had I placed the spatial portal directly upon the giant's head, it would have exploded into fragments by now. With a flick of his wand, Brook severed one of the giant's legs with an impeccably smooth cut, eliciting a pained howl from the creature. The cutting spell, if I so desired, could have effortlessly dismembered the giant into 8 pieces. Subsequently, Brook lightly brushed his ring, and 2 modern weapons materialized upon the ground. Ron remained indifferent, merely curious. However, Hermione and Harry were nearly slack-jawed in shock. This is a Jaeger-Gallard light machine gun, which I prefer to call Big Plate Chicken. A single burst would turn the giant into a sieve. And this is an RPG-7 rocket launcher, capable of obliterating tanks. One shot could send the giant soaring into the sky. Brook elaborated. Wait, please don't. Hermione quickly interjected, fearing that Hogwarts would be obliterated. Destroying Hogwarts would require missiles. Fortunately, I possess quite a few of those as well. Not just one Hogwarts, but even 100 I could effortlessly reduce to rubble. However, for dealing with this minor calamity, such measures are unnecessary. Brook continued with a smile. I merely wish to convey that I am quite formidable, and you need not worry about me. At that moment, the giant struggled to rise from the ground, seemingly unwilling to concede defeat, and attempted to launch another attack on the group. With a casual wave, Brook conjured a spatial portal right beneath the giant's foot. The giant had no time to react and fell directly through. Just as it was halfway down, Brook dismissed the portal, leaving the giant's torso lodged underground, unable to escape despite its frantic thrashing, only able to emit furious roars. Brook's hand reached through the portal and delivered a resounding slap to the giant, stunning it further. Cease your noise. You are now a teaching tool, he declared, turning to Hermione. In truth, if you remain calm, you too can defeat it. Me? Hermione exclaimed, astonishment etched across her face. Can I really? Of course, Brook began instructing. With all these rubble pieces on the ground, you can use the transfiguration spell to transform them into steel balls. When the giant steps on them, it will slip. Then, use the levitation charm to control these steel balls to assault its head. Thus, defeating it will be a simple task. Hermione pondered. It does seem feasible. A spark of determination ignited within her. So, shall we give it a try? She eagerly nodded, brimming with enthusiasm. However, before Brook could release the giant to allow Hermione to showcase her skills, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from behind them. Professor McGonagall led the charge, followed closely by Snape and Quirrell. Upon witnessing the chaotic scene before them, particularly the giant struggling and roaring while trapped in the ground, incredulity washed over their faces. Quirrell, paling in fear, clutched his chest, his legs giving way as he collapsed on the ground. Professor McGonagall's chest heaved violently, her voice trembling with a mixture of rage and disbelief. Snape surveyed the four with a penetrating gaze, particularly fixating on Brook. He had an unsettling premonition that only Brook could have orchestrated such a spectacle. As Hermione was about to speak, Brook interjected with a complaint. Professor, the security at Hogwarts is utterly inadequate. What? Professor McGonagall exclaimed, momentarily speechless, utterly taken aback by Brook's audacity. Even Severus Snape, usually inscrutable, displayed a hint of amusement. With a flick of his wand, he rendered the rampaging troll unconscious, then crossed his arms, adopting a spectator's pose as he stood aside. I was attacked by a troll the moment I stepped out of the classroom, and my heart is still racing, McGonagall remarked, taking a deep breath. Why are you here? She discerned the implication in Brook's words. He had not attended the feast, and thus had not received the notification. The responsibility for this troll attack, indeed, rested upon their shoulders as professors. Brook shrugged and patiently elaborated. Since the beginning of the term, whenever I have a moment to spare, Hermione and I practice magic in that empty classroom. The two portraits there can vouch for us. McGonagall's gaze fixed on Brook, awaiting further explanation. After class today, I came here to practice the bubble head charm. As usual, Brook indicated the bubble perched atop his head. McGonagall understood completely. Although not yet perfected, it was impressive enough for a first-year wizard. Phileas would likely award you extra points for that. Thank you for the praise, Brook replied. I became so engrossed in practice that I completely forgot about the feast. That's why they came to inform me about the troll, fearing for my safety. Having clarified the situation, he continued. Chapter 36. An unsettled Dumbledore. Then, why didn't you inform us? McGonagall inquired, turning her attention to Hermione and the others. Perhaps concern breeds confusion. Brook interjected on their behalf. As friends, they were so worried about me that they overlooked the simplest course of action, choosing instead a braver path. Willing to risk for a friend. Very Gryffindor, wouldn't you say? Snape snorted softly, tempted to remark on the recklessness and foolishness of lions, but he refrained in McGonagall's presence. However, his gaze toward Brook was laden with admiration. Should I suggest a resorting for Brook? He mused that if Brook were to abandon his mental barriers, he would undoubtedly find himself placed in Slytherin. McGonagall's expression softened considerably as she regarded the trio, a glimmer of appreciation evident in her eyes. Though understandable, you have nonetheless violated school rules. Each of you will lose 5 points, she decreed. Harry and Ron exchanged looks of surprise. Mere points lost were trivial matters. Yet Hermione felt a pang of discomfort. Not because it was the first time Gryffindor had lost points due to her actions, nor did she regret notifying Brook. Rather, she felt uneasy, knowing that without her interference, Brook would have been perfectly safe. This weighed heavily on her conscience. Once more, McGonagall turned her gaze to Brook, a gentle smile gracing her features, one they had never before witnessed on her face. Brook, you have unintentionally become embroiled in the matter of the giant invasion. It is our responsibility as professors. Your assistance in subduing the giant has earned Gryffindor an additional 30 points, and this incident will be duly recorded in the display room. Thank you, Professor. Brook discreetly deducted points from Professor McGonagall. This balance of awarding and deducting points not only upholds the fairness of school rules, but also clarifies which behaviors merit encouragement. Farewell, Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell. Brook politely bid adieu to the 3 professors. Subsequently, the 4 of them made their way toward the Gryffindor common room. Thank you, Harry and Ron. Brook expressed his gratitude. Harry quickly waved his hand, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he replied, We hardly helped. In fact, we only caused more trouble. Otherwise, you could have earned Gryffindor even more points. Ron stammered, unable to speak, his face turning crimson. Both Harry and Ron felt increasingly awkward, yet deep down, they were quite pleased. It was then that Brook learned from Hermione that she had initially come alone, and Harry and Ron had noticed her straying from the group and had proactively come to assist. Although Brook was reluctant to involve himself in the entangled emotions between Harry and Voldemort, he recognized that Harry was indeed a worthy friend, regardless of skill level. He was genuinely dependable in times of need. Brook had little regard for the leftovers in the common room. Coincidentally, Hermione and the others had not eaten their fill either. Thus, he took them to the ring space and prepared a hot pot feast. Naturally, he did not reveal the entirety of the space's wonders to Harry and Ron, but led them directly into the house within the space. The external area was cloaked in a thin mist. Harry's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. He had not anticipated that Brook possessed such a magical realm. While Ron felt a pang of envy at Brook's independent abode, he maintained his composure, patiently explaining to Harry the principles behind the undetectable extension charm. Before long, a steaming hot pot was served, and the rich aroma enveloped the surroundings. This delightful hot pot brought immense joy to all, especially Ron, who seemed to have allocated all his talent points toward the art of eating. Eating hot pot naturally required chopsticks, yet this posed a challenge for Harry and Ron. They awkwardly wielded a single chopstick in each hand, gingerly attempting to grasp the ingredients from the pot, moving at an excruciatingly slow pace. Were it not for Brook deliberately slowing his own pace, Ron would have found the meat slices slipping away before reaching his mouth. As Ron continued to eat, he suddenly gave up, not on eating, but on using chopsticks. He brandished his wand, casting the levitation charm upon the slices of lamb in the hot pot. The pieces of lamb obediently floated into his bowl, and then he leisurely savored them with a fork. Brook, Hermione, and Harry looked on in astonishment, utterly amazed. Additionally, Ron exhibited an unusual obsession with spiciness. He showed no interest in the clear broth and fixated solely on the spicy pot. His lips were inflamed from the spiciness, beads of sweat cascading down his face, and his crimson hair seemed to shimmer even more vibrantly. Yet, he continued to huff and puff while incessantly shoveling food from the spicy pot into his mouth. On one side, Brook was relishing the feast, while on the other, Dumbledore was deeply unsettled. To him, the giant's invasion was merely a trifling matter that hardly affected his mood. In truth, he was already aware of the mastermind behind it all. He had kept this pawn alive solely to nurture Harry. However, when the portrait recounted, verbatim, Brook's words to Hermione, Dumbledore's expression turned grave in an instant. He gazed at the RPG, 7 rocket launcher, and the Decurev light machine gun, left behind in the scene, pondering whether Brook had forgotten them or intentionally left them there, enveloped in profound silence. Despite residing in the wizarding world, Dumbledore remained ever vigilant regarding the technological advancements of the Muggle realm, never allowing himself a moment of complacency. The prophecy of Gellert Grindelwald frequently resurfaced in his mind. Even if the entire world dismissed Gellert's words, he held unwavering faith in them. Consequently, he was acutely aware of the power these modern weapons possessed, especially those two colossal explosions he had personally witnessed at the Foot Basin. If Brook truly wielded such weapons, the destruction of Hogwarts would be no mere hyperbole. Moreover, Brook was fully cognizant that the portrait would convey messages to him, yet he brazenly displayed these weapons, which were clearly not intended for combating giants. This raised even more intriguing questions. He couldn't help but murmur, "Are you making a statement? If you have nothing else, I shall take my leave." Severus Snape, standing nearby, grew increasingly impatient. He hadn't quite caught what Dumbledore was muttering. After handing Dumbledore those peculiar items, the headmaster fell into contemplation. They waited for 5 minutes, as if he believed Snape's time held no value. Not to mention, he still bore an injury on his leg. Had it not been for Professor McGonagall attending to the aftermath of the giants, he would have had no time to report to the headmaster's office. "I want to die." He coughed, slightly embarrassed. "Has Mr. Lockhart exhibited any unusual behavior recently? Does skipping defense against the dark arts count?" Snape retorted, challenging Dumbledore with his gaze. He had applied to take that class countless times, only to be thwarted by that fool Quirrell. "I was already aware of that. Is there anything else?" Dumbledore's deep azure eyes fixed intently on Snape. Seeing Dumbledore's serious demeanor, Snape adopted a more earnest tone. Lockhart had requested numerous plants from Pomona, yet no one knew where he had planted them. Furthermore, he had supplied the kitchen with a considerable amount of vegetables, likely using items enhanced with the undetectable expansion charm. He paused before adding, "If we were discussing anomalies, Lockhart has been largely absent after classes, and Miss Know-It-All has been frequenting the library alone lately. He seems to be slacking in his studies." "That would be Miss Granger," Dumbledore corrected him before falling back into thought. "Very well, I shall take my leave. Recently, I have been keeping a close eye on Mr. Lott, as I desire to ascertain his actions." "Humph." Snape scoffed derisively, "Potter, Quirrell. And Lott, do you think I have an abundance of leisure time?" Dumbledore's aged visage betrayed a hint of embarrassment. "Do your best." Snape dismissed Dumbledore's words, turning away with a slight limp. Dumbledore's gaze fell upon the two modern weapons on the table, plunging him once more into deep contemplation. "It is time for a meeting. I expect you share this sentiment as well, my young friend." Chapter 37. A Confrontation with Dumbledore. The incident involving the troll invasion at Hogwarts did not stir significant unrest within the campus. The young witches and wizards continued their daily pursuits. This, however, was not entirely accurate. Ron was an exception. He enthusiastically recounted his valiant encounter with the troll to anyone willing to listen. Neville remained his most devoted audience, gazing at Ron with unwavering admiration, which brought Ron immense satisfaction. Yet Ron was acutely aware of what should and should not be said, possibly out of concern that Brook might steal the limelight. Nevertheless, he mentioned not a word regarding the secret of Brook's ring. As a member of a pure-blood wizarding family, Ron possessed a greater understanding of magical artifacts like the undetectable extension charm than most. He had never encountered a ring that utilized such a charm. Brook's could very well be illicit. He could not allow his loose tongue to bring trouble upon Brook. The troll incident had also reunited the trio, or rather, the quartet, as Brook was often preoccupied with farm responsibilities. This left Hermione inadvertently caught in the company of Harry and Ron. Cautiously, Ron approached Hermione. "Hermione, could I borrow your assignment for reference?" "No, assignments must be completed independently to truly acquire knowledge," Hermione replied without hesitation. Ron, slightly indignant, muttered under his breath, "Then why are you willing to help Brook with his assignment?" Hermione retorted, "He wields those spells better than I do. He hardly needs to rely on assignments for reinforcement." Indeed, Brook had previously copied her work. However, since taking on farm duties, his workload had increased significantly. She had chosen to assist him with his assignments to afford him some respite. After all, if he was going to copy, it was more efficient for her to complete it directly for him. Harry nudged Ron. "Ron, do you not recognize your own standing? Compared to Brook, you're dreaming." "Hermione, our assignment is truly a sham. If we could see yours, we might actually learn something worthwhile. Please be lenient." Hermione, observing Harry's pitiable expression, realized she cannot be excessively biased. With a huff, she stood and walked towards the bookshelf. "I will find a book to read." Ron watched her retreating figure, his countenance morose, and sighed. "What are we to do? The potion assignment is exceedingly difficult." Harry patted Ron on the head, exasperated. "You fool. Hermione hasn't taken her assignment with her." Ron was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized. "Ah, yes. Quickly. The two hastily spread Hermione's assignment out in front of them and began to copy it furiously. After finishing the peach harvest at the farm, Brook finally found some leisure time. He busied himself for a while longer at the farm before heading to the library. He needed to look up some household magic or spells suitable for farming. However, just as he approached the library entrance, Hermione rushed out in a flurry and collided with him. "Oh, I'm so sorry," Hermione exclaimed, clutching her forehead and repeatedly apologizing. Brook couldn't help but find her flustered demeanor somewhat amusing. "Hermione, what's the rush?" "Ah, Brook, I was just looking for you." Hermione lifted her gaze, and a glimmer of surprise flickered in her eyes upon seeing him. "You were looking for me? Is something the matter?" "It's not me looking for you. It's Professor Dumbledore who seeks you." As she spoke, Hermione pulled out a note from her pocket and handed it to Brook. He took the note and read, "Miss Granger, kindly assist by delivering this note to Mr. Lott. Mr. Lott, we hope you can visit the headmaster's office at your earliest convenience. The entrance is located at the stone gargoyle in the center of the third-floor corridor. Lemon sherbet is delightful." Brook's eyes brightened. He had been anticipating this moment. He hadn't expected Dumbledore to summon him so soon. His longing for Hogwarts house elves had been persistent. Although he could command his own house elf, and to perform tasks, many matters were cumbersome without Dumbledore's directives. This was also the reason he had deliberately showcased modern artifacts, intending to draw Dumbledore's attention, compelling him to investigate and engage. Of course, he could have sought Dumbledore out himself, but that would relinquish the initiative in negotiations. "With the headmaster's summons, I shall make my way there," he declared. "Yes. Yes," Hermione nodded eagerly. In her heart, Dumbledore held an unparalleled stature. Her choice of Gryffindor House was significantly influenced by him. Brook's opportunity for a private audience with Dumbledore was something she envied greatly. Brook ruffled Hermione's hair affectionately before turning to ascend the stairs to the third floor. He had passed the stone gargoyle numerous times during classes and was quite familiar with the route. The stone gargoyle before him had a peculiar shape resembling a lioness. Yet its nose and eyes bore a more human-like appearance. "Lemon sherbet. Thank you," Brook murmured as he stepped onto the staircase. Before he could lift his foot to climb, the wall behind him swiftly closed. Simultaneously, the staircase began to turn and rise slowly. A magical elevator? How intriguing. Soon, the staircase reached its pinnacle and came to a smooth halt. Brook descended onto a landing before a solid oak door adorned with a griffin-shaped knocker. He politely rapped on the door. "Come in." Dumbledore's voice resonated from beyond the door, which then swung open automatically. Brook entered the principal's office, which unfolded before him as a circular chamber. Upon the claw-footed table's shelf rested the sorting hat. The walls were adorned with portraits of past headmasters, all currently ensconced in slumber, occasionally emitting soft snores. A phoenix fox dozed upon a golden perch, resembling less a mythical bird and more a chicken with a few curls atop its head. A peculiar contraption whirred on the desk, exhaling puffs of smoke. Also present were the two weapons that Brook had deliberately left behind. "Good afternoon, Professor Dumbledore," he greeted. "Mr. Lott, please have a seat. Would you care for a drink?" Dumbledore inquired gently. "No, thank you, Professor," Brook replied, declining directly, with a sleeping sunflower in his hand. He was well aware of the properties of Veritaserum and would not readily consume anything offered by Dumbledore. Chapter 38. Dumbledore. "Have I erred? I must apologize for the predicament I inadvertently placed you in last night," Dumbledore expressed with contrition. "There is no need for apologies. Accidents occur everywhere, do they not?" Brook reassured him. "How have you fared at Hogwarts these past 2 months? The place is brimming with talent, and the conversations are delightful. I truly adore it here. The professors have a very favorable impression of you." Dumbledore nodded, then shifted the topic. "Is this what you forgot last night? Could you enlighten me about it?" "This is a muggle weapon, akin to a wand, which I keep for self-defense. I must have forgotten to take it with me last night, due to my nerves." "Thank you, Professor." Dumbledore sighed, understanding the message conveyed by the young lad. Brook's previous interactions had evidently engendered some resistance. "I hear you've been quite busy of late. Is there anything with which I may assist you?" "Perhaps not," Brook mused. "I believe there could be," Dumbledore countered. "Then there is? Pray tell." "I possess something akin to what Mr. Newt's commander has, but mine consists of an overwhelming quantity of crops that I struggle to manage alone. Hogwarts has many house elves. You may select a few to assist you, and I shall ensure they are sworn to secrecy regarding your affairs, myself included," Dumbledore promptly proposed. Brook nodded, trusting in Dumbledore's assurances. Additionally, the surplus of fruits and vegetables is excessive and would rot if left unattended. They should be procured by Hogwarts at market price. Professor Pomona will discuss this with you. You know how much I adore learning, yet the library's vast collection is rather chaotic. Each search consumes an inordinate amount of my time." Dumbledore pondered for a moment before retrieving an old notebook from the cabinet behind him. This contains some of my youthful reflections on the study of magic, primarily focusing on transfiguration and combinatorial spells. You may consider it as supplementary reading. Having gathered sufficient information, Brook decided to conclude the conversation. I quite enjoy Hogwarts. It shall indeed become my second home. Dumbledore finally revealed a satisfied smile upon his face. I hope every young wizard here can experience the warmth of home. I believe I shall. If there is nothing further, I shall not impose. Brook rose directly to take his leave. Wishing you a pleasant weekend. Thank you, Headmaster. His spirits were high, as the conversation with Dumbledore had gone exceedingly well. Dialogue between intelligent minds is always so tacitly understood. Dumbledore did not press him about the origins of the weapons, nor did he compel him to surrender them entirely. Since he had procured them once, he could surely acquire more. Coercion would only prove counterproductive. Dumbledore evidently aimed to bind him to Hogwarts through emotional ties and mutual benefits. As long as he refrained from using those special weapons within Hogwarts, all would be well. Brook also took the opportunity to present his own conditions. These three rather reasonable stipulations fell well within the bounds of what Dumbledore would accept. Should he become greedy and propose additional unreasonable demands, thus provoking Dumbledore's ire, he would find himself at a loss. After all, with his current capabilities, defeating Dumbledore was a mere fantasy, unless he chose to hide indefinitely within the ring's space, awaiting Dumbledore's demise. Ultimately, he did not take the weapons from the table. Firstly, to indicate that he possessed many such items and was indifferent to a few more. Secondly, to convey to Dumbledore that he wished for autonomy regarding these weapons without excessive interference. As soon as Brook exited the headmaster's office, a tumult erupted within. You are far too indulgent with that young fellow. Phineas Nigellus Black's voice was particularly sharp. In my opinion, he ought to be shown a lesson for daring to use Hogwarts as leverage against you. It is utterly outrageous. Which ear did you hear Lot threaten Albus with? Retorted Dilly's Derwent. He clearly cherishes Hogwarts and wishes to regard it as a second home. What harm is there in providing him with certain benefits? Do you wish for Hogwarts to be filled with ungrateful ingrates? She nearly named the ungrateful ones as Slytherin students. Then, what of his procurement of so many weapons? Is that not a threat? Every young wizard wields a wand and can inflict harm upon Hogwarts. Do you intend to strip them of their right to use wands? Phineas was left speechless, seething as he exclaimed, You are long-haired and short-sighted. What did you say? Dilly shouted, charging into Phineas's portrait and delivering a flurry of blows. The other portraits around them jeered, cheering Dilly's on. Well done. Dilly's, kick him where it hurts. Enough. Dumbledore's voice thundered, piercing through the clamor, instantly silencing the raucous headmaster's office. Only Phineas, pinned beneath Dilly's, continued to grunt. Dumbledore rubbed his temples. Mr. Lott is a student of Hogwarts. As headmaster, it is my duty to offer him appropriate assistance, Everard slowly interjected. However, this child still requires heightened supervision. After all, if those weapons are indeed as you described, Hogwarts cannot afford the consequences. Dumbledore is acutely aware that, despite reaching a verbal accord with Brook, the risks persist. The typically taciturn Philea spoke up, asserting that those who cherish the cultivation of plants seldom provoke trouble unless driven to desperation. Dumbledore, what precisely did you do to provoke that young lad? Dumbledore fell silent, a flicker of confusion crossing his gaze. He did not perceive any missteps in his handling of the Brook situation. Even if given a second chance, his choices would remain unchanged. The sole oversight, perhaps, was not assigning Brook to Hufflepuff. He had chosen Gryffindor, believing that McGonagall would be more stringent than Sprout, thus better suited to manage Brook. Yet, he had not anticipated Brook's profound passion for horticulture. Phileas had shared numerous insights regarding Brook, particularly his extraordinary talent and enthusiasm for planting, which deeply impressed him. Dumbledore, your approach in dealing with children is flawed, reminiscent of the young Tom Riddle, Voldemort. Her words plunged Dumbledore into contemplation, enveloping the headmaster's office in a profound silence. Chapter 39. A sport that warms the heart and brings joy. Dumbledore was remarkably efficient in his duties. That very evening, and was dispatched to Brookside, Mr. Lott, and in reports for duty, and in bowed deeply before Brook. Dumbledore instructed that from this day forth, it would heed only Brook's commands, relinquishing all other responsibilities at Hogwarts. It was utterly enamored with Brook. At Hogwarts, performing tasks often meant competing with other house elves. Yet, by following Brook, an endless array of responsibilities awaited. It was a veritable paradise for a house elf. I shall take you to a special place. Anan nodded enthusiastically, its spirit aflame with anticipation, ready to embrace its new duties. Brook placed a hand on Anan's shoulder and guided it into the ring space. Brook pointed toward the vast expanse of farmland, smiling as he said, "This is where you will work in the future. The entire farm is entrusted to your care." Wow, so much work, so much work. It trembled with excitement. And is truly elated. "Thank you, Mr. Lot." As it spoke, it bowed deeply once more. Though Brook was accustomed to an Anne's exuberance, he couldn't help but feel a flush of embarrassment. To ask for labor without compensation was one thing, but to receive gratitude in return was quite another. Where's the logic in that? Dumbledore has allocated several house elf positions to me. And do you think we should recruit a few more elves to assist with these tasks? And Anne's eyes immediately glistened with tears, brimming with emotion. "Mr. Lot, do you not believe in it? Do you think it cannot complete this work?" Brook felt as if his mind had rusted over, forgetting such an important matter. The house elves' dedication and pride in their work were almost twisted into an obsession. He should have anticipated this and simply sought out a few more helpers himself. "Anan, I know you are exceptionally capable. There is nothing in this farm that you cannot accomplish. However, the workload is overwhelming. Besides tending to this vast estate, you must also deliver fruits and vegetables to the Hogwarts kitchen and assist me with cooking. I fear that you might be overwhelmed by the sheer volume of tasks." "I can manage," Anan declared, straightening his small frame. Tears still shimmered in his eyes, as if to say, "If you disagree, I'll cry to make you see." "Very well. I believe in you. But if I notice you becoming too weary, I shall enlist additional help." Brook squatted down, gently patting Anan's slender shoulder. "It's not that I distrust your abilities. I genuinely do not wish to see you overworked. I hope to have your assistance for many more years. And if you exhaust yourself, where shall I find another devoted house elf like you?" Anan's already large eyes widened further, and his ginger-hued skin flushed with a delicate pink. "Mr. Brook, you are far too kind to me. I wish to serve you for a lifetime." Even Brook, whose self-assurance rivaled the thickness of a city wall, felt slightly overwhelmed by such sentiment. "Anan, please tend to the fruit trees first. The cabbage, lettuce, cauliflower, kale, oranges, and winter jujubes are nearing maturity. I would greatly appreciate your help in harvesting them." "At your command," Anan responded with enthusiasm, dashing toward the farm like a warrior heading into battle. After herbology class, Professor Sprout called out to Brook. "Brook, I hear you have quite a bounty of vegetables and fruits that you wish to sell to Hogwarts. Is that correct?" "Yes, Professor. As you know, I have a great passion for cultivating plants, resulting in a surplus of crops. However, my studies at Hogwarts have prevented me from selling them to muggles. If left on the farm too long, they will spoil, which would be a terrible waste." Brook's demeanor toward Sprout was notably sincere. "My dear boy, why didn't you mention this sooner?" Sprout, who detested seeing food wasted, chided gently. "I hesitated to trouble you, and my farm does have an abundance. What do we have to be embarrassed about between us?" Sprout replied playfully, "If Hogwarts cannot consume them all, I shall help you sell them in Hogsmeade." Brook was touched by Sprout's willingness to assist him so selflessly after just 2 months of acquaintance. Such friendship was truly invaluable. "Thank you, Professor. There's no need for thanks. You are my student. It is only proper that I assist you." Sprout's smile grew even warmer. "Once the crops are ready, let the house elves deliver them to the kitchen. They know the preservation charm, so there's no need to worry about spoilage. And with my presence, you need not fear unfavorable pricing. I have complete faith in you." "Professor, what more could Brook say? He could only cherish this bond deeply within his heart. Should he stumble upon any rare herbs in the future, he would certainly deliver them. Sprout. By the way, take a pot of devil's snare. It is quite suitable for salads, you know." Sprout winked mischievously after his remark. Indeed, it seemed that his passion for herb cultivation was not solely for culinary pursuits. "Professor, I hesitated to tell you, fearing you might disapprove," Brook explained, a touch of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. Leaning closer, Sprout whispered conspiratorially, "I initially took to herb gardening for the same reason, and I've sampled most of them." Brook's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had found a kindred spirit. "Professor, do you have time this evening? I would like to treat you to dinner." "I'm afraid I cannot, my dear child," Professor Sprout replied regretfully, shaking his head. "I have an engagement with Minerva and the others. Perhaps in a few days? A delightful treat will soon be ripe. I'll bring it along, and we can invite Hermione, Hagrid, and have a grand feast together." "Very well, Professor." Since Sprout wished to keep a secret, Brook was content to await the feast. The chill of November winds quietly swept over Hogwarts, wrapping the surrounding mountains in a pristine white blanket. Brook and the warmly bundled Hermione strolled leisurely along the banks of the Black Lake. "Brook, are you truly not cold?" Hermione asked, glancing at him in his thin wizard robe, feeling the chill herself. She was clad in layers of thermal undergarments, thick knitted gloves, and a fluffy hat that shielded her from the elements. Brook flexed his limbs, genuinely feeling warm. Hermione, watching him frolic in the icy air with ease, felt a pang of envy. She huddled closer, wrapping herself tighter. "No, I want to walk outside," Hermione declared stubbornly. "Shall we engage in some exercise?" Exercise? A way to warm up that is also immensely enjoyable. Hermione glared fiercely at Brook, her eyes seemingly warning him that any further provocation would not end well for him. Chapter 40. The Mischievous Hermione. Brook turned his gaze to the black lake and with a wave of his hand, cast a slicing charm upon the ice. The surface shattered instantly, revealing a thick layer beneath, well over 10 centimeters deep. "Let's go ice skating." Hermione immediately covered her face with her hands, utterly mortified. "What's wrong?" "Hermione, don't you want to play?" Brook asked, puzzled by her reaction. No. She hastily waved him off. Suddenly, a glimmer of mischief danced in her eyes, "But I don't know how." "Fear not. I shall teach you." Brook had learned to skate in a previous life. While his skills were average, they sufficed for a beginner. All right. And so, they ventured onto the Black Lake. As they stepped onto the ice, sharp blades formed beneath their feet. Although Brook's transfiguration skills were commendable among his peers, they paled in comparison to Hermione's prowess, especially after Hermione perused Dumbledore's notes. Her proficiency in transfiguration experienced a remarkable transformation. Were Brook to transform, the ice blades would certainly not be as uniformly sharp. "Hermione, ice skating is quite simple, so do not be afraid." Brook first steadied Hermione on the ice. "Now let's slightly part your legs and bend your knees a bit, just like this." Holding Hermione's small hand, Brook demonstrated the movements. Hermione bit her lips, suppressing her mirth. "Now, let us attempt to glide slowly on one foot, akin to walking, but lighter and slower." "Excellent. Hermione, you are doing splendidly. I shall now release my hand. Just alternate your feet slowly, adhering to the sensation we just practiced." He let go, standing by to offer support. Hermione pretended to be nervous as she glided forward a few steps, then suddenly accelerated, racing across the ice. She spun and leaped, her movements fluid and graceful, reminiscent of a professional figure skater. Brook's eyes widened in astonishment. He had been outwitted. "Thank you, Professor Brook. Your teaching is exceptional. I have learned well." Hermione's smile radiated, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. She even performed a graceful bow, akin to that of a seasoned figure skater. "Ah, how dare you deceive me?" Brook exclaimed, pushing off the ice to pursue her. "Come on, chase me." In an instant, the rink echoed with Hermione's joyous laughter and Brook's mock threats of anger. Though Brook possessed a significantly stronger physique than Hermione, he was merely an amateur at skating. Hermione, ever the agile fox, alternated between evasion and spins, leaving Brook unable to catch up. Ultimately, she deliberately slowed her pace, allowing him to grasp her. Brook extended both hands, playfully ruffling Hermione's hair. "Let us see if you dare again." "Spare me, I won't do it again, I promise," Hermione pleaded, though her face remained playful. Amidst their frolic, Hermione never lost sight of her primary commitment to learning. Thus, that evening, Brook found himself reluctantly dragged to the library by Hermione. According to her, he had already squandered too much study time due to farm-related matters. What choice did Brook have? He could only comply, especially since Hermione was still completing his assignments. Should Hermione decide to withdraw her assistance in a fit of anger, he would surely be the one to suffer. As they settled into their seats at the library, Harry hurried in, panting, with Ron following closely behind. He plopped down in front of Brook and Hermione, excitement radiating from his face. "Harry, what is the matter?" Brook inquired, intrigued by Harry's demeanor. After scanning the vicinity to ensure they were not being observed, Harry lowered his voice and declared, "I've uncovered a significant secret. The troll was let in by Snape." Ron exhibited little reaction, evidently having been informed beforehand. Brook, however, wore a perplexed expression, while Hermione appeared utterly astonished. "How did you come to know this?" "I dare say he must be intent on pilfering what is guarded by the three-headed dog. Unleashing the monstrous creature merely serves to divert everyone's attention." Brook gazed at Harry, almost wishing to applaud him. Such a clever mind, such remarkable deductive prowess. It would be a travesty for him not to pursue a career in writing. Surely, as a professor, he would not stoop to such underhanded tactics. Hermione furrowed her brow, still somewhat incredulous. What does it matter if he is a professor? Ron immediately leapt to Harry's defense. "Just look at how he typically treats Harry, how he targets Gryffindor." I concur with Harry's assertion. At the same time, he glanced at Brook, who had remained silent throughout. Hermione and Harry also turned their attention to him. Brook shrugged, indicating his disinterest in such conjectural games. "Whether Snape wishes to steal or not bears no significance to me. He certainly enjoys gossip, but prefers the kind that requires no effort to discern. However, how could this be irrelevant? Snape is attempting to steal something from Dumbledore's collection. Harry retorted anxiously, unable to comprehend Brook's nonchalance. This exemplifies why Brook prefers to avoid the company of exuberant children. His mental age and thought process simply do not resonate with their excitement. Harry, you assert that the item guarded by the three-headed dog belongs to Dumbledore, correct? Yes, when Hagrid took me to Gringotts to retrieve some money. He mentioned that an item from Vault 713 was Hogwarts' greatest secret. It is undoubtedly important, right? Harry nodded vigorously. Then tell me, is it safer to keep this item on Dumbledore or in a location protected by a three-headed dog? Brook's single remark left the three of them momentarily speechless. Hermione, having been influenced by Brook over the past year, reacted more swiftly. You mean fishing? Harry and Ron still wore confused expressions. Their minds tangled in the debate of who was more formidable, Dumbledore or the three-headed dog. Seeing that the two had yet to catch on, Hermione could not help but facepalm. Headmaster Dumbledore is the greatest white wizard of our time. His prowess in battle is beyond question. Brook might even be capable of besting a creature like the three-headed dog, let alone Dumbledore. Hey. Hermione, if you wish to praise Dumbledore, simply do so. Why compare me to him? Brook protested. Chapter 41, The Hidden Prize. Hermione rolled her eyes at him. Thus, the safest place for the item should be on Dumbledore himself. Yet he chose not to keep it on his person, instead placing it outside, deliberately awaiting someone to steal it. This must be part of Dumbledore's plan. But what does this have to do with whether Snape intends to steal? Indeed, what relevance does it hold? Hermione looked at Brook. I am genuinely moved by your thirst for knowledge. Brook chuckled. But what does this matter to you? Harry opened his mouth, yet no words came forth. He was utterly exasperated by Snape's constant targeting of him, and was solely focused on finding evidence of Snape's wrongdoing to facilitate his departure. However, he could not voice these thoughts, lest it appear that his judgments were merely products of personal sentiment. Very well, if you wish to engage in a game of detection, I shall not object. Brook's expression grew grave, yet he felt compelled to caution them. Anyone capable of ensnaring Dumbledore in such a scheme was undoubtedly formidable and fraught with peril. In the absence of adequate means for self-preservation, safety must always be paramount. He was uncertain how much his presence, like a mere butterfly, might alter the course of events. However, armed with a system, if he were still unable to vanquish Voldemort in a few years, he might as well find a block of tofu to throw himself against. Currently, his tally of lottery attempts had accumulated to 9. Petting Minerva McGonagall's tabby cat form, exploring Hagrid's hut, requesting assistance from Severus Snape, skipping class once, posing a question to Cuthbert Binns in History of Magic, brewing a potion that pleased Snape, evading Argus Filch's pursuit, earning 20 points for the house from Minerva McGonagall, and exploring the headmaster's office. All these tasks had been accomplished. Upon completing one more, he would amass enough for a 10-fold draw. Brook's gaze unconsciously drifted towards the restricted section of the library. One of the tasks assigned by the system was to procure a book from the Hogwarts Library's restricted section. This was currently the most straightforward task to fulfill. Determined, Brook was not one to dawdle. That night, once his dormitory companions had succumbed to slumber, he sat up. He retrieved the Marauder's map and gently tapped it with his wand. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. The lines on the map began to shift rapidly, clearly revealing the locations of everyone within the castle. Dumbledore was on the 8th floor, while the other professors were in their respective chambers. Filch and his cat were patrolling the 6th floor, and Snape roamed the 4th, presumably on duty tonight. The twins were in the kitchen, likely unable to sleep and seeking snacks. Mischief accomplished. After confirming the positions of everyone, Brook deftly stowed away the Marauder's map. After casting the disillusionment charm upon himself, he ventured into the passageway that led him to the library. The library was enveloped in darkness, an eerie stillness permeating the air, reminiscent of certain campus ghost tales. Brook's eyesight was remarkably keen. Even in the dim light, he could discern the titles of the books lining the shelves. He stepped over the rope that marked the boundary of the restricted section and entered. The atmosphere was almost disconcertingly easy to adapt to. The books within the restricted section varied in form. Some had decayed covers, exuding an air of antiquity, while others flickered with an ominous glow. A few bore stains that resembled blood, and some seemed almost alive, whispering faintly into his ears. Brook's gaze swept swiftly across the shelves, ultimately settling upon a book that appeared to be in relatively good condition. Its cover glinted as if crafted from pure gold, exuding an air of opulence. He casually picked up the book without even paying attention to its title and placed it into the ring. Simultaneously, a prompt echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for successfully obtaining a book from the forbidden section of the Hogwarts Library. You are rewarded with 1 lottery draw. With the task accomplished, Brook wasted no time in departing. Although he was filled with curiosity about the tomes in the forbidden section, the allure of the system's reward was far greater. There would be ample time to explore those books later, as they were not going anywhere. Upon returning home, Brook indulged in his usual routine of taking a shower and even donned a new outfit. This was his first time attempting 10 consecutive draws. He felt it deserved a most solemn approach. Jade Emperor, Supreme Lousy, Buddha Tathagata, Tai Junrin, Victorious Fighting Buddha, Prince Neza, and Erlang Shun, bless me. Brook reverently bowed in 8 distinct directions, adding a few deities to his supplications. The map of mountains and rivers was a treasure of Tai Junrin. He sought not to be denied any gifts. Perhaps, with more prayers, he could continue to reap rewards. One must seize every opportunity. After his prayers, he waved his hand dramatically. The system lottery began, 10 consecutive draws. However, the ensuing results left him utterly disheartened. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Brook's heart plummeted as 8 consecutive thank you for your patronage messages flashed across the screen. His luck in this 10 draw was even worse than in the 5 draw. Congratulations, host, for winning the grand prize, Flying Pig. The Flying Pig, a living creature, possessed the ability to fly, could transform into various tools, had the capacity for memory imaging, and boasted supreme sculpting skills. Brook's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. This was promising. The Flying Pig was inherently adorable and could transform into the fiery wheels beneath Nez's feet. Suddenly, the wheel before him erupted in a dazzling golden light, prompting him to shut his eyes quickly. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a hidden grand prize, transformation into the fetal form. One of the 36 transformations of the Heavenly Gang. Transformation into the fetal form allows one to alter their appearance at will, becoming anyone, any animal, or object. Based on the host's current condition, the required magical energy to activate this ability has been converted into magical control. The host can use it with confidence. Brook was taken aback. This system had hidden grand prizes as well. The transformation into the fetal form was precisely the ability used by Yang Jian during his battle with the Monkey King. With it, he could transform into anything. It was undoubtedly a hidden skill for survival. Brook couldn't help but fantasize. The 36 transformations of the Heavenly Gang. If he could draw one of these transformations with each 10 consecutive draws, each possessing immense power to change the world, regardless of which one he drew, he could instantly ascend to divinity. All right, perhaps he was getting a bit ahead of himself. Even if he did draw one, would he dare to use it? With his meager magical energy, he would likely perish before even completing the spell. Now he felt exceedingly fortunate for having included Neza and Yang Jian in his prayers. The Flying Pig was a gift from Tai to Neza, and the 36 transformations of the Heavenly Gang was one of Yang Jian's renowned techniques. Observe the offerings bestowed by these two eminent figures. Reflect upon the reverent homage he pays to the Monkey King, who has yet to provide anything in return. Truly, it is a discredit to the 3 notorious rebels of the Celestial Court. Chapter 42. The Quidditch match commences. The hour approaches the dawn. Yet Brook is utterly unable to sleep due to his excitement. Without hesitation, he enters the space within his ring, eager to experience the rewards he has acquired. How astonishing! Brook gazes at Hermione's reflection in the mirror, unable to suppress his admiration. He now bears an uncanny resemblance to Hermione, not only in appearance, but also in attire and voice. Should he present himself in this guise at Hogwarts, he would undoubtedly remain unrecognized. Then, with a mere thought, his form begins to contort and reshape. In the blink of an eye, he transforms into a majestic lion. Shortly thereafter, he morphs into a regal eagle. Running and soaring come to him as instinct, requiring no period of adaptation. He adeptly navigates these 2 distinctly different forms. After reveling in the marvel of transformation, Brook summons the Flying Pig. He circles around the whimsical creature, which is rotund and possesses large, fan-like ears that droop on either side of its head. Its short, stout legs support its chubby body, rendering it irresistibly endearing. Greetings, Flying Pig, Brook exclaims. The pig emits a couple of soft grunts in response. Let us see you transform into a sports car, Brook suggests enthusiastically. The Flying Pig tilts its head, its small, dark eyes reflecting confusion. You can't change? Brook queries. The pig shakes its head. Ah, so you're unfamiliar with what a sport car looks like? The pig nods vigorously in affirmation. And what about a firewheel? Brook inquires. The pig emits a soft grunt. Suddenly, a radiant red glow envelopes its body. In an instant, it begins to spin rapidly, its form becoming a blur. Accompanied by a crackling sound, its body divides into 2, transforming into a pair of fiery wheels. The flames dance and leap, emitting waves of intense heat. Brook, curious, cautiously extends his hand to touch the edge of the flames. To his relief, he feels no burning sensation. Confidently, he steps onto the wheels. It feels nothing like riding on wheels. Instead, it is as smooth as walking on solid ground. A smile graces Brook's lips. Let us fly. The fire wheels immediately lift him into the air, and he races through the expanse of the ring space. Brook, rise and shine. A melodious voice calls out. Brook rolls over, continuing his slumber. Surely, he must be dreaming, for he perceives Hermione's voice. Brook, the voice calls again, now louder, rubbing his sleepy eyes. A familiar face comes into focus. Hermione, what are you doing here? He exclaims, awakening slightly. He quickly surveys his surroundings. Indeed, this is his dormitory, not the girls' dormitory. The Quidditch match is about to commence. Rise and shine, urged Hermione. Brook had indulged in revelry until the early hours, finally succumbing to exhaustion just before dawn. At this moment, his mind was still struggling to catch up. Wait, Hermione, what brings you to the boys' dormitory? He inquired. I came to summon you. Hermione replied impatiently. According to Hogwarts regulations, girls may enter the boys' dormitory, but boys are forbidden from entering the girls'. Simultaneously, she nonchalantly picked up Brook's wizarding robe and offered it to him. This is sheer discrimination, Brook muttered under his breath. What? Do you wish to enter the girls' dormitory? Hermione's eyes flashed with a dangerous glint. Ahem. Although Brook indeed harbored such thoughts, he dared not voice them. I mean, it would be fair if neither could enter. Enough. Rise quickly. I shall await you outside. Hermione turned towards the door, admonishing him to hurry. Can I skip this? I have little interest in Quidditch. Brook attempted a final protest. Lately, I find writing 2 assignments rather exhausting. Fine, I'll get out of bed. Writing assignments is utterly out of the question for me. It shall never happen. Brook stifled a yawn and sauntered out of the dormitory. Stretching widely, he glanced at Hermione. Honestly, weren't you disinterested in such sports? Who said I'm not interested? Hermione shot him a look. I frequently watch football with my father. I just prefer not to discuss it. Brook suddenly felt a twinge of discomfort. The mere mention of football made his head throb. However, the summer football during this period should be quite commendable, shouldn't it? Shall we save it? The Quidditch match was scheduled for noon. One wonders who set this time. Engaging in sport right after a meal cannot be good for the stomach. By the time Brook and Hermione arrived at the Quidditch pitch, the stands were already filled to capacity. It seemed the entire school had gathered. Brook, Hermione, over here. Ron called out, waving his arms amid the crowd. Brook and Hermione followed the sound, spotting Neville and Seamus among their peers. Their dormitory mates were all present. They had fashioned a massive banner from sheets, emblazoned with bold letters proclaiming Potter for the win, accompanied by a regal illustration of a Gryffindor lion. Everyone appeared to be brimming with excitement, while Brook, with bleary eyes, continued to yawn incessantly. Did you not sleep well last night? Hermione inquired. A bit. Brook rubbed his eyes. Now that we are here, we might as well watch. Ah, it was my mistake to insist you come along. What are you saying? As if you could truly compel me, Brook retorted, noticing the commotion on the field. Look, Harry and the others are emerging. Hermione's attention was immediately captured. The Gryffindor Quidditch players donned vibrant red uniforms, while the Slytherin team sported green attire. They emerged in succession from the changing rooms on either side, stepping into the center of the field. The Gryffindor lineup included the chasers Angelina Johnson, Aaliyah Spinnet, and Katie Bell, the beaters Fred and George Weasley, the keeper Oliver Wood, and the seeker Harry Potter. Meanwhile, for Slytherin, Marcus Flint and others took their positions. The stands erupted with enthusiastic applause from the faculty and students. Madame Hooch, serving as the referee for this match, firmly grasped her broomstick with a box at her feet, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the teams. She first opened the box, releasing the golden snitch and the bludgers into the air, then signaled for the players to mount their brooms. With a sharp whistle that pierced the sky, Madame Hooch tossed the quaffle high into the air. In an instant, 15 broomsticks shot towards the heavens like arrows. Johnson, with her remarkable reflexes and agility, swiftly seized the quaffle, officially commencing the match. Chapter 43. Hermione Sets Fire. The quaffle was rapidly passed between Johnson and Spinnet. Flint seized the moment to intercept, charging towards the goal with the quaffle. He and Adrian Pusey faced Wood in a 2-on-1 situation. Flint aimed to pass the quaffle to Pusey, but Wood, seasoned and skilled, made an accurate interception. The Gryffindor chasers quickly adjusted their formation into a trident shape, rushing towards the Slytherin goal. Pusey executed a graceful arc, claiming the quaffle. However, he was struck by a bludger, possibly from Fred or George, causing him to lose possession. He charged towards the Slytherin goal, skillfully dodging the bludger's attack as he approached. Johnson took a powerful shot. Slytherin's keeper, Blatch, dove to make the save, yet the ball slipped past his grasp. A goal! Gryffindor scores. The Gryffindor section erupted in jubilant cheers. Hermione, flushed with excitement, embraced Brook tightly. That was incredible, we scored. At that moment, Hermione found herself closer to Brook than ever before, suddenly noticing the exceptional quality of his skin, smooth and flawless, igniting a desire to touch it. She felt like a curled-up ostrich. "Excuse me, coming through." Just then, Hagrid's towering figure struggled through the crowd. To make space for him, Hermione was nearly pressed against Brook. "Hagrid, why are you so late?" Brook asked. "I was watching from the hut, but the atmosphere here is far better, isn't it?" "Indeed. Though it would be even better with some kebabs," Hermione replied, poking at Brook's arm. "Such elasticity. You never forget about food, do you?" "Well, food is of utmost importance," Hagrid said, lifting his binoculars, straining to search the sky for the snitch. Brook lifted his head, scanning the sky twice without spotting anything. His vision was considerably sharper than that of an average person, so it was evident just how challenging it would be to locate the elusive thief. The match continued, with both teams engaging in a back-and-forth exchange of offense and defense. The Gryffindor players emphasized teamwork and skill, while the Slytherins, though possessing a degree of technique, leaned more towards physical confrontation. "How could he do that?" Hermione muttered disapprovingly as she observed Flint nearly knocking Harry off his broom. Madam Hooch should have called a foul. Although Brook echoed her sentiments, he privately dismissed her concerns. In contact sports, physical interaction is inevitable. Akin to football, one cannot play without enduring a few crashes. However, he refrained from debating with Hermione. It was generally wiser to align with her complaints. He wouldn't divulge how he came to this conclusion, attributing it to his own back pain. "What is wrong with Harry?" Brook noticed that Harry's broomstick was twisting erratically. Hermione and the others turned their attention to him as well. A wave of gasps erupted from the stands. "Is his broom out of control?" A hint of panic crossed Hermione's face. Could it have malfunctioned when Flint collided with him? Ron speculated. "Impossible," Hagrid countered. "The Nimbus 2000 is the pinnacle of craftsmanship. A mere bump wouldn't damage it unless it were subjected to exceptionally potent dark magic, which seems unlikely." Upon hearing this, Hermione snatched Hagrid's binoculars and anxiously began searching the crowd. "Brook, it's Snape." Rather than taking the binoculars, Brook followed Hermione's pointed finger. Snape's lips moved slightly, as if he were muttering incantations. "Brook, be ready to open a portal," Hermione instructed as she maneuvered towards Snape. Brook sighed in exasperation. What was she planning to do? Confront Snape directly? His eyes remained fixed on Harry, prepared to open a portal to rescue him at a moment's notice, while his peripheral vision tracked Hermione's movements. He watched as she struggled through the throngs of people, seemingly colliding with Professor Quirrell. Then, she stealthily crouched beside Snape. A cluster of blue flames ignited at the hem of Snape's robe. "Goodness, she's starting a fire. Truly, this is just like her." Brook couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Fortunately, everyone's attention was riveted on Harry. Otherwise, Hermione would be in serious trouble. With Hermione's audacious maneuver, Harry's broom miraculously regained stability. He clambered back onto the broom and swiftly dove towards the ground. Just as onlookers anticipated he would request a replacement broom, he suddenly began to retch. Then, astonishingly, a golden object emerged from his mouth and landed in his hand. Harry raised it triumphantly, exclaiming, "I've caught the snitch." Brook was momentarily stunned. Why had Harry swallowed it? However, the match has thus been declared over, with the final score standing at 170-60, marking a victory for Gryffindor. After the competition, the four of them, Brook, Harry, Ron, and Hermione, made their way to Hagrid's hut. The once modest dwelling has undergone a remarkable transformation. A brand new kitchen, fully equipped with utensils, has been added to the exterior alongside an unfinished washroom that is beginning to take shape. The interior has been revitalized beyond recognition. The previously dull and antiquated walls have been repainted in a bright white hue. The fireplace has been repositioned to the right and painted a rich brown. The clutter that once filled the room has been neatly organized onto a towering shelving unit that reaches the ceiling. The old, worn wooden table in the center has been replaced with an elegant marble table, complemented by solid, wood chairs that exude sophistication. The bed has also been upgraded to a spacious 3-meter by 5-meter structure with a steel frame, dressed in luxurious custom bedding that showcases exquisite fabrics and intricate patterns, all a testament to quality. In the corner of the room stands a large wardrobe crafted from pure wood, which, though once cramped for Hagrid's tall stature, now feels much more spacious following these renovations. All these improvements were orchestrated by Brook, who provided the ideas while Hagrid sourced the materials and Anan oversaw the construction. Hagrid, preferring to avoid complications, opted against Brook's initial notion of a complete rebuild. Furthermore, Hagrid possesses a collection of rare materials, particularly a carpet woven from unicorn hair. Brook leveraged his connection with the Weasley family through the twins to request Mr. Weasley's assistance in selling these precious items. The estimated value of Hagrid's collection, excluding the shelving unit, is over 1 million galleons. However, in consideration of the potential market impact of a bulk sale, the final price may settle around 700,000 galleons. Naturally, Brook ensured that Mr. Weasley would not labor in vain, offering him a 3% commission. While this percentage may seem modest, the sheer scale of the transaction renders it a substantial sum for the Weasley family. The twins have since acknowledged Brook as their leader, and Percy has sent all his class notes to Brook as a gesture of gratitude. Only Ron remains blissfully unaware, kept in the dark. Chapter 44. The Mature Catgirl Mooching for Meals. Hagrid skillfully brewed tea for everyone, using the pu'er tea that Brook had gifted him. However, aside from Brook, the others opted to sweeten their tea with sugar, an utter waste, in Brook's opinion. Subsequently, Hermione recounted the events she had witnessed in detail. Ron immediately erupted in anger, exclaiming, "I knew it. It must be Snape's doing. He wants to kill you, Harry." Hagrid quickly interjected, "That can't be. Why would Snape do such a thing?" Thus, Harry elaborated on his earlier suspicions regarding Snape's intention to steal from Lupin. "Have you ever met Lupin?" "Wait, why would you have met Lupin?" Hagrid's eyes widened in curiosity as he asked, "Is this the crux of the matter?" Harry felt a twinge of urgency. For the real issue was that Snape sought to steal that object. He believed Hagrid, much like Brook, had an odd tendency to focus on the most peculiar details. "Impossible. Snape wouldn't do that," Hagrid insisted, shaking his head vigorously. "But why would Snape want to harm Harry?" At this moment, Hermione firmly aligned herself with Harry. As she set fire to Snape's robe, Harry's broomstick regained its normal state. Could it merely be a coincidence? She certainly did not believe so. "I don't know why Harry's broomstick acted that way." Hagrid furrowed his brow, striving to clarify. "However, Snape could never wish to harm Harry, and the object that Luvius protects has nothing to do with you. It pertains to Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel." "So, this involves someone named Nicholas Flamel, does it?" Harry inquired eagerly. Hagrid, visibly frustrated, sought Brook's assistance. The others turned their gazes toward Brook, who sighed in resignation. The Sorting Hat truly placed Harry in the right house. "Harry, your speculation does indeed hold some merit." Harry immediately donned a smug expression, his eyes seemingly saying, "You finally concede that I am right. But have you considered the probability of a broomstick malfunctioning to the extent of killing Harry?" Brook posed a question. What could that probability be? Harry was over 50 meters above the ground. Ron interjected, gesticulating exaggeratedly to illustrate the height. Falling from such a height would surely result in death or severe injury. "Let me tell you, the probability of Harry's death, or even injury, is 0, Brook asserted decisively. "Why?" Harry's mind was awash with questions. "Not to mention that I could open a portal to save you at any moment. Professor McGonagall and the others had their wands drawn, and with their skills, rescuing you would have been effortless. But that does not prove Snape is innocent," Harry countered. "True, but unless Snape's mind was clouded at that moment, he would not attempt to kill you in such a public setting," Brook continued, noting Harry's inclination to retort once more. "You ought to investigate Snape's standing in the potions world. If he truly wished to kill you, it would be easier than squashing an ant, and no one would ever trace it back to him. No matter what you say, I still believe it was Snape, and I will pursue this matter further," Harry declared stubbornly. "That is your prerogative, is it not?" Brook shrugged, unwilling to offer further counsel. He had already expressed quite enough, and suddenly realized he might be falling ill. He had always detested lecturing as a child, yet here he was, doing the same to Harry. It seemed he truly needed to temper his approach. It was normal for children to possess a degree of naivety. Why should he endeavor to alter their perspectives? Thus, the gathering ended on an unhappy note. Meanwhile, Brook and Hermione remained, sharing a small hot pot meal with Hagrid. The Black Lake had already frozen over. Yet Hagrid had somehow procured a basket of large, round fish. This creature bears a resemblance to a pufferfish, yet it is entirely harmless. The fish, save for its head, is devoid of any spines, making it exquisitely suited for a hot pot feast. "Brook, do you genuinely believe he isn't Snape?" However, the events of the afternoon seem rather coincidental. Hermione whispered conspiratorially into Brook's ear, wary of Hagrid overhearing, for he would surely object again. Although Brook's memory of the plot was somewhat hazy, it was clear that Snape had taught at Hogwarts for several years. If he truly harbored intentions to eliminate the Chosen One, to slay Dumbledore's beloved, he could never so brazenly exist beneath Dumbledore's watchful gaze. "I am determined to assist Harry in uncovering the truth," Hermione declared resolutely. "Of course, there's no issue. Pursue it freely. I shall support you, Brook encouraged. A sweet smile blossomed upon Hermione's face. For the first time, Brook dipped his chopsticks into the clear broth. The fish was tender and succulent, the delightful flavor bursting upon his palate. As they relished their hot pot and sang merrily, an unexpected guest arrived. Perhaps it was the enticing aroma of the spherical fish that wafted through the doors and windows of Hagrid's hut, drifting all the way to Hogwarts, ultimately captivating the esteemed Professor McGonagall. I have often heard tales of your clandestine feasts at Hagrid's, but I never anticipated it to be true. Professor McGonagall greeted them with a gentle smile. Hermione immediately rose, her voice tinged with nervousness. Professor McGonagall. Hagrid, somewhat abashed, scratched his head. Minerva. Professor, if you don't mind, please join us for a bite. We happen to have numerous questions regarding transfiguration that we would love to discuss with you. Unlike the others, Brook was quite forthright in his invitation. Professor McGonagall hesitated. She had indeed been lured by the aroma and was quite tempted to partake. Yet, the thought of dining with students felt at odds with her usual demeanor and status. Nonetheless, she found her gaze unconsciously drawn to the pot, her gluttonous expression not going unnoticed by Brook. Thus, Brook took Professor McGonagall by the hand and guided her to a seat. Surprised by this sudden gesture, she shot Brook a reproachful glance. He promptly retrieved a fish and placed it on a plate, then served a generous bowl of fish soup before her. Hermione hurriedly fetched cutlery. As Professor McGonagall beheld the fish, her throat involuntarily began to quiver. She produced a bottle emanating a pink luminescence from her pocket. Brook, unceremoniously, accepted the bubble potion and filled a glass for each person. Very well. Hagrid's cup was rather large. That amount would hardly suffice for a single gulp. Cheers to Professor McGonagall, Brook proclaimed, raising his glass. Everyone followed suit, taking a sip and simultaneously exhaling. A cascade of pink bubbles erupted from their mouths, instantly lightening the atmosphere with joy. Chapter 45. Curious about Nicholas Flamel? Just ask someone. Yet Hermione, Harry, and Ron found themselves with an additional task, to seek out Nicholas Flamel. Finding an entirely unfamiliar name amidst the vast expanse of a library is akin to climbing a mountain. Hermione, relying on her deductions, compiled an extensive reading list. Upon seeing this list, both Harry and Ron instantaneously donned expressions of despair, yet they dared not utter a word of complaint. For it was Harry who had initially broached the subject. Brook chose to remain an observer, neither participating nor intervening, allowing this detective club, devoid of Conan, to indulge in their antics. At that moment, he was engrossed in Dumbledore's notes while surreptitiously popping fresh jujubes into his mouth. The newly harvested jujubes were plump and succulent, bursting with sweetness upon each bite. He continued to consume them one after another, unable to halt his indulgence. Hermione sat beside Brook, having searched for over half a month without uncovering a single clue regarding Nicodemus. The crunching sounds of Brook's jujube consumption incessantly grated on her nerves, causing her blood pressure to rise. Unable to contain herself any longer, Hermione hissed, "Even if you're not helping, could you refrain from making such noise?" Brook looked at her in surprise. Was her time of the month upon her? Why had her temperament turned so volatile? However, at Hermione's age, that seemed rather premature. "Haven't you found anything yet?" Brook shifted his gaze to Ron, asking Ron, "Are you truly a pure blood?" Ron was taken aback by the sudden inquiry. Why was the heat of the moment directed at him? While he was indeed a pure blood, did that mean he was expected to know everyone? What had he done to deserve this? He pouted defensively. "I am." Brook retorted, "Then why not ask your father? If Nicodemus has connections with Dumbledore, he's surely isn't an insignificant figure. As a member of the 28 sacred families, Mr. Weasley is likely to know something. What if he finds out?" Ron fretted. Brook nearly rolled his eyes. "Is that information classified? You're merely asking for a name. What could Mr. Weasley possibly discover?" Hermione, Harry, and Ron felt a wave of unease wash over them. Brook's reasoning was sound, leaving them speechless. "Let us consider this for a moment," Brook continued. "Mr. Weasley might make a guess, but the young wizards at Hogwarts wouldn't he know, right? Percy, the twins, surely asking them wouldn't he hurt? What if they do know? Asking his 3 older brothers would be just as effective as asking his father," Hermione retorted, suddenly springing up like a coiled spring, seizing Brook by the neck and shaking him vigorously. "Why didn't you say this sooner?" Brook, however, chuckled. "You never asked me before." Ultimately, the 4 of them were successfully expelled from the library by Madame Pants. Now, Brook could enjoy his jujubes in peace. Hermione, concerned that Ron might inadvertently divulge something, resolved to inquire personally. Before Brook could react, she hurriedly dashed off, leaving him to ponder whether she would successfully locate the individual in question. Brook observed the Gemini twins engaged in light-hearted conversation with their friends, while Percy was tucked away in a corner, conversing with the younger wizard. Alas, Hermione was nowhere to be found. "Wait for me," Brook called out as he approached the twins. "Big brother, you're here," the twins exclaimed, immediately standing to bow with exaggerated reverence. Brook suspected their antics were learned from house elves. The surrounding students looked on in astonishment, with a hint of exasperation. Brook addressed the twins. "Could you please just call me Brook?" "Of course, big brother," they replied. "Do you know about Nicholas Flamel?" Brook inquired directly, unconcerned about the younger wizard's overhearing. Fred was the first to respond. "Of course. He is the greatest alchemist and one of our idols. Many of the joke items we created utilized alchemical principles. We have learned far more from Flamel than from our professors," George elaborated. Upon hearing this, Brook felt a sense of direction. Anyone who has reached master status in any field has undoubtedly made a name for themselves in history. With the keyword alchemist, the search became significantly easier. "You know, that might upset Professor McGonagall," he said, feigning concern. George glanced nervously around, as if fearing McGonagall might appear at any moment. He quickly reverted to his playful demeanor. "Did I say anything just now? Perhaps you imagined it, big brother." Fred, intrigued, asked, "By the way, why are you asking about Flamel? I've recently found alchemical items quite fascinating, especially with Hagrid's recent situation, as you know. I thought it might be worthwhile to collect some, and then I stumbled upon Flamel's name. So I wanted to ask you." Brook fabricated a reason. Fred frowned. His items are not easily obtained. He hasn't produced anything in many years. He is over 600 years old and has been retired for over 400 years, George added. "Over 600 years? Brook exclaimed in astonishment. The average lifespan of a wizard is around 200 years, with few living to 250. The fact that Flamel had lived for over 600 years piqued his curiosity. Is there something extraordinary about him? How could you not know? He is the sole creator of the Philosopher's Stone. It not only turns metal into pure gold, but also produces the elixir of life, granting immortality." The twins said in unison, their voices brimming with excitement. "Is it truly that wondrous?" Brook marveled. The quest for longevity has been an unchanging aspiration for many throughout history. It was likely that the object being guarded by Hagrid was indeed the Philosopher's Stone. After discussing alchemy with the twins for a while longer, Brook waved goodbye and departed. His understanding of alchemy was merely superficial, having only heard of it in passing, and he harbored little genuine interest. His lengthy conversation with the twins was merely a stratagem to lend credence to his fabricated story, thereby evading their suspicions. He then approached the small table where Harry and Ron were seated. "You heard all that, right? Are you not concerned this might raise suspicions?" Harry asked, a hint of worry in his voice. "Rest assured, some matters, the more openly you discuss, the less attention they attract." "Then, are you suggesting that Snape intends to steal the Philosopher's Stone?" Harry recalled Brook's dismissal of his suspicions and opted for a different phrasing. "Do not mind me, Harry. Speak freely. This is a matter for the youngsters' detective squad." Brook waved his hand dismissively. Ron scratched his head in confusion. "The youngsters' detective squad? Ah, that is the name I've given your group, abbreviated as YYDES, Brook explained with a smile. Harry nodded appreciatively. "That is a fine name, particularly the abbreviation. It sounds quite formidable." Chapter 46, Quirrell's Overtures with Brook's Guidance. The YYDS trio made significant progress towards unraveling the ultimate mystery. Consequently, Harry and Ron grew increasingly convinced that Snape was the one attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone. After all, who wouldn't desire such a magnificent treasure? Even Brook felt a twinge of greed. Despite his long lifespan, he had to consider the future of his potential partner. Given the opportunity, he wouldn't mind exploring it. After all, having the ability to transform after gestation afforded him a stake in the matter. The 2-week holiday would allow Hermione to spend quality time with her family. As for Brook, he planned a visit to the Burstead Manor. According to Mr. Weasley's intelligence and analysis, only 2 members of the Burstead family remained in the magical community. One was Brook's grandfather, Hassan Burstead, and the other was Millicent Burstead, who had entered Slytherin at the same time as him. Thus, it was highly probable that the entirety of the Burstead family estate would eventually come into his possession. After all, Millicent was destined to marry, and it was likely that the family's wealth would be absorbed by other pureblood families. Clearly, this was an outcome Mr. Hassan wished to avoid. "Mr. Lolo, please hold on." As soon as the defense against the dark arts class concluded, Professor Quirrell immediately called out to Brook. Hermione gasped in alarm. Previously, due to the overwhelming stench of garlic in the classroom, Brook had chosen to skip class. It seemed that his absence had been discovered, and now he had no idea how many points he might lose. Brook patted Hermione on the shoulder and calmly approached. "Professor Quirrell." Quirrell stammered, "Thank you for your compliment." Brook wished to explain that he had been overwhelmed by the smell and thus did not attend, but that would be rather impolite. "Professor, I have a personal aversion to the scent of garlic, so I hope you can forgive me. No matter, Professor Quirrell waved his hand, however. Your ability to master fifth-year spells is indeed impressive. As the defense against the dark arts professor, I can provide some assistance to outstanding students. Brook narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing something amiss. Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you, he replied, taking the book. Goodbye, Professor. Enjoy your Christmas holiday. As soon as Brook stepped out of the classroom, he noticed Hermione pressing her ear firmly against the door, eavesdropping. Is this really necessary? Professor Quirrell didn't deduct any points from you, did he? No, on the contrary. He praised my talent and gifted me a book, Hermione replied, shaking the book in her hand. How is that possible? Not only did he not deduct points, but he also gave you a book? Hermione sounded a bit envious. Do you wish for me to lose points? Brook teased with a smile. Of course not. But this is quite unfair, Hermione murmured. Let me see it. Just as Hermione was baffled by Quirrell's actions, Brook was equally perplexed. When has fortune ever fallen from the sky without reason? He and Quirrell have no particular rapport, and he's even been skipping classes. If Quirrell were to assign him to clean the toilets, he would have to accept it with a grimace. Thus, he remained wary of Quirrell's intentions. He planned to inspect the book for any hidden traps before proceeding. That evening, Brook opened the book Quirrell had given him. The cover bore no title. Flipping through the pages, he discovered that the spells recorded within were quite ordinary. Binding spell sends forth a magical rope to bind the target's body. Slowing spell significantly reduces the target's speed and slows muscle reactions. Stinging spell inflicts a sensation akin to being stung, causing the target to swell rapidly. Confounding spell disrupts and misleads the target's thoughts. The book contained a dozen spells, each remarkably practical and well-suited for young witches and wizards. This only deepened Brook's confusion. Could it be that Quirrell genuinely wished to assist him due to his perceived talent? Had he misjudged Quirrell's intentions? Unable to comprehend it, he decided to stop pondering. If Quirrell had ulterior motives, he was certain he would be approached again. The following morning, Brook did not take the Hogwarts Express. Brook, your magic is indeed convenient for travel, Hermione exclaimed. Brook recalled the way Dumbledore had departed. Wizards must possess some means of long-distance movement. I have seen Dumbledore employ before. If you're interested, you could look into it. After a moment of contemplation, Brook added, How about tonight? I will prepare dinner and invite you all to join me. That sounds wonderful. I can't wait. I want to savor your stir-fry. Hermione's eyes sparkled with excitement. Throughout the semester, she had shared meals with Brook. While hot pot and barbecue were delectable, she had been yearning for Brook's stir-fry for quite some time. After Hermione departed, Brook gazed at his dusty home and felt a wave of discomfort. Fortunately, he wouldn't have to take matters into his own hands. He touched the ring on his finger, and in an instant, Nene appeared before him, giving a slight bow. Brook, you called for me? Nene's manner of address and bowing had been rigorously modified by Brook's command. Otherwise, Nene would always be overly courteous, and Brook found it unsettling when assigning tasks. Nene, please tidy up the house. At your command. Nene responded with a soft acknowledgement and promptly began to busy herself. Chapter 47. A Warning from the Ministry of Magic. Brook ventured out to procure some meat for dinner preparations. Nene stood vigilantly nearby, her gaze fixed upon the man. I am Leo Blunt, an officer from the Department of Magical Abuse Prevention at the Ministry of Magic. The department detected fluctuations of magical energy in Kensington. Upon tracing the source, we discovered it emanated from Brook's residence. Under typical circumstances, if the detection revealed merely harmless spells, the department would simply dispatch a warning letter. However, considering Brook was a first-year wizard who had yet to receive notification prohibiting magic during the holidays, they had sent him to clarify the situation. What he did not anticipate was that the one who answered the door would be a house elf, while Brook was absent. It was all too evident who had cast the magic. This predicament left him somewhat perplexed. Hello, Leo Blunt. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Brook asked. Consequently, Blunt explained the regulations regarding the prohibition of magic outside school. Throughout his explanation, his gaze occasionally drifted towards an inn. A glimmer of realization sparkled in Brook's eyes. So, the Department of Magical Abuse Prevention believes it was I who performed the magic, thus issuing the warning? Blunt, somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head. Indeed, that is the case. Brook shrugged. As you can see, I live alone, and my house elf requires care. Magic will inevitably be necessary. Blunt pondered this, internally conflicted. After all, the act of a house elf performing magic was not illegal. Yet, this situation could not be overlooked. Thus, he resolved to report the matter truthfully, leaving the resolution to those above him. He was merely an employee. It was not his concern. I will report this accurately, and the outcome will be communicated to you via letter. However, your house elf should refrain from using magic until then. That is acceptable. Brook readily agreed. Blunt withdrew his wand, preparing to depart. Oh, by the way, and is a house elf from Hogwarts, lent to me by Dumbledore, Brook added casually. Blunt, who had been about to perform the disapparition spell, suddenly froze. Then, with a wave of his wand, he vanished from sight. For Brook, Blunt's visit was merely a minor interruption, having no impact on his mood. Rather, his spirits soared higher. At that moment, the house had been tidied to perfection by an un, the floor gleaming with reflections. It was simply splendid. Brook, I have caused you trouble, Nene mumbled, her head hanging low, gripping her large ears tightly. Tears welled in her eyes as she cast a pitiful glance at Brook, resembling a remorseful child. Brook quickly approached her, crouching down to pat her shoulder. How could you possibly cause me trouble? This is clearly a good thing. A good thing? And Anne's eyes brimmed with confusion, her head tilting to one side. Indeed, she was adorably awkward. Certainly, it is indeed a fortuitous circumstance, for as a result of this event, I may soon have the liberty to conjure magic freely within the confines of my home, Brook explained with a smile. Is that so? How wonderful. Although Anne did not fully comprehend the advantages of wielding magic at will, the knowledge that it had not caused any trouble for Brook, but rather proved beneficial, filled it with immense joy. Obediently, the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures acted with remarkable swiftness. Within a mere 4 hours, an owl darted through the window with astonishing speed. It dropped a letter at Brook's feet and then gracefully arced through the air, soaring away without the slightest hint of nostalgia. Brook retrieved the parchment and began to read. Dear Mr. Brook, given your unique circumstances, the Ministry of Magic will dispatch personnel tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock to implement spells that will prevent any magical essence from leaking. In the meantime, please refrain from allowing house elves to perform any magic. Additionally, please remember that according to Article 13 of the International Wizarding Federation Secrecy Act, any magical activity that may attract the attention of muggles is considered a serious violation of the law. Should you be discovered, you'll be held accountable. Wishing you a pleasant holiday. Mafalda Hopkirk, Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. A smile crept upon Brook's lips. The outcome was even more favorable than he had anticipated. His mention of Dumbledore at the last moment had evidently borne fruit, for it seemed the ministry was more accommodating than he had expected. As dinner approached, Hermione and her parents arrived at Brook's home. The moment Brook opened the door, Hermione swiftly darted inside, making a beeline for the dining room. With nimble hands, she quickly seized a piece of braised pork and eagerly popped it in her mouth, her eyes squinting in satisfaction. This child, Mrs. Granger remarked with a smile, as she handed Brook a chocolate cake and a plate of irregularly shaped cookies. Leaning closer, she whispered, the cookies were made by Hermione. They may not look perfect, but they taste delightful. Brook graciously accepted, saying, Thank you, Mrs. Granger. Please do come in. As Mr. Granger passed by, he gave Brook's shoulder a pat, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. Much of what transpired was related to you, and I am sincerely appreciative, especially as Hermione has taken it upon herself to complete my assignments. Mrs. Granger, noticing her daughter reaching for the sweet and sour ribs again, gently swatted her hand away with a playful admonition. Hermione, feeling a bit sheepish, stuck out her tongue in apology. The aroma of Brook's cooking was simply irresistible. To prepare this sumptuous feast, Brook had indeed exerted considerable effort. Fortunately, he had Anne's assistance while handling the ingredients. Otherwise, it would have proven quite laborious on his own. The enticingly glazed, rich yet not greasy braised pork, the sweet and sour ribs, crispy on the outside and tender within, all were Hermione's favorites. In addition, there were scrambled eggs with tomatoes, mapo tofu, lettuce and oyster sauce, dry-fried green beans, cola chicken wings, and to cater to British tastes, fried fish, chips, baked potatoes, and mashed potatoes. The gathering around the dining table exuded warmth, illuminated by the gentle glow of the lights. Brook directly picked up a piece of cola chicken wings and placed it into Hermione's bowl. Do try this. I believe you will relish it. Thank you. Hermione eagerly took a bite, her eyes instantly curving into crescent moons. The wings were succulent, sweet, and bursting with juiciness, providing her taste buds with immense gratification. Brook, your culinary skills are truly commendable, Mr. Granger praised, giving a thumbs up. Mrs. Granger added with a hint of teasing, I wonder which girl will be fortunate enough to savor your delightful dishes every day. Hermione's cheeks flushed, likely due to the spiciness of the mapo tofu. Chapter 48, The Indifferent Carriage. The next morning, at 9 o'clock, a series of knocks echoed at the door of Brook's home. Upon opening it, Brook was greeted by a man dressed in somewhat ill-fitting muggle attire, his striking red hair catching the eye. At last we meet. I'm Arthur Weasley, the man said cheerfully. "Hello, Mr. Weasley. Please, come in," Brook replied, stepping aside to let Arthur enter, pouring him a cup of pre-brewed black tea. "Yesterday, due to your situation, there was quite a heated debate at the misuse of Muggle Artifacts office. By the way, I am the head there," Arthur remarked. Lifting the teacup to take a sip, he waved his hand dismissively, showing no desire for recognition. "It has nothing to do with me." They were practically shouting at each other, and then Bronte said, "Your house elf is from Hogwarts," and, at this point, he couldn't suppress a smile. A silence fell. The director decisively declared that Bronte was reassigned to Plymouth, and it seemed he could forget about any future vacations. Brook nodded, finding Mr. Weasley quite intriguing. His words could be interpreted as follows. Firstly, he indicated that he had no part in decision-making within the department, implying limited influence. Secondly, he subtly hinted that Dumbledore's name carries considerable weight, which could be advantageous in times of trouble. Lastly, he suggested that Director Hopkirk's strong-handed approach had determined the course of events, and it would be wise to show some acknowledgement. Their conversation naturally shifted to the material from Hagrid. Nearly one-third of the stock had been sold successfully. The British market was nearing saturation, and the remaining portions would need to be sold elsewhere. It could be said that, at this moment, in terms of liquid capital, Hagrid was already on par with those venerable families. According to the office's requirements, a spell needed to be cast on Brook's residence to prevent any magical aura from leaking. However, if that were the sole reason, why would Arthur come by? After all, he and Molly had already purchased tickets for their trip to Romania, which had to be postponed for Brook's matter. "I will place protective charms, concealment, obfuscation, and guardian wards, among others, around the house. However, it will take at least 10 hours. If you have other matters to attend to, feel free to go about your business," Arthur explained, surveying the house. "May I learn alongside you?" In the future, Brook would undoubtedly consider changing his residence. It was far more reassuring to cast such charms himself. Indeed, these were merely common spells. The Hogwarts library housed a tome titled I Love My Home, which contained a comprehensive collection of spells. If you have the time, you might borrow it for a look. Arthur waved his wand and uttered, "Obscura." This incantation rendered the house difficult to discern from the outside, ensuring that passers-by remained oblivious to the magical proceedings taking place within. During the ensuing moments, he imparted some of his own insights and techniques, honed over years of practice, to Brook. Brook listened intently, committing any uncertainties to memory for later contemplation. When Arthur completed the arrangement of all the spells, twilight had quietly descended. Brook had intended to invite him for dinner as a gesture of gratitude, but Arthur declined with a smile, mentioning that Molly had surely prepared a meal, suggesting they would have another opportunity in the future. "Very well," Brook nodded in understanding. He then handed Arthur a heavy pouch of gold galleons, requesting his assistance with some matters at the ministry. Arthur accepted without hesitation, gratefully taking the payment. In truth, Brook could have opted not to contribute, as he spent most of his time residing at Hogwarts, where the ministry seldom intervened in his affairs. However, as the saying goes, gifts are not offered for trifles, and who would oversee you in significant matters? Thus, he seized this fortuitous opportunity. In the days that followed, Brook fully embraced a life of retirement. His days were filled with tending to flowers and plants. When fatigue set in, he would recline in a rocking chair, sipping tea and listening to music. Of course, Hermione was an ever-present companion. The little girl had finally surpassed the 14-meter mark in height, requiring thick-soled boots. She would tug at Brook, exclaiming her desire to experience all the amusements at the amusement park. Brook, I want to try everything fun." Witnessing Hermione's exuberance, he could hardly refuse. He resigned himself to accompany her on thrilling rides. The drop tower, swinging pendulum, roller coaster. Nothing was spared from her adventurous spirit. The shrill screams of excitement pierced the air, leaving Brook's eardrums buzzing. Yet, Hermione's favorite remained the carousel, particularly the golden horse she adored, even if it required waiting for an extra round. As the music played, the carousel turned gracefully, and the smile on Hermione's face never wavered. Brook stood quietly by, observing her joy. Naturally, they could not conclude their outing without indulging in ice cream, scooping generously from a lavishly oversized sundae, basking in the warmth of their treat. As time flowed quietly by, Christmas Eve arrived at last. Brook, uncharacteristically, rose early. By 10 o'clock, he had climbed out his warm bed and commenced his morning routine. Standing before the mirror, he scrutinized his reflection. Looking rather dashing. Before long, a carriage appeared slowly at Brook's doorstep. Its unique and splendid design captured the eye. Yet the passers-by paid it no mind, continuing their hurried pace. A creature adorned with long, rabbit-like ears and skin so wrinkled it could ensnare a fly emerged from a carriage, impeccably dressed in a formal attire. It gently rapped on Brook's door. As soon as Brook opened it, The elderly sprite immediately bowed in respect, the angle of its bow so precise it appeared measured by a ruler, reaching a perfect 90 degrees. Master Brook Buster, I am the house steward Morty, sent by the master to escort you to the estate. Brook frowned slightly. My surname is Lot. Please refrain from making such errors in the future. Of course, Master Brook. May we depart? Morty maintained his respectful demeanor. Yes. Morty graciously led Brook to the carriage, which resembled a mobile abode more than a mere vehicle. There were no horses or fantastical creatures to draw it. The carriage was crafted from rare laurel wood, its surface intricately adorned with silver threads that etched complex inscriptions, emanating a soft, moonlit glow. Atop the carriage sat a magical creature sculpted from gold, one that Brook did not recognize. The door handle, too, was fashioned from pure gold, intricately carved in the likeness of a griffin, its eyes set with rubies, each no less than 5 carats. Inside the carriage was nothing short of luxurious. The interior had undoubtedly been enchanted with a seamless expansion spell, rendering it larger than Brook's own home. The carpet was as white as snow, devoid of any blemish. As Brook stepped upon it, he found it remarkably soft, akin to walking on clouds. In the center of the carriage stood a petite, exquisitely crafted table made of smooth jade. Upon it rested crystal goblets and silver cutlery, filled with an array of delicacies and fresh fruits. The temperature within was exceedingly pleasant. Observing the carriage, Brook felt a sense of assurance. Chapter 49. The Mastermind Behind the Curtain, Hassan. Once Brook was seated comfortably, Morty elegantly snapped his fingers, and the carriage began to glide forward. Throughout the journey, there was not the slightest hint of motion. It was as smooth as if soaring through the air. The path taken was a perfectly straight line, as if an invisible tunnel had been carved amidst the surrounding houses and mountains, traversing through another realm. As time passed, the carriage gradually came to a halt. Upon disembarking, Brook beheld a tall, robust figure with dark hair, Miri's son Buster, pushing a wheelchair occupied by the silver-haired Hassan. Buster, despite his age, appeared remarkably vigorous. Oliver stood at attention beside them. The moment Miri Sen's gaze fell upon Brook, her eyes sparkled with jealousy and spite, nearly overflowing with emotion. The carriage Brook had ridden was exclusively designated for the master and heir of the Buster family. By choosing to send this carriage for Brook, Hassan had effectively stripped her of her heir privileges. What had once seemed within easy reach, the family fortune, now dissipated like a mirage. How could she not be consumed with envy? Yet she dared not reveal even the slightest hint of her feelings in the presence of Hassan. Unbeknownst to Millicent, even if Brook were to remain absent, the family's fortune would not necessarily fall into her hands. The moment her parents passed away, Hassan had begun to reclaim his physical prowess. Over the years, he had labored quietly, though with little success. Last year, he had initiated contact with the Wesley family, harboring the desire to secure a woman from their lineage in order to preserve the bloodline of the Bester family. Hassan glanced sideways at Morty, who discreetly shook his head ever so slightly. Hassan maintained his composed demeanor, still wearing a gentle smile. I believe you must be hungry. Let us dine first. Of course. The guest follows the host's lead. Hassan raised his hand, prompting Millicent to gently guide him forward. Slow down. Hassan's voice was barely above a whisper. Yet Millicent quivered slightly, her pace instantly slowing to match Brook's. Brook observed everything keenly. It appeared that Mr. Wesley's intelligence was not entirely accurate. The letter had described Hassan as amiable. Yet Millicent's reaction suggested that this gentleman was far more complex than he seemed. Noticing their lack of further movement, Brook began to take in the estate. The grand entrance was crafted from solid oak, with a wide gravel path winding ahead. On either side, meticulously trimmed hedges lined the way. The main structure of the estate was a Gothic castle, its towering spires piercing the clouds. Vines clung to the walls, their sharp thorns glinting ominously in the sunlight, suggesting that they served a purpose beyond mere decoration. As for the interior of the castle, it was opulently extravagant. Throughout his journey, Brook encountered items of gold and silver. Even the frames of the portraits adorning the walls were fashioned from pure gold, not to mention the nearly 10-meter-wide crystal chandelier. Morty was already awaiting them in the dining room, where a long table capable of seating 30 was laden with a sumptuous feast. Brook glanced around and noted that the spread consisted exclusively of French cuisine, devoid of any potato dishes. There was burgundy beef stew, duck confit, foie gras, French steak, pan-seared duck breast, baked lobster, French ratatouille, a seafood platter, and bouillabaisse. As everyone took their seats, Hassan specially invited Brook to sit at his left. Brook accepted without hesitation. He lightly touched his plate, which was pure gold, not the kind used at Hogwarts. Hassan and Millicent adhered strictly to dining etiquette, each movement executed with grace and precision. Oliver, on the other hand, was stiff and methodical, carefully manipulating various utensils as he gingerly picked and cut different foods. "Mr. Bester, do you have chopsticks?" Brook inquired. "Morty," Hassan called simply. Morty promptly retrieved a pair of immaculate chopsticks, adorned with blue gemstones at the tips, along with a chopstick rest, and swiftly placed them beside Brook's plate. Brook picked up the chopsticks and gently ran his fingers along their surface. The texture of the material was peculiar, neither wood nor ceramic. Observing this, Millicent's eyes flashed with disdain. The ivory chopsticks from the Mughal Empire were over 400 years old. Hassan cleared his throat, and Millicent promptly fell silent. Brook, however, paid no heed to such trivialities and instead chose to indulge in a display of culinary opulence. Dining was simply dining. The enjoyment of fine food held paramount importance. Who was he trying to impress? As a proper French meal, desserts and ice creams were, of course, not to be overlooked. Macaron, éclair, Mont Blanc, soufflé. An assortment of ice cream flavors were elegantly presented by Morty. Brook, however, held little interest in the post-meal sweets, finding greater satisfaction in a simple cup of tea. Thus, he refrained from partaking. "Have you finished? Care for some dessert?" Hassan inquired with a smile. He gave a slight nod, gesturing toward Morty. Why not accompany this old man to the study for a brief chat? Certainly. Hassan skillfully maneuvered his wheelchair, gradually departing from the dining table, with Brook following suit. Morty snapped his fingers, and in an instant, the dishes vanished from the table, leaving Millicent's hand, which had just reached for the soufflé, awkwardly suspended in midair. Hassan led Brook into the study, where a rich, antiquated aroma of books enveloped them. Towering bookshelves stretched from floor to ceiling, filled with an array of volumes. The two men seated themselves across from one another at an aged table. Hassan personally picked up a nearby tea set and began a brew. Before long, he handed a cup to Brook. "What do you think of this estate? Extravagant. A commendable assessment. The Burst family has an inherent affinity for gold, cultivated over generations." Hassan narrowed his eyes slightly. "And you, too, have a penchant for gold, do you not?" "I refer to the gold you acquired from Lloyd's Bank." Brook's heart raced in shock. Could it be? He furrowed his brow. But why? Have you guessed it? Indeed, the Burst family holds shares in Lloyd's Bank. And it was I who sought Dumbledore. Your whereabouts were divulged by me. Otherwise, even if he managed to trace you, he would not have found you so swiftly. Hassan leaned back in his wheelchair, his expression calm. "So what say you? Do you harbor resentment toward me?" Chapter 50. The Most Lethal Imagination. "When did you begin monitoring me?" "Monitoring? I would not describe it as such," Hassan replied, shaking his head. "Your branch has existed within the Muggle world. And to ensure your safety, as well as that of the Burst family, I have dispatched individuals to check in periodically." Brook's fingers ceased their rhythmic tapping, his body leaning forward. "So, when did this commence?" "Half a year ago. The individuals I sent happened to witness you practicing that peculiar magic." Hassan gestured with his hands, framing an imaginary box. "From that moment, I began to keep an eye on you." Brook's expression remained impassive. "Why inform Dumbledore?" Hassan suddenly chuckled. "If my reasoning does not satisfy you, what do you intend to do? Will you kill me? You should not have allowed me to assist you with the wheelchair earlier." Brook caressed the ring on his hand. It seemed that we had both developed a way to gauge one another. Brook furrowed his brow slightly, pondering the meaning behind it. "Hassan, do not rush me. Allow me to finish my reasoning first." Brook interjected. Hassan spoke slowly. "I understand you. And I know you do not desire to become a wizard. Do you recall the individual who passed by you and spoke of Lloyd Bank? How can you be so certain I would go?" "I cannot be certain. It is merely a gamble. I wager that, as a scion of the Bursted lineage, you cannot resist the allure of vast riches upon hearing of golden treasures." In truth, robbing a bank was part of Brook's grand scheme. Whether it be gold, money, or jewels, anything that would allow him to savor life was equally enticing. It can only be said that the message conveyed by Hassan's associate struck a chord with him. "You have wagered correctly," Brook conceded. "So your intention in informing Dumbledore was to have him recruit me into Hogwarts, to remain within the magical realm?" "Indeed," Hassan affirmed. "Are you not concerned he may consign me to Azkaban?" Hassan chuckled. "Have you yet to realize? Your unique magic, the spatial confinement curses, are utterly ineffective. In other words, no place can truly imprison you." A surge of frustration welled up within Brook, compelling him to chastise himself. He regretted not having considered the distinction between the abilities of the Nene Fruit and magic. However, Dumbledore had appeared so composed at the time, and he had soon found Brook, leading him to mistakenly believe that the powers of the Nene Fruit would be curbed by magic and easily traceable. What irked him further was Hassan's implication that he was somehow pilfering his own funds. "Proceed," Brook urged. "If I were to escape from Azkaban, I would not linger in the magical world, which contradicts your expectations. Because I know you, and I understand Dumbledore even better, Hassan declared with confidence. He would not act in such a manner. Even if he were to confine you to Azkaban, I, as a stakeholder of Lloydbank, could have that accusation rescinded. Brook applauded. What a splendid scheme, meticulously orchestrated, adeptly manipulating human nature, with contingencies that are foolproof. Yet his smile faded. Give me a reason not to kill you. No need. As long as you are willing to bear the name Burstead, you may take my life, Hassan responded with an expression of calm, as if he had already reconciled himself to the notion of life and death. What if I refuse? Brook found it most distasteful to be toyed with. Dumbledore had done so, and now Hassan was following suit. He was not yet confident enough to challenge Dumbledore, but Hassan presented a worthy adversary. I shall spare your life in exchange for your acceptance of the Burstead name. My life as compensation. Hassan proposed his terms. Elucidate. You were poisoned. But I'm not the one who administered it, Hassan clarified. After all, your heart is not with Burstead. Even a name change would be futile. Have you encountered anything unusual at school? Books. The one by Quirrell. With a swift gesture, he summoned the book, which appeared on the table in an instant. Hassan drew his wand and pointed the tip at the book, murmuring an incantation that Brook could not comprehend, a spell that flowed like a melody. A faint wisp of black smoke emerged slowly from the book, with a gentle flick of his wand. The dark mist was confined within an empty bottle that had been conjured. Who bestowed this book upon you? Hassan squinted, questioning whether he should take action himself. Brook shook his head. If he were to delegate such matters to others, his rebirth would be in vain. Can you concoct an antidote for this? The three-corpse brain poison, a slowly acting toxin commonly employed by Albanian priests, requires the ingestion of an antidote once a month for survival. What more is there? This poison was originally devised by our ancestors to control the Albanian priests. Hence there exists a curative antidote. Brook pondered for a moment. The Bost family was immensely affluent, and he had always desired to claim their legacy. Changing his surname was a trivial matter. His insistence stemmed from the desire to use it as leverage. I can adopt the Bost surname, but it must remain undisclosed until I come of age. Agreed, Hassan responded readily. And what of your life? A glint of amusement flickered in Brook's eyes. Your intellect is commendable. Consider working for me. Hassan erupted into hearty laughter, genuinely amused. If Brook chose to take action, he would not remain passive. Furthermore, Brook would forever be barred from inheriting the Bost lineage. The Bost family required a master who was astute, decisive, and possessed foresight, rather than a hot-headed and impulsive lion. Hassan then began the process of detoxifying Brook. Can I retain this design on my neck? Brook inquired. It was the peculiar mark, roughly the size of a grain of rice, on his neck that revealed his poisoning. Hassan's smile widened. It seemed Brook intended to turn the tables. Consider it done. Brook thought of the Philosopher's Stone. Coupled with his poisoning, the desire to steal the stone became apparent. Ironically, he too sought the Philosopher's Stone. I cannot preserve it, but I can recreate an identical design for you, Hassan stated. That will suffice. The detoxification process was not complex. Ingest the potion, then sit in the restroom for half an hour. When his legs grew weak and wobbly, the poison would be expelled. Upon Brook's return from the restroom, Hassan had already prepared his artistic tools. Noticing Hassan standing, Brook asked, Are your legs all right? When did I claim my legs were in trouble? Hassan replied with a smile. Forget it then. Consider my question unasked. It's normal for an elder to require a wheelchair. However, another possibility lingered. If Brook were to act, he might find himself ensnared in this very ruse. Chapter 51. Christmas. As Brook departed from the Bost estate, his face bore unmistakable anger, although Hassan maintained a stoic expression. That evening, Millicent heard the sound of objects shattering. Startled, Millicent instinctively clutched the cat in her arms, which too let out a frightened mewl at the sudden noise. Although Mirisen's body trembled involuntarily, her eyes sparkled with delight. It was evident that Brook had incited Hassan's ire, leading to his hasty departure, forsaking even the carriage. The unexpected appearance of Brook left Mirisen in a state of anxious uncertainty. Having received a gag order from Morty, she was forbidden to mention Brook at home or to anyone else, with the added emphasis that Brook's surname was Lot. Unable to contain her exuberance, Mirisen leapt 3 meters high, exclaiming in joy. This was truly splendid. Her inheritance remained secure. It felt akin to receiving the most splendid Christmas gift. Meanwhile, Brook was unwrapping his Christmas gifts at home. Hermione's present was a hand-knitted brown scarf, embellished with a simplistic embroidered lion, albeit rather unappealing. It was perplexing how Hermione, who spent every day immersed in the library, managed to find time to craft such a scarf. Professor Sprout's gift was a pot of popping corn, a marvelous plant unique to the summer realm. With a gentle poke, the kernels would explode, transforming into fluffy popcorn, soft, sweet, and utterly delicious. Professor McGonagall gifted him a charming little white kitten, transfigured into existence. It was utterly adorable. The best part was that this kitten required no feeding or litter box maintenance and shed no fur. It only demanded endless petting and affection. Hagrid presented a colossal spider leg, measuring an impressive 2 meters in length. Just this single leg was astonishing. One could only imagine the size of the spider it belonged to. A hearty meal was certainly on the horizon. Oliver's gift remained steadfastly practical, a check for £10,000, devoid of any extravagance. He had already bestowed upon Brook the key to the Burstead family's vault. Brook had also sent out his Christmas gifts in advance. To Hermione, he gifted a custom scarf woven with unicorn hair, while Professor Sprout received a cookbook dedicated to Lou cuisine, sufficient to keep her occupied for 8 years. Thoughtful gifts were prepared for the other professors as well. To Snape, he presented a mere 5 milliliters of dragon's blood, lamenting the inefficiency of obtaining it. It had been over 4 months, and there were still no updates. The accompanying note contained his hasty thoughts on the potential effects of dragon's blood on elasticity potions. Written in a scrawled hand with slightly smudged ink, clearly penned in a rush. Snape would only be privy to the unfolding drama a few hours before him. A magnificent turkey graced the center of the dining table, one Brook had sampled the previous year. The meat had been rather dry and coarse, with a lingering fishy taste. The other dishes were more conventional: potatoes, fried fish, roasted meat, sausages, and a generous salad, the vegetables provided by Brook, without which they would not have been present. The dinner was presided over by Mr. Granger. Perhaps due to the presence of 2 wizards, he forewent the customary prayer and simply announced the commencement of the meal. Notably, Mr. Granger had indulged in alcohol again, his words flowing forth like an unrestrained fountain as he regaled everyone with tales from Hermione's past. For instance, when Hermione was just 7 years old, because a young boy ignored her and spread rumors about her, Hermione, increasingly enraged, delivered a punch to his face, causing him to cry out in distress. Ultimately, Mr. Granger was dragged upstairs by Mrs. Granger, firmly grasping his ear. Brook found this utterly amusing, relishing the gossip. Hermione, feeling both embarrassed and anxious, pinched Brook's waist sharply. Brook, unperturbed, continued to chuckle. In the tranquility of their days, they tended to the garden, harvesting flowers and enjoying fresh fruits. With no particular obligations, they lounged in rocking chairs, caressing cats, sipping tea, and listening to music, occasionally dozing off. Such days were simple yet blissful. However, the serenity of time is often fleeting, and before they knew it, the start of the Hogwarts term approached. He received a gift, a cloak of invisibility. Utilizing this cloak, he explored the grounds at night for 3 days, discovering a wondrous mirror of Ariste. In that mirror, he beheld his deepest desire, his parents. Brook, caressing the cloak, wore a complex expression, perhaps due to the film's proximity to his time-traveling experience. He recalled that this cloak was said to be a relic, rumored to grant immortality to its possessor, along with 2 other items, though he could not recall what they were. "Harry, may I ask you something?" Brook inquired. "What is it?" Harry turned to him. "Why did you feel the need to visit the mirror of Ariste at night? Couldn't he have waited until day?" Brook was not trying to provoke. He genuinely struggled to comprehend Harry's choice. Harry opened his mouth to respond, but fell silent. Indeed, why must it be at night? Why? Once the term commenced, they resumed their structured academic routine, as Brook had anticipated. "Mr. Lorrit, how was your Christmas holiday?" Quirrell stammered, his gaze discreetly landing on the peculiar mark on Brook's neck, no larger than a grain of rice. "Did you have any difficulties with the book I gifted you?" Brook feigned a look of mild frustration. "The content is rather challenging, exceeding my current comprehension. Then you may visit my office tonight. I can offer assistance to exceptional students." "Thank you, I will come by this evening." Brook appeared somewhat excited, grasping Quirrell's hand tightly. "Now, hurry to class, don't be late. See you tonight." "See you tonight, Professor." Brook released his grip and turned to leave, a subtle smile gracing his lips. A pawn, perhaps. But who is the true pawn? Chapter 52. The time for performance has come. In preparation for his meeting with Quirrell, Brook made meticulous arrangements. Although he anticipated that no confrontation would arise, he remained cautious, readying himself for the worst. As the saying goes, when lacking strength, be cautious. When possessing it, feign humility. He first retrieved a light machine gun, skillfully loading it with bullets and disengaging the safety. Ensure that it can be fired immediately upon extraction. The only regret is the persistent notion that wielding a Gatling gun would be far more impressive. Unfortunately, he currently lacks such a weapon. He must devise a way to acquire a few. He then produced 2 Stechkin automatic pistols, both primed for immediate use. Furthermore, he had intentionally left in an outside. Should he remain within the office for over an hour without emerging, she was to promptly notify Dumbledore. Of course, these armaments and arrangements were merely his contingency plans. His true reliance lay in the capabilities bestowed by the Nene Fruit and the ring in his possession. With these two artifacts, he was confident that if he wished to escape, no one could detain him. With everything prepared, Brook raised his hand and knocked on the office door. "Please come in," came the familiar stutter of Chilo from behind the door. "Good evening, Professor Chilo." The moment Brook stepped into the office, the door silently closed behind him. "Good evening, Mr. Lot." Chilo was seated calmly, his demeanor remarkably relaxed, a stark contrast to his usual anxious and cautious self. "Professor, is this a surprise?" Brook inquired, his eyes filled with confusion. "What surprised?" The stuttering Professor Chilo suddenly articulates without hesitation. Chilo replied, a smug expression gracing his features. Brook discreetly stepped back, swiftly drawing his wand, his hand trembling slightly. "You must harbor some unspeakable secret. Are you not afraid I will inform the other professors, or even Dumbledore?" "Huh? Inform Dumbledore?" "I eagerly anticipate whether he can save your life." Chilo cackled, his eyes brimming with disdain. "What do you mean?" Brook's voice quivered. Chilo gestured lightly towards a small mirror on the table, which flew towards Brook. "Take a look at the mark on your neck." Brook feigned a search around his neck, ultimately feigning horror as he discovered the peculiar mark at the base of his right neck. "What is this?" "A poison, which will not claim your life immediately. But the future is uncertain," Chilo warned, a hint of menace in his tone. "Do not think to seek an antidote from Snape. This is the 3-corpse brain potion, a toxin from Albania, for which there is currently no cure." A glimmer of resolve flickered in Brook's eyes as he gripped his wand tightly, pointing it at Chilo. "Where's the antidote?" Chilo casually tossed a small vial in his direction. Brook hurriedly reached out to catch it, his wand slipping from his grasp and falling to the ground. He stared at the vial in his hand, resembling a piece of muggle candy, and hesitated. The 3-corpse brain potion requires one to ingest an antidote each month. Otherwise, the poisoned individual suffers excruciating pain as if being devoured by ants, ultimately leading to death in 7 days. "If you wish to experience it, feel free to wait," Chilo taunted. Brook, no longer hesitating, swallowed the antidote. "What do you want me to do?" "You are aware of the room on the 4th floor, correct? Dumbledore mentioned it at the beginning of the term. I require what lies within. I have heard that you share a cordial relationship with Hagrid. I need to ascertain what defenses other professors have established, particularly through the 3-headed dog method. Also, there's no need to inquire about Flitwick. Do you truly underestimate me? If I were to ask, do you not fear exposure? Should you be discovered, I could flee, leaving you to face dire consequences." Brook appeared somewhat hesitant, as if weighing the pros and cons. "Rest assured, I will also take care of this matter. You may come to me any time to exchange intelligence. However, should you fail to acquire even a single useful piece of information, do not expect to receive the antidote." Chilton paused, sensing that his offer was insufficient, and continued to entice. "It is not merely my desire for that object, but rather that of my master. If you perform well, my master may also take you under his wing, and together we shall ascend to the pinnacle of power." Brook gritted his teeth and replied, "I will do it, but you must guarantee the timely provision of the antidote." "Excellent. You may leave now. Remember my words. Should I flee, you shall only await your demise." Chilton waved his hand, signaling for Brook to depart. Brook nodded and turned to leave. The office door swung open, then closed firmly behind him. "My master, will he truly not betray me?" Chilton mused aloud in the solitude of the room. No one is devoid of fear of death, especially an 11-year-old wizard. A sinister voice echoed, as if emanating from within Chilton himself. "But my master, you already possess me." Why? Chilton's voice carried a note of grievance. The voice rebuked him. "Is it not due to your foolishness in attempting to eliminate Potter? Dumbledore must already harbor suspicions, but he may not be of any use." Chilton muttered under his breath. Truly foolish. When conversing with other professors, Chilton often heard them speak highly of Brook, their words laden with admiration and affection. Not to mention Brook's connection with Hagrid. Hagrid had nearly lauded Brook as the finest student in the history of Hogwarts. In his eyes, Brook had a far greater chance of extracting information than Chilton ever did. During his time at school, he too had been favored by the professors. With a sigh of relief, Brook exited the office, exclaiming, "That was exhausting. Acting is truly not a task for the faint of heart." He had nearly burst into laughter on several occasions, but he managed to maintain his composure, gritting his teeth. If it were not for the need to ensure Chilton bore the blame, he would not have expended such effort. He opened his palm to reveal the antidote. having discreetly created a small portal in his mouth through which the antidote had entered his independent space. The information Chilton had divulged tonight was quite intriguing, and he had already surmised the mastermind behind all, none other than Voldemort. Alas, if he had known he would traverse into the world of Harry Potter, he would have watched the films 100 times over. Now, he felt like an outsider. Nonetheless, the intelligence Chilton required must be procured. This was essential not only to keep Chilton steady, but also because he had left a spatial mark on Chilton. Chilton had succeeded. The magical stone lay nestled within his grasp. Chapter 53. Offering advice to Neville. Brook did not overly concern himself with the matter of Quirrell. Even if he meticulously examined all defensive measures, Quirrell would never act immediately, especially with Dumbledore still present at the school. What? What did you say? Ron suddenly exclaimed, his loud cry successfully earning both himself and Harry a swift expulsion from the library by Madame Pants. Adhering to the principle of seizing any opportunity, Brook and Hermione promptly followed suit. Upon stepping outside, they found Ron still fuming, his face flushed as he shouted, "Harry, he must be trying to harm you." At that moment, Harry resembled a startled ostrich, his head nearly buried in his robes. The passing students cast curious glances in their direction before leading the way towards the common room. Ron, rubbing his shoulder that had been slapped, muttered in a disgruntled tone, "Things are getting increasingly violent. Whoever marries her is in for trouble." Harry quickly covered Ron's mouth, glancing at Brook and Hermione walking ahead. Noticing their lack of reaction, he exhaled in relief. Once inside the common room, Hermione eagerly inquired, "What is going on?" "It's nothing much, just that tomorrow's match will be officiated by Snape," Harry quietly explained. "Harry, pretend to be ill," Ron suggested, glancing at Hermione in hopes she would persuade Harry otherwise. As for Brook, he would undoubtedly side with Snape, so he refrained from asking. "Well, I think it's just a match. Perhaps, Harry, you should sit this one out," Hermione said, influenced by Brook's previous statements. She found it hard to believe Snape would harm Harry in front of a crowd. Yet, Snape's decision to officiate the match was indeed suspicious, practically emblazoned with the word villain across his face. "No, I cannot withdraw. The team lacks a substitute seeker, and Gryffindor would surely lose." Harry turned his gaze towards Brook. Though he previously disagreed with Brook's opinions, he now hoped to hear something from him that would bolster his confidence. Following Harry's gaze, Hermione and Ron also looked towards Brook. Brook was reluctant to speak further. Harry and the others were repeatedly fixated on this issue. They were not tired of it. He was clearing his throat. He finally said, "Tomorrow, I will attend the match, ready to use the portkey at any moment to rescue Harry." Instantly, Harry felt a wave of relief wash over him. With Brook's words, he felt reassured. Just then, Neville tumbled into the common room, his legs tightly bound together, evidently under the effect of the leg locker curse. Surrounding students could not help but laugh. Only Hermione dashed forward, helping Neville break the spell. "What happened?" she asked. "I encountered Malfoy outside the library, and he used the leg locker curse on me," Neville replied, sounding aggrieved. "Come on, I'll take you to report this to Professor McGonagall," Hermione insisted, grabbing Neville to lead him to the professor. "No, wait," Hermione, Brook interjected hastily, blocking her path. He glanced at Neville. "Neville, are you feeling quite disgruntled with Malfoy?" "But I don't wish to stir up trouble," Neville murmured, lowering his gaze. "Allow me to impart a technique to you. Should Malfoy ever attempt to bully you again, employ this method, and he may very well come to fear you in the future." "I doubt I can manage it. I seem incapable of learning anything," Neville replied despondently. "This approach is quite simple, I assure you, and you will certainly master it. What do you say? Would you care to learn?" With that, Brook had made his proposition clear. If Neville were to retreat now, there would be no sense in Brook continuing to play the benevolent role. Ultimately, Neville summoned his courage. "I will learn." Brook leaned closer to Neville, whispering a few words into his ear. Will this truly work? Neville thought Brook's advice to be rather dubious. "You'll never know unless you try. Don't tell me you're too afraid to attempt it." "I can do it." "Thank you, Brook. This is the second time you've assisted me." As Neville encouraged himself, he turned to leave. "What did you tell Neville?" Hermione inquired, her curiosity evident. Harry and Ron drew near, their faces alight with eagerness for knowledge. "I simply wanted to divulge it to you." Brook chuckled heartily before making his escape. Hermione grumbled, "How frustrating. My fists are clenched, yet I am so eager to know." The following afternoon, under the bright sun, Brook walked alongside Hermione and Ron towards the Quidditch pitch, which was once again teeming with spectators. "Brook, it all rests on you shortly," Hermione said, a hint of concern in her eyes. "No need. Look who has arrived," Brook pointed ahead. "Professor Dumbledore," they exclaimed in surprise. "Now I find myself hoping Snape will take action," Ron muttered quietly. Brook cast an astonished glance at Ron. Well, this lad possesses a rather cunning side. As the match commenced, in contrast to his strategy of hovering in place during the first game, Harry circled the pitch incessantly. Clearly, Wood had devised a new tactic in light of Snape officiating. Snape began to exert his peculiar influence, frequently awarding penalty shots to Hufflepuff for various reasons. The Hufflepuff players seemed to share a sentiment of injustice regarding these calls, and their shooting motions were conspicuously aggressive. Wood persistently thwarted their penalty attempts, skillfully keeping the ball out of the goal. While everyone was intensely focused on the match, Draco, accompanied by Crabbe and Goyle, approached Ron from behind. He intentionally jabbed Ron in the head with his elbow. Angered, Ron turned around, ready to confront Draco, only to find him feigning innocence. Oh, I didn't realize anyone was here. Ron, engrossed in the game, had no inclination to engage in banter with Draco. He shot him a fierce glare before turning back to the match. I wonder if Potter will tumble off his broom this time. I bet a galleon. Weasley. Care to wager? Draco continued to provoke. You dismiss a galleon? How much do you wish to bet? 75. Do you have that? Draco's expression shifted rapidly from red to pale. He deduced the source of Ron's sudden wealth. It was all his money. Anger gnawed at him, but he could not afford to gamble at the moment. He simply did not have 75 gold galleons to spare. Having tasted defeat at Ron's hands, Draco resolved to vent his frustrations on someone else. Fortunately, Neville was nearby. Chapter 54. Malfoy, I know you have feelings for Harry. Longbottom, can your brain, slower than a troll, comprehend this Quidditch match? Draco's voice dripped with disdain. Neville clenched his fists, recalling Brook's words. He suddenly stood up and shouted at Draco Malfoy, I know you fancy Harry. At that moment, Hermione excitedly pointed at the field, exclaiming, Look, Harry. All eyes turned to Harry, who was soaring on his broomstick, diving down like a bolt of lightning, gaining speed with each passing moment. The audience gasped in astonishment, their eyes fixed on Harry. As Harry flew past Professor Snape, he swiftly reached out and grasped something in midair. Moments later, he hovered steadily, raising his arm, tightly clutching the golden snitch. Brook, we won! Hermione shrieked, joyfully embracing Brook. Ron sprang up like a spring, turning around to land a punch behind him. He glanced around, puzzled, and asked, Where's Malfoy? Neville looked equally baffled. He ran away. Did you hit them? No, I just said one thing. What did you say to him? Nothing much, just that Malfoy likes. Before Neville could finish, Brook interrupted. Neville, spill it. It won't work next time. Neville quickly covered his mouth with his hands. Hermione's delicate hand rested on Brook's waist. What is it? Brook leaned in closer to Hermione's ear. I told Neville that Malfoy likes Harry. Hermione felt the warmth of his breath, and her cheeks flushed slightly. How is that possible? She asked incredulously, her eyes widening. How do you know? Brook shrugged innocently. I don't know. Then why are you saying such things? It's useful, isn't it? But what if Harry finds out? Brook blinked, so he must never know. A mischievous smile appeared on Hermione's face. All right, I promise I won't tell. After the match, Brook and Hermione intended to wait for Harry to congratulate him before heading to Hagrid's hut for a feast. However, they waited and waited, yet Harry did not arrive. Hermione furrowed her brow. Where could Harry be? Why is he taking so long? I don't know, probably ran off with Malfoy, Brook casually remarked. Hermione shot him a glare. You're just talking nonsense again. Shall we check the broom shed? Hermione nodded. All right, if we don't find him, we'll head straight to Hagrid's hut. As they made their way to the broom shed, they finally encountered a breathless Harry. Hurry! Harry glanced around. Let's speak by the edge of the woods. I have something of great importance to share with you. Walking over seemed too exhausting. Come with me into the space, proposed Brook. Hermione rolled her eyes, knowing Brook would traverse miles for a delightful meal, yet he was unwilling to take even an extra step on a fruitless path. Harry nodded and followed Brook into the house within the ring. Brook poured each of them a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice. Let us hydrate first, then speak slowly, he suggested. Harry took the cup and gulped it down in one breath, then licked his lips. I just tracked Snape into the Forbidden Forest. You actually went into the Forbidden Forest? Hermione exclaimed. That is not the crux, Harry replied wearily. The focus is on Snape. Ahem, please continue. I overheard Snape threatening Quirrell, trying to coerce him into obtaining the stone, and he wants to learn the method through the troll. From their conversation, it appears there are numerous enchantments protecting the Philosopher's Stone, and Quirrell likely assisted in casting some spells. Are you saying Quirrell is protecting the Philosopher's Stone while opposing Snape? Hermione's mind was in a whirl. She trusted Brook's judgment, yet all evidence pointed to Snape, leaving her in a quandary between believing the facts or Brook's intuition. Brook felt a bit uneasy and quickly drank some orange juice to steady his nerves. Brook, you must believe me. Snape is undoubtedly the one attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone, Harry said earnestly, looking directly at Brook. Perhaps I misjudged the situation, Brook replied resignedly. What more could he say? Harry felt a surge of joy. He had finally convinced Brook. Brook and Hermione then made their way to Hagrid's hut. Do you truly believe it is Snape? Hermione, well acquainted with Brook, noted that when he began using redundancy, it usually indicated either a lack of sincerity or jest. Oh, you saw right through me, Brook chuckled. Ignoring his playful banter, Hermione pressed on, you must know something more. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so insistent. Especially since the current evidence all points to Snape. Investigating the truth is your forte. I merely enjoy the spectacle, Brook replied, nonchalantly. If you choose not to divulge, I shall uncover the truth regardless. Hermione, somewhat irritated, walked straight toward Hagrid's hut, disregarding Brook's comments. I wonder how astonished you'll be when the truth is revealed, Brook murmured, watching Hermione's retreating figure. At that moment, Sprout was busy in the kitchen, tying on a simple apron. Her slightly plump figure harmonized perfectly with the kitchen. Wielding her wand, she waved it up and down. With each dish prepared, it leapt into the steaming wok beside her. Shortly after, a spatula began to stir automatically in the pot, producing a sizzling sound. The wok danced on the stove, ensuring every piece of vegetable received even heat. Various seasonings danced out in an orderly manner, precisely pouring into the pot. A plate of beautifully fragrant stir-fry emerged, filling the kitchen with an enticing aroma. Brook's eyes sparkled with delight. Professor, I wish to learn this. Thank you, Professor. Brook inhaled the fragrant aroma of the dishes, nearly salivating. What is this? The freshly harvested biting cabbage, its flavor utterly delightful. Sprout, without a doubt, is the esteemed head of Hufflepuff. In the culinary realm, she reigns supreme. Sautéed biting cabbage, tossed devil's snare, braised belladonna, and stir-fried giant tail meat were served, leaving Brook, Hermione, and even Hagrid utterly enchanted. Sprout, however, refrained from indulging, merely watching them with a fond smile, her expression one of adoration. Chapter 55. What to do when sleepless at night. Brook found it exceedingly amusing to observe the professors indulging in spirits. Previously, Professor McGonagall, who typically maintained a stern demeanor that deterred casual approach, transformed into a delightful figure upon consuming alcohol, often bursting into fits of giggles. Meanwhile, the usually cheerful and gentle Professor Sprout appeared bashful and demure, her cheeks flushed, rendering her even more endearing. What astonished Brook the most was Hagrid. The normally boisterous and rugged giant exhibited a newfound boldness under the influence of alcohol. He boldly planted a kiss on Sprout, causing her face to flush deeper than Ron's hair. She shrank back, unable to lift her gaze, her small hands fidgeting nervously. Brook held a favorable impression of each professor. Despite their diverse personalities, they all exhibited exceptional knowledge and a profound sense of responsibility towards their students. Even the acerbic Snape displayed an unwavering commitment to his pupils. Although Neville made an array of mistakes in potion class, Snape never abandoned him. Under his stern tutelage, Neville could now independently concoct several potions. To Brook, the refusal to give up on any struggling student epitomized the essence of a great teacher. The atmosphere at the gathering grew increasingly vibrant, to the point where the passage of time was forgotten. The consumption of alcohol escalated. As for Brook and Hermione, they abstained from drinking, adhering to the laws against underage consumption. Hagrid, having embraced a barrel of ale, had succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, Sprout's gaze became hazy, her words a muddled babble. What shall we do, Brook? Hermione asked, exasperated, as she regarded the inebriated duo. We can't just leave them to sleep on the floor. First, he cast the levitation charm, gently transporting Hagrid onto the bed. Then, he placed a glass of warm water on the bedside table, while Hermione applied a warming charm to it. He also set an iron bucket by the bed, anticipating Hagrid's needs during the night. As for Professor Sprout, Brook scooped her up in his arms. She squirmed, murmuring incoherently. But upon sensing his presence, she ceased her wriggling and drifted into a deep slumber. Brook conjured a spatial portal before him. He no longer required the use of his hands to open doors. With mere thought, he could summon portals to any destination. Sprout's office was suffused with a delicate botanical fragrance, the space nearly brimming with an array of magical plants. Brook gently laid Sprout upon her bed, draping a quilt over him. The warm water and the incantation for warmth remained unchanged. What differed was that he had only managed to find a large-mouthed vase. Since sleep eluded him, he resolved to forego it altogether. He transformed into the guise of Quirrell and stealthily made his way to the corridor on the 4th floor. Ignoring the door entirely, he passed through it, employing his newly developed ability, the control of doors, a skill derived from the Door fruit. He could manipulate anything that was physically regarded as a door at will, akin to how one might summon nearby swords with a cry of sword, come. He merely had to utter door, come, to command countless doors to heed his call in a grand assembly. At that moment, the three heads of the three-headed beast, Fluffy, rested on its forelegs, deeply asleep and emitting a low, rumbling snore. As Brook approached, Fluffy's nostrils twitched slightly, sensing an anomaly. In an instant, all three heads perked up, their 6 vigilant eyes scanning the vicinity. Brook had no intention of engaging Fluffy in conflict. He transformed once more, this time into a bee, nimbly avoiding the beast's paws that rested upon a trapdoor and flying straight through. Brook descended through the opening, illuminated only by a dim light that barely penetrated the surroundings, allowing him to discern his environment. The mass of vegetation was unusually dense, completely obstructing the passageway, rendering it impassable even for a bee. Suddenly, the foliage stirred, and a robust tendril swiftly coiled around Brook's ankle. The devil's snare. Brook remained unperturbed. This plant was not only familiar from his studies, but also one he had tasted before. Its texture resembled that of a cucumber, refreshingly crisp. He pointed a finger lightly. Incendio. A burst of crimson flames ignited at his feet. The devil's snare, inherently drawn to dark and damp environments, recoiled from the light and warmth, as if confronted by its nemesis. It released its grip on Brook's ankle, revealing a stone corridor previously concealed by the tendrils. Leisurely, Brook traversed down the corridor. In the silent passage, the occasional drip of water echoed softly. As he continued, he arrived at a brightly lit chamber. The ceiling soared in an arched grandeur, filled with countless birds, winged keys fluttering chaotically in the air. Tentatively, Brook took a step forward. The flitting keys posed no threat to him. At this juncture, long-buried memories resurfaced, specifically those from the first film, Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone, recalling the climactic challenges that awaited. He peered through the door into the space beyond, confirming it was indeed Professor McGonagall's vast chessboard, followed by Snape's potion riddle, and, well, he couldn't quite recall everything. However, he was certain that Harry had thwarted Quirrell in the end. His gaze fell upon 2 Nimbus 2000s propped beside the door. Now that was excessive. He could hardly believe it. When Dumbledore arrived, he would need to retrieve the keys. Why not simply leave a spare key? He casually tucked away 2 Nimbus 2000 brooms. He would remind Quirrell on that side. Given Quirrell's caution, if he also intended to secure the keys to pass this challenge, he would surely prepare his own broom. As for these 2, they needed to be taken away. Without their flying tools, Hermione and the others would likely fail to get through this obstacle. It was not a secure situation. What if Dumbledore discovered the brooms were missing and decided to procure a few more? Nevertheless, it was of little concern. He could come by occasionally and perhaps acquire a few more Nimbus 2000s. If he could gather the entire set of brooms from the Gryffindor Quidditch team, that would be splendid. As for whether Dumbledore would become suspicious upon discovering the brooms were gone, he was already aware of it, wasn't he? He was merely fishing for information. To safeguard the Philosopher's Stone, what was the harm in spending a little extra? Chapter 56. The second confrontation between Brook and Quirrell. Professor, you appear rather unwell. Nearly a month had passed since Brook last visited Quirrell's office. Quirrell appeared increasingly gaunt, his complexion as pale as parchment. I am fine, Quirrell replied, his voice hoarse, revealing a hint of barely perceptible fatigue. How has your information gathering fared? Brook stated bluntly, antidote, I require a year's supply. You still, Quirrell began to retort but abruptly halted, his expression shifting to one of palpable tension. Brook furrowed his brow slightly. His right hand still pointed his wand at Quirrell, while his left hand discreetly delved into his sleeve, poised to draw a pistol at any moment. Only a 6-month supply. Quirrell managed to utter with great difficulty. The remainder must be freshly prepared. Very well. But I demand that you sign an unbreakable vow and provide me with the antidote's formula before we proceed. A flicker of surprise crossed Quirrell's gaze. It seems you have acquired quite a bit of information. Brook promptly withdrew the pistol from his sleeve. Either you sign the contract, or I will inform Dumbledore. I am confident that as long as I offer a sufficient price, he can ensure my survival. Quirrell fell silent, yet his trembling form betrayed the turmoil within. However, without witnesses, an unbreakable vow could not be made. But I can establish a blood oath. What is that? Quirrell inquired. A contract provided by fairies, Brook explained. The violator shall suffer a fate worse than death. I have a ready-made contract here. You may take it for verification without exposing its contents. First, provide me with a 6-month supply of antidote. This time, Quirrell did not hesitate, using the levitation charm to deliver the potion to Brook. Brook did not even touch it, merely securing it. Now may I speak? Quirrell asked, his tone urgent. The 3-headed dog. I'm not sure. The remaining challenges include the Devil's Snare, retrieving keys from mid-flight, and a giant chessboard with black and white pieces. Snape's task involves deciphering to find the potion. And Dumbledore's? Quirrell pressed on. Have you lost your mind? Brook retorted, casting a scornful glare at Quirrell. You want me to inquire of Dumbledore? Quirrell faltered. You have indeed performed well. You haven't aroused any suspicion, have you? No. But if you have stolen the Philosopher's Stone, I may find myself in a predicament. You are aware of the Philosopher's Stone, Quirrell exclaimed in astonishment. I have gathered an abundance of information. How could I possibly be ignorant of the Philosopher's Stone, as long as Dumbledore possesses no evidence? He will not take action against you, Quirrell reassured him. Brook remained non-committal. Quirrell was abruptly interrupted before he could finish discussing the three-headed dog. You aren't suggesting that everyone is pointing fingers at me, are you? Surely not, Brook retorted, his sarcasm evident. Very well, let us swear a blood oath. Quirrell retrieved an ancient parchment from his pocket, the text inscribed in blood-red ink. He lightly tapped the parchment with his wand, causing it to emanate a crimson glow before it slowly ascended into the air. I, Quirinus Quirrell, shall provide Brook Lot with the antidote for the three corpses brain potion before I attempt to steal the Philosopher's Stone, Quirrell solemnly declared, then looked toward Brook. I, Brook Lot, swear that I will not disclose to anyone the secret of Quirinus Quirrell's intention to steal the Philosopher's Stone before he departs from Hogwarts. Upon the completion of the oath, Quirrell directed his wand at the parchment once more. The red light gradually faded, and the parchment floated down to the ground. Brook levitated it into his hands with a levitation spell. Professor Quirrell, the matter henceforth is no longer my concern, he said coldly. I hope you will refrain from seeking me out, for I shall not listen. Master, why agree to him? Quirrell muttered discontentedly. The voice of Voldemort echoed, laced with a chill and mercilessness. Are you questioning me? Quirrell trembled uncontrollably. And master, of course not. I wouldn't dare. In truth, Quirrell was far from foolish. He was, in fact, quite astute, having graduated from Ravenclaw. Yet, his understanding of human nature was severely lacking. Based on Brook's usual demeanor, it was clear that without resistance, Voldemort would suspect foul play. After all, no one wishes to place their life in another's hands. Voldemort pondered silently. Had he been able to secure Brook's genuine allegiance, the Philosopher's Stone would have long been in his possession. However, he was confident that upon his resurrection, he would be able to bring Brook under his command. After Brook exited the office, a smile graced his face. He was indeed as Voldemort had envisioned. Yet, more than that, he wished to forget this matter. It was simply too troublesome. He nearly lost track of time this instance. Should a month pass without his attendance, his secret would be exposed. Furthermore, he deliberately scheduled the delivery of the antidote before Quirrell's actions to ensure Quirrell felt secure, believing he would not easily betray him. Additionally, he had no time to constantly monitor Quirrell's actions, so this arrangement was far more convenient. Brook had successfully managed Quirrell, but then Hermione began anew. She had resumed her annual, indispensable review schedule. Brook never anticipated that even while attending a school of magic, he would still be unable to escape the review spells. Fortunately, two other unfortunate souls were ahead of him, alleviating his burden somewhat. Hermione, isn't the exam still far off? Harry yawned, entirely disinterested in any form of review. Far off. Only 10 weeks remain. Hermione was quite vexed. She should have commenced her preparations much earlier. Brook discreetly cast a silencing charm upon herself, effectively isolating Hermione's incessant mutterings from her ears. Hermione took her revision seriously, and at this juncture, anyone who dared to interrupt would surely regret it. Brook, are you even listening to me? Hermione complained, shaking Brook's arm with irritation. Brook hastily lifted the charm. Oh, my apologies, I was a bit distracted. Henceforth, you shall complete your assignments independently, or you will undoubtedly fail your examinations, Hermione stated with grave seriousness. Brook instantly adopted a woeful expression, gazing at Hermione imploringly. Hermione inhaled, exhaled, and repeated the process several times, her small chest rising and falling dramatically. Very well, I shall assist you with your homework, but you must pay careful attention. No problem, Brook readily agreed, her change of demeanor as swift as flipping a page in a book. Hermione's chest heaved once more, feeling somewhat manipulated. How infuriating. Wait, is that Hagrid? Harry suddenly pointed towards the bookshelf. Brook rolled her eyes in exasperation. Was Hagrid really that hard to recognize? They observed him struggling to navigate the library's aisles, clad in his signature moleskin coat. Hold on, don't call out to him. I want to see what he is searching for, Ron interjected, halting Harry. This marked their first encounter with Hagrid in the library, and Ron was curious. He stealthily approached the shelves to discreetly observe Hagrid's actions. In Chapter 57, regarding the proper techniques of PUA Snape, after Hagrid had gathered his books and departed with satisfaction. Ron whispered a dragon. Hagrid is researching information about dragons. It seems Brook's suggestion was approved, Hermione remarked nonchalantly. What suggestion? Harry inquired, intrigued. Hermione felt there was nothing to conceal, for if Hogwarts truly housed dragons, Harry and the others would eventually hear about it from Hagrid. Thus, she recounted Brook's original proposal regarding dragon keeping. Let us hurry and take a look, Ron exclaimed, jumping up in excitement. His brother, Charlie, raised dragons in Romania, and he was well-versed in dragon lore, making him even more curious. Harry immediately supported Ron's suggestion, having grown weary of reading. Consequently, the four of them were promptly expelled from the library by Madame Pants. Unfazed, they rushed to Hagrid's hut. At that moment, the curtains of the hut were drawn tightly, leaving no gap. Ron, unable to contain his eagerness, knocked on the door. Who is it? Who's there? Hagrid opened the door just a crack, visibly relieved to see Brook and the others. After allowing them in, he swiftly closed the door again. Hagrid, it's just about keeping a dragon. Why such secrecy? Ron began to scour the interior as soon as he stepped inside. How did you all find out? Hagrid appeared somewhat flustered. Ron excitedly beckoned. Come quickly. You must see this. Brook and the others moved closer, and there, in the hearth, lay a large, dark egg. How on earth did you know? Hagrid asked, growing increasingly agitated. The school intends to raise a dragon. Sooner or later, we will all become aware of it. Hagrid, what are you afraid of? Ron remarked nonchalantly. Brook observed Hagrid's anxious demeanor and sensed something was amiss. Hagrid, that dragon egg wasn't purchased by Hogwarts, was it? Hagrid appeared somewhat flustered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Upon witnessing Hagrid's reaction, Brook understood the situation. You acquired it without permission, didn't you? Hagrid reluctantly admitted, yes. Did you purchase it? That is a Norwegian ridgeback. It must have cost a fortune, Ron queried, astonished. Actually, I won it. I played cards with a stranger in the village last night, Hagrid said, his face beaming with pride. But this creature is not easy to care for, Ron cautioned. I've been reading up on it. Hagrid enthusiastically began to recount his findings on dragon care from his books. Hermione cast a helpless glance at Brook, aware that Hagrid was determined to raise a dragon. He often mentioned this dream during their gatherings. However, raising a dragon without authorization was no trivial matter. Don't worry, I'll handle it, Brook reassured, patting Hermione's shoulder. He was the type to support his friends without regard for the right or wrong. Although he had not known Hagrid for long, Hagrid's sincerity had touched him. The rare materials Hagrid had provided him were more valuable than what he could sell. Such a friend was someone he could not abandon without consequence. Suddenly, Harry interjected, Hagrid, can you tell us what other defenses guard the Philosopher's Stone, besides Fluffy? Hagrid's previously exuberant expression instantly froze. However, Hermione and Ron were captivated by the topic, gazing intently at Hagrid. Only Brook remained fixated on the dragon egg. I wonder how things are going with Snape, if he's already resolved the matter. Can we eat the dragon egg? I can't say, and I don't know. Besides, I think you all know too much already. This is not something you should be concerned about. Hagrid's tone grew serious. Hermione, using the endearing tone she typically reserved for soothing her mother, playfully said to Hagrid, Hagrid, if Professor Dumbledore entrusted you with such an important task as retrieving the Philosopher's Stone from Gringotts, he must have immense faith in you. He would surely inform you of such trivial matters regarding the design of defenses. A flush crept across Hagrid's face, and his lips involuntarily curled into a smile. Hermione's words brought him great joy, but they also had the opposite effect as he contemplated Dumbledore's trust. The more Dumbledore believed in him, the less he could divulge. Thus, he shook his head vigorously, akin to a bobblehead. No matter how much Hermione pouted, he remained steadfast. Brook, unable to bear it any longer, cleared his throat and continued to gaze at the dragon egg. Who else could it be? Presumably, anyone capable of designing defenses has been involved. Herbology, transfiguration, charms, potions. Oh, and Quirrell's defense against the dark arts. I assume all have been utilized. Am I correct, Hagrid? Hagrid cast a mournful glance at Brook and could only concede. Yes. Is Snape also involved? Harry pressed further. Indeed, he is the guardian of the Philosopher's Stone. I truly do not comprehend why you harbor such suspicions against him. By the way, you're the only one who knows how to pass through the barrier, correct? Additionally, I have only disclosed this to Dumbledore. That is reassuring. You must not share this information with anyone else, not even the professors, Harry admonished. Rest assured, Hagrid responded with a hearty thump to his chest. Days passed, one after another, and finally, the third day arrived, bringing with it the potions class once more. After the lesson concluded, while the other young wizards busied themselves packing their bags in preparation to depart, Brook remained seated, motionless. Is there something you require? Professor Snape did not lift his gaze, continuing to grade assignments. Brook approached the podium, expressing his gratitude for the Christmas gift. Snape held a favorable impression of Brook, recognizing his earnest dedication to the study of potions and his commendable academic performance. Even more admirable was the respect Brook maintained towards him, despite being a Gryffindor. Professor, regarding your paper on the potential of dragon's blood in the shrinking solution, I have some additional thoughts. Brook prepared to engage in a subtle persuasion of Snape. Snape finally raised his head to regard Brook. In your hypothesis, you propose adding 10 milliliters of dragon's blood after incorporating the shrinking spider silk to enhance the efficacy of the solution, Brook articulated methodically. Oh, what insights do you possess? Snape's tone was unusually calm. I merely have a few thoughts. While enhancing the effectiveness of the shrinking spider silk, which serves as the primary ingredient, is indeed significant, the inclusion of fire lizard scales as a binding agent might facilitate a more harmonious blend of the components, thereby potentially amplifying the potion's potency. Snape appeared intrigued. It had been many years since anyone had dared to discuss improvements in potion-making with him since Lily's passing. Stability, you say? Yes, Professor. I believe that during the 7 stirring processes of the fire lizard scales, adding 1 milliliter of dragon's blood each time may yield superior results. Brook continued to elaborate on his perspective. Chapter 58, Snape's Memories. Although merely a hypothesis, such an idea could only emerge from a mind as imaginative as yours. The inclusion of the expansion frog's tongue serves to destabilize the potion, thereby enhancing the effects of the fire lizard scales. If we were to follow your method, would the shrinking solution remain viable? Snape spat venomous words, but his previously tranquil eyes now sparkled with appreciation. Brook scratched his head in mild frustration. How could I have overlooked this? Thank you for your guidance, Professor. Snape, perhaps reluctant to dampen Brook's enthusiasm for potion-making, awkwardly added, having ideas is certainly better than having none. Ah, what a pity. If only I had dragon's blood on hand. I would genuinely like to experiment with this. Brook expressed his disappointment. I will procure some dragon's blood. I shall inform you when I do, Snape replied nonchalantly. Splendid. Thank you, Professor. Brook suddenly recalled something. By the way, Professor, has Headmaster Dumbledore agreed to raise a dragon? Upon hearing this, a flicker of irritation crossed Snape's face. Each time he approached Dumbledore, he was invariably met with assurances that it would be done soon. A year has nearly passed, yet there remains no sign of progress. It seems you can only command him, correct? Although I consented, transporting a dragon is no trivial matter. Snape felt a flush of embarrassment as he uttered these words. At his age, he still had to deceive a child. Professor, if I were to say hypothetically, what if I could procure a dragon egg? Brook tentatively inquired. A dragon egg? Where would you possibly find one? Snape suddenly fell silent. After a brief pause, he continued, keep your distance from those unsavory individuals. Oh, understood. Well then, goodbye, Professor. Brook's expression dimmed as he turned to leave. If, under safe conditions, you can acquire a dragon egg, I shall reimburse you for the expenses, Snape reluctantly stated. He resolved to inform Dumbledore after the fact, should Brook succeed in obtaining the egg. If the old bee dared to object, he would soon learn that Snape was not to be trifled with. Really? That's wonderful. Thank you, Professor. A smile returned to Brook's face. Once Brook's silhouette had completely vanished from the classroom door, Snape leaned back slowly, his body sinking deeply into the chair. He stared blankly at the classroom ceiling, his gaze gradually becoming distant. Lily Evans's talent for potions was no less remarkable than his own. They had once been so in sync, often researching and refining potion recipes together. Suddenly, a smile broke upon Snape's face. In those days, they were financially constrained, with little pocket money to spare. Lily always found clever ways to procure ingredients from Horace Slughorn, just to support his potion experiments. But then Snape's smile faded slightly. Yet tears began to flow from the corners of his eyes. His shoulders trembled uncontrollably. Hermione had been waiting just outside the classroom. Upon seeing Brook emerge, she immediately whispered, "How'd it go?" Brook remained silent, simply signaling an okay gesture. Hermione exhaled deeply, the tension on her face dissipating instantly. Like Brook, she had long regarded Hagrid as an important ally in her life. She sincerely hoped that Hagrid would not encounter trouble due to the dragon egg. "Let us head over to Hagrid's for a meal. I must discuss this matter with him," Brook suggested. Thus, they made their way to Hagrid's hut. The cottage remained tightly shut, the interior stiflingly hot. As soon as they entered, Brook directly asked, "Is the fire out?" Hagrid's eyes brimmed with reluctance. "Brook, I truly adore dragons. Can't you at least let me witness its birth?" Realizing Hagrid misunderstood, Brook quickly reassured him, "Hagrid, what are you thinking? The dragon is yours. You will need to care for it as it grows." Hagrid's eyes widened in disbelief. "Really? You're not taking it away? Brook scratched his head, bemused. At times, Hagrid seemed even more childlike than Harry. I've spoken with Snape. He has agreed that as long as I obtain a dragon egg, he will handle everything else. Hagrid's mind struggled to comprehend this. You managed to get dragon egg? Brook, where on earth did you find a dragon egg? Brook felt as though he might vomit blood. Hermione, standing nearby, explained that Brook would claim the dragon egg as his own, presenting it to Snape, who would then resolve the matter. Hagrid cautiously inquired, will I ever get this dragon egg back? Snape, after all, was not one to raise dragons. Even if he could, he lacked the time, leaving the responsibility to you. Brook patiently clarified, oh, that is splendid, as long as I can take care of it. Hagrid's face lit up with joy. However, he soon became serious again. Brook, you won't cause me any trouble, will you? If that's the case, I can forego raising the dragon. His voice dwindled, the last few words seemingly exhausting his remaining strength. Brook patted Hagrid's elbow reassuringly. Rest assured, there will be no trouble. Just focus on raising the dragon. By the way, you Haven T mentioned whether the egg can be removed from the fire. He inquired once more. It can. The fire is merely to accelerate hatching. As long as the duration does not exceed 2 years, the egg will retain its vitality. Brook nodded. All right then, let me keep it for now, and I shall hand it over to Snape in a couple of days. The three of them then gathered for a delightful hot pot meal. Brook could never tire of hot pot. Even if eating it daily was unrealistic for his constitution, he would gladly partake in 6 meals within a week. Hagrid was also elated, indulging in a drink in the middle of the day. In the past few days, he had been both joyful and anxious, fearing that the dragon egg's existence might be discovered and taken away. Thankfully, Brook was there. Their hot pot feast lasted only 2 hours before the increasingly restless Hermione dragged Brook off to the library. With less than 10 weeks until the final exams, she was determined that Brook should not focus solely on revelry without proper study. Moreover, the professors had recently assigned a considerable increase in homework. She was busy enough managing 2 sets of assignments on her own. Chapter 59, The Stern Severus Snape. On a Monday morning, the Great Hall of Hogwarts descended once again into its characteristic chaos of the week. The eagerly awaited mail hour for the young wizards had arrived. Hundreds of Scottish pygmy owls swooped into the dining hall, circling the tables in search of their respective owners. Upon identifying their targets, they would swiftly dive down, delivering letters or parcels onto the tables, laps, or heads of the young witches and wizards. Meanwhile, the students' own owls leisurely settled on the tables, enjoying a feast alongside their masters. 2 solid black owls worked in unison to bring in an oval-shaped parcel. Unlike the other owls that carelessly dropped their deliveries, these 2 handled the parcel with great care, smoothly placing it before Brook before turning and flying away. Brook promptly stowed the parcel into his ring and glanced at Snape, who happened to be looking his way. Their eyes met, and Snape rose directly, heading toward his office. Brook quickly got up and followed suit. The 2 of them entered the potions office in rapid succession. Are we there? Snape inquired. Yes, came the reply. Take it out. Without any further ado, Brook extracted the parcel and unwrapped it, revealing an egg that had been painted white and adorned with colorful designs. With a flick of his wand, he cleaned the egg, restoring its original dark hue. Snape reached out to take the egg, examining it closely. What kind of dragon is this? Norwegian Ridgeback. You needn't concern yourself with the rest. Snape pulled a small pouch from his pocket and extended it toward Brook. Brook hesitated to take it. Take it, Snape said in his usual flat tone. All right. Brook finally accepted the pouch. Professor, there's one more thing. Speak. Brook hesitated. I have a good relationship with Hagrid. He wishes to come collect the dragon egg tomorrow at noon. Snape interrupted him, turning to sit behind his desk. Do you need me to throw you out? Thank you. Professor. Goodbye, Brook said, understanding the subtle hint, and left. He then stored the dragon egg and made his way directly to the principal's office on the 8th floor. Severus, is there something you need? Dumbledore inquired. Snape placed the dragon egg on the principal's desk. Dumbledore's pupils constricted and his brow furrowed. This is a dragon egg. Snape muttered a vague word, but Dumbledore grasped his meaning. Where did you acquire this? I purchased it. Dumbledore recalled the parcel he had seen Brook receive during breakfast. Where did Brook get it? I didn't ask, but he's been associating closely with the Weasleys lately, Snape reminded him. Dumbledore's thoughts flickered, but he quickly dismissed the notion. If Arthur Weasley had been involved, he would certainly have informed him immediately. He had that much confidence. Recently, Arthur had assisted Hagrid in selling a batch of rare materials, which were of considerable value. Had Dumbledore not intervened, the Board of Governors would have sought a share of the profits. Then there is another possibility. Arthur may have introduced some buyers to Brook, allowing him to obtain it independently. Are you planning to keep it Hogwarts? What other option is there? The Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore began, but Snape interrupted him. Lately, I have been engrossed in researching new potions and have no time to deal with chaotic matters, including the preparation of toothsome potion. Dumbledore sighed. Take it to Hagrid for now. I will handle the rest. 3,000, Snape stated before turning to leave. Dumbledore rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Hogwarts funds were already strained. The brooms on the 4th floor had also gone missing, forcing him to allocate additional funds to purchase 2 Nimbus 2000s. He feared that Harry might not be able to get his hands on anything else. Now, with an additional expense of 3,000 galleons, it felt like a further blow. As for the missing brooms, he had investigated, but all evidence pointed to Quirrell. Yet Quirrell would never risk such a loss for something so trivial. Who could be then? He had considered Brook. Yet, that was merely an intuition. He could find no traces whatsoever, not even the peculiar glowing door that Brook had utilized. Could there be others with intentions to steal the Philosopher's Stone? But why would anyone wish to pilfer a flying broom? Dumbledore found himself perplexed. After Brook departed from the office, he hastened to the charms classroom. Snape was rather generous, directly handing him 3,000 galleons. Typically, the price of a dragon egg hovers around 500. Even for a Norwegian Ridgeback, it would not exceed 1,000. Yet Snape paid the full amount without hesitation, making it possible to acquire even the rarest of dragon eggs. One must admit, the potion's master possessed both confidence and wealth. Thus, the dragon egg circled through Snape's hands, successfully undergoing a change of ownership, becoming a legitimate property of Hogwarts. At that moment, Hagrid was affectionately rubbing the dragon egg against his face. Brook, unwilling to intrude, quietly slipped away. A few days later, on a crisp morning, an owl delivered a note from Hagrid. The message read, "The dragon is about to hatch." Ron was nearly bouncing with excitement. He had intended to skip class and rush to Hagrid's hut, but Hermione stopped him. In her presence, daring to mention skipping class was out of the question, unless one was Brook. Thus, Ron launched into a tirade. Hermione, witnessing the hatching of a dragon baby is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Don't you want to see it? I would like to, but we must attend class. But we might miss it. That is not an option. Hermione remained steadfast. Harry, you must help me, Ron pleaded. However, before Harry could respond, Brook interjected, if we miss this, we can simply buy another dragon egg. Ron fell silent, continuously whispering dragon facts to Harry, who was becoming increasingly exasperated. Finally, the bell for the end of defense against the dark arts rang. Ron shot up like a spring, dragging Harry towards Hagrid's hut. Hermione began to hurriedly gather her textbooks, clearly equally curious about the dragon's birth. However, Brook did not allow her to run off, but instead guided her to a nearby classroom. A spatial door opened, leading directly to Hagrid's hut. Hagrid, beaming with excitement, noticed their arrival and became even more animated. You've arrived just in time. Hagrid ushered them inside, and after 5 minutes, he suddenly realized, where are Harry and Ron? Just as Hermione was about to explain, a rapid knocking sounded from outside the door. They're here, Ron exclaimed, seeing Hermione open the door, momentarily stunned. How did you? He then slapped his forehead. The spatial door. Come on, hurry in. It's about to hatch. Chapter 60, Watching the Dragon. At that moment, a slender crack appeared on the darkened dragon egg. As the fissure widened, a series of sharp, clicking sounds emanated from within. 6 pairs of eyes were fixed intently on the egg. Suddenly, accompanied by a piercing, scraping noise, the shell shattered completely. A small dragon staggered into view before the astonished onlookers. Like all newborn mammals, the little dragon is quite unsightly. Its skin is wrinkled, and its body is emaciated. It is quite beautiful. Isn't it? Hagrid gazed at it with rapture, extending a finger to gently stroke the dragon's head. However, the little dragon showed no courtesy and bit him without hesitation. Look, it recognizes its mother, Hagrid said, beaming with joy. At that moment, Harry noticed a shadow by the window. Was someone there? Indeed, it was the elusive Draco Malfoy. Ron also caught a glimpse of the fleeting figure. Brook smirked slightly. Malfoy? I must go see. He casually opened a spatial door, perfectly blocking Draco's escape route. Draco slammed to a halt. Lock it. Draco, why are you running? Brook replied, I'm going to tell the professor. Inform my father that you are illegally raising dragons. You will all be expelled. Draco declared haughtily, lifting his chin defiantly. Brook rolled his eyes, thinking how painfully earnest the boy was. In Hogwarts, he would not survive a single episode elsewhere. You haven't even drawn your wand. Who gives you the audacity to threaten me? Draco frantically searched for his wand. Just as he brandished it to point at Brook, Brook swiftly grabbed his wrist. Draco felt a sharp pain in his wrist as his wand fell to the ground with a thud. Brook, having taken numerous interest classes in his past life, possessed some knowledge of martial arts. He preferred not to resort to violence, especially with mischievous children. He favored presenting them with challenging questions instead. Yet, with a proud boy like Draco, force was the most direct and effective means of communication. My father is a school governor. You cannot harm me, Draco said, a hint of fear in his voice. Brook pondered, recalling that Hassan had mentioned he was a governor as well. Do not fear. I'm a person who cherishes peace and abhors violence, he reassured. Then what do you intend to do? Draco rubbed his wrist, which had been released by Brook. Brook draped an arm over Draco's shoulder. I believe I mentioned before that I wish to befriend you. Draco had never had anyone put an arm around him. He felt utterly uncomfortable. I will never befriend a mudblood like you. Do not be so absolute, Brook said with a smile. I heard Goyle call you little dragon. Do you particularly like dragons? Do I like dragons? Draco's voice lacked conviction. 10 galleons, and I will take you to see them, Brook tempted. Draco's eyes widened. Are you robbing me? This is a friendship price. With anyone else, you wouldn't get away for less than 100 galleons, Brook replied. Draco gritted his teeth. I want to touch them. That's fine, as long as you're not afraid of being bitten. Reluctantly, Draco extracted 10 galleons from his wallet and handed them to Brook. Brook didn't need Draco's money, but the sight of Draco's disgruntled expression was quite amusing, was it not? Moreover, this could evolve into a business venture. Although the dragons were ostensibly owned by the school, the institution had not allocated any funding. What about the expenses of raising dragons? Hagrid is affluent and generous, yet he cannot allow Hagrid to suffer loss. There must be a clear distinction between public and private matters. Moreover, since Hagrid is already providing free care for the dragon without requiring the school to cover meal expenses, is it not reasonable to charge a modest entrance fee? Brook, how did you bring Malfoy here? Ron cast a disgruntled glance at Draco, positioning himself defensively in front of him. Draco, undeterred, held his chin high, regarding Ron with a challenging gaze. Oh, Weasley, what's the matter? Is this your home? Ron, Draco is a benefactor. He has paid for this. Brook explained with a smile. Did you hear that, Weasley? I've paid, so step aside. Draco lifted his chin and forcefully pushed Ron aside. Ron looked bewildered, paying money. What nonsense is this? Draco leaned closer to the baby dragon, his eyes reflecting profound admiration. This is a Norwegian Ridgeback. ISNT it? It's truly magnificent. Brook and Hermione exchanged knowing glances, recognizing yet another Hagrid. Have you named it yet? Draco inquired. Nobber. I would like to name it Nobber, Hagrid replied, though he held a certain disdain for Slytherins. However, he could see the fondness in Draco's eyes for the little dragon and thus regarded him with a favorable impression. That name is dreadful. I think it should be called Loki, Draco retorted with evident disdain. What a ridiculous name. Loki sounds weak. Thor is far more imposing. Their argument escalated, entirely disregarding Hagrid's opinion. Brook, undeterred, reached out to grasp the little dragon once more. Draco slammed his hand on the table. How much would it cost to have it named Loki? The group cast him incredulous looks. Ron, gritting his teeth, declared, I'll offer 50 galleons. He had been meticulously saving the 75 galleons he had previously received. 50 was the maximum he could afford. Enough to procure a new wand and buy his sister Ginny a new robe. He was still using Charlie's old wand. Only 50, and you dare to speak? I'll offer 100. Draco had just received a generous allowance from his mother, Narcissa, and was feeling particularly extravagant. Brook paid them no mind. Not only did they lack the authority to dispute Hagrid over the naming rights of the dragon, but even if money were to be involved, not even Draco's father, Lucius, will be able to sway Hagrid. He grasped the skin at the back of the little dragon's neck and effortlessly lifted it. The dragon began to struggle, but given its diminutive size, its efforts were utterly futile. I find all of your names unworthy. Why? Draco and Ron exclaimed in unison, then shot each other furious glares. Hagrid, meanwhile, looked helplessly at Brook. This dragon is female, Brook pointed out, indicating the absence of male anatomy between the dragon's legs. Female? Then it shall be named. Ron hesitated, struggling to conjure a fitting name. Whatever name you come up with is bound to be uninspired, Draco scoffed. I think it could be named Belinda. A girl's name? Hermione suggested. How about Florina? Chapter 61. Fair, open, and just voting. Brook glanced at Hagrid. What are your thoughts? Hagrid scratched his head, having always presumed it would be a male. He had racked his brain for several days before settling on the name Norbert. Now, tasked with conjuring a new name on the spot, he found himself at a loss. Take your time, Hagrid, Brook reassured him. There's no rush to finalize a name today. You can ponder it. After a moment of contemplation, Hagrid mused that both Belinda and Florina were quite lovely names. How about we choose one of those? All right, let us have a choice between the two, Brook agreed. I vote for Belinda, Draco said eagerly. A smile tugged at Brook's lips. We have always valued democracy. Since Hagrid believes both names are suitable, let the remaining 5 of us cast our votes. Vote? Draco stared at Brook in disbelief, then shifted his gaze to Hermione, and finally to Harry and Ron. Is this really what you call democracy? All right, those in favor of Belinda, raise your hands, Brook announced. Draco anticipated the outcome, although reluctant. He stubbornly raised his hand straight up. 1 vote. Brook diligently noted the tally. Now, those in favor of Florina, please raise your hands. Harry and Ron instantly shot their hands up, casting challenging glances at Draco. At this moment, Draco felt outnumbered. Otherwise, he would have shown them. Hermione struggled to stifle her laughter with one hand while raising the other. Brook joined in, 4 votes. Thus, after a fair, open, and just vote, Florina triumphs with 4 votes to 1, Brook declared solemnly. Hermione could no longer contain herself and erupted into a fit of giggles. Draco felt an overwhelming urge to leave, but couldn't bear to part with the dragon. What are your plans now? Keeping a dragon privately is illegal, Brook chuckled. What? Not going to snitch? Oomph. Draco scoffed. Did you not inform him? Hermione inquired, looking at Brook. I didn't have the chance, Brook replied helplessly. I suspect you did it on purpose, Hermione teased. Am I really that wicked? Brook feigned innocence. What on earth are you two discussing? Draco exclaimed, growing increasingly anxious. The pair seemed unfazed, continuing their idle chatter. The dragon was purchased by Hogwarts, so it's not privately owned. It's entirely legal, Hermione clarified. Impossible. Why didn't my father tell me? Draco asked in shock. Brook felt inclined to remark that perhaps his father was unaware as well. However, he refrained from dampening Draco's spirits. It is likely that Dumbledore was concerned that your father would disapprove, hence the decision to keep it a secret for now. This is unacceptable, Draco fumed. While he adored dragons, he could not compromise on principles. A dragon represented immense profit. Such matters must be disclosed to his father. Without further ado, Draco dashed out, not bothering to bid farewell. Hermione, puzzled, asked, What's his problem? Who knows? Perhaps he went to the restroom. Brook shrugged. Brook casually remarked, What a splendid feeling it is to be the 6th. Dumbledore, let's take our time. Brook and his companions did not linger excessively, as they had classes to attend in the afternoon. In just a week, Felina's physique had tripled in size. This little creature, resembling a husky, wreaked havoc whenever no one was watching. The redwood chairs and the wardrobe were adorned with bite marks, and the bedding had been rendered utterly useless. Fortunately, with the assistance of Brook and Hagrid was spared the overwhelming burden he would have faced otherwise. Squatting down, Brook was training Felina to obey commands. However, Felina was far from compliant. She exhaled a puff of smoke from her nostrils and lunged at Brook with claws bared. After several rounds of this playful tussle, Felina finally realized she could not best him and lay on the ground, ignoring Brook. Hermione expressed her concern. Brook, don't you think that is a bit too harsh? Hagrid looked on with pity. Brook, she is still a baby. Though Felina was small now, in just 2 months, she would grow to Hagrid's size. If they did not train her now, even Hagrid would struggle to control her later. Brook felt a twinge of frustration. The dog training methods taught by Professor Pan seemed utterly ineffective on this dragon. Moreover, Felina's thick skin made his strikes feel like mere tickles. While Hagrid could inflict physical damage on Felina, he lacked the heart to do so. Brook, you must be tired. Take a break. Felina needs to eat as well, Hagrid suggested, seizing the opportunity to encourage Brook to rest. He placed a bowl of brandy and a plucked chicken before Felina. With her emerging sharp teeth, Felina tore off a substantial piece of chicken in one bite, devouring both the meat and the drink voraciously. Within 3 minutes, the entire chicken had vanished in her belly. Sensing the aroma of alcohol in the air, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in Brook's eyes. Hagrid, are you feeding her alcohol? Indeed. The books state that Norwegian ridgeback dragons can be given alcohol from a young age to foster bonding, Hagrid explained. With a flick of his wrist, Brook produced a bottle of dark liquor. Felina showed little interest at first, continuing to enjoy her brandy. However, once Brook uncapped the bottle, her eyes fixated on it with keen interest. He poured a little liquor on the ground, allowing the aroma to permeate the air. What do you think, little one? Would you like a taste? Felina dashed towards Brook eagerly. Shaking her head, she seemed determined to charge again. Hagrid, hold her down. Hagrid, not wanting to witness Felina endure more punishment, swiftly pressed her to the ground with his massive hand. No amount of struggling could free her. Brook approached with the liquor bottle and offered her a taste. After drinking, Felina's expression transformed into one of satisfaction, her gaze towards Brook softening considerably. Would you like more? Brook asked with a smile. Felina nodded, her large eyes blinking adorably, exuding an endearing charm. I possess an abundance of this liquor. If you comply, I shall grant you a taste. Do you comprehend? Brook continued to speak. Felina nodded in understanding. Hagrid, release her. Hagrid loosened his grip, yet his hand remained poised above Felina's form. At this moment, Felina was too close to Brook, and he feared she might suddenly lash out. Chapter 62. Draco's Reluctant Inclusion. Felina, kneel down, Brook commanded. Felina obediently squatted down without hesitation. Rise. Felina stood up. Good child. Brook rewarded Felina with another sip of liquor. Once she finished, she affectionately nudged her head against Brook's outstretched hand. Hagrid watched with a tinge of jealousy. He could not help but mutter softly, Felina, do you no longer love me? Although Hagrid believed he was speaking quietly, everyone in the room heard him clearly. Ahem. Brook promptly retrieved a case of high-purity malt liquor from his space, containing no less than 30 bottles. Hagrid, these are for you. You shall be the one to nurture Felina from now on. However, you must train her, understand? Hagrid's eyes lit up, and he eagerly opened a bottle, bringing it to Felina's lips. Felina gulped it down voraciously without any sign of stopping. Before long, she had polished off an entire bottle. Felina, thoroughly pleased, rubbed her head against Hagrid's large hand. Hagrid's grin stretched nearly to his ears. Suddenly, Hagrid grew anxious. No, Brook. Brook meticulously conveyed the essential training guidelines for Felina to Hagrid, clearly stating that he would periodically inspect Felina's progress and the quantity of liquor consumed. Brook recognized that this might be somewhat harsh for Hagrid. It was preferable to the potential chaos should Felina's wild instincts erupt and harm him. Draco observed Felina, who was as docile as a puppy beside Hagrid, and felt a pang of envy. Brook, could you sell me a case of that liquor? Certainly. Brook replied with a smile, but I believe you have yet to settle your payment today. Brook and his companions came voluntarily to assist, while Draco had to pay for his assistance. Upon hearing this, Draco's face flushed with heat. Ever since Felina's birth, he had visited daily, each time parting with 10 galleons. Moreover, he had purchased numerous gifts for Felina. After all this expenditure, his wallet had considerably thinned. Now, he could scarcely produce even 10 galleons. Otherwise, he would have paid up front and not found himself in this predicament. Could I perhaps defer my payment? His cheeks flushed, and his voice dwindled to a whisper. Brook smirked and placed the 70 galleons Draco had previously paid on the table in one go. Seeing Brook's action, Draco grew anxious. Brook, what do you mean by this? Let me assure you, I, Malfoy, am not incapable of affording my dues. I shall go and fetch it now. Brook then casually draped his arm over Draco's shoulder. What are you thinking? Draco realized he was less resistant to Brook's familiar gesture than he had expected. The collection of fees is merely a test of your genuine affection for dragons. After all, your relationship with us has not been particularly favorable, has it? So, have I now passed your test? Brook turned to Hagrid and said, Hagrid, I hereby formally invite Draco to join our dragon-raising group. Hermione and I have both agreed. What are your thoughts? Agreed. Hagrid, surprisingly, had developed a fondness for Draco, despite the gifts Draco had given to Felina, which she hardly appreciated and quickly ruined. However, Hagrid recognized the sentiment behind them. Harry, Ron, what about you? Brook then inquired of Harry and Ron. After a moment of hesitation, Harry nodded. Ron, on the other hand, wore a reluctant expression. He desperately wanted to refuse, but with everyone in agreement, his dissent would be futile. Thus, he could only mutter, fine then. You see, everyone welcomes you, Brook remarked. Draco, momentarily at a loss, felt a mixture of emotions, touched yet slightly uncomfortable. Goyle and Crabbe had known him since childhood, yet they were more like sycophants than true friends. In this moment, however, he experienced a sense of validation. With a haughty tilt of his chin, he declared, Then I shall reluctantly allow you to call me Draco. Brook patted Draco on the shoulder, urging him, go fetch a bottle of wine to feed Felina. Draco scampered off eagerly. Ron leaned in closer, whispering to Brook, What made you suddenly accept Draco? Hermione and Harry instinctively moved a bit closer, their ears perked up. Doesn't it annoy you that Draco keeps bothering you? Brook countered, Absolutely. There have been several occasions recently when I wished I could just punch him. Ron couldn't help but complain, but he won't do that anymore. Ron was puzzled, yet Hermione and Harry understood. Brook had no qualms about Draco causing trouble for Harry and the others, as Draco had never targeted him or Hermione. He was rather amused by it. However, the wisdom of great minds advised him to cultivate friendships while minimizing enmities. Uniting all possible forces would better serve his purpose in creating mischief for Dumbledore. Moreover, with his identity as a member of the Burst, he could potentially leverage the entire Slytherin student body as a network. Draco was merely the first step in his quest to align with purebloods. He intended to make Dumbledore regret having admitted him to Hogwarts. In the days that followed, Harry and Ron faced increasingly arduous challenges, and they had to include Draco in their struggles. As the exams drew nearer, Hermione's study schedule not only remained unchanged but grew ever longer. Harry and the others also had to allocate time to care for Ferlina, further diminishing their study time. Consequently, Hermione established a rule. They could play with Ferlina, but only after completing that day's study plan. The following day, they would be granted 1 hour of free time. As for whether they dared to disregard this rule, do not claim that they were ever bold enough to defy Hermione. Coupled with the need for Brook's wine while engaging with Florina, they found themselves devoid of any opportunity for rebellion. Meanwhile, Draco, who was covertly chuckling to himself, soon became the target of Ron's scrutiny. Consequently, Ron and Harry conspired together, ultimately escorting Draco to the library for a study session. Although Draco struggled fiercely throughout the journey, his expression subtly betrayed a hint of enjoyment. In truth, he had never experienced such camaraderie since his birth. Under Hermione's relentless pressure, the bond among the three misfit brothers visibly strengthened at an astonishing rate. Particularly noteworthy was Draco's surprising act of sharing the confections made by his mother, Narcissa, with Harry and Ron, which was a testament to this newfound friendship. Chapter 63. The Terrifying Forbidden Forest. What are you saying? Hermione's sharp voice pierced the air, successfully capturing the attention of all the young wizards in the hall. The once vibrant atmosphere fell into an immediate hush, with everyone turning their heads in curiosity towards them. Calm down, Hermione. How can you expect me to remain calm? Those two have docked an entire 100 points from Gryffindor, 100 points. Hermione's voice, though subdued, was laced with palpable frustration. After nearly a year of her diligent efforts in class, it was disheartening that Harry and Ron, those two rascals, had managed to deduct so many points. Brook gently patted Hermione's back, attempting to soothe her. What's done is done. Reprimanding those two will not rectify the situation. Hermione fell silent, seated there with heavy breaths, clearly fuming. Brook was indifferent to the house points. He found little value in the trivialities of food and drink, questioning the significance of such competition. However, he was indeed intrigued by the unfolding drama. Harry, with his head lowered, stammered, finding it difficult to voice his thoughts. He had not slept a wink throughout the night. The mere thought of Hermione and the entire Gryffindor population's reaction to the incident sent shivers down his spine. Yesterday, Draco and I went to see Florina, and then Draco suggested we try riding her. You know, Florina can now bear our weight, Ron explained. Get to the point, Hermione impatiently interrupted. We just played with Florina for a bit, and then Professor McGonagall caught us after curfew, so it's all Draco's fault. Ron's voice dwindled to a whisper. You. Hermione was rendered speechless, her chest rising and falling dramatically. We never anticipated that Professor McGonagall would be so severe, deducting so many points from us. Ron muttered under his breath. Brook regarded the trio as true warriors. Florina's back, covered in prickles, was still in the early stages of development and not yet sharp, but certainly was uncomfortable. Harry, Ron, do you remember what I told you? What? They queried, puzzled, as they looked towards Brook. Roaming at night is inconsequential. It seems Professor McGonagall was simply furious. Why would you be so foolish as to let her catch you? Brook elaborated. But we were being very cautious, Harry lamented. Harry, Ron, how could they have overlooked such a fundamental consideration? The suitcase belonging to Fleur Delacour is so capacious that it could easily accommodate not only her, but also all the young wizards of Hogwarts. Come now, do not be so despondent. It is not a grave matter. Brook offered a word of comfort. Persuaded by Brook, Hermione ceased her pursuit of trouble with them. However, Harry and Ron found themselves in a rather dire situation. They, particularly Harry, had become the targets of widespread disdain. Throughout Gryffindor House, aside from Brook, Hermione, and Neville, no one else extended a friendly countenance towards them. Even within the Quidditch team, Harry was not held in high regard. This starkly highlighted the disparity between the two houses. Draco, too, had incurred a deduction of 50 points for Slytherin, yet he appeared unaffected amidst his peers. The Slytherins, rather than harboring resentment towards him for this incident, rallied together and intensified their efforts, thereby widening the gap in points between them and the other three houses. Slytherin remained firmly perched atop the House Cup standings, unassailable. Only then did the Slytherins cease their fervent accumulation of points, lest the expressions of the other house heads become even more grim. This development led Brook to form a rather unfavorable impression of the Gryffindor students. The little lions may choose not to exert themselves or amass points, but this also indicated that they did not genuinely care about the House Cup as they pretended. Therefore, to ostracize Harry and Ron over scores seemed rather unreasonable. Of course, the point deduction did yield some benefits. Harry learned to behave himself, significantly reducing his visits to Fleur. Even amidst Quidditch training, he managed to exceed the study plan Hermione had devised for him. This transformation rendered Harry the epitome of the ideal student in Hermione's eyes, serving as a benchmark to motivate Ron and Draco. However, such days of reprieve were not destined to last. What was meant to come eventually did. One morning at breakfast, Harry and Ron received identical notes. The message read, "Your detention begins tonight at 11 o'clock. Report to Mr. Filch in the entrance hall." Professor McGonagall, Draco also approached, clearly indicating that none of the trio had escaped unscathed. That night, as 11 o'clock approached, Brook and Hermione bid farewell to Harry and Ron in the common room. After all, their willingness to see them off was already a kind gesture. Yet Hermione was deeply concerned for them. To her, Brook had always been her sole friend. And now, with Harry and Ron suddenly included, she cherished this newfound camaraderie immensely. The air was thick with an aromatic essence in the common room. Hermione, ever observant, sensed something amiss. Harry trembled all over, as if he had suffered some profound shock. Ron, too, appeared pallid, his lips pressed tightly together, giving the impression that he might retch at any moment. "What is wrong with you?" Hermione inquired with genuine concern. Harry suddenly became agitated. "We encountered Voldemort in the Forbidden Forest." "No, do not utter that name," Ron whispered anxiously. Brook furrowed her brow and asked, "Your punishment took place in the Forbidden Forest?" "Indeed," they replied. Harry nodded and began to recount the events that transpired in the Forbidden Forest. Recently, there had been incidents involving the death of unicorns within its depths. Accompanied by Hagrid, they ventured forth to investigate. This matter was not new to them, as Hagrid had informed them of it the previous week. And it was the first time they had witnessed Hagrid's fury. As Harry continued his narrative, they followed the trail of unicorn blood deeper into the forest. However, the blood trail diverged into two paths. Thus, Hagrid teamed up with Draco, while Harry, Ron, and Hermione formed another group. "We found the deceased unicorn." Harry's voice trembled. Yet, a hooded figure loomed, siphoning its blood. The cloaked individual was poised to attack, but fortunately, the centaur Firenze appeared just in time to rescue them. Chapter 64, Professor Quirrell. "Welcome to my world. Why do you suspect it is the Dark Lord?" Brook inquired. "It was Firenze who told me that unicorn blood can prolong life, but it also brings with it a curse of life. Only Voldemort would exploit such blood to extend his existence, for once he obtains the Philosopher's Stone, he can resurrect himself." Harry grew increasingly agitated, even beginning to whirl in excitement. However, Bane, another centaur, believed it was a grave mistake for Firenze to save him. For according to the prophecies of planetary alignments, he would prefer Voldemort to eliminate Harry swiftly. "Could you refrain from uttering that name?" Ron appeared on the verge of collapse. Unfazed, Harry continued his analysis. "Snape seeks to steal the Philosopher's Stone for Voldemort." "Harry," Brook interrupted loudly. Harry paused in surprise. "Do not mention that name again. Ron cannot bear it. We should respect our friend's feelings," Brook stated with an unprecedented seriousness. Only then did Harry turn to Ron, noticing his trembling form. "I apologize, Ron. I was too fervent. All right, let us sit down and have something to eat. I believe you should celebrate." Brook smiled. Celebrate? Not only Harry and Ron, but even the usually anxious Hermione appeared bewildered. "YYDS, we are closer to the truth. Is that not worthy of celebration? Yet, the Dark Lord desired to steal the Philosopher's Stone and wished to kill me. The unknown enemy is the most terrifying, and you, Harry, have already triumphed over him once. It is he who should be afraid of you now." Harry felt as though he were gaining wisdom. Why could he never keep pace with Brook's thoughts? "Furthermore, Harry, the Dark Lord merely seeks to steal the Philosopher's Stone, not to kill you. If the sky were to fall, a tall person would hold it up. Do you think Dumbledore is merely a figurehead?" Brook remarked. Harry frowned, speaking with concern. Yet if the Dark Lord resurrects, the entire wizarding world will plunge into darkness. "How old are you, Harry?" 11. Harry was momentarily confused. "Aren't you the same age as me?" "Why ask that? If the salvation of the wizarding world depends on an 11-year-old child, then this world is doomed." Brook waved his hand, halting Harry's impending retort. "Harry, you're no longer fighting alone. You now have us, do you not?" Harry opened his mouth, his eyes brimming with emotion. "As for the centaur's prophecy, there's a phrase I particularly cherish. My fate is dictated by my own will, not by the heavens." With that, Brook began to help himself to the meat, for overcooked dishes lose their appeal. Harry's gaze flickered momentarily. Brook did not believe that his few words could alter Harry's perspective. After all, he was no master of persuasion. Those words were merely the duties of a friend. As time passed, the examination week finally arrived. The stifling heat transformed the examination hall into a veritable steam chamber. The young wizards entered, already drenched in perspiration, with Brook being the sole exception. The exams utilized specialized quills, each enchanted to prevent cheating. In addition to the written portion, There was a practical examination. The subject of charms required the students to make a pineapple perform a tap dance across an entire desk. This posed no challenge for Brook. Had he not been concerned about startling Professor Flitwick, he could have performed the spell silently and wandlessly, as the dancing spell was indeed a form of dark magic. The Transfiguration exam involved transforming a mouse into a snuff box, with the box's intricacy directly affecting the score. Since mastering the art of transformation, Brook's comprehension of transfiguration had deepened significantly, rendering it a trivial task. The potions exam required the concoction of a forgetfulness potion. Brook suspected that Snape had deliberately set this task, mocking those who had forgotten the preparation steps. Yet for Brook, it was merely a light drizzle. The final exam was in history of magic, which proved to be quite challenging. After all, who among ordinary people would remember who invented the self-stirring cauldron? However, to avoid flunking spectacularly, Brook devised a clever plan. He decided to enlist the help of his flying pig. He was too lazy to memorize history, but the flying pig could certainly assist. Thus, adorned with gloves transformed by the flying pig, he began to answer the questions. In truth, it was the flying pig guiding his hand as he wrote. When Professor Binns announced that time was up, all the young wizards could not help but cheer. Regardless of their performance, summer vacation commenced at that very moment. Brook did not join Hermione and the others in visiting Hagrid's hut to play with Fleur. They had gone to seek her out for amusement. Instead, he had received a note from Quirrell during the break between the defense against the dark arts exam, instructing him to meet in the office after the history of magic exam. "Professor, are we ready to take action?" Brook inquired. "Knowing too much is not beneficial for you," Quirrell replied, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes, as if he wished to eliminate Brook before proceeding. Brook had not even drawn his wand. "You are overthinking this. Our collaboration has been so pleasant. I would not consider such a thing," Quirrell said, his gaze flickering unnaturally. Brook suddenly asked, "Oh, by the way, has Dumbledore left?" "The letter from the Ministry is on its way. He should receive it in 2 or 3 hours." Chilo regained his composure and asked, "Why do you inquire about this?" "Oh, it's nothing, merely curiosity," Brook replied. He extended his hand. "Professor Chilo, might I request the formula?" Chilo reached for his pocket, but in that fleeting moment, the spatial marker on his hand emanated a glow, and a portal descended from above without warning. Chilo had no time to react before he vanished from his spot. A slight smile crept onto Brook's lips as he stepped into the portal as well. Upon crossing through, Chilo found himself in a disorienting expanse of white, devoid of any landmarks. Attempting to conjure the disillusionment charm to escape, he discovered that his magic had inexplicably faltered. Before long, Brook appeared in this void. Chilo, now in a state of panic, shouted, "Brook, where are we?" Brook opened his arms wide, a joyful smile illuminating his face. "Professor Chilo, welcome to my world." Chapter 65, Captivity of Voldemort. "What do you mean?" Chilo's voice quivered, tinged with fear. "Oh, nothing much, just a desire to engage you in a game," Brook stated, producing a modified light machine gun. "I hope you can endure a bit longer." Although Gemini's abilities are currently limited, they have managed to enhance the magazine capacity from a mere 100 rounds to a colossal 700, significantly augmenting the firepower's endurance. Without hesitation, Brook squeezed the trigger. The gun erupted with a rapid, thudding sound, flames belching from the muzzle as bullets rained down upon Chilo with a piercing whistle. In a frantic bid for survival, Chilo shouted, "Ironclad shield!" An invisible barrier materialized before him. Just as he prepared to counterattack, the ironclad charm, though capable of withstanding the bullets, shattered after absorbing only 10 shots. His eyes widened in terror as he hastily recast the charm, narrowly avoiding the onslaught. Without a moment's pause, he sprinted away, casting the ironclad charm in desperate succession. As Brook's first barrage of bullets was not yet exhausted, he produced another machine gun with his other hand. Desperation calls for tactical maneuvers. Abundance demands overwhelming firepower. Brook executed this philosophy with precision. Chilo found himself in a position where he could hardly retaliate, forced to evade the relentless hail of gunfire. "Brook, cease. We must talk," Chilo implored, but Brook paid no heed to his cries. "What is there to discuss? Does one not know that villains meet their demise through excessive chatter?" From the moment Chilo poisoned him, he had already sealed his fate. What conversation could there be with a dead man? Brook was eager to see if Chilo could endure the entirety of the 26 machine guns and 18 200 bullets. However, being chosen by Dumbledore to teach defense against the dark arts certainly indicated that Chilo possessed considerable skill. After 10 minutes of acclimatization, he gradually discerned the pattern of the ironclad charm's fragmentation. Each time he replenished the charm, he had approximately 4 seconds of reprieve. Brook scoffed derisively. With 2 formidable firearms blazing in his hands, he simultaneously suppressed Chilo while eliminating the two hunting dogs. His strategy hinged on an unrelenting barrage of bullets. Chilo attempted repeatedly to conjure the hunting dogs, but to no avail. He finally comprehended that such trivial tactics could not sway Brook in the slightest. Consequently, he focused on replenishing his iron armor spell, continuously retreating in an attempt to widen the distance between himself and Brook. However, Brook was not one to allow an easy escape. For every step Chilo took back, Brook advanced forward, maintaining the distance between them unchanged. After half an hour, Chilo made a critical error by failing to promptly reinforce his iron armor spell, leading to a bullet striking him successfully. His body instantly morphed into a perforated shell, devoid of life. Nevertheless, Brook did not entirely relax his guard. He first fired a few more shots at the positions of Chilo's head and heart, then employed a levitation spell to confiscate Chilo's wand. Only then did Brook exhale a sigh of relief, realizing he had somewhat overestimated his stamina. Each firearm weighed approximately 9 kilograms, and after standing and shooting with one hand for so long, his arms had begun to ache. Had he not been singularly focused on eliminating Chilo, he would have long since collapsed to the ground to shoot. Otherwise, he could only confine Chilo within this isolated space to gradually wear him down. Though that approach would also yield revenge, it lacked the immediate satisfaction he sought. Just as Brook contemplated stretching his sore arms, a swirling mass of black mist erupted from Chilo, surging directly toward him. Instinctively, Brook pulled the trigger, but the bullet merely passed through the mist, causing no harm whatsoever. Without hesitation, he prepared to open a spatial portal to escape. Yet the wand hidden in his sleeve, named Mingwei, flew forth on its own, unleashing a bolt of lightning at the black mist. The powerful strike instantly collided with the mist, eliciting a chilling wail. Brook swiftly grasped Mingwei in his hand, stroking it gently. Well done. It seemed Mingwei understood Brook's praise, vibrating joyfully and emitting a humming sound. Moments later, the black mist receded 20 meters, forming a dark, ominous visage with two glowing red pupils. The mist emitted a low, raspy voice. Brooklot, Voldemort? Brook speculated. You are quite astute. Indeed, it is the Dark Lord himself. What has become of you? Voldemort appeared unfazed by Brook's taunts. You managed to kill Chilo. Although with a muggle weapon, it attests to your prowess. Well done. Thank you for the compliment, Dark Lord. Are you doing this to collect a reward from Dumbledore? From the moment Chilo poisoned me, he deserved his fate, did he not? Indeed, you are impressive. The crimson glow in Voldemort's eyes intensified as he spoke slowly, his voice laced with temptation. Join me. Help me acquire the Philosopher's Stone so that I may be resurrected. I shall bestow upon you all that you desire. Wealth, status, power, everything you wish for, I can grant you. A faint smile curled at the corners of Brook's lips. Is that so? It sounds rather enticing. Very well. I admire your ambition, Voldemort remarked. Brook, with a mocking gaze, retorted, however, I must decline. What did you say? Voldemort's tone shifted to one of fury, and the dark mist around him began to churn violently. A wretched creature, neither human nor ghost, dares to speak to me with such condescension. You truly overestimate your worth. Brook scoffed. You dare mock me. Voldemort, consumed by rage, charged once more. Without waiting for Brook's command, Mingwei unleashed another bolt of lightning. Voldemort let out a piercing howl. You are but a captive. Consider how you ought to address me, Brook declared as he opened a portal and departed, leaving Voldemort in a state of impotent fury within the isolated realm. To Brook, Voldemort was merely a trivial interlude, a dark lord incapable of transcending the confines of the British magical realm, whose havoc could only incite skirmishes at the village level. He was hardly worthy of Brook's concern, which explained why his recollections of Harry Potter paled in comparison to those of Fantastic Beasts. Brook held Voldemort in utter disdain. He gently caressed Mingwei, asking, Can you vanquish the dark mist? Mingwei shuddered slightly. Is that not possible? Mingwei trembled again, this time with a subtler motion, as if filled with remorse. You have done remarkably well. Had it not been for you, I might have found myself in peril. You saved me. After comforting Mingwei, Brook retrieved the Marauder's map. When Dumbledore departed from Hogwarts, it coincided with his acquisition of the Philosopher's Stone. Chapter 66. Brook encounters YYDS. Brook transformed into Quirrell's likeness, reclining in a chair, closing his eyes to rest. Periodically, he cast a glance at the Marauder's map to verify Dumbledore's whereabouts. It was not until 2 hours later that the dark dot representing Dumbledore finally vanished from the map. Only then did Brook rise, stretching his stiff neck. He exited the office, striding purposefully down the corridor on the 4th floor, reminiscent of that fateful night. He effortlessly reached the checkpoint for the flying keys. Upon seeing two clean sweeps positioned beside the heavy oak door, he grimaced in disdain. Has Dumbledore truly fallen on hard times? Even his flying brooms have lost their prestige. Nevertheless, he collected the brooms, which now included 6 firebolts and 2 clean sweeps, along with Harry's. The Gryffindor Quidditch team's collection of flying brooms was complete, all acquired at Dumbledore's expense. Next, Brook arrived at the colossal chessboard checkpoint. As he stepped into the room, the previously dark space was illuminated in an instant. A massive chessboard dominated the chamber, with black and white pieces neatly arranged on either side, each towering 2 meters high. It was evident that winning the game would grant passage. Brook had no interest in playing chess, and given his limited skills, he doubted he could emerge victorious. He transformed once more into a bee, soaring past the lofty, arching ceiling. However, as he entered the next chamber, a noxious stench assailed him, causing him to plummet to the ground. Stars dancing in his vision and his stomach churning violently. Leaning against the wall, he grasped his foot and gasped for fresh air, feeling a resurgence of vitality. At that moment, the giant also spotted Brook and, with a furious roar, swung a colossal club toward him. Brook nimbly evaded the strike, his wand dancing through the air like a conductor's baton, ultimately pointing at the giant. Banshee's wail. The giant's mind was instantly inundated with the excruciating shrieks of the banshee, bringing it to its knees in agony. It felt as though its head were about to explode, and with a palm larger than a fan, it struck its own head, which was scarcely larger than a tennis ball. The outcome was inevitable. The giant, freed from the torment of the banshee's wails, peacefully collapsed, blood slowly seeping across the floor. Without hesitation, Brook ventured into the next room. As he crossed the threshold, a surge of purple flames erupted behind him, sealing off his escape. Simultaneously, black flames leapt up at the entrance ahead. This was the potion riddle challenge. In the elongated room, a table stood in the center, neatly arranged with 7 uniquely shaped bottles, beside which lay a roll of parchment. Brook picked up the parchment and glanced at it. It contained a riddle of sorts, detailing sequences and sizes, a logical conundrum he could solve, albeit with a potential expenditure of time. Thus, he casually discarded the parchment onto the ground. He aimed his wand at the doorway obstructed by black flames. Fiendfire. An orange-red flame enveloping blue fire erupted from his wand, consuming the black flames at the entrance. With a flick of his wand, he extinguished the fierce fire, revealing walls that had been charred into a pockmarked state. He successfully entered the final room. The chamber was empty, save for a grand mirror standing 3 meters tall at its center, framed in gold, supported by claw-like feet. Brook approached the mirror. Inscribed at its top was a cryptic phrase, Aristotelis. He could not decipher its meaning, yet the mention of Eris evoked memories of the Mirror of Arist, which Harry had once spoken of. This mirror revealed the deepest desires of one's heart. Brook, filled with curiosity, yearned to discover what he most ardently desired. Thus, he dispelled the mental barriers. The image reflected in the mirror left him momentarily speechless. Within a room crafted entirely of gold stood a grand bed intricately carved with elaborate designs. Even with a dozen people reclining upon it, it would not appear crowded. As for the scene above the bed, it was of the most exclusive and coveted nature. Brook would undoubtedly deny that this scene was his most fervent desire, yet his gaze was seemingly affixed to the mirror, rendering him momentarily unable to look away. Meanwhile, the YYDS group commenced their operation. While Harry was playing with Felina, an epiphany struck him. Hagrid had long been obsessed with raising a dragon, and coincidentally, a stranger appeared with a dragon egg, which he lost to Hagrid. Could such coincidences truly exist in the world? Thus, through interrogation, Hagrid inadvertently revealed the method involving the use of music to hypnotize the stranger. This revelation left Harry, Ron, and Hermione in a state of agitation. With Brook and Dumbledore unreachable, and Professor McGonagall unwilling to believe them, Harry resolved to personally guard the Philosopher's Stone. Naturally, Hermione and Ron, as loyal friends, unhesitatingly chose to support him and join the endeavor. Under the cover of night, the trio stealthily approached the room outside the 4th-floor corridor. With Hagrid's flute, they successfully hypnotized the stranger. Hermione's bluebell flames helped them fend off the devil's snare. They arrived at the challenge of the flying keys. Originally, Brook had taken the Nimbus 2000 to prevent Hermione and the others from passing this trial. However, he could only blame himself for giving Hermione the wallet with the undetectable extension charm that Snape had provided for storing galleons. In order to overcome the challenge, Hermione crammed everything that might be useful into the wallet, including several books and, of course, Harry's Nimbus 2000. With Harry's exceptional flying skills, they successfully retrieved the key and entered the colossal chessboard challenge. Ron played a brilliant game of wizard chess, sacrificing himself to enable Hermione and Harry to triumph. As for the subsequent 2 challenges, the troll was vanquished by Brook, and the flames blocking their path were extinguished by him as well. Harry and Hermione entered the final chamber without hindrance, where they found Professor Quirrell gazing vacantly at the mirror of Ariste. "Professor Quirrell, is that you?" Harry exclaimed in astonishment. Hermione promptly aimed her wand at Quirrell, declaring, "Harry, the one trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone isn't Snape, it's Quirrell." Chapter 67. The Unfortunate Harry. At this moment, Brook was also awakened by the voices of Hermione and Harry. He turned to face them, instantly experiencing a pang of frustration. Had he not taken the Nimbus 2000? How on earth had they managed to reach this place? Why you? Harry felt utterly foolish. Despite Brook's numerous warnings, he had stubbornly believed that Snape was the one attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Yet now, the true mastermind was the very person he had trusted, Quirrell. This immense psychological dissonance was difficult for him to accept. Indeed, compared to the loathsome Snape, Quirrell's stuttering and obsequious demeanor was far more suspicious, wasn't it? As Brook spoke, he approached the mirror of Ariste. "Don't move," Hermione shouted, and with a flick of her wand, she declared, "All petrified." With a casual flourish, Brook conjured a pitch-black shield that materialized from thin air, effectively blocking the incantation. He promptly stowed away the magical mirror. Petrificus totalis. Shatter into pieces. Hermione relentlessly shifted her position, desperately searching for a flaw in the shield's defense. However, the ebony barrier seemed to possess an uncanny ability to sense spells, autonomously repositioning itself to thwart every curse aimed at it. "Harry, what are you hesitating for? You must stop him. Stop Voldemort." Hermione shouted urgently at Harry. Finally snapping to attention, Harry raised his wand and launched an assault from the opposite direction of Hermione. Expelliarmus. Tarantaligra. Accio. Yet, no matter how fervently they tried, the shield effortlessly countered their attacks, blocking left and right with impeccable timing. Meanwhile, Brook pondered over which spell to employ. He was well versed in the petrifying charm, but it was hardly considered dark magic. The effect he could conjure would likely pale in comparison to Hermione's. As for the disarming charm, he chuckled inwardly. He was no Harry Potter, and he couldn't afford to lose that kind of battle. Other combat spells, like the Banshee's Wail or Fiendfire, were far too potent. Suddenly, a few suitable incantations flashed through his mind. With a flick of his wand, he transformed the ground beneath Hermione into a small patch of swamp. Caught off guard, Hermione found her feet ensnared in the mire. As she attempted to flee, a magical rope shot forth from Brook's hand, binding her tightly. Hermione struggled in vain, realizing the ropes constricted ever tighter, rendering her unable to escape. With Hermione incapacitated, only Harry remained. Although his spellcasting was lackluster, his athleticism far surpassed Hermione's, making him a challenging target as he darted about. Brook, left with little choice, resorted to a newly developed, relatively harmless area of effect spell, the levitation charm, transfiguration, gravity well. A tremendous repulsive force struck Harry, who was awkwardly sprinting toward the wall in an effort to assist Hermione. What was initially a spell of modest power, combined with Harry's own momentum, resulted in a double force that sent him crashing into the wall, his head colliding with a resounding thud. Harry instantly lost consciousness, his body crumpling to the ground. Brook winced at the sight. He intended to cast a stunning spell on Hermione before checking on Harry, but at that moment, he sensed a powerful spatial disturbance. Suddenly, a flash of red fire illuminated the room. Dumbledore appeared, grasping Fox Talon. He surveyed the unconscious Harry and the bound Hermione before shifting his gaze to Brook. Something felt amiss, though he couldn't quite articulate what it was. "Professor, Quirrell has stolen the Philosopher's Stone. You must stop him," Hermione implored anxiously. "Do not worry, Miss Granger." Dumbledore spoke gently. "Good evening, Quirrell." A faint smile graced Brook's face. Dumbledore furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss with Chilo before him. "Fox is quite convenient." Brook shrugged, unperturbed by facing Dumbledore once more. The ring could prolong Dumbledore's demise indefinitely. The ability to transmute could render him into mere dust. Unless Dumbledore incinerated the entire room with fiendfire, he would remain undiscovered. Furthermore, his spatial door could now be activated instantaneously, allowing him to match Dumbledore's speed. Not to mention, he had 2 hostages at his disposal. Victory was assured. "Quirrell, you were once an exemplary student at Hogwarts, intelligent and kind. The allure of Voldemort should not cloud your true nature," Dumbledore admonished earnestly. "Headmaster, do you not think it is rather late for such sentiments?" Brook retorted, gesturing toward the tip of Harry's wand, ablaze with orange-blue flames. "How about exchanging your life for Potter's?" Dumbledore's eyelids twitched, not due to Brook's threat, but rather the unmistakable fiend fire. Suddenly, two ropes appeared at his feet without warning, swiftly coiling around Brook like serpents. Brook reacted instantly, dodging with agility. With a flick of his wand, he unleashed fiend fire, instantly reducing the ropes to ashes. Seizing the opportunity, Dumbledore quickly directed his wand toward Harry. Harry was drawn toward him as if ensnared by invisible bonds. Fawkes darted toward Hermione, swiftly grasping the ropes, binding her with his claws, and vanished in a flash of fire within the room. Damn, I acted too hastily. Brook had initially intended to leverage his two hostages to test Dumbledore's resolve, but he had not anticipated Dumbledore's swift preemptive strike. Resigned, he pointed his wand to the ground. Misty shroud. A milky fog enveloped the entire room. Dumbledore waved his wand, dispelling the mist with ease. Yet at that moment, Brook had transformed into a speck of dust, carried by the wind, swirling with the fog, drifting towards Harry. The reason he refrained from further confrontation was paramount. He could not afford to expose himself. Whether through Muggle weaponry or the powers of the Devil Fruit, he would be easily recognized by Dumbledore. He had maintained the guise of Chilo to ensure the blame for stealing the Philosopher's Stone remained firmly on him. Furthermore, with Chilo's demise, the fate of the Philosopher's Stone would forever be shrouded in mystery. Wealth should remain concealed, particularly when it pertained to an object capable of extending life. He was unwilling to fall prey to constant vigilance. Chapter 68, the action commences. Dumbledore's piercing blue eyes scanned the room swiftly. He waved his wand, reciting a melodic incantation. Finally, he sighed deeply. He then hurried to Harry's side, inspecting him carefully and exhaling in relief, still breathing, not dead. Subsequently, a flash of red feather in his hand. He waved his wand. Release. The bindings on Hermione fell away, clearing the way. Remove the mud from Hermione's body. A glimmer of insight flickered in Dumbledore's eyes as he finally discerned the anomaly. There was no scent of garlic. No, the aroma existed, albeit faintly. Moreover, the calm, slightly teasing tone was unmistakably not in Quirrell's character. Thank you, Professor, Hermione expressed gratefully. How is Harry? She sighed in relief, yet her anxiety resurfaced. By the way, Ron is still at the chessboard. He was knocked out by a knight. I shall escort you. Mr. Weasley should be fine, Dumbledore assured as he gently waved his wand, causing Harry to float and follow in his wake. Hermione trailed closely behind, her nerves palpable. Professor, may I ask a question? She inquired. I did not capture Quirrell, and the Philosopher's Stone vanished with him. Dumbledore promptly replied, Ah? Hermione gasped, her face betraying her concern. What shall we do? Isn't the Dark Lord about to be resurrected? Fear not, Miss Granger. My mind remains quite sharp, Dumbledore quipped, playfully winking. Only those who seek the Philosopher's Stone without the intent to exploit it may truly possess it. However, Quirrell is clearly not among them. Hermione felt a slight sense of reassurance. They arrived at the chess chamber. Ron lay unconscious, yet in a considerably better state than Harry. By the way, isn't Mr. Lockhart with you? Dumbledore inquired casually. Hermione's expression tightened with discomfort. If Brooks were here, perhaps Quirrell could not have escaped. He must be tending to the fields, she replied. Isn't that what it is doing? Dumbledore continued. Indeed, and has been of great assistance, but Brooks prefers hands-on involvement. Hermione's tension dissipated as she began to chatter again. I simply cannot fathom why he is so enamored with farming. Every day, he must inspect his vegetable patch, even if there is nothing to tend to, and he insists on wielding a hoe for tasks that could easily be accomplished with magic. Moreover, sometimes he works tirelessly all day without rest, even inventing new spells to enhance his farming. He modified the levitation charm, dubbing it Divine Harvest, solely to facilitate better pollen distribution. Then he has been on the farm since his exams? Dumbledore remarked with a smile, his expression hinting at some elusive depth. The dust of Brooks, clinging to Harry, absorbed Hermione's words. He had not anticipated that his deliberate daily study sessions with Hermione, intended to provide a perfect alibi for his vanishing act, would inadvertently instill a sense of guilt within her. He needed to find a way to atone. As for Dumbledore, he likely had begun to harbor suspicions about him. Yet, there was little he could do. After all, his past was a burden. Suspicion was one thing, but Dumbledore had no proof. That evening, Brooks found Hermione waiting for him in the common room, while Harry and Ron were destined to spend the night in the infirmary. Hermione recounted the events leading up to their adventure in meticulous detail. How should I express my greetings? You are indeed quite audacious. Brook was not feigning helplessness. He was genuinely at a loss. This was not a film, but a tangible reality. Had he not dealt with Quirrell beforehand, the series of repercussions instigated by this little butterfly could have led to unforeseen outcomes. Two fledgling wizards, possessing only rudimentary magical skills, dare to confront an adult wizard, one bearing a fragment of Voldemort's soul. They would not have even known how they might meet their demise. We were also concerned about the potential theft of the Philosopher's Stone, hence our actions, Hermione explained, sticking out her tongue in slight embarrassment. Yet, a glimmer of enigmatic anticipation danced in her eyes as she gazed at Brook, hoping that if he were present, he would support her in the endeavor to protect the stone. Of course, Brook affirmed, suggesting they should all take a page from his experience. As long as it did not pertain to principles of utmost importance, one ought to firmly stand with the opposing viewpoint concerning established facts that were beyond alteration. This would help avoid unnecessary troubles, and perhaps even yield unexpected rewards. Upon Brook's conclusion, Hermione's eyes sparkled with excitement. The matter of the Philosopher's Stone had reached its resolution. Initially, Brook had anticipated a peaceful wait for the holiday, only to be confronted with new challenges. The twins, accompanied by Wood, approached him with great fervor. Fred immediately latched onto Brook's leg, leaving him startled and covered in goosebumps. "Boss, help!" George attempted to cling to Brook's other leg, but Brook swiftly pressed him onto Fred, resulting in an amusing heap of bodies and a collective yelp. Seizing the opportunity, Brook extricated his leg and looked down at the two with a mix of exasperation and bemusement. "What mischief are you two up to?" "Hello, I am Oliver Wood, captain of the Quidditch team." Wood introduced himself politely, extending his hand. "The situation is as follows. Harry has been injured, although he has regained consciousness. Madame Pomfrey is not permitting him to leave." Wood explained, "We're doomed for tomorrow's match." The twins lamented in unison, laying on the ground and staring up at him. "You fly exceptionally well, even surpassing those two. Therefore, I would like to invite you to join the Quidditch team as a substitute seeker." Wood clarified his intentions. Brook had little interest in Quidditch. Were it not for Hermione's enthusiasm for the game, he would hardly care to attend, let alone compete. The twins looked up at him with pleading eyes. "Have you both forgotten something? I am still a first-year student and cannot participate in the matches," Brook replied, raising his hands in exasperation. Wood quickly countered, "You have already completed your exams. Haven't you?" "Fine," Brook thought to himself, deriding his own softness. Chapter 69, Nimbus 2001. "Let's hurry then, and quickly acclimate. You can use Harry's Nimbus 2000. We spoke to him before coming here, and he agreed," Wood exclaimed with enthusiasm. "As a seeker, I find that training without a team is futile," Brook remarked. Brook contemplated for a moment and said, "Wood, please gather everyone and head to the training ground. I will join you in no more than an hour." Wood furrowed his brow slightly, but upon remembering that Brook was a last-minute addition to their team, his demeanor softened considerably. The twins, aware of Wood's temperament, feared he might utter something to anger Brook. Consequently, they swiftly rose from the ground, supporting Wood on either side as they made their way out. "Boss, we'll be waiting for you at the training ground." With that, Brook made his way directly to the Quidditch specialty shop in Diagon Alley. Under the enthusiastic guidance of the shopkeeper, he purchased 6 of the latest Nimbus 2001 brooms. The price was only marginally higher than that of the Nimbus 2000, as the enhancements were primarily in performance, resulting in an increase of merely 50 galleons per broom. Thus, Brook readily produced 300 galleons, and under the respectful gaze of the shopkeeper, he stowed away the flying brooms. As for the 6 Nimbus 2000 brooms and 2 clean sweeps he had acquired from Dumbledore, he transformed into the likeness of Quidditch player Kilo and sold them all to the astonished owner of the second-hand shop. The proprietor was a man of integrity. Upon noticing that Brook was selling brand new brooms, he refrained from overcharging him. Consequently, Brook managed to acquire 6 Nimbus 2001 brooms for only 1,000 galleons. As for his seemingly convoluted method of selling before buying, who could say whether Dumbledore had marked them? Caution is the mother of safety. Brook also took the opportunity to visit Madame Pimpernel's beautifying potion shop, where the prices were exorbitant. The shopkeeper, Alicia, possessed a captivating figure and exuded an alluring aura of maturity, coupled with a melodious voice that made it difficult for Brook to leave promptly. By the time he arrived at the training ground, he was already half an hour late. Wood's expression was as dark as a pot's bottom, yet he refrained from lashing out and calmly introduced Brook to the team. "My apologies for the delay," Brook said directly. At this, Wood's expression softened slightly. His greatest fear was that Brook would act aloof and disrupt team cohesion, which would not only jeopardize their chances of winning, but also bring embarrassment. "Very well, everyone. Resume practicing the tactics we discussed earlier. Brook, this is your first official training session, so, twins, please pay extra attention to his movements as a chaser," Wood instructed. "Wait a moment," Brook interjected, drawing the curious gazes of the others. He then produced the 6 brand new flying brooms from his ring. "Nimbus 2000, Fred exclaimed. Boss, you actually bought them. George excitedly picked one up to cradle in his arms, only to quickly realize something was amiss. Wait, this isn't a Nimbus 2000. Fred also picked up a broom. What do you mean it clearly is? He paused upon noticing the golden tag on the broom handle, his expression frozen in disbelief. The twins exclaimed in unison, Nimbus 2001. Wood and the other team members, initially reserved, were left in a state of anticipation, as Brook had yet to definitively indicate that these brooms were intended for them. Upon hearing the Gemini's piercing cries, they could no longer contain their inner excitement. Each seized a Firebolt 2001, their eyes fixated on the labels. Wood gingerly caressed the broomstick in his hands, murmuring softly, "It was just released last week, wasn't it? Boss, I adore you." As Fred approached to embrace Brook, Brook swiftly halted him with an outstretched hand. "This is not meant for you. Is there none for me?" Fred noticed only 6 brooms and was taken aback by the absence of his own, his expression falling into disappointment. "Boss, you have truly saddened me." "Enough," Brook clarified. "The brooms are on loan to the team. You may use them, but they cannot be taken post-graduation." "That's fine." Fred immediately brightened. "Boss, where's your broom?" George inquired curiously. Brook once again brushed his ring, revealing a uniquely designed broomstick in his grasp. Rather than resembling a traditional broom, it appeared more akin to a slender missile. Its sleek form boasted smooth lines, and the bristles at the tail mimicked the fiery plume of a rocket in launch. It was also equipped with a compact seat. This broom was, of course, transformed from the enchanted Pigwidgeon. In terms of speed and comfort, it surpassed the Firebolt 2001 with ease. More importantly, it required no input from Brook. Pigwidgeon could fly autonomously. Although Wood was astonished by the design of Brook's broom, he refrained from further comment. After all, 6 Firebolt 2001s had already been acquired. Was one more truly necessary? He trusted that Brook's broom was undoubtedly superior. "Ladies and gentlemen, we now possess 7 of the most powerful flying brooms," Wood exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Yet we must not grow complacent. Now that everyone is on their brooms, we have only a few hours to better acclimate ourselves to them." The other team members shared in the exhilaration, especially the Gemini, who took off with exuberant shouts. Wood patted Brook on the shoulder. "Thank you, Brook." Brook smiled, all for Gryffindor. During the subsequent training session, Brook became the least animated member of the team. Each time the Golden Snitch was released, it was less than 5 minutes before Pigwidgeon expertly located it. It was almost as if Pigwidgeon would find and chase the snitch, leaving Brook merely to extend his hand to seize it. Wood trembled with excitement at this development. A genius, an unparalleled genius. He even entertained the notion of having Brook replace Harry as the official seeker. Naturally, he noted Brook's apparent boredom while the others continued their intensive practice. There were no objections. After all, they had witnessed Brook's remarkable performance firsthand. Thus, the team members trained with fervor, fueled by their collective enthusiasm. The following day, when the Gryffindor Quidditch team appeared on the pitch, each equipped with a Firebolt 2001, the stands erupted with fervor. Particularly from the Gryffindor section, the roars of the young lions resounded thunderously. However, the faces of the Eagles from Ravenclaw were anything but pleasant. Initially fueled by their enthusiasm due to Harry's absence from the competition, they were determined to seize victory. Yet Gryffindor delivered a crushing blow. In Chapter 70, Hermione, the representative of the English class, noted that Ravenclaw's overall strength was inherently inferior to that of Gryffindor. Now, with their opponents equipped with the latest Nimbus 2001, the score gap was poised to widen further. At this moment, the Eagles could only silently pray that the substitute, Brook, was of little worth. Simultaneously, they placed all their hopes on Blightman, wishing he could capture the Golden Snitch before the score escalated to 150 points. However, Brook's actions soon revealed their naive optimism. As Madame Hooch's whistle pierced the air, Angelina swiftly seized the quaffle. With her exceptional flying skills and the remarkable performance of the Nimbus 2001, she surged toward Ravenclaw's goal like a sharpened blade. Concurrently, the bludger, accompanied by Brook, hastily pursued the Golden Snitch it had already locked onto. When the snitch came into Brook's line of sight, he instinctively reached out and caught it effortlessly. Suddenly, the world seemed to fall silent. Madame Hooch's whistle, just removed from her lips, tumbled from the air. Angelina, poised to shoot, noticed the opposing goalkeeper gazing blankly upwards and instinctively followed his gaze, becoming momentarily entranced. Then, a single clap resounded, followed by a chorus of applause as the stadium erupted in cheers and screams. The other Gryffindor players rushed toward Brook, lifting him high and tossing him into the air. Brook felt a twinge of embarrassment. The celebration had concluded rather abruptly, leaving little room for experience. The commentator, Lee Jordan, grasped the microphone exhilarated, standing on the table as he proclaimed, "Brook, Lot has caught the golden snitch. I wager it was less than a minute. Perhaps even under 30 seconds. 150-0, Gryffindor wins." At that moment, Professor McGonagall, her pointed hat askew, blushed with pride. The conclusion of this match signified the official end of the Hogwarts Quidditch Cup for the 1991 to 1992 academic year, with Gryffindor emerging victorious with an unblemished record. Professor McGonagall personally awarded the trophy to Brook and his teammates, her eyes brimming with pride. She bestowed a gentle embrace upon each of them. "Well done." The Gryffindor common room transformed into a jubilant sea of celebration. Fred had brought an abundance of snacks from the kitchen, while George had procured an array of fireworks and party poppers, along with a large barrel of butterbeer. With the fireworks bursting and the firecrackers crackling, the small feast commenced in earnest. As the star of the match, Brook found it impossible to escape the spotlight, especially now that everyone knew he had provided the Nimbus 2001 for the Quidditch team. His popularity soared to new heights among his peers, even many of his senior sisters. Under the guise of toasting, engaged in various forms of affectionate camaraderie, Brook struggled fiercely, finally managing to extricate herself from their encirclement. "Hermione, what's the matter?" "Oh, nothing. Congratulations," Hermione replied, seemingly somewhat distracted. "Where did you go just now?" Brook inquired. After the awards ceremony, Hermione had swiftly come to congratulate Brook, only to vanish moments later. It was not until the small gathering was nearing its end that Hermione reappeared. "I just visited Hagrid to inquire about a few matters." Hermione's face was marked by an internal conflict as she hesitated to articulate her thoughts. "Is there some juicy gossip?" Brook observed Hermione's reticent demeanor, sensing there was indeed something shocking afoot. With a sigh, Hermione glanced around to ensure they were unobserved before whispering, "It turns out that Snape and Harry's father were rivals in love." Brook produced some sunflower seeds and cola, eager to hear more. The three of them, Snape, James Potter, and Lily Evans, joined Hogwarts together. Snape and Lily seemed to be childhood friends, sharing a close bond. However, something transpired that created a rift between them. At this juncture, James began pursuing Lily, ultimately leading them to become a couple and have Harry. "What prompted your inquiry? Did Hagrid mention it? Do you recall when we visited Harry last night? He mentioned that Snape had been devising ways to protect him throughout the year. This is because James once saved Snape's life. But why does Snape harbor such hatred for James? I believe it cannot be merely a simple matter of mutual animosity." Hermione elucidated. Brook teased. "So, you, the Holmes of Hufflepuff, took it upon yourself to investigate?" Hermione clenched her small fists. "Do you remember Professor Snape's question to Harry in their first class? Who remembers such trivialities?" Brook shrugged. "How could I possibly recall? It's been a year." A hint of sadness flickered in Hermione's eyes. "Asphodel is actually a lily-like flower, and according to the Victorian language of flowers, it signifies my regrets follow you to the grave." Coupled with the bitter and sorrowful essence of wormwood, the professor likely intended to convey, "I deeply regret Lily's death, and this remorse shall persist until my dying breath." Brook was taken aback. "Hermione, you are truly the epitome of literary prowess. That translation is simply exquisite." However, after Hermione's thorough analysis, fragments of Brook's memories regarding Snape began to coalesce, ultimately crystallizing around the image of Snape just before his death. Snape grasped Harry's robe, pulling him close, and fixed his gaze upon Harry's green eyes. In his gaze lay regret, pain, and an unyielding attachment, until the light within his eyes gradually faded. The pure-hearted warrior, driven by the resentment of unrequited love, Snape despised Harry, yet out of love for Lily, he silently protected him. "To be honest, I find myself feeling a bit of sympathy for Snape now," Brook reflected. "Do you think we should tell Harry about this?" Hermione pondered, her hesitation palpable. "It hardly matters. After all, as it pertains to Harry's parents, he will inevitably learn of it in due time." Brook shrugged. "The fruit has been consumed, and what remains is of little significance. Whether Harry feels sympathy or disdain for Snape after discovering the truth is inconsequential." The following day, for reasons unknown, Hermione and her companions' escapades became common knowledge among all young wizards. For instance, the chamber on the fourth-floor corridor was designed to safeguard the Philosopher's Stone, and even the professor's devised challenges were revealed. Ultimately, it was Quirrell who sought to steal the stone, only to be thwarted by Hermione and her friends. Now, Dumbledore has destroyed the Philosopher's Stone. Chapter 71, The End-of-Year Feast. Brook initially believed that the news of the stone's destruction was intentionally disseminated by Dumbledore, aimed at luring Quirrell into a state of panic, thereby causing him to inadvertently reveal his intentions. Alternatively, the stone may never have been concealed within the mirror of a Reist. The blood-red stone he previously extracted might have merely been a counterfeit. Through conversations with Dumbledore and Hermione, Brook had gleaned the essential points regarding the acquisition of the Philosopher's Stone, a desire to possess it while refraining from its use. For one adept in the art of mental occlusion, this task was exceedingly simple. However, upon witnessing Ron standing amidst a throng of classmates, animatedly recounting his heroic exploits with exuberance and grand gestures, Brook realized his misjudgment. Ron's storytelling prowess was indeed remarkable. Were he to perform in a tea house, the audience would be enraptured. You truly expect to seek firewood? Brook jested. Hermione, her small fists clenched, exclaimed, if only Ron weren't surrounded by so many people. I would teach him a lesson. She even contemplated rendering him unrecognizable to Mrs. Weasley. Hermione shot a furious glare at Brook. Dare you laugh? Brook could hardly suppress his smile. I am simply of a merry disposition by nature. Hermione extended her small hand, feigning an attempt to poke Brook in the waist, prompting him to quickly divert the conversation. How did Ron learn of the stone's destruction? Did you not say Quirrell had taken it? I am unsure. Perhaps Dumbledore mentioned something to Harry in the infirmary that led Ron to discover it. Hermione pondered aloud. However, if it has indeed been destroyed, that would be splendid. Why is that? Brook asked, somewhat perplexed. Is it not obvious? Voldemort can no longer be resurrected. Brook nodded in agreement. His inability to comprehend Hermione's perspective stemmed fundamentally from the differing thought processes between the people of the East and the West. Does the absence of a pot mean one ceases to cook? Westerners believe that by eliminating the enemy's avenues of approach and fortifying their defenses, they can rest easy. In contrast, those from the East, particularly from the Great Xia, pursue a more thorough eradication of the enemy. Not only must the adversary be vanquished, but all potential sources of future concern must also be extinguished in their infancy. At that moment, an owl flew in through the common room window, dropping a letter before Brook and then soaring away. The envelope bore only the inscription, to Mr. Brooklot, personally. There was nothing else. Since the unfortunate incident of poisoning, Brook has adopted a more cautious approach towards objects of unknown origin. He retrieved a pair of pristine white gloves from the ring, which shimmered with a silvery luster. These gloves, woven from the hair of a unicorn, possessed the remarkable ability to insulate against the majority of toxins and curses. Only after donning the gloves did he dare to open the envelope. The letter contained lengthy details about how the Philosopher's Stone could transmute base materials into gold and the methods for concocting an elixir of immortality. It also elucidated the principles behind consuming this elixir. Commonly known to outsiders as the elixir of life, its true name is the soul lock potion. Upon consumption, a person's soul becomes firmly ensconced within their physical form. Regardless of the body's decline, as long as the soul remains tethered to it, the individual shall not perish. However, this potion comes with a significant caveat. Once one begins to consume it, they must do so annually, or else the soul will instantaneously disperse, leading to the body's rapid decay. The letter bore no signature, yet Brook was certain it had been sent by Dumbledore. As for the reason, he remained perplexed. The year-end feast finally commenced. The Grand Hall was adorned in the resplendent green and silver of Slytherin House, celebrating their 7th consecutive victory in the House Cup. A banner depicting the Great Serpent of Slytherin hung upon the wall behind the staff table. Brook was indifferent to which house emerged victorious. However, Hermione incessantly lamented beside him. If only Harry and Ron hadn't lost that 100 points, Gryffindor could have claimed the cup this year, she sighed regretfully. Brook yearned to point out that Slytherin had merely allowed the other houses to save face. Otherwise, with the Little Snakes accumulating 63 points in just 1 week, they could have easily outperformed the total scores of the other 3 houses combined. Yet, at that moment, Brook was not inclined to console Hermione, barely paying attention to Dumbledore's annual summary. His mind was preoccupied with the anticipation of the feast. The dishes before him differed greatly from the steaks, lamb chops, and kidney pies enjoyed by others. They were crafted by and after her culinary training with Professor Sprout, featuring delicacies Brook had never tasted before. The aroma was utterly tantalizing. Dumbledore began to announce the scores for each house. Hufflepuff with 352 points, Ravenclaw with 376 points, Gryffindor with 412 points, and Slytherin with 472 points. A jubilant cheer erupted from the Slytherin table. Indeed, Slytherin performed admirably, yet recent events also warranted consideration. Dumbledore cleared his throat and continued. Mr. Ron Weasley displayed remarkable self-sacrifice in the face of adversity, awarding Gryffindor 20 points. Miss Hermione Granger remained composed and assisted her peers, granting Gryffindor another 20 points. Mr. Harry Potter exhibited extraordinary bravery, resulting in an additional 20 points for Gryffindor. The hall fell into a profound silence, which was soon shattered by a cacophony of uproar. Almost instinctively, everyone present calculated the scores. Gryffindor has tied with Slytherin. The countenance of Snape and many of the older Slytherins darkened considerably. A sense of foreboding filled their hearts. Dumbledore would never engage in such a futile act. A tie was simply inconceivable. There must surely be further developments. Their eyes were riveted on Dumbledore. He raised his hand, signaling for silence. Mr. Neville Longbottom, steadfast in the face of his friends, displayed immense courage, earning Gryffindor an additional 10 points. The hall erupted in a cacophony of jubilant cheers from the Gryffindor table, a veritable tidal wave of elation. Even Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff joined in the celebration, suggesting that the decor here might require some alterations. Dumbledore clapped his hands, transforming the formerly silver and green hall into a dazzling gold and crimson. The great serpent symbolizing Slytherin morphed into the majestic lion of Gryffindor. "Brook, we won! We won!" Hermione exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement as she shook Brook's shoulders fervently. Brook smiled faintly. How splendid! Though Gryffindor had triumphed, the circumstances were not entirely honorable. Ron and Hermione fared well, but Harry, the savior, and Neville, the last straw for Slytherin, would undoubtedly face their ire. Yet, what did it matter to him? In this vast world, the most pressing concern was sustenance. Thus, he picked up a piece of salt-baked chicken wing. Its skin was golden and crispy, crackling upon biting. The meat was firm and resilient, and with each chew, a faint melody seemed to resonate within his mind. He savored the delights of Niddick-S sautéed tomatoes, mushroom risotto, and the toxic tentacle soup, Hocklap. Though these dishes paled in comparison to what Professor Sprout had prepared that day, they were sufficient to leave Brook thoroughly satisfied. Chapter 72. How could Voldemort be killed? A waste. The following day, the young wizards were all aglow with excitement. They were finally departing from Hogwarts, embarking on a holiday that would last over 2 months. Meanwhile, the results of the final exams were officially announced. With the assistance of the Flying Pig, Brook achieved a perfect score in History of Magic, thereby narrowly surpassing Hermione to claim the top spot in the year. Hermione, naturally, found herself relegated to the second position, which displeased her greatly. Harry and Ron also performed commendably, successfully passing their examinations. Subsequently, a notification regarding the prohibition of magic for underage wizards during the holiday was distributed to everyone. Brook casually crumpled it and tossed it into the trash. Indeed, authority and discrimination were omnipresent. For young wizards from wizarding families, this regulation was of little concern. However, it would only serve to hinder the growth of those from Muggle backgrounds. Yet, this decree held no weight for him either. As for Harry and Ron, they could leisurely board the train. After all, he was not a bus that anyone could simply hitch a ride on. "Brook, what are your plans for this summer?" Hermione inquired. "Shall we embark on a journey to Gaul together?" "Gaul? My nose cannot endure it." Hermione expressed her bewilderment, questioning the correlation with his nose. Brook shrugged. "You shall understand once you visit." As was customary, Brook instructed Anin to tidy the room while he proceeded to the old residence of Burst to meet Hassan. "You arrived here at the very onset of the holiday. It must be of great importance." Hassan placed the freshly brewed tea before Brook. Brook took a sip. "Not bad." "I wouldn't say that. I merely wish to ascertain if you possess any magic capable of vanquishing souls. The killing curse would suffice. Did I not provide you with secrets of dark magic?" "That is ineffective. I have tried it. Not even the death curse." "Whom do you wish to kill?" "Voldemort." "You would do better to refer to him as the Dark Lord. His name is under a curse, and uttering it alerts him to your presence. Many rebels suffered greatly due to this oversight years ago, costing numerous lives," Brook replied nonchalantly. "I have captured him." "What?" Hassan exclaimed in disbelief, rising abruptly. "Isn't he in Albania? How could that be?" Suddenly, a thought struck him. Dumbledore lured the Dark Lord with the Philosopher's Stone, did he not? Quirrell poisoned me. I could not let him escape, so when I eliminated Quirrell, I captured Voldemort as well, Brook elaborated. Was the Philosopher's Stone truly destroyed by Dumbledore? Hassan inquired eagerly. "I am uncertain. I had placed a spatial mark on Quirrell in advance, and during his flight, I was able to locate him. However, I searched him thoroughly and found no Philosopher's Stone." Hassan pondered this. That makes sense. It could have been Dumbledore's scheme all along. The Philosopher's Stone was likely always in his possession, rendering Quirrell's efforts futile. The Philosopher's Stone is now a matter of the past. Given your understanding of Voldemort's situation, is there a means to eliminate him? Brook inquired once more. Hassan resumed his seat, intertwining his fingers, deep in contemplation. After a considerable pause, he slowly spoke. "Do you harbor a grudge against Voldemort?" "One could say so. Quirrell's poisoning was likely orchestrated by him. You have avenged yourself by eliminating Quirrell, have you not? What are you implying? A sly smile crept across Hassan's face. Do you not favor individuals like myself, the laborers? Killing him would be a waste. Why not have him work for you? A glimmer of interest flickered in Brook's eyes. Intriguing. Voldemort still wields considerable influence among pure-blood families, and he has marked his Death Eaters with the Dark Mark, allowing him to control them. This notion appears quite promising. To operate from the shadows as a puppet master? He would relish that. Hassan regarded Brook with admiration. This lad is astute. The key lies in his ruthless nature. He is perfectly suited to be the head of Burst. With Voldemort as a shield, your future endeavors will be considerably easier. How do we exert control? Brook inquired. I shall need to contemplate the methods of controlling Voldemort further. Suddenly, Brook recalled something that might assist in controlling Voldemort. Ah, yes, the method of Voldemort's immortality should be related to Horcruxes. It was while perusing revealing the secrets of advanced dark magic that he came across the term Horcrux, which reminded him that Voldemort had seemingly created numerous Horcruxes. Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows narrates the journey of Harry and his companions in locating and destroying these Horcruxes. How could he dare to create Horcruxes? Hassan exclaimed in astonishment. No wonder he has always claimed to be immortal. How absurd it turns out to be that he has merely manufactured Horcruxes. Is there a problem? Brook inquired, somewhat perplexed. He had studied the method of creating Horcruxes, which involves preserving fragments of one's soul within an object. As long as that object remains intact, one can be reborn. This bears some resemblance to certain ancient practices of the Dacia, such as concealing one's blood imbued with the essence of their soul. Even if the original body is destroyed, one can still resurrect through a drop of blood. The principle is quite similar. However, the act of splitting one's soul leads to distortion and fragmentation of the self. This is the deceitful scheme of the despicable heir of Slytherin. Immortality, through such means, is unattainable. Moreover, once the soul is divided, the individual can never ascend to the next realm. Hassan spoke gravely. Do not entertain any thoughts of creating a Horcrux. That is absolutely out of the question. Rest assured, I have no such intentions, Brook reassured him. Hassan, still somewhat uneasy, regarded Brook, but chose not to voice further concerns. If Voldemort were to employ Horcruxes, the situation would become dire. If he were intent on a mutual destruction, the main soul could commit suicide, allowing the fragmentary souls to take its place. I shall leave this to your ingenuity. I have no desire to overthink it. Brook languidly sipped his tea. Hassan could only chuckle in disbelief. Nevertheless, if controlling Voldemort could indeed benefit the Burst family, it was a matter that warranted his full attention. All right, leave it to me. How do you plan to spend your summer? Eating, farming, sleeping. Brook reiterated the response he had previously given to Hermione. You are quite something, Hassan remarked, observing Brook with a hint of exasperation. Brook exhibited none of the youthful vigor typical of a boy his age. His interests were uniquely eccentric. Yet, his talent was undeniably formidable. Hassan had originally intended to provide Brook with some understanding, planning to teach him gradually when time permitted. After all, as a member of the Burst family, one should at least know the unforgivable curses. However, Brook casually flipped through the pages of that book and effortlessly mastered all 3 unforgivable curses. It was utterly preposterous. From that moment onward, Hassan resolved to allow Brook to pursue his own path. After all, geniuses often possess their own peculiarities. By the way, what led to the downfall of the Burst family? Brook asked curiously. Hassan sighed deeply, a bittersweet expression crossing his face, and slowly recounted the origins of their plight. A millennium ago, there was an ancestor of the family named Adrian Burst, who was soon unmasked by Ragnar I. In punishment for Adrian's deceitful actions, the fairies cast a malicious curse upon the entire Burst family. Since then, a multitude of mute members has gradually emerged within the family. This is precisely why the Burst family possesses numerous enterprises within the realm of Muggles, serving as a contingency for the family. By the time of Hassan's generation, the family situation had deteriorated even further. Among the entire family, only he and Violetta Burst remained wizards. Mirasan's parents had tragically passed away due to an accident at an early age. Originally, it seemed that the Burst lineage might end with Mirasan. However, the emergence of Brook provided a glimmer of hope for the family. Additionally, there was good news. Oliver's daughter, Evelyn, had recently exhibited a surge of magical power. This indicated the arrival of yet another wizard within the family. Brook furrowed his brow slightly. Had the family truly made no effort to lift this curse over the years? Many of the fairy spells from the era of Ragnarok I had long been lost to time, and now, even if they wished to lift the curse, they cannot locate its source. Hassan shook his head as he observed Brook's vanishing silhouette. He then rose and made his way to the family's underground library. Brook began his leisurely retirement, tending to the garden, planting flowers, lounging in a rocking chair with a cat, sipping tea, and listening to music. Whenever fatigue struck, he would take a brief nap. Life was delightfully carefree. Nearly 2 months slipped by in the blink of an eye. His daughter, Evelyn Burst, received a letter from Hogwarts, signifying that she could attend school there this year. Oliver hoped that Brook could assist in caring for Evelyn. Without hesitation, Brook agreed. He had met this little cousin a few times before. She was somewhat of a dramatic personality, prone to being a bit theatrical. However, since he had gifted her several sets of practice workbooks, Evelyn had become exceptionally well-behaved in his presence. She finally understood what Brook meant when he mentioned that the nose couldn't bear it. The sanitary conditions in Gaul were deplorable, with a pungent odor of urine lingering in the air. Piles of garbage littered the streets and alleyways, continuously emitting a foul stench. Upon returning to England, Hermione visited Brook's home daily. There was no other choice, as Brook's residence was enchanted to conceal magical fluctuations and leaks, while hers was not. To practice magic, she could only come to Brook's house. Thus, he provided her with a spare key, in case she arrived while he was asleep in the ring's space and unable to open the door. With 2 weeks remaining before school commenced, both Brook and Hermione received an invitation. This letter, sent by Arthur Weasley, invited them to his humble abode for a visit. The letter also mentioned that Harry would be there as well. Hermione was quite curious about what a wizarding household was like. As for Brook's opinion, it was of little consequence. After all, Brook spent his days either laboring in the fields or sleeping. Visiting the Weasley residence would merely be a change of scenery for his slumber. Thus, on the following morning, a brilliant emerald flame erupted from the fireplace in Brook's home, reaching a height of 2 meters. Shortly thereafter, Arthur stepped out from the hearth. "Long time no see, Brook." "Greetings, Mr. Weasley." Brook smiled as he shook his hand. "This must be Miss Granger." "I'm Arthur Weasley." The three of them arrived at the burrow directly via the Flynn network. At that moment, Harry, Ron, the twins, Percy, Molly, and Ginny were all waiting for them by the fireplace. After exchanging pleasantries, Brook and Hermione were escorted to the rooms prepared for them. Initially, Molly intended for Brook to share a room with Harry and Ron. However, due to the twins' strong insistence and a bit of gentle coercion towards Ron, they successfully secured the right to room with Brook. Hermione, on the other hand, would share a room with Ginny, who was also set to attend Hogwarts this year. "I can't help but feel you resemble a biological child," Fred remarked as soon as he closed the door. "Indeed, Mother is exceedingly kind to you. She has never treated us this way," George chimed in. "Perhaps Molly has a close relationship with a neighbor," Brook teased as he lay on the bed. The twins were left puzzled by his comment, their heads adorned with question marks. "Who is this neighbor?" Fred scratched his head, speaking earnestly. "Oh, perhaps I misremembered," Brook admitted, realizing his words had outpaced his thoughts. Such a reference had no precedence in England, leaving the twins bewildered. "By the way, let me show you our prank inventions," Fred suddenly exclaimed with excitement. With Brook's financial support, their advancements in prank inventions had reached remarkable heights. George produced a ball the size of a tennis ball. This is a swamp bomb. Once thrown, it quickly generates a vast expanse of swamp, an absolute treasure for escaping filch. An intriguing concept, but I doubt the market will be favorable, Brook analyzed. "Why?" the twins asked in confusion. "Those who are seen need not run, and those who are not, as long as they are not foolish, can generally escape." Chapter 74. A joke toy store? Hilarious. That is a military factory. The twins were momentarily stunned. This aspect had never crossed their minds. While this device was a marvel to them, its practicality for other young wizards was indeed limited. Brook pondered for a moment, however. "You might consider selling it to the Ministry of Magic." "Or the one with prank items?" Fred questioned, puzzled. "That depends on your positioning. Although it superficially appears to be a prank device." Before Brook could finish his thought, the twins chimed in unison. "It is, in fact, a prank device." Brook was amused by their response. "Do you two still wish to hear more?" "Yes." George quickly made a gesture as if zipping his lips. "This could potentially prove effective in the Battle of Hogsmeade. You might consider selling it to the Aurors, turning it into combat equipment." The twins were astonished. "Is that even possible?" "No wonder you are our leader. Your mind is quite sharp." Fred furrowed his brow. "However, this could be complicated. Father does not get along well with Scrimgeour, the head of the Auror office." "Then let's go sell it to the Dark Wizard," Brook suggested. "Isn't that a bit reckless? What if the Ministry of Magic investigates?" George expressed his concerns. "You're merely a toy seller. How the buyer utilizes it is none of your concern." Brook was well aware of this matter, not to mention the spirited fellow in Gaul who wielded fireworks as if they were genuine Gatling guns, confronting the police with audacity. After all, those things were inherently laced with gunpowder. Yet, gas canisters, steel pipes, and tractors have directly influenced the situation in the Middle East. Additionally, There was the instance of a toy factory that produced remote-controlled boats being commandeered. Such examples in the vast realm of the Great Summer were simply countless. The twins exchanged knowing glances and proceeded with their plan. Moreover, you ought not to limit your vision to the school. How much purchasing power do students really possess? Arms are the true currency. Initially, he had merely drawn upon memories from his past life, speaking offhandedly. Little did he realize that those few words would later give rise to a military factory masquerading under the guise of a joke toy shop. The twins had intended to engage Brook in a serious discussion about toy development, but Ron and Harry abruptly barged in. Ron immediately complained, "Brook, you truly lack consideration." Brook was taken aback. What had he done? Ron continued, "Why didn't you inform me that it was my dad helping Hagrid sell materials? You've made me." His face abruptly flushed with embarrassment. The twins erupted into laughter. Even Harry was stifling chuckles. What a scoop. Brook perked up, glancing at the twins, spill the details. Then, Ron's mother collected the money and handed him an additional 100 galleons, stating it was for his schooling this year. Ron's face turned even redder than before, and he dashed into his room, not emerging for dinner that night. The twins laughed and remarked on the incident. However, since that day, they never teased Ron again. Brook, however, did not join in the laughter. He patted Ron on the shoulder, acknowledging his sacrifice. In a year, you haven't spent a single coin. You've given everything to your family. That's commendable. Ron's face deepened in color, matching his hair. Just then, Mrs. Molly's penetrating voice echoed from downstairs. "Children, it's time for dinner." They all filed out, and as they descended the stairs, they encountered Hermione and her group. Ginny, adorned in a brand-new princess dress, peeked from behind Hermione, stealing glances at Harry. Mr. Arthur had already left for work. Molly was exceedingly warm, continually serving Brook and Hermione sausages and fried eggs, fearing they might not be satiated. By the end of the meal, even someone with Brook's appetite felt somewhat full. He had to not only tackle his portion, but also the one Hermione had discreetly passed to him. In the afternoon, Ron took on the role of guide, with Harry accompanying him, leading Brook and Hermione on a thorough exploration of the burrow. The architectural style of the burrow was rather abstract. The entire house appeared to be haphazardly constructed from various modules, leaning at odd angles. It evoked a sense of stepping into a Picasso painting brought to life. Moreover, its precarious appearance exuded a unique beauty, reminiscent of a charming yet chaotic dream. Hermione constantly expressed her astonishment around the burrow. In the little girl's perception, a wizard's abode should indeed resemble this. After all, it was quite magical. However, Ron stood awkwardly to the side, his toes nearly digging into the ground from discomfort. "Are there many wizards living nearby?" Brook inquired curiously. "Only a few. Over there lies Ottery St. Catchpole, where quite a number of muggles reside. So very few wizarding families choose to settle here," Ron explained, pointing in a specific direction. "Then, won't they discover you?" Hermione pondered, considering how peculiar this house was. It would be strange indeed if muggles did not find it intriguing. "This place is enchanted with a muggle-repelling charm, so no one will notice," Ron clarified. "This spell causes muggles to subconsciously avoid this area. Even if someone were to wander close, they would quickly forget why they approached in the first place." Originally, he had enjoyed a rather pleasant life with the Dursleys, as they were oblivious to the fact that he was forbidden from performing magic outside of school. However, everything was irrevocably disrupted by a house elf named Dobby, who not only ruined Uncle Vernon's dinner party, but also led to Harry receiving a warning from the Ministry of Magic regarding the misuse of magic. Consequently, Uncle Vernon learned about the prohibition against Harry practicing magic outside of school and, in a fit of rage, imprisoned him. He was given only a few slices of bread and sunken soup daily. Had it not been for Ron and the others rescuing him in their flying car, he likely would not have made it to Hogwarts in high spirits. Hermione was incensed, declaring that they were abusing a child and urging Harry to take legal action against them. "Sue them?" Harry exclaimed, taken aback, as he was utterly oblivious to the law. Hermione elaborated, "Not providing food and confining you violates the Children's Protection Act and the Children and Young Persons, England and Wales, Act. You could certainly contact the police." Harry hesitated, ultimately deciding against it. Hermione, frustrated, insisted that he could not let them off the hook and must utilize legal means to protect himself. With a resigned sigh, Harry replied, "After all, they have cared for me for so many years, albeit with a poor attitude, and I was actually well fed until recently." Hermione stomped her foot in exasperation, exuding a sense of disappointment. Chapter 75. Dobby? Draco inquired. Brook gently patted Hermione on the shoulder. "Harry, while staying at the Dursleys, did Dumbledore provide them with any compensation?" "Compensation? I don't think so. I haven't heard Uncle Vernon mention any," Harry replied, uncertainly. Have they ever hit you? No. At most they would make me do chores. This prolonged confinement is a first. Harry, your decision not to report them is wise. After all, they have raised you without financial compensation and have provided for your education, which is already a considerable act of kindness. Furthermore, they have taken on significant risks without knowing your true circumstances, Brook rationally analyzed. What risks? Harry asked, bewildered. The Dark Lord vanished because of you, yet he still has a following known as the Death Eaters. It is difficult to fathom that they have not sought retribution against you. However, this presents a potential risk for the Dursley family. Harry nodded thoughtfully. Yet, they cannot be permitted to continue treating Harry in such a manner. Ron murmured under his breath. In truth, this predicament can be easily resolved. Did I not mention it earlier? Brook smiled faintly. Hermione's eyes lit up. Money. Are you suggesting we offer them money? Precisely. Brook nodded, asserting that when they receive an amount several times greater than what they initially provide, they will treat Harry with utmost reverence to ensure the continuation of this financial influx. Though he was unfamiliar with the Dursleys, he understood human nature. Money can indeed be a powerful motivator. There are few who can resist the allure of wealth. Harry awkwardly rubbed his nose. But I only have galleons. I lack the Muggle currency. Not to worry, I can lend you some. Brook said nonchalantly. Having acquired the wealth of the Burstead family, he could easily declare, I have no interest in money. I can do so as well. Hermione immediately chimed in. Her little treasury was quite substantial. After all, as Mr. Granger had always treated her like a little princess, never stinting on her allowance. Harry felt somewhat conflicted. He found the idea of borrowing money somewhat difficult to accept. Enough with the indecision. Matters solvable by money are trivial. Brook waved his hand, and 10 checks of £10,000 appeared. These were thrust upon him by Oliver during a visit. Being somewhat lazy, he hadn't exchanged them, and thus hadn't spent them. Take these, give them 5 checks now, and then 1 each year as maintenance. It should suffice. Brook directly handed the checks to Harry. Harry accepted them, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Brook, thank you. I will certainly repay you. Brook smiled gently, waving his hand dismissively. Should we not discuss Dobby's situation now? Ron interjected. The twins suggested it might be a prank. But I do not believe Dobby appears to be joking, Harry said, furrowing his brow. Yet, it refuses to reveal the mastermind behind this, which is quite suspicious. Moreover, house elves cannot act independently of their master's commands. Ron articulated his thoughts. YYDS is once again in action. Brook yawned off to the side. It was nearing his afternoon nap time. Brook, what is your perspective? Hermione inquired, directing her gaze at him. Brook, somewhat dazed, misheard her as saying, Yuan Fong. What do you think? Where did you leave off? Hermione, noticing Brook's demeanor, realized he was on the verge of sleep again. It was a mystery how he managed to need so much rest, sleeping over 16 hours a day. She shot him an exasperated glance and recapped their previous analysis. Brook nodded, acknowledging that their points were quite reasonable. Do you believe something dreadful will actually occur at Hogwarts? Hermione questioned. Brook casually replied, Trolls quarrel. The 3 present fell into silence. Hogwarts indeed seemed, rather, not so secure after all. You have merely been standing by, watching us make fools of ourselves, haven't you? Hermione, filled with indignation, bared her teeth in frustration. No, I was simply tired, hence I didn't hear, Brook asserted, claiming his innocence. What if Hogwarts posed a danger? Harry would still have to attend school regardless. As for the masterminds behind it all and Dobby, the information was scant. No amount of analysis would yield results. Who do you suspect might be responsible? Harry inquired, unwilling to give up. Brook pondered for a moment before mentioning Draco. You think it could be Draco? Surely he wouldn't. Harry expressed his astonishment. Since they began raising a dragon together, his rapport with Draco had been quite amicable. House elves typically appeared in ancient wizarding families, and the Malfoy lineage was notably prestigious among purebloods, so Draco might indeed be aware of Dobby's origins. Mothi is the house elf of the burrow. He generally handles the transportation and affairs of other family members, Brook explained. Being from a pureblood family himself, Draco likely had heard of the name Dobby. Harry, you shall be responsible for writing a letter. Do not elaborate on the events. Simply inquire if he knows of a house elf named Dobby, Hermione instructed. Harry nodded in agreement. As evening approached, Mrs. Molly Weasley prepared an exquisite dinner to formally welcome Brook and Hermione. Mr. Arthur Weasley, taking advantage of their arrival, finally indulged in some wine under Mrs. Weasley's permission, savoring the Moutai gifted by Brook. Consequently, the usually moderate drinking Mr. Weasley found himself quite tipsy after just a few sips. Once his mouth got going, he could easily rival Mr. Granger in conversation, transitioning from topics such as the Ministry of Magic to alchemy, and then to Muggle items, speaking freely without restraint. Brook, having been adept at creating engaging videos in his previous life, ensured the conversation flowed seamlessly. As the dialogue deepened, Mr. Weasley's address towards Brook unconsciously shifted to little brother. Suddenly, he stood up, raising his voice to declare, "Listen up, everyone. From now on, Brook is my brother, and you must respect him as you do me." The Weasley siblings, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained composure. The twins, reacting the fastest, rose and bowed at a 90-degree angle. "Hello, Uncle." Brook nearly choked at the unexpected title. A slight smile graced his lips as he produced 2 bronze nuts from his ring and tossed them to the twins, rewarding their perceptiveness. Ultimately, unable to bear the scene any longer, Mrs. Weasley tugged at Mr. Weasley's ear and led him upstairs, employing the same tactic Mrs. Granger used for her inebriated husband. Chapter 76, The Ubiquitous Flying Pig. Brook and Hermione initially planned to stay at Grimmauld Place for one night before departing. However, a letter from school arrived containing train tickets for the 1st of September, along with an extensive list of required books. Aside from standard spells, level 2, the other 7 titles were all authored by Gilderoy Lockhart. "You're also going to buy Lockhart's books?" Fred peered over at Ron's book list. "Fortunately, this year the family has some financial means. Otherwise, my parents would have to scrape by for these 5 sets of books," George remarked with relief. 5 sets? Surely, it is unnecessary to purchase so many. Brook, merely glancing at the titles, surmised they were likely novels, since they are not reference books. Buying in excess would be sheer extravagance. "Ginny, who is starting school this year, requires all 5 sets," Ron replied with confusion. 2 sets would suffice. "After all, you will not be attending classes simultaneously. You can share them." Brook interjected. Indeed, the twins suddenly grasped the point. Mrs. Weasley's eyes also brightened. Although the family had a bit more money this year, it is prudent to save where possible. Consequently, Brook and Hermione, who initially planned to leave that afternoon, decided to stay at the Burrow for an additional day, as everyone resolved to visit Diagon Alley together the following day to procure school supplies. Dobby is the house elf of the Malfoy family. Simultaneously, Draco, in a letter, curiously inquired of Harry how he had come to learn about Dobby. Brook was equally astonished. He had merely mentioned it casually, unaware he had stumbled upon the very subject. "It must be Lucius Malfoy. My father once remarked that he is an intimate confidant of the Dark Lord," Ron speculated. Then Draco. Hermione hesitated to continue. Brook, observing Harry's long face, offered words of comfort. "Draco is likely unaware. Otherwise, given our current relations, he would undoubtedly intervene." Harry silently exhaled a sigh of relief. The friendship among the trio, despite their trials, remains invaluable to him. As long as Draco is not involved, all is well. "Very well, let us address matters as they unfold. Compared to the potential attacks at Hogwarts, he has more pressing concerns. The grapes on the farm are ripe, and he must assist in the harvest. Otherwise, she would likely have to toil through several nights alone. He is indeed a commendable employer." The next morning, Brook and the Weasley family stood in a row before the fireplace, prepared to travel directly to Diagon Alley via the Floo network. One cannot underestimate the advantages of having connections. Such impromptu arrangements for the Floo network require applications and queues, typically taking 5 to 7 days. Mr. Arthur managed to expedite the process overnight. Mrs. Weasley emerged from the kitchen with a vase, placing it before Brook. "Guess first." Brook, feeling no need for formality, accepted graciously. After all, he is an uncle to that brood of redheads, and it is only fitting to allow him some deference as the elder. He pinched a small handful of shimmering Floo powder from the vase, approached the fireplace, and tossed it into the flames. The fire instantly transformed into a vibrant green, and he stepped into the flames. Diagon Alley. He spun rapidly, as if tossed into a tumble-dryer. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself in Diagon Alley. Following closely behind were Hermione and the array of red-haired children. Mrs. Weasley suddenly exclaimed, "Goodness, where's Harry?" The group then realized one was missing. Ron hastily remarked, Harry was behind Hermione. He must have taken the wrong fireplace. They scattered to search, and half an hour later, they agreed to reconvene at Gringotts, as directed by Mr. Arthur. The crowd dispersed in all directions. Naturally, Brook stayed with Hermione. With a hint of anxiety, Hermione inquired, "Where shall we look, Brook?" After pondering for a moment, Brook summoned the flying pig. "Can you scent Harry's presence?" The flying pig twitched its chubby nose, turning to face a specific direction. Indeed it could. Truly, the remarkable flying pig lived up to its reputation. "Hermione, let us proceed." Thus, the trio, 2 humans and 1 pig, arrived at a dimly lit winding alley behind Gringotts, starkly contrasting the brightness of Diagon Alley. "Brook, look, this is Nocturne Alley," Hermione exclaimed, a trace of panic evident in her voice. Hermione, you should wait by Gringotts. I will venture in with the flying pig, Brook replied. Madam Malkin warned that Knockturn Alley is perilous. We must seek Mr. Arthur. Do you still doubt my capabilities? Brook said, lifting a Gatling gun he had acquired with Oliver's assistance. Though cumbersome, it was undeniably impressive. I will accompany you, Hermione insisted, producing a small, elegant pistol from her bag. Hermione, listen to me. Go and summon help, Brook said, gently ruffling her hair. Do not forget, I can open a portal and flee at any moment. But it becomes complicated with two. After a moment's contemplation, Hermione nodded in agreement. She realized her presence might not be of much assistance, and Brook could become distracted by her. Brook, please be careful. It's all right if you cannot find Harry. Just return swiftly. Do not worry, Brook assured, stowing away the Gatling gun and stepping into the shadowy alley. One side of the alley was lined with oddly styled shops. The rusted locks and sagging signs indicated that these establishments had long been abandoned. After walking for 5 more minutes, he spotted Hagrid hoisting Harry by the scruff of his neck, hurriedly making their escape, while a figure resembling a wicked old witch from a cartoon pursued them. Hagrid, Harry! Brook called out. We should exit first, Hagrid replied, not pausing. He reached out a hand, seemingly intending to pull Brook along as well. However, Brook deftly dodged his grasp, unwilling to be dragged out in such a manner. Far too embarrassing. Hagrid was left with no choice but to halt. Brook aimed the Gatling gun at the ground in front of the witch and unleashed a barrage. Bang! 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 The old witch shrieked in terror and turned to flee. Harry swallowed hard, genuinely impressed. Not bad, you have good taste. Brook waved his wand, casting a cleansing charm on the dusty Harry. Brook, we cannot use magic during the holidays. We'll be reprimanded, Harry said anxiously. Brook smiled subtly, explaining the Ministry of Magic's inability to pinpoint individuals, only locations. Harry understood instantly. He was merely taking the blame for Dobby. Chapter 77. The fearsome nature of a law-abiding individual. As Brook, Harry, and Hagrid arrived at Gringotts, they were greeted by Hermione, who was hastily accompanied by Mr. Arthur, Percy, and the twins. Thank goodness you're all safe, Arthur exclaimed, panting heavily. The twins, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, You actually went to Knockturn Alley. That is so cool. Mr. Arthur immediately adopted a serious demeanor, sternly warning. If I find out you sneaked off to such a place, I will inform your mothers. Fred leaned closer to Brook and whispered, So, what was it like in Knockturn Alley? Was it fun? Brook smirked, Call me Uncle. Uncle, George promptly shouted. I ran into Harry and Hagrid as soon as I entered. So I can't say, Brook shrugged. TCH, the twins scoffed. I'm relieved you're unharmed, Hermione said with concern. Rest assured, it's just Knockturn Alley. It's not as perilous as Mrs. Weasley makes it out to be, Brook reassured. He surmised that unless she witnessed him in a duel with Dumbledore, the girl would never truly be at ease about him. Having seen how Brook dealt with trolls, Hermione couldn't help but worry about him. I know you're strong, but it's the unforeseen dangers that are troublesome. At that moment, Mrs. Weasley arrived with Ginny and Ron. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Brook suddenly proposed an idea. Do you two want to make some money? Make money? Of course. Fred perked up at the mention of profit. Uncle, do you have another brilliant idea? George eagerly rubbed his hands together. Your social connections at Hogwarts are quite impressive, aren't they? Brook inquired. Absolutely. We even have quite a few acquaintances in Slytherin. Fred confidently replied. Here's the plan. Mobilize all your connections to ensure that the young wizards from wizarding families come to Gringotts to exchange pound for galleons in 3 days. Brook outlined his scheme. Pounds for galleons? The twins looked puzzled. Brook patiently elaborated. I'll provide the pounds. Those willing to help with the exchange will earn 10 galleons. And you'll receive a 10 galleon commission for bringing them in. We're off to the Owl Emporium, Fred declared, preparing to dash away. Wait. Brook quickly halted him. We can't delay. Time is money. The prospect of galleons left George restless. You two are destined for great things. You must remain composed. Brook meticulously detailed his plan further. The twins could not only engage their acquaintances, but also delegate this task to others, sharing some profits with them. Those young wizards who had visited before could also participate. A simple trip for 10 galleons would surely entice many. However, it was imperative that the young wizards from the 12 governing families of Hogwarts remained uninformed. Above all, the timing must be synchronized for 3 days hence. If Gringotts were to refuse the exchange, though such a possibility is exceedingly slim, after all, it is not goblin currency, Brook decided to attach Regulation No. 622 to the letter as a precautionary measure. Subsequently, the twins scampered off with a hefty bag of pounds. Hermione expressed her concerns. Brook, do you think this is wise? Who cares? There are loopholes in their laws. One must seize the opportunity when it presents itself, Brook replied nonchalantly. But what if they amend the law? Hermione countered. That is precisely why we must act swiftly. Convening the Wisegamot is no simple task. Just notifying them takes a day. Thus, they won't have time to rectify this legal oversight, Brook stated confidently. He was determined to show Dumbledore just how formidable and knowledgeable individual could be. As the hour was still early, the group began to disperse. Brook and Hermione took to the streets, leaving the two trinkets to their own devices. Ice cream was, of course, a necessity. Thus, they strolled into a thrift shop, each holding a large mango cream ice cream cone. Since Hermione last glimpsed the annotated copy of A Thief's Self-Improvement that Brook had purchased, she had developed a keen interest in the second-hand books available at the thrift shop. Seizing the opportunity, she was eager to explore. The shop was brimming with assorted antiquities, old wands plastered with tape, scratched telescopes, and tattered wizard chess sets with missing pieces. A towering pile of second-hand books in one corner instantly captivated Hermione's full attention. Although most of these tomes were incomplete, with peeling pages and some marred by stains, Hermione was undeterred and joyfully began to rummage through the collection. At last, she uncovered a relatively intact volume titled A Compendium of Common Spells, filled with annotations and notes that instantly ensnared her interest. Her gaze became transfixed upon the pages. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon her fair skin, while her hair shimmered with a chestnut hue in the light. Brook sat quietly beside her, observing the passage of time. Suddenly, Hermione lifted her head and glanced at her watch. "Oh no, Brook, we're going to be late." "There's no need to panic," Brook replied leisurely. "It's my fault. We haven't had time to explore elsewhere," Hermione admitted with a hint of embarrassment. "Isn't this the Hermione I know?" Brook remarked. "Thank you, Brook. We still have time. Shall we not peruse a few more?" he suggested. After a moment's hesitation, Hermione could not bear to part with the prospect of more books. She quickly gathered a few more relatively intact volumes from the pile and tugged Brook towards the checkout. It must be said, second-hand books are remarkably inexpensive. Hermione selected 7 in total, spending less than 3 sickles. Upon arriving at Flourish and Blots, they were greeted by the sight of a man with platinum hair akin to Draco's, confronting Mr. Arthur. Draco stood awkwardly to the side, exchanging glances with Harry and Ron. It was indeed Lucius Malfoy, often mentioned by Draco as his father. Lucius extracted a pristine copy of the Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration from Ginny's Cauldron and mockingly remarked, "Weasley, it seems you have earned quite a sum, enough to afford a new book." Chapter 78, The Mysterious Diary. "What's this? Is the esteemed Malfoy feeling envious?" Arthur retorted defiantly. "I've heard that certain individuals have caused quite a stir at Hogwarts. Those materials were collected by that oaf in the Forbidden Forest. They rightfully belong to Hogwarts." Lucius said disdainfully. "The Forbidden Forest is not Hogwarts property, and who claims that those items were gathered by Hagrid? They were bestowed by magical creatures." Arthur shot back without reservation. The atmosphere between the two grew increasingly tense, seemingly on the brink of physical confrontation. Just then, Draco interjected, "Father, with so many people around, we must maintain our elegance and decorum as purebloods. We cannot give them spectacle." Lucius looked at Draco in astonishment. Such words from his son? Nonetheless, he had no intention of resorting to violence. There was no need for that. The 12 board members had already united in protest, hoping that the meager profits Arthur had gained would endure a little longer. "Draco, we shall depart," Lucius commanded. Draco waved discreetly at Harry and the others before hastily following in his father's footsteps. Brook narrowed her eyes. Considering that Dobby was a house elf belonging to the Malfoy family and had once warned of impending danger at Hogwarts, that entity could very well be the source of the crisis looming over Hogwarts. As the twins were still preoccupied with delivering messages, Mrs. Weasley grew anxious they might sneak off to Knockturn Alley, thus deciding to oversee them at the Elop's Owl Emporium. Mr. Weasley spotted a friend and went off to the Leaky Cauldron for drinks and conversation. Percy opted to leave on his own. Only Brook, Hermione, Ron, Harry, and Ginny remained. Ginny immediately attached herself to Hermione. Given the rarity of their visit to Diagon Alley, she had no desire to trail behind Mrs. Weasley. Consequently, Brook and Hermione's plan for a private outing was dashed. Considering the safety of the two girls, the 5 decided to proceed together. Seizing the opportunity, Brook suggested that Ginny's Cauldron was too cumbersome and tucked it away into her ring. Diagon Alley boasted numerous shops, yet upon exploration, they discovered there was little of interest. Ron wished to visit the Quidditch shop, but was flatly denied by Ginny. Instead, Ginny proposed a visit to the joke shop, which Hermione was also eager to see. Thus, they made their way there. Upon their exit, each had acquired an abundance of joke items. Brook observed a somewhat dilapidated shop nearby, which was closing, and furrowed his brow. "What troubles you?" Hermione inquired, noticing his unease. Brook gently brushed his ring, and a parchment materialized in his hand. It was the deed for the shop he had purchased in Diagon Alley, clearly stating, Number 23 Diagon Alley. The worn establishment before them was indeed Number 23. No wonder he always felt a sense of familiarity with the numbers on the wall. This shop belongs to me. Ah, Brook, it's yours? Hermione exclaimed in surprise. I acquired it previously when I aimed to establish a foothold in the wizarding world, but I never expected it to be in such disrepair. Brook chuckled helplessly. No wonder the goblin only charged him 1,000 galleons to sell him the establishment. It is indeed small and dilapidated. Fred and George have always dreamed of opening a toy and joke shop in Diagon Alley, Ron remarked while gazing at the shop. A glimmer of cunning flickered in Brook's eyes. He pointed his wand to the shabby, faded sign. Suddenly, a line of text appeared, a most popular shop. Yet, the very next moment, Brook, who had been smiling, froze in astonishment. A notification chime echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of establishing a most popular shop in Diagon Alley. Reward, 1 lottery draw. Is this truly possible? Initially, he had scoffed at the system upon seeing this task. Indeed, the biases within one's heart can be monumental. It seems he had misjudged the system. Once the twins finished their tasks, the group reconvened. Brook and Hermione chose not to visit the Weasley home again, as it would be inconsiderate to trouble them repeatedly. Brook took out Ginny's cauldron and returned it to her. Upon arriving home, Brook immediately delved into the ring, donned his gloves, and picked up the item that Lucius had stuffed into Ginny's cauldron. It was a diary, its cover severely faded, exuding an aura of antiquity. The date inscribed on the diary indicated that it had existed for 50 years. He opened the diary, and the first page bore an indistinct name, Tom Riddle. The subsequent pages were entirely blank. The back cover bore the imprint of Vauxhall Road, London. It appeared to be a Muggle product. What was Lucius thinking, giving such an item to Ginny? Brook drew his wand. Revelio. The diary remained unresponsive, indicating that the detection charm had no effect on it. He then attempted the disillusionment charm, Invisibilis, still futile. As for other spells used to detect objects, he had yet to learn them. Well, it seems he's not suited for playing detective in this manner. So, he made his way directly to the burrow. A rare visitor. Harson beamed at Brook. Over 2 months had passed since summer began, and Brook had only visited once. With the school year fast approaching, this was only his second visit. I need to discuss something with you, Brook stated directly. Harson wore a knowing expression, patiently waiting for him to continue. Brook placed the diary on the table. This was secretly slipped in a Ginny Weasley-esque cauldron by Lucius. Lucius? It appears he has another one of his self-important schemes in mind. Harson drew his wand and began to examine the diary. As he pronounced more incantations, his brow furrowed deeper. You must know something more, right? Brook did not withhold any information and recounted everything about Dobby to Harson. Lucius has indeed encountered such a charming little sprite. It is truly his fortune. Hassan felt quite elated. What, do you not get along with Lucius? Brook sensed the hostility in Hassan's tone. 12 years ago, that scoundrel, emboldened by Voldemort's favor, encroached upon the interests of many, including the Burstead family. Did you not seek retribution? Brook inquired, puzzled. Hassan, being a pure-hearted old soul, seemed unlikely to be bullied. Chapter 79. Basilisk? Is it delectable? At that time, the Burstead family was left with only Millicent and myself. Do you think I'd dare to retaliate? Hassan replied, his face a mask of helplessness. He certainly yearned for vengeance, but with only an elder and a youngling remaining in the family, it was wiser to ensure the continuation of their lineage first. Lucius had usurped Brook's wealth. For Draco's sake, he ought to repay it severalfold. However, Voldemort. Hassan's gaze fell upon the first page of the diary, where the name Tom Riddle was inscribed. His brow furrowed abruptly, deepening with concern. Brook refrained from interrupting. Hassan spoke gravely. If my memory serves me right, Tom Riddle is indeed Voldemort's true name. Thus, this diary is likely one of his Horcruxes. I never imagined he would entrust such a significant object to Lucius for safekeeping, and in such an unremarkable diary at that. Horcruxes? If one intends to manipulate Voldemort, one must devise a method to control him. He recalled some information regarding Horcruxes. Voldemort possessed many, some of which seemed to be relics of the 4 founders of Hogwarts. As for this diary, he had no distinct recollection of it. Hassan shook his head. Although there was a possibility, how could it be? What do you mean? Brook asked. Horcruxes are crucial to Voldemort's survival. How could he possibly entrust such an important item to another? Oh, right. Voldemort appears to have several Horcruxes. Hassan was utterly astonished, his expression one of disbelief. Voldemort had truly lost his mind. No wonder his personality had changed so drastically. Even his intellect seemed diminished. If this diary is a Horcrux, What purpose does it serve? Brook inquired. Hassan pondered for a moment. Horcruxes typically lack direct offensive capabilities, yet if it could incite a crisis at Hogwarts, it implies that this diary can manipulate certain entities. As he spoke, his fingers rhythmically tapped the table, murmuring to himself, what could it be? Brook suggested, why not ask it? Ask it. How we do that? Isn't it merely a diary? Just write in it and see, Brook said matter-of-factly. Hassan's eyes sparkled with realization. Brook's reasoning was astoundingly sound. Horcruxes generally protect themselves through temptation, and communication is essential for seduction. Shall we take turns? I'll take the lead. I have a peculiar interest in this matter. Brook pulled the diary towards himself, casually taking a feather quill from the table, and inscribed within the diary, August 17th, 1992. Clear. It has been 941 days since I last thought of the Dark Lord. He had just finished writing, and the words shimmered briefly upon the paper. Then, as if the ink were absorbed by the page, it vanished without a trace. The calligraphy was exquisitely neat and beautiful. Hello, who are you? How did you find this diary? I am Tom Riddle. Oh, impressive, Brook exclaimed. A glimmer of schadenfreude flickered in Hassan's eyes. Well, you should have fun with him. Just don't let him get too angry. Brook disregarded Hassan and continued to write in the diary. What are you? Are you a dangerous object? My mother says I shouldn't play with things that can think independently, but whose brains are hidden away. Your mother is right. However, I'm not a dangerous object. I merely record my past in a manner more enduring than ink. What secrets? I don't even know who you are. Are you a student at Hogwarts? Michael Austin, a student of Slytherin. Brook casually penned his pseudonym. Austin, I am your senior and also a graduate of Slytherin. What is the common room like? Quite the astute little wizard. The common room is located beneath the lake, featuring a large window that allows one to observe the fish in the Black Lake. Riddle, what secret do you speak of? It pertains to the monster of the chamber of Slytherin. Hassan had been covertly eavesdropping on Brook's conversation with Voldemort. It appeared that this Horcrux could control that monster. How dull. I expected this thing could blow up Hogwarts, Brook muttered in dissatisfaction, feeling it was a waste of time. His involvement stemmed partly from his amicable relations with the Weasley family, helping out as a favor. On the other hand, he was intrigued by anything that could incite a crisis at Hogwarts. In case it was something particularly perilous, he wanted to prepare in advance with Hermione. Hassan choked momentarily. Still thinking about blowing up Hogwarts? What a lunatic thought, reminiscent of the Dark Lord. Voldemort, possessing Slytherin's bloodline, was a natural Parselmouth, and that monstrous entity, a legacy of Slytherin, had survived for millennia, likely a basilisk. A basilisk? Is it delicious? Brook pondered, somewhat tempted. Having cultivated for a millennium, it must have become exquisite. It was probably quite nourishing. Hassan felt he could no longer converse with Brook, lest he be driven to exasperation. A basilisk. That is a formidable creature that has survived for 1,000 years. To tame it would ensure a family's safety for a millennium, becoming a powerful asset. Astonishingly, Brook was only thinking about eating it. I have read accounts of the basilisk. Its gaze is a deadly curse, and anyone who meets its eyes will perish. Its fangs contain venom that is rarely countered. If it's poisonous, removing the venom shouldn't be an issue, right? Brook contemplated. If you wish for snake meat, I can fetch it for you, but please spare the basilisk. Hassan implored, exasperated. Were it anyone else, he would have certainly rebuked them. All right, as long as you agree to spare the basilisk, I assure you, I will procure it for you, Hassan replied decisively. I began to seek information. The basilisk was best tamed, as it would serve as a reliable protector for our family. You haven't even discovered how to control Voldemort yet, Brook quipped casually. Hassan fell silent. Brook jotted down a note in his diary. My mother has called me for dinner. He then closed the diary. There was no rush regarding the Chamber of Secrets and the basilisk. He did not need to practice cultivation at the moment. An early bedtime and a late awakening were in order. Chapter 80. The beardless Dumbledore Brook had been enjoying a leisurely retirement, awaiting the commencement of the Hogwarts term. Occasionally, he amused himself by teasing Voldemort within the pages of his diary to pass the time. However, Hermione received a message from Mrs. Molly. Gilderoy Lockhart was scheduled to hold a book signing at the Leaky Cauldron to promote his autobiography, Me, the Wizard. Ever since Hermione had read Lockhart's novels, she had become an ardent admirer. Thus, she wished for Brook to accompany her. Brook did not oppose this pursuit of a celebrity. After all, he had been a fan in his previous life as well, particularly of stars like Louis Koo and Stephen Chow. The only regret he harbored was that prior to his transmigration, he had only attended one concert of the Phoenix Legend, resulting in a sore throat for several days. Hence, he acquiesced to Hermione's request. However, It so happened that the date Lockhart had set for the signing coincided with Brook's planned visit to Gringotts to exchange pounds for galleons. The peculiar behavior of young witches and wizards flocking to Gringotts to exchange pounds for galleons created quite a stir. Upon hearing the news, various wizards rushed to Gringotts to join the excitement. Journalists, eager for a sensational story, flocked to the scene as well. Consequently, the area outside Gringotts was abuzz with a throng of wizards exchanging whispers, while reporters busied themselves snapping photographs and conducting interviews. As a result, Lockhart's signing event attracted only a handful of die-hard fans like Mrs. Molly, with the crowd predominantly consisting of middle-aged women, and only Hermione stood out as a young girl. It was a remarkable deviation from the norm. Notably, the incident regarding the galleon exchange was ultimately managed by the twins. In response to a reporter's inquiry, Fred cheekily remarked, "We merely intended to play a prank." They did not even mention that the idea originated from Brook, nor that he was the one who truly bore the brunt of it. The trending topic of the galleon exchange dominated the front pages of the Daily Prophet and various newspapers for several days. The Ministry of Magic was left in disarray, hastily convening meetings to devise countermeasures. However, amending the relevant laws required the approval of the Wisingamot. Dumbledore was so troubled that he pulled out a significant portion of his beard in distress. The primary source of funding for Hogwarts came from the board's annual allocation deposited into a designated Gringotts account, which covered the school's expenses for the entire year. Now, the situation had become dire. Due to the collective exchange by over 300 young wizards, Hogwarts' entire annual budget was depleted. Presently, the account of Hogwarts is indebted to Gringotts by 700 galleons. If this matter is not handled properly, Hogwarts may find itself unable to cover even the cost of the opening feast. The situation is indeed dire. Moreover, the complications do not end here. Upon receiving a letter from Hassan, Brook found himself consuming 2 additional bowls of food. In the correspondence, Hassan disclosed a piece of information. Lucius had seized this opportunity to incite trouble. He had allied with a majority of the board members to collectively pressure Dumbledore at Hogwarts, demanding the acquisition of ownership over the Forbidden Forest and the regular collection of materials from it for the board members' handling. Although Hassan did not attend, he was nonetheless apprised of the situation. It was said that a violent surge of magical energy erupted from the headmaster's office on the 8th floor that day. This turmoil only superficially subsided before the commencement of the school year. Yet whispers of the board's intent to jointly dismiss Headmaster Dumbledore began to circulate quietly throughout the wizarding world. On September 1st, Brook, accompanied by Hermione, opened a portal to Hogwarts. After all, the slow and tedious experience of traveling by the old steam train was sufficient for a lifetime. They timed their arrival perfectly, just as the train came to a halt at the Hogwarts station. Why not head directly to the castle? Must we come to the train station? Brook remarked. It's all about the sense of ceremony. Don't you understand? Entering the castle with everyone else truly feels like the start of school, Hermione replied, her face aglow with excitement. As the young wizards began to disembark from the train, the scene transformed into a chaotic flurry. First years, over here. A familiar voice called from afar. It was Hagrid. Brook waved in his direction. Have you seen Harry and the others? Hermione inquired, standing on her tiptoes, scanning the crowd. However, given her height, locating anyone in the sea of faces seemed nearly impossible. Brook glanced around casually, but did not spot them. Let us head on. We'll surely see them in the castle, he suggested, and Hermione acquiesced. They joined the throng of students heading towards the more than 100 carriages parked nearby. Just as they were about to board a carriage, a voice called out from behind Brook. Brook, Brook! It was Draco, jogging towards them, flanked by his 2 henchmen, Goyle and Crabbe. Long time no see, Draco, Brook greeted with a smile. I've sent you numerous letters inviting you to my home, yet you always claim to be busy. I truly wonder what occupies your time, Draco lamented. Oh, just tending to the fields, Brook replied nonchalantly. You're pulling my leg. Everyone knows it's the house elves doing all the work. You're just lazy, Draco retorted without hesitation. How uncouth of you. As a scion of the Malfoy family, to speak in such a manner, Brook chided. Haha, Draco suddenly burst into laughter. Brook and Hermione exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting bemusement. What's with that look? Draco snapped, clearly offended. Do enlighten us, Brook urged. Didn't you always tell me to maintain my dignity and be graceful? Draco chuckled once more. On that day, my father had a confrontation with Ron's father, and I inadvertently revealed some of the remarks you often make about me. Did your father then praise you? Brook instantly understood. Well, it was more than that. Whenever Draco suddenly covers his mouth, it's a secret, and you'll find out in due time. Brook was not one to indulge his bad habits. She swiftly delivered a slap to Draco's shoulder, causing him to grimace in pain. Speak properly. Regardless, if I don't say anything, you'll all find out eventually, Draco asserted defiantly. Brooke chose not to press further. After all, not everyone grows up on truth serum. The five of them then boarded the carriage. Hermione, feeling the somewhat unsteady motion of the carriage, remarked, "This carriage is truly remarkable. It moves on its own. They're horses." Brooke and Draco exclaimed in unison. Draco, with exaggerated disbelief, retorted, "You mean you didn't know?" Hermione appeared puzzled. Was she supposed to know? Chapter 81, The Flying Car. Here's your chance to shine. While Brooke could see the horses pulling the carriage, it was evident that Hermione could not. This indicated that there was something peculiar about those horses. However, lacking an explanation, Brooke decided to let Draco elucidate. Ahem. Draco cleared his throat, adjusted his wizarding robes, and sat up straight, his nostrils flaring with pride. Just as he was about to commence his display of superiority, the carriage suddenly came to a screeching halt. Caught off guard, Draco tumbled from his seat with a thud, landing on his knees right in front of Brooke and Hermione. Hermione burst into a fit of laughter, sounding almost pig-like. Brooke's lips curled with barely contained amusement. "Look at you, making such a grand gesture before the new year. Where's your lucky money?" Draco felt a scorching heat on his face, his overall demeanor shifting to one of discontent. Fortunately, his two lackeys helped him back to his feet. "Hurry up and speak," Brooke urged, bypassing the previous incident. This time, Draco dropped his pretense and spoke candidly. "Those horses are a magical species known as thestrals. Only those who have witnessed death can see them." "Not bad, Draco. Have you been secretly studying during the summer?" Brooke teased. "I learned it during a chat with Hagrid," Draco admitted sheepishly. Hermione suddenly interjected, "Speaking of Hagrid, I wonder how Feline is doing." At the mention of Feline, Draco's eyes sparkled with excitement. He carefully retrieved a photograph from his pocket, cradling it gently in his hands. The image depicted Feline soaring through the air, already resembling an adult. Its spines glimmered ominously in the sunlight. "I wanted to visit it during the summer, but my father wouldn't allow it. However, I'll be able to see it tomorrow." After displaying the photograph, Draco tucked it away securely. "By the way, weren't you with Harry and the others?" "No, we split up," Brooke clarified. Draco furrowed his brow slightly. "I couldn't find them on the train. I truly have no idea where they went." The carriage swayed and finally came to a stop. They all disembarked and made their way up the stone steps toward the hall. As the sorting hat concluded its song, the first-year witches and wizards prepared for their sorting. Yet Harry and Ron remained conspicuously absent. "Ah, Gilderoy Lockhart," Hermione exclaimed, her gaze directed at the staff table, filled with delight. No wonder he had brought a plethora of novels as textbooks, Brooke mused, shaking his head. Initially, he had presumed that a fervent fan, akin to Molly Weasley, had become a defense against the dark arts professor. To his surprise, it was indeed Lockhart himself. Selling novels under the guise of authority was utterly brazen. "Those are not merely novels. They impart a wealth of knowledge," Hermione retorted with mild discontent. Brooke thought Hermione seemed to be edging towards the realm of an obsessive fan. While he had no qualms about idolizing, he disapproved of mindless fanaticism. Should he employ a Gatling gun, or perhaps an RPG? He contemplated delivering a humanitarian obliteration to Lockhart. Just as Brooke pondered his options, Professor McGonagall announced the name Evelyn Burstead. The young girl skipped to the three-legged stool without a hint of nervousness. Concerned that the sorting hat might disrupt her hairstyle, Evelyn deftly adjusted her hair before donning the hat. Within less than half a minute, the hat boomed Ravenclaw. The Ravenclaw table erupted in enthusiastic applause. However, Millicent from Slytherin gnawed her teeth in frustration. She had assumed that once Brooke had angered Hassan, the family fortune would belong solely to her. Little did she expect the emergence of another contender, Evelyn. It felt as though fate itself conspired against her. As the last young wizard was sorted, Dumbledore rose slowly, his expression weary yet adorned with a gentle smile. "Welcome to Hogwarts as we embark on a new academic year. Now, I wish to simply say eat." No sooner had he spoken than a feast appeared on everyone's plates. The other young witches and wizards were presented with roast beef, fried fish, and chips. However, Brooke's selection was markedly different. Stir-fried lamb, braised pork, crab meat lion's head, 9-turn intestines, garlic broccoli, sweet and sour cabbage, and a soup of pig lung with flowers, accompanied by 2 bowls of rice. Without hesitation, Brooke seized his chopsticks and began to indulge fervently. Hermione sampled a crab meat lion's head, savoring its tender texture. The fresh essence of crab harmonized exquisitely with the richness of pork. "Ainan's culinary skills have truly improved," she remarked. "Indeed, I enlisted a chef to teach him," Brooke replied, launching an assault on the 9-turn intestines. The outer layer was crispy, while the interior was tender and chewy, perfectly complemented by the pickled garlic. "A chef? A muggle, perhaps?" Won't Aiden be exposed? Hermione expressed her concerns. Oh, you underestimate house elves. Their magic is no less potent than that of wizards, Brook explained with a grin. Aiden used a confundus charm to convince the chef he was human, and then I offered a handsome sum to resolve the matter smoothly. At that moment, the twins appeared from seemingly nowhere, squeezing between Brook and Hermione. Have you heard? Ron and Harry flew in using a car, Fred whispered mysteriously. Honestly, they didn't even invite us, George complained. What? A car? They've lost their minds. Hermione exclaimed. Stay calm. Stay calm. Brook gently patted Hermione's hand. Is that the flying car? It can soar such a distance. Mr. Arthur S.'s skills are remarkable. Hermione, is this truly the time to discuss technical prowess? Hermione huffed. How dangerous this is. What if they were to crash? Don't worry, Hermione. They've arrived safely. Or we wouldn't have heard from them, Fred quickly reassured. That is not acceptable. They could get expelled. Hermione continued to express her concern. Rest assured. I told you Harry won't be expelled. Nor will Ron, Brook stated confidently. News of Harry and Ron arriving at school in the flying car spread like wildfire, and nearly every young wizard had heard of it. As the feast neared its end, it was time for the annual school song. Brook and Hermione had been waiting at the common room door for nearly 20 minutes. Harry and Ron had yet to appear, heightening Hermione's anxiety. Surely they haven't really been expelled. From a distance, Brook spotted two figures approaching. Look, they're here. Thank goodness you're back. We didn't see a soul on the way. We thought we'd be locked out of the common room. Harry exclaimed, breathless. Being locked out would serve you right. Hermione retorted, her frustration palpable. Who insisted on waiting for you two to open the door? Brook teased. Hermione's face flushed as she playfully nudged Brook at the waist. Thank you. Hermione, Harry, and Ron chimed in unison. Let us head inside. You must regale us with tales of your glorious exploits, Brook suggested. Chapter 82. Ginseng Fruit? As Harry and Ron stepped into the common room, they were instantly enveloped by a thunderous applause. Whether acquaintances or strangers, all expressed their admiration, as if the pair had just returned triumphant from a grand battle. Harry, maintaining a semblance of composure, hurriedly guided the blushing Ron upstairs. I'll head up first for some gossip, Brook declared. Got it, Mum. Hermione teased. You're impossible. Brook dashed up the stairs, where the other 5 dormitory members had already gathered. Seamus, Dean, and Neville surrounded Harry and Ron, showering them with praise, which brought immense joy to both boys. Well, there goes our chance for gossip. The following morning, Brook awoke with heavy eyelids, yawning incessantly. For someone accustomed to rising late, waking at 8 felt unbearable. Thankfully, his alarm clock was relentless. Even when hurled to the ground, it continued to ring defiantly. Looks like you should have adjusted your schedule earlier. Now you're regretting it. Hermione remarked, handing Brook a freshly peeled boiled egg. It's fine. I'll just sleep with my eyes open for a while, Brook replied, dipping the egg in soy sauce. Suddenly, Neville shouted in alarm, Howler. Brook and Hermione turned to see a red envelope before Ron, its corners emitting wisps of white smoke. Reluctantly, he extended a trembling hand and tore it open. A thunderous roar erupted from within the letter, as if the entire hall trembled in response. Stole the car. Brook swiftly drew his wand and cast a silencing charm upon himself and Hermione. This incantation was learned specifically to counter Hermione's incessant chatter, and had nearly become a reflexive skill. The spell was instantaneous and soundless. Minutes later, the hall ceased its tremors, and the howling letter, having fulfilled its purpose, ignited and turned to ashes. Harry and Ron appeared deflated, stripped of the excitement they had felt the previous night. Brook lifted the silencing charm, observing that the two had received their just desserts. Serves them right, Hermione muttered softly. If you're worried, just voice your concerns. We can inquire about what transpired later. Otherwise, Mrs. Weasley wouldn't be so furious. After Neville's explanation, they learned that Mr. Arthur was undergoing an examination. Hermione expressed her anxiety. Mr. Arthur is the financial cornerstone of the Weasley family. If this, Brook contemplated for a moment, realizing that there were indeed loopholes in the law. As long as the caster's intent was experimental rather than practical, alterations to Muggle objects were permissible. Moreover, the users were Harry and Ron, unrelated to Mr. Arthur. Is it truly permissible? Hermione asked, astonished. Knowing the law ensures one does not break it. Brook's plans for a nap were dashed. Professor McGonagall had just handed them their class schedule, yet Brook was instantly invigorated. Before the summer break ended, Sprout had informed Brook via letter that her soup was exceptionally delightful. Brook, why are you in such a hurry? Slow down, Hermione exclaimed, startled by Brook's rapid consumption of a boiled egg and a sausage. Brook mumbled incoherently, prompting Hermione to quickly offer him a cup of pumpkin juice. He gulped it down in one go. Once we finish, let's head to class. They arrived outside the greenhouse, where several badgers were already waiting, and other students began to trickle in. Sprout approached from the lawn, bandages in hand, accompanied by Lockhart, who was grinning widely. Brook glanced in their direction, noticing that the whipping willow was swathed in numerous bandages. He marveled at this rather novel method of treating plants. "Hello, everyone." Lockhart greeted the students with warmth. "I was just demonstrating to Professor Sprout how to treat the whipping willow, but I hope you don't think I'm more knowledgeable than her in herbology." Brook frowned slightly, noticing the clear irritation on Sprout's face. So, Professor Lockhart was well-versed in herbology, was he? Sprout had never elaborated on the whipping willow. Could Lockhart enlighten them? Enlighten? A flicker of panic crossed Lockhart's visage. "Since you can treat it, you must be well acquainted with its growth habits, plant classification, and medicinal value, correct? As a professor, you wouldn't hesitate to share this information with us, would you?" Brook pressed further. Lockhart stammered, "I merely encountered it during my travels." "Encountered it and can treat it? Professor, you truly are a genius. The whipping willow has extremely stringent requirements for its growth environment. Where exactly did you see it?" "I cannot afford to fabricate a location regarding Lockhart. Should this contradict the growth habits of the punching willow, it would undoubtedly diminish its reputation. It is time for your class. I shall inform you further when I have the opportunity." With that, he hastily departed. TCH, he can't even articulate a decent lie. After 7 years at Hogwarts, and having encountered the outside world, his intellect seems to have waned. Brook's voice resonated loudly, ensuring that the surrounding young wizards could hear him. Hermione wore a conflicted expression, wanting to speak, but ultimately refraining. The other badgers gazed at Brook with admiration. Professor Sprout's frown dissipated, revealing her usual cheerful smile. Her gaze towards Brook was so tender it nearly glimmered. The love for her own progeny was not in vain. In the third greenhouse, Professor Sprout retrieved a key from her belt, unlocking the door. She stood behind a bench in the center of the greenhouse, upon which rested 21 pairs of ear protectors in varying colors. "Today, we shall repot the mandrake. Now, who can tell me the properties of the mandrake?" Hermione embarked on her daily quest for points. The mandrake is a potent restorative, capable of reversing transformations, but its cry can be fatal. "Absolutely correct. 20 points to Gryffindor," Sprout declared, distributing 1 pair of ear protectors to each student. Brook, swift and agile, snatched the only pair of pink fuzzy ear protectors and promptly placed them atop Hermione's head. Following the professor's guidance, Brook grasped the base of the plant and yanked the mandrake from the soil. An unsightly infant emerged, with leaves sprouting from its head. Brook was nearly drooling. "This is a ginseng fruit. Admittedly, it's rather unattractive." After class, Brook did not need to utter a word. With a grand sweep of her hand, Sprout allocated the remaining plants to Brook, while meticulously explaining the precautions and methods of consumption. Chapter 83. The Pixies of Cornwall. Brook, of course, would not lay a hand on the young mandrakes. Once they matured, they could be propagated. With proper cultivation, they would indeed ensure a lineage that would flourish endlessly. "Hermione, you understand me. If I exact my revenge on the spot, I shan't hold grudges," Brook asserted resolutely. Hermione sighed in resignation. She knew Brook all too well. If you're the one wronged, he might simply laugh it off. The audacity of Lockhart to provoke Professor Sprout was undoubtedly a sore spot for Brook. He was the type to seek vengeance daily. "Lockhart is, after all, a professor. Do take it easy," Hermione remarked, indicating she had done her utmost. While she admired Lockhart, in comparison to Brook, she could only mourn for him. After herbology, they proceeded to transfiguration class. Professor McGonagall immediately had them begin the transformation of living creatures, a challenge that had escalated significantly. The little beetles darted away from the young wizards' wands, creating a chaotic scene populated by wizards attempting to catch them. Since mastering the art of metamorphosis, Brook found this level of transformation to be a mere game. After studying Dumbledore's notes, Hermione made remarkable progress in transfiguration. The two of them succeeded effortlessly, adding 20 points to Gryffindor. Unfortunately for Ron, his newly acquired wand had broken when it collided with the Whomping Willow. Now, he could only cast spells with a wand that was barely held together by magical tape. The consequences were predictable. He was becoming increasingly engulfed by the stench of rotten eggs. Brook, with a wave of his wand, used Scourgify to eliminate the unpleasant odor surrounding Ron. "Ron, you really ought to replace that wand," he suggested. "I'd like to, but I need to go to Diagon Alley, and I can't do that right now," Ron replied, a look of despondency on his face. With that kind of thinking, Brook is utterly exasperated. "You should seek out Professor McGonagall. She would surely be willing to accompany you." "After all, a broken wand will directly impact your studies," Hermione chimed in. "Oh, right," Ron exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. "What brings you two here?" "You surely didn't just fly here for no reason?" Brook inquired. Harry, looking quite aggrieved, explained the passageway to Platform 9 was sealed off. And we couldn't board the train, so we had to come the flying car. Before Hermione could interject, Ron interposed. We should send a message to the professors for assistance. Snape has already informed us. If the passageway malfunctioned, it must be Dobby's doing. Brook surmised. It could indeed be Dobby, trying to save your life. Harry erupted in frustration. What does that house elf want? Brook shrugged. Perhaps he genuinely wishes to help you. House elves cannot defy their master's commands. Should we inform Draco? Ron turned to Brook. Don't look at me. It's up to you two to decide, Brook replied, not wanting Harry and Ron to develop a dependency on him. He had no interest in the antics of the house elf. In the afternoon, Brook and Hermione had just organized the books. With 7 volumes of Gilderoy Lockhart's novels stacked, they effectively blocked his view while he napped. As soon as Brook discreetly placed his belongings, he saw Lockhart enter, draped an arm around a flushed, disheveled Harry. Lockhart ascended the podium, brandishing a copy of Gaddying with Ghouls, and pointed to the photograph of himself, showcasing his signature smile and gleaming teeth. I see you have purchased the complete collection. Splendid. Today, we will have a little quiz. Don't be nervous, it's just to gauge your reading progress. After distributing the quiz papers, he declared, 30 minutes commence. Brook stared at the questions. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? When is his birthday? What is his ideal birthday gift? For the first time, he found himself thinking that there might be a professor even less reliable than Quirrell. This was hardly a quiz. It was clearly a test for devoted fans to join the fan club. Why didn't T. Lockhart just ask everyone to guess the color of his underwear? Brook couldn't even muster the energy to pick up his quill. A twinge of regret washed over him. The effects of the stunning spell were wearing off, and he wondered when that little fellow would finally awaken. Within the system, there has long existed a series of tasks known as Teasing Professor 01. However, Brook, being a dutiful and respectful student, had never engaged with them. Yet, it appears that Lockhart is in for a treat, as this presents a splendid opportunity to fulfill the task. Half an hour later, Lockhart collected the examination papers and began his assessments. TSK. Hardly anyone remembers me. Brook yawned widely. Suddenly, Lockhart raised his voice, scanning the classroom. But Miss Hermione Granger is aware of my secret ambitions, to eradicate evil from the world and promote my hair care products. He flipped Hermione's paper, revealing a satisfied smile. Full marks. Where is Miss Hermione Granger? Brook glanced at Hermione, who shyly raised her hand. Excellent, Lockhart exclaimed, awarding 10 points to Gryffindor. He then turned and retrieved a large cage covered with a cloth from behind the podium and placed it on a desk. Now pay attention. My duty is to teach you how to defend against the most malevolent creatures in the wizarding world. Here, you shall face terrifying challenges. But remember, with me here, you shall not be harmed. I only ask that you remain calm. The entire class held their breath in tense anticipation as Lockhart dramatically unveiled the cover of the cage. Cornish pixies. Seamus could not help but laugh. They're not too dangerous, right? Lockhart shook his head seriously. Don't be so sure. They can be more cunning than devils. The pixies were a vivid shade of blue, standing 8 inches tall, with pointed faces and shrill voices akin to squabbling budgerigars. Let us see how you handle them. Lockhart opened the cage door, and chaos erupted in the classroom. The pixies zoomed out like rockets. 2 seized Neville by the ears, lifting him up, while several others flew out the window, shattering glass everywhere. The remainder wreaked havoc in the classroom, more ferocious than rampaging rhinoceroses. They hurled ink bottles, ripped apart pages of books, tore down pictures from the walls, overturned wastebaskets, and even tossed bags and textbooks out of the broken windows. Within minutes, half the students had taken refuge beneath their desks, while Neville swung precariously from chandelier. Brook maintained his protective shield, rendering the pixies unable to approach. Chapter 84. Brook versus Snape. Quick, gather them up. They're merely pixies. Lockhart rolled up his sleeves and waved his wand, exclaiming, Pescapixie pesternemy. Yet, nothing transpired. One of the pixies snatched Lockhart's wand and flung it out the window. He gasped, diving beneath the desk. Suddenly, Lockhart let out a cry of despair. Leaping up from under the desk, a large bump forming on his head. A small, emerald-green snake was biting his hand. Lockhart flailed his hand wildly, expending great effort to dislodge the snake. Just then, the class bell rang, and the young wizard scrambled desperately to escape the classroom. Caw, caw, caw. Lockhart's face reflected sheer terror as he bolted for the door, slamming it shut behind him. What is going on? Hermione exclaimed, her mind swirling with questions. Brook shrugged his shoulders and feigned innocence, exclaiming, Oh my goodness. With a mere flick of his wand, he suspended the scurrying little sprites in midair. Indeed, it was quite simple. As for the snake that, once it had bitten someone, rendered them capable of only emitting clucking sounds, Brook also employed a levitation charm to grasp it in his hand. This rare specimen had been procured with great difficulty by Hassan from the Far East, and there was but one male and one female. He eagerly anticipated the prospect of them laying eggs. It would certainly satisfy his cravings. When the young wizards returned to their defense against the dark arts class the following day, they were astounded. The ever-charismatic Lockhart, who was supposed to be at the lectern, had vanished, replaced by the brooding figure of Snape. Brook was genuinely taken aback. He had merely intended to embarrass Lockhart. Who could have foreseen that Lockhart would be unable to counteract the venom of the snake? Moreover, it appeared that the other professors had no intention of intervening either. It is worth noting that at this level of toxicity, not only professors but even a senior student should be capable of handling it. However, what puzzled Brook the most was whether Snape possessed the ability to perform the splitting charm. Otherwise, how could it be that the young wizards of different years encountered him simultaneously in potions class and defense against the dark arts? To cast the disarming charm, one must be clear in your intentions and resolute in disarming your opponent, Snape declared from the podium. I do not expect your minds cluttered with weeds to allow you to employ this spell flexibly in battle, but at the very least, aim it at your foe rather than at the empty air. Potter stepped forward to demonstrate. Since discovering that Snape had been secretly safeguarding him, Harry had found it increasingly difficult to harbor animosity towards him, despite still being somewhat annoyed. Yet, as he stood before Snape, the realization that he could openly cast a spell at him sent his heart racing. An exhilarating thrill surged within him, causing his hands to tremble slightly. For the first time, he felt a profound desire to unleash this spell. He was determined to disarm Snape. However, ideals often clash with stark realities. Taking a deep breath, Harry raised his wand at Snape and uttered, "Expelliarmus." Yet, nothing transpired. You are more foolish than a troll. Unable even to pronounce the incantation correctly, Snape's expression darkened ominously. Grasping Harry by the scruff of his neck, he unceremoniously flung him from the podium. Harry's face flushed crimson, not from anger, but from embarrassment. Expelliarmus, Expelliarmus, Expelliarmus. Snape reiterated the incantation slowly and clearly 3 times. As the students stood in the aisle between their desks, they quickly sprang into action. Excitement etched across their faces as they grasped what was about to unfold. At long last, a practical lesson was at hand. They had awaited this day for far too long. Once everyone was in position, Snape waved his wand, causing the desks and chairs to retreat to the sides of the classroom, clearing a vast space. Form pairs and commence training, Snape commanded. The young wizards, filled with excitement, quickly formed their teams. The classroom soon resonated with the rhythmic incantation of Expelliarmus. Naturally, Brook was paired with Hermione, but just as they settled into position, Snape suddenly announced, "Lot, you will work with me. Granger, you will partner with Lavender Brown." Brook was taken aback. What was happening? He cast a puzzled glance at Snape, while Hermione looked at him with concern. "What? Do you require my invitation to step forward?" Snape remarked coldly. Brook shrugged at Hermione and approached the podium, standing opposite Snape. The other young wizards ceased their activities, curiously observing the two at the front. "Any spell will suffice. Let me gauge your abilities," Snape declared. "Professor, I don't believe I have done anything wrong," Brook replied, somewhat bewildered. It was evident that Snape's intent was not merely instructional, but rather an opportunity to reprimand him. Snape's lips curled slightly as he uttered a single word, "Dragon." Brook instantly comprehended. Flitwick had already begun drawing blood. So Hagrid had been supplying Snape with dragon blood on a regular basis since before the term began. It seemed Hagrid might have inadvertently revealed something. "Please, Professor, enlighten me," Brook said, inclining his head slightly towards Snape, casually holding his wand. His demeanor suggested a conversation rather than a duel. Snape observed Brook quietly, awaiting his initial move. Brook commenced with the sandstorm charm, unleashing a whirlwind of sand that enveloped the podium, causing dust to swirl and obscure vision. Following that, he cast the swamp charm, conjuring a muddy mire beneath Snape's feet. Snape's expression sharpened, his demeanor turning serious. He quickly enacted the shield charm, summoning a transparent barrier that shielded him from the onslaught of sand. Subsequently, he employed the counterspell to nullify the swamp charm. A thick plume of white mist erupted from Brook's wand, shrouding the entire podium. In an instant, the young wizards below could only perceive beams of light weaving through the fog. The incantations of Brook and Snape echoed in succession. Finally, a loud thud echoed as Brook was propelled from a mist. Hermione rushed to his side, helping him to his feet. Harry and Ron hurried over, eager to assist. Snape waved his wand, dissipating the fog. His expression remained composed, though the corners of his mouth twitched incessantly. His robes had become tattered, exuding an air of disarray. Brook gradually rose, expressing gratitude. "Thank you for the guidance, Professor." Snape's twitching intensified as he instructed Brook to observe the others practicing their spells, leaving the young wizards in a state of bewilderment, exchanging glances of confusion. Chapter 85. A Day of Longing for Snape. "Brook, how are you? Are you all right?" Hermione inquired, her voice laced with concern. "What could possibly be wrong?" "The professor was merely refining my spell-casting technique," Brook replied with a smile, his tone growing more robust. "The professor is truly formidable. This was merely a test of my capabilities. Otherwise, I would not have withstood even a single spell." The surrounding young wizards appeared momentarily stunned, their expressions reflecting the expected response. Yet, their gazes towards Brook remained imbued with admiration. As Snape exited the classroom and surveyed his surroundings, he leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. What a peculiar little monster Brook was. The simplest levitation and cutting spells had been transformed into a spectacle by him. He had to concede that he had indeed underestimated the situation. However, under the stipulation of not employing dark magic or potions, he had undeniably been bested. Particularly when he recalled that Brook had intentionally thrown himself out to spare his dignity, his face flushed with embarrassment. After a 2-week absence, Lockhart re-emerged in the defense against the dark arts classroom. However, having learned from the previous lesson, he dared not bring any dangerous items into the room. Moreover, the class had devolved into a theatrical performance, with Harry as his principal actor. Under Lockhart's meticulous guidance, Harry had now mastered 100 different methods of demise post-transformation into a werewolf. Yet, his performances lacked sincerity, earning a mere 666 from Brook, for fear that any higher score would inflate Harry's ego. Naturally, Brook would not allow Lockhart to escape unscathed due to the incident with the snake. Creatures such as billywig bugs, nifflers, frog brains, and biting books made their flamboyant appearances in Lockhart's classroom, leaving him in a state of perpetual disarray, desperately dodging calamities to survive until class ended. Brook's pranks were not confined to the second-year classroom, as that would be too conspicuous and easily traced back to their class's deliberate torment of Lockhart. He had ingeniously concealed portals beneath the desks and at the lectern, periodically tossing items through to ensure Lockhart's continuous misfortunes throughout the day. The other professors seemed quite amused by this spectacle, as none offered assistance in addressing the frequent hazards Lockhart faced. The texts were replete with harrowing encounters with dark magical creatures, making handling such trivial nuisances a walk in the park. Thus, day after day, Lockhart's reputation at Hogwarts plummeted. Hermione, who had once idolized him to an almost fanatical degree, gradually began to sense that something was amiss. Simultaneously, Snape's standing among the young wizards saw a notable improvement. After all, for those who had endured a few bouts of dry rations, Lockhart's lessons were deemed less entertaining than a farce. The animosity towards him ran deep among the students. Even the twins had begun plotting, though their scheme was swiftly quashed by Percy before it could blossom. Brook, possessing the capability to make Lockhart vanish entirely, found himself unable to bear the weight of Snape's resentful gaze. It left him feeling as though he might perish under the pressure. He concluded that watching Harry perform in the play while catching up on sleep was far more enjoyable. "Uncle, I beseech you, you must come." Fred clung tightly to Brook's leg, a grip so firm that escape was impossible. "Uncle, I implore you." George gazed at Brook with a pitiful expression. He had been subdued by Brook's hold, rendering him incapable of clinging to Brook's leg like Fred. "Harry is already eligible to compete. Why must you insist on dragging me into this?" Brook lamented, taken aback by the twins' unwavering persistence. He contemplated bestowing upon each of them a curse to dance provocatively in the common room. "No way. What's said if he can't have you? He'll run us into the ground with extra practices," Fred lamented wretchedly. "Wasn't it agreed that I would be a reserve, only participating if Harry is unable to compete?" Brook replied, exasperated. "This is our first training session of the year. You only need to fly a couple of laps, and I assure you, it won't happen again." George promised. Although Brook had only participated in a single Quidditch match, his record of catching the golden snitch in 13 seconds was truly astonishing, even prompting Harry to consider relinquishing his position as the primary seeker. However, Brook declined, reasoning that if he took the field, there would be no need for anyone else to compete. Yet, his mere presence at practice could significantly boost morale, which is why Wood had insisted that the twins seek him out. "Fine, I'll go," Brook ultimately conceded, fearing that further refusals might genuinely hurt the feelings of these two prospective teammates. "Thank you, Uncle," the twins chorused, then joyfully dashed off. "Shall we take a stroll?" Brook turned to Hermione. She closed her book and replied, "Let us go," as Brook and Hermione walked up the grassy slope toward the pitch. The Gryffindor Quidditch team was just emerging from the locker room, preparing for practice. After exchanging enthusiastic greetings with the players, Brook wasted no time. He produced his broom, transformed from a flying pig, and took to the skies. Each time the golden snitch was released, it would be captured by Brook in less than a minute. Observing Brook's remarkable prowess, Wood refrained from pressuring him to continue practicing and instead directed Harry to begin his training. Watching Brook effortlessly seize the snitch each time filled Harry with a mix of admiration and a tinge of rivalry, prompting him to train with exceptional diligence. Draco, they are coming too, Hermione suddenly remarked. 7 Slytherin players clad in green robes entered the pitch, each brandishing a brand new broom. Upon spotting Brook, Draco sprinted over, proudly displaying his pristine Slytherin Quidditch uniform and the Nimbus 2001 he held. So this is the secret you mentioned, Brook realized with sudden clarity. Chapter 86, Avada Kedavra. My father promised me that if I successfully made the team, he would purchase 7 Nimbus 2001s for Slytherin, Draco boasted. Congratulations, Draco. Brook and Hermione offered their congratulations. Draco beamed with delight, reveling in the success of showing off before his friends, which filled him with a profound sense of accomplishment. Are you not now rivals with Harry? Brook jested. Draco lifted his chin, asserting, victory shall undoubtedly be mine. The Slytherin players stood nearby, observing Draco with a variety of expressions. Notably, Captain Flint's eyes brimmed with dissatisfaction. Upon noticing the arrival of the Slytherin team, Wood immediately charged forward with his own team. As the two sides met, a fierce argument erupted. Wood, alongside his team, engaged in a heated exchange with Flint. Before he could finish his sentence, the twins lunged forward. The Slytherin players hurriedly intervened, and in an instant, a brawl ensued. At that moment, a tremendous explosion resonated through the air. Ron's wand emitted a green light that struck him in the abdomen, causing him to collapse to the ground. Ron, are you all right? Harry rushed to Ron's side. The Slytherin players erupted in mocking laughter. Brook cast a spell to halt Ron's suffering. Although it did not entirely negate the curse's effects, it provided Ron with considerable relief. Brook slowly approached Flint, his expression colder than ever. Is it amusing? He inquired. What? Do you wish to assert your dominance? Flint cast a disdainful glance at Brook, his eyes filled with contempt. He was exceedingly displeased with Brook, as it was an affront to the pure blood legacy for Draco, a noble scion, to associate closely with a mudblood. However, he dared not confront Draco directly, so he directed his ire towards Brook. He intended to demonstrate to Draco that someone like Brook was only fit to be trampled underfoot. I do not particularly enjoy bullying others, Brook stated calmly. Yet some individuals are simply oblivious. Flint scoffed, and you think you can stand against me? With a casual flick of his wrist, Brook unleashed a powerful force that compelled all Slytherin players, save Flint, to stagger backward, their faces etched with astonishment. I, Brook Lott, challenge Marcus Flint to a wizard duel, with witnesses, Harry Potter and Fred Weasley. Brook enumerated the names of everyone present, deliberately omitting Hermione S. This declaration left all the young wizards from pure blood families in a state of shock. He must be seeking a professor, Flint mused. You dare. A flicker of surprise crossed Flint's face. Though he regarded a second-year wizard with disdain, Brook's audacity astonished him. Very well, according to the protocol. We must bow to one another. Brook inclined slightly, while Flint remained motionless, a smirk playing on his lips. With a gentle, downward motion of his hand, Brook exerted pressure, causing Flint to feel as though a great weight bore down upon him, compelling him to bend at the waist. It was at that moment Flint truly understood fear. Excellent. Let the duel commence. No sooner had Brook spoken than Flint launched an attack. Petri Ficus Totalis. With a deft flick of his wand, Brook effortlessly deflected the incoming spell. This technique he learned during his duel with Snape. Although it is of little practical use, it looks impressive when dealing with novices. Flint circled around Brook, incessantly casting various spells. Fiery Inferno, Rapid Confinement, Shatter to Dust. Each spell erupted in a riot of colors around Brook, akin to a dazzling display of fireworks. Brook remained utterly still, effortlessly deflecting Flint's spells with a flick of his wand. Is this the level of a pure blood? Brook's voice dripped with scorn. Flint flushed with anger. With a fierce shout, he unleashed Oolong Strike. As the incantation left his lips, a 2-meter-long black flower snake shot forth from his wand, flicking its tongue, and lunged at Brook. In response, an orb of orange flames encased in blue burst forth from the tip of Brook's wand. The flames swiftly spread through the air, engulfing the oncoming black flower snake. In an instant, the snake was reduced to nothing but ash. Is that it? Brook's mockery reached its zenith. Flint, incensed by Brook's derision, lost all rationality and cried out recklessly, Avada Kedavra! A beam of green light shot forth from his wand. This was precisely what Brook had been waiting for. Just as the green light was about to strike him, a space portal suddenly appeared before him, with another portal materializing behind Flint. The green light traversed the portal and struck Flint directly. Flint barely had time to scream before blood poured from his orifices, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Stop! A shadow descended from the sky. It was the arriving Snape. He knelt beside Flint, brandishing his wand, murmuring incantations as he assessed Flint's condition. His expression grew increasingly grim as he produced a vial of potion and administered it to Flint. Fortunately, Flint had not mastered the killing curse, and his life was temporarily spared. Snape glared at Brook in fury. "Brook, you have gone too far." Brook retorted, "Am I to blame? Professor, you must have seen it. I did not attack him, and all present can attest to that. You could have used the portal." Snape's words were cut short by Brook's interruption. "Professor, he cast the killing curse at me. Should I have shown mercy?" Snape found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Moreover, in the presence of witnesses, dueling wizards, Brook articulated firmly, life and death are not to be debated. Meanwhile, a throng of young wizards and professors surged from the castle. The Gryffindors and Slytherins instinctively took their places behind their respective Quidditch players. The Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws gathered nearby, observing intently. One Hufflepuff even produced a bag of roasted pumpkin seeds, sharing them with those around, savoring the spectacle. They had indeed learned this from Brook. Enjoying a show with a snack was simply splendid. Flint is a pure blood. Slytherin will not let this slide. Snape sighed, a flicker of concern in his eyes. "You have embroiled yourself in monumental trouble." "Pure blood, honor," Brook disdainfully remarked. "A group who have forgotten their ancestors is hardly worthy of being called Slytherin." Chapter 87. The True Meaning of Mudblood. The Slytherin snakes present were instantly enraged, drawing their wands in unison to aim at Brook. Draco, standing amidst the ranks of Slytherin, gazed at Brook with a conflicted expression, yet he refrained from drawing his wand. Brook noticed this and felt a sense of satisfaction towards Draco. In the face of righteousness, friendship holds little weight. Observing the scene, the Gryffindors also brandished their wands towards the Slytherins. Hermione, in particular, stood resolutely beside Brook, wand raised. Brook, however, blocked her. At that moment, Hermione was certainly not one to be easily dissuaded, so he had to guard against any unforeseen incidents. Dumbledore's expression shifted subtly as he drew his wand, ready to intervene if necessary. Professors McGonagall and Sprout hurried to Brook's side, shielding him. McGonagall urged, "Brook, cease your words. Leave this to us." Her foremost concern was the escalation of tensions. The law does not penalize the multitude. If Snape remained silent, and the Slytherins truly sought to act, she feared losing control of the situation. The corners of Brook's mouth curled upward slightly. He gently patted McGonagall and Sprout on their shoulders, then leisurely stepped out from between them. McGonagall was about to speak again, but Sprout shook her head in response. Reluctantly, she gripped her wand tightly in silence. Of all the professors, none understood Brook better than Professor Sprout. In many ways, Brook's character mirrored her own. Sprout had spent a lifetime as a congenial person, kind-hearted. Yet that did not imply she was without temper. After all, even a cornered rabbit may bite. She had once dared to cast a spell at Dumbledore over issues concerning Hogwarts dining. However, unlike Sprout, once Brook made a decision, he would not easily waver. He utterly disregarded the multitude of wands pointed at him. Calmly, he articulated, "The most derogatory term for a wizard of Muggle descent is mudblood." His gaze swept over the agitated Slytherins, and he found it utterly ludicrous. A millennium ago, mudblood was a term used to describe wizards who were slaughtered by Muggles, trapped in the mire, an ironic self-deprecation of your ancestors. At that time, Salazar Slytherin sought to rescue the persecuted wizards, employing violence to counter violence, instilling fear in Muggles, ultimately saving the wizarding community. Mudblood is the highest form of praise for Salazar Slytherin, who was mired in mud to save wizards. Yet you claim to be of noble pure blood, transforming your ancestors' honor into a term of insult. Is this your notion of nobility? Thus, I assert that you are ungrateful to your forebears. Am I mistaken? Brook's words immediately incited a stir among the Slytherins. Nonsense. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Voices of rebuttal rose in a cacophony. If I speak falsely, why not verify the truth? Calmly, Brook responded, or is it that your family has lost even the tomes documenting history from millennium ago? Does a lineage that has endured for 1,000 years confer nobility? After all, I am a descendant of the Yin and Huang. The history of the great Xia stretches back over 13 millennia, and it is a legacy without bounds. Indeed, the words of our ancestors ring true. Within the 4 seas, all are barbarians. The people of Great Xia possess an inherent confidence, holding an equal disdain for all others. In that moment, the little serpents found themselves enveloped in confusion. Many of them unconsciously let their wands droop. They were reluctant to accept Brook's assertions, yet they were not foolish. If this were a fabrication, exposing it would be as effortless as bursting a bubble. Yet Brook spoke with such unwavering conviction that the likelihood of his words containing truth was evidently greater. After all, in the realm of magic, anyone bold enough to openly weave such a falsehood would undoubtedly face the wrath of pureblood families. Not even Dumbledore could intervene. Given the fervor of the crowd, he could not speak. Even if he could suppress the turmoil, Brook's future in the magical world would be fraught with peril. At this moment, however, he felt compelled to intervene. He feared that Brook might utter yet another earth-shattering revelation that could shatter the resolve of the little serpents. One by one, they silently stowed their wands. Some dejectedly made their way toward the castle, while others hastily raced to the Olary, evidently eager to send letters home to ascertain the truth. The professors began to usher the crowd away. Although the other students were left wanting for more, they had no choice but to disperse. Nonetheless, they instinctively encircled Wood and a few other Quidditch players, eager to glean the full story and continue their gossip. It was only then that the professors remembered Flint, still sprawled on the ground. Snape levitated him and transported him to the infirmary. Dumbledore cast a long, contemplative glance at Brook before following suit. Rest assured, Brook, I will handle the rest, Professor McGonagall assured him. Professor Sprout remained silent, merely placing a reassuring hand on Brook's shoulder. Worry not, Professor. This minor issue is within my capabilities, Brook replied with a smile. Feel free to reach out to me. With my connections as head of Hufflepuff, I can certainly ensure your safety, Sprout said earnestly. Regardless of the veracity of Brook's explanation regarding the Mudbloods, it was certain that retribution would be sought against him by someone among the 28 sacred families, especially considering Flint's uncertain fate. Although Brook had engaged in battle under the auspices of a wizard duel, the Flint family would undoubtedly seek ways to trouble him, even if they could not eliminate him. Thank you, Professor Sprout. Thank you, Professor McGonagall. Brook expressed his gratitude. From the moment he struck, he had contemplated all potential consequences that might ensue. But did he care? Even disregarding the ancient adage of 2 peaches leading to the demise of 3 warriors, the strategies of the Great Xia rendered these petty matters trivial. The professors departed, leaving only Brook, Hermione, Harry, and Ron in attendance. Ron's condition has significantly improved, although he still occasionally expels a bit of mucus. Nonetheless, it consists of only a few minor instances, and he is likely to recover swiftly. Brook approached and gently patted Ron on the shoulder, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Ron. Ron's face flushed crimson. He not only failed to assist, but inadvertently caused Brook considerable trouble. The weight of that simple thank you was profoundly disheartening to him. Although the Flint family lacks overall strength, they are allied with many other families, which could spell significant trouble for you. Among purebloods, conflicts among the younger generation are typically resolved among themselves, with the elders seldom intervening. However, as Brook hails from a Muggle background, the Flint family is certain to retaliate. It's a trifling matter. I do not let them trouble me, Brook replied with a gentle smile. Chapter 88. The Calm Before the Storm. Ron indeed harbored numerous shortcomings, perhaps closely linked to his familial environment. His brothers were all exceptionally talented. Take the least accomplished of the twins, for instance. Though they often indulged in mischief and chaos, they still effortlessly achieved 7.0s in last year's examinations. In such a familial atmosphere, even when Ron performed admirably, the Weasley parents had grown accustomed to his achievements. He lacked for parental affection, yet that long-desired praise remained tantalizingly out of reach. Moreover, Ginny's birth dealt a devastating blow to Ron's standing within the family. As the youngest brother, he should have been the center of affection, yet all the adoration was lavished upon the family's only and youngest daughter. Nevertheless, Ron inherited the Weasley family's steadfast loyalty. Just moments ago, he was the first to draw his wand and cast a curse at Flint. In truth, he was taking a considerable risk, having already received warnings from home due to the flying car incident. If his curse were to strike Flint, who could predict weather misses? Weasley would storm the school in outrage. Brook took note of this, and it was precisely why he chose to take action. He had now recognized Ron as his ally. Anyone who dared to harm his brother would face dire consequences. Harry and Ron decided to visit Hagrid. Firstly, they wished to wait until Ron's health was fully restored. And secondly, they longed to see Fleur, having missed her throughout the summer. Brook anticipated that Dumbledore would seek him out shortly. Brook, will you truly be all right? Hermione's face was pale, her eyes filled with concern. Actually, my surname is Burstead. Brook refrained from disclosing his plans. as Hermione would be unable to comprehend certain matters at present. However, revealing his surname would provide her with some reassurance. Burstead? Millicent Burstead? Hermione inquired, puzzled. Really? That's wonderful. Her eyes sparkled with delight. However, officially, I am not yet recognized as a member of the Burstead family, so even if they wish to assist, it will be rather discreet. I anticipate facing some repercussions, but it is not a significant concern. Brook, please do not act so impulsively next time. If you truly wish to teach Flynn a lesson, we could discreetly arrange an opportunity to ensnare him in a sack, Hermione stated with utmost seriousness. Brook's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Hermione. Ensnare him in a sack? Is that something that could possibly escape Hermione's lips? Hermione's cheeks flushed slightly under Brook's intense scrutiny. She huffed softly. Do not think I am unaware of your clandestine act of ensnaring John. Oh, so you caught wind of that? John had just bullied me, and the following day, he arrived at school with a bruised visage, claiming he had been ensnared in a sack. I am not foolish. Hermione's face grew increasingly crimson. Very well. We shall ensnare him in a sack next time. Brook replied with a chuckle. However, the unfolding events diverged greatly from Brook's expectations. Dumbledore did not summon him. Hogwarts remained eerily tranquil, as if the duel incident had never transpired. Although Flint had narrowly escaped death, the effects of the killing curse on his soul were profound. He now lay in a state of unconsciousness, having been transferred to St. Mungo's for treatment. If he were to awaken within 3 to 5 years, it would be considered fortunate. The only noticeable change was that the younger serpents would often divert around Brook with a mix of shame and indignation. Surely, their elders had perused the family records. Despite some entries being rather vague, corroborating evidence confirmed Brook's assertions. Furthermore, the origins of the misinterpretation surrounding the term mudblood had been uncovered. From that moment on, mudblood inexplicably became a derogatory term for wizards of Muggle descent. Some history enthusiasts among them had already discerned this issue, yet none dared to voice it. After all, referring to one's ancestors as mudblood is hardly flattering. Thus, they chose to perpetuate the error, opting for silence. Little did they expect Brook to expose the truth, bringing disgrace upon their pure-blood families. In any case, what was meant to occur eventually came to pass. One day, after potions class concluded, Draco detached himself from the Slytherin group, covertly signaling Brook before entering an empty classroom. Brook, understanding the cue, waited until the surrounding students had departed before following suit. Brook, you are in significant trouble, Draco said urgently. Isn't this expected? What news have you received? Brook replied with calm composure. The Flint family has allied with 6 or 7 pure-blood families to pressure the Ministry of Magic, demanding an investigation into your duel and your subsequent imprisonment, Draco anxiously declared. Brook responded, Oh, is that all? Flint's method of retaliation was indeed beyond his expectations, rather unimpressive. He could not fathom the notion of mere imprisonment. How many days could they possibly confine him? Well-versed in legal matters, Brook was acutely aware that while they could detain him under the guise of an investigation, convicting him was an impossibility. He had initially anticipated that the Flint family might resort to assassination, poisoning, or curses. If they were particularly ruthless, they could eliminate Marcus Flint or even a young wizard at Hogwarts and frame him for the deed. Perhaps he might indeed encounter some trouble, as it is evident that Brook has overestimated them to such an extent that his contingency plans have become largely unnecessary. What? Draco appeared somewhat bewildered. Is this not serious enough? Merely detention. They do not dare to take action against me at the Ministry of Magic. If they were to act, Hogwarts would be far more convenient. Brook remarked dismissively. Is it merely a matter of daring to act? Draco felt that Brook was remarkably carefree. Flint suggested that my father take the lead, but he declined to participate. However, he did caution me to refrain from engaging with you for the time being. I am already grateful that you have shared this with me. I do not regret having you as a friend, Brook said sincerely. Draco's face flushed slightly as he bashfully replied, Regrettably, I am of little help. Brook patted Draco's shoulder in understanding. Shortly after Draco issued his warning, Brook received a note from Dumbledore, inviting him to visit the headmaster's office. Chapter 89. It is your choice, headmaster. Brook navigated his way to the headmaster's office on the 8th floor with ease. Good afternoon, headmaster. Please have a seat. Would you care for something to drink? Dumbledore spoke wearily. Thank you, headmaster, but I shall pass, Brook replied directly. Dumbledore's deep, cerulean eyes fixed intently on Brook. May I inquire why? Why what? Brook was momentarily distracted, engaging in a silent exchange with Fawkes. You have always preferred to remain hidden. Why this sudden boldness? Brook beckoned to Fawkes, who hesitated briefly before ultimately alighting in his embrace. He cradled Fawkes warmly, gently stroking its feathers. Fox narrowed its eyes, resting its head against Brook's chest. A flicker of intrigue passed through Dumbledore's gaze, yet he remained silent. Tell me, Headmaster, how do you perceive my character? Brook countered. I must admit, you have a keen eye for people. Brook responded with a hint of interest. Can you now disclose your reasoning? Care to take a guess? You are aware of your spatial door, which I cannot constrain, thus granting you the ability to escape my grasp. Brook scoffed lightly. Headmaster, you remain as formidable as ever. Dumbledore fell into contemplation, recalling what Philida had once said regarding his approach to dealing with children. Brook spoke slowly. I have long played the part of a beast of burden. Magic and longevity are not my pursuits. I simply wish to indulge in the hedonistic pleasures of this life. You insist on drawing me into the magical world. Dumbledore did not grasp the meaning of beast of burden, yet instinctively sensed it implied exhaustion. Brook continued, which is acceptable. I am quite curious about the culinary offerings of the magical realm, and it would be delightful to have the opportunity to experience them. Thus, I wish to join Hufflepuff, to revel in food and drink during my 7 years at Hogwarts. For a true gourmand, cuisine is of paramount importance. As for the trivial matters between Harry and Voldemort, I have no desire to involve myself. Moreover, do not underestimate muggles. They can be pushed to their limits. With a grand flourish, the heavens and earth seem to intertwine. It is you who have sorted me into Gryffindor. In this matter, I find myself somewhat at a loss, Dumbledore reflected. Though I partake in feasts and have forged friendships with Harry and his companions, I, Brook, am no mere puppet. I have long grown weary of being maneuvered by others. Thus, what will the future hold for the magical realm? Brook's emotions surged. After all, you made the choice, Headmaster. I merely perceive that your rapport with Miss Granger is rather commendable, Dumbledore explained somewhat helplessly. So, do you intend to ensnare me with her? Brook chuckled, genuinely astonished by the naivety of Dumbledore's reasoning. Love, after all, is the greatest force in this world, Dumbledore asserted with gravity. Brook shook his head. Is love truly great? Indeed, yet it can also drive one to madness. Recall the tale of King Yu of Zhou, who, in his desire to amuse Bao Si, lit the beacons. The lords, believing the capital to be under siege, hurried to its aid, only to discover the jest. When a nomadic Rome truly attacked the western Zhou, King Yu ignited the beacons once more. The lords, suspecting yet another ruse, failed to respond, leading to the downfall of the western Zhou. The stories of madness for love are countless throughout the annals of history, including the infamous fat cat incident from before my time. At this moment, Brook felt a sudden wave of ennui wash over him. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the headmaster's office. They're likely here for you, Dumbledore stated quickly. Brook, I implore you, do not act impulsively. I shall resolve this matter swiftly and ensure you are not wronged. No sooner had he spoken than the door to the office swung open, revealing a stout, middle-aged man clad in a dark green top hat, a pinstriped suit, a crimson tie, and a flowing black cloak. Good afternoon, Albus, Fudge greeted, anxiety etched upon his face. Connolly, what brings you here so unexpectedly? Dumbledore inquired. You know why we must come. Brook must be subjected to an investigation. Brook, allow me to introduce you to Connolly Fudge from the Ministry of Magic, Dumbledore continued. Greetings, Minister, Brook replied warmly. Fudge turned his gaze towards Brook, who was cradling a phoenix. You're a lot, then? Child, roughhousing among young wizards is customary at school. But Flint's current predicament is dire. Thus you must cooperate with the inquiry. What kind of investigation must I endure? Brook asked, curiosity piqued. Fudge, though reluctant, pressed on, as the situation was already abundantly clear, yet still requiring formalities. We shall discuss that further at the ministry. Connolly, I must know where you intend to detain Brook. Dumbledore demanded with solemnity. Given that this matter involves an unforgivable curse, Lot must be incarcerated in Azkaban pending the results of the investigation. Fudge replied nervously. Brook had not initially planned to cooperate, but upon hearing that a brief stay in Azkaban was in store, he considered that compliance might not be so bad after all. I have repeatedly emphasized that it was Flint who cast the killing curse, and his wand can attest to that. Dumbledore's tone was tinged with a hint of anger. Some suggested that a spell used by Lot was reminiscent of the fiend fire. Fudge attempted to explain, asking when speculation had become admissible evidence. Furthermore, employing fiend fire was not illegal. Albus, Fudge spoke with resignation. Suddenly, Brook interjected, as a law-abiding citizen, it is my duty to cooperate with the Ministry of Magic's investigation. Dumbledore turned to Brook, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. After all, with the evidence currently at hand, there was little he could do against Brook. Not to mention, under Dumbledore's presence, attempting to take someone away was utterly fanciful. However, to his surprise, Brook acquiesced. His fondness for Brook increased significantly. Rest assured, Lot, the ministry will expedite their investigation results. Brook, I shall convene a Wisengamot meeting post-haste. All you need to do is remain patient for a few days. Dumbledore's voice bore a tinge of supplication. Brook smiled gently. I have faith that the ministry will deliver a fair outcome. Dumbledore, reputation is a fine thing. It can also be a shackle that binds one. But this shackle is not one I bear. Chapter 90, Arrival at Azkaban. A tall, imposing young man clad in aura robes approached Brook directly. Lot, surrender your wand. Brook's wand will be in my possession, to be taken directly to the Wisengamot meeting, Connolly stated. Dumbledore interjected. Fudge's eyes flickered with a hint of discontent. Yet he maintained a smile. Of course, no problem. He then turned to Brook, his tone softening. Child, these are merely procedures. Certainly, Minister. Brook replied as he handed his wand to Fudge, not Dumbledore. Fudge accepted the wand, hesitated for a moment, then placed it on the desk. Dumbledore did not mention that Brook possessed another wand. The Auror, seeing Brook had relinquished his wand, produced a pair of magical handcuffs, preparing to place them on Brook's wrists. Wait, John Delirious, no need for the handcuffs. Fudge, pleased with Brook's understanding, intervened. Child, come with us. Brook, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, Minister, may I leave a note for my friends? I do not wish for them to worry. Fudge was about to decline when a piece of parchment and a quill flew to Brook. He changed his mind. Go ahead, child, but be aware our time is limited. Thank you, Minister. Brook elegantly inscribed 2 lines on the parchment. Fudge only needed a glance to discern its contents. Brook placed the completed parchment on the desk. I appreciate your assistance, Headmaster. Brook, 5 days, at most 5 days. I promise I will have you out of Azkaban, so please bear with me, Dumbledore implored. His eyes filled with concern. Dumbledore breathed a sigh of relief. His greatest fear was that Brook would blow Azkaban to smithereens. If Brook were to grasp Dumbledore's thoughts, he would undoubtedly scoff. How could a prison, of all places, be bombed? Such a locale is a veritable hub of talent. The conversations there must be quite delightful. Subsequently, Brook followed Fudge and the Aurors to the Ministry of Magic. This marked his inaugural encounter with apparition, which felt akin to being thrust into a rubber tube, spinning and whirling about. He felt slightly dizzy, a buzzing resonated in his ears, and his stomach churned uncomfortably, inducing a sense of nausea. Fudge patted Brook on the back. My dear boy, the initial experience of apparition can indeed be rather unpleasant. However, with time, it will become easier. Brook composed himself, thinking to himself that he did not wish to endure such an experience again. That won't do. You must undergo this process again in the future, especially since you will be studying. You will have to go to Azkaban? He inquired. Is there no gentler method? My child, first we shall tour the ministry. Then I will assist you with your registration. Fudge deftly shifted the topic. At that moment, Brook realized he was standing in the resplendent atrium of the Ministry of Magic. The azure ceiling was adorned with golden sigils that danced and shifted incessantly. The floors and walls were crafted from dark wood, embellished with numerous gilded fireplaces. Every few seconds, wizards emerged from the left side fireplaces, while others queued patiently to depart from the right. In the center of the atrium stood a magnificent fountain, with a collection of pure gold statues rising from the central pool. 2 standing wizards, 1 male and 1 female, were flanked by centaurs, fairies, and house elves who gazed up in reverent admiration at the duo. Suddenly, Brook remarked, Minister, this statue bears a flaw. Fudge's face registered bemusement upon hearing this. The statue had stood for over 3 centuries, and Brook was the first to point out its imperfection. However, considering Brook's Muggle heritage, a trace of disdain flickered across Fudge's features, though he suppressed it, smiling as he asked, What is your opinion, my boy? I believe the pedestal should be replaced with one made of dragon or giant. Brook stated earnestly. Fudge's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Before he could respond, Brook continued, Coincidentally, I have a considerable amount of gold at home, which I could donate to the ministry for the creation of a golden base. Are you serious? Fudge asked incredulously. Of course, I would never dream of deceiving you regarding such matters, Minister. Splendid. This is wonderful. Fudge expressed his delight. Though it may seem merely a golden base, it would permanently reside in the atrium of the ministry. While Brook may be the donor, it represented a tangible achievement for Fudge as minister. I believe the case regarding your duel with Flint is now quite clear. There is no need for you to go to Azkaban. I will confer with Bones about this. It would be best for you to remain at the ministry. Brook shook his head. Isn't it just a few days in Azkaban? I would rather not cause you any trouble. You cannot avoid Azkaban now, can you? Otherwise, this endeavor would be in vain. As for the donation of gold, it was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. It is said that a portion of the funds destined for the Ministry of Magic will undoubtedly find its way into Fudge's pockets. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore had evidently gained the upper hand over Fudge. However, as the Minister of Magic, Fudge could not tolerate the presence of a figure wielding such authority above him. If utilized wisely, he might serve as a valuable pawn. Fudge's face was almost blooming with delight as he clapped Brook on the shoulder, urging him to join the ministry after graduation. Brook smiled slightly, thanking the minister. They then proceeded directly to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Director Amelia Bones was a tall woman with a piercing gaze. Although Brook's visit to the department was brief, Bones left an indelible impression on him. How should one describe her? She was exceedingly principled. Before Brook, she openly discussed Flint's collusion with 6 pureblood families to exert pressure on the ministry, repeatedly mentioning a certain Joseph Flint, who was likely the mastermind behind the troubles Brook was facing. She candidly remarked that such a clear-cut case should not require extensive review, deeming it a gross waste of resources. Fudge, who listened nearby, appeared visibly embarrassed, his complexion fluctuating between red and white. Ultimately, Brook was transported to the waters near Azkaban by Delirious via apparition. Although he was mentally prepared for the experience, the discomfort remained overwhelming. Before him lay a tumultuous sea, waves crashing against the shore. They approached the island by boat, where 2 stationed Aurors awaited them on the beach, their expressions tense. Each bore a peculiar white rabbit resembling a ghost and a dachshund upon their shoulders. Without disembarking, Delirious handed Brook over to them and, as if fleeing for his life, hastily propelled the boat away. Chapter 91. The Tightening Noose. Brook marveled at the imposing, foreboding castle before him. Its walls were overgrown with seaweed and moss, and numerous cloaked figures, towering approximately 4 meters high, floated ominously above. These must be the dreaded Dementors. Their entrance into the prison proceeded smoothly, with no Dementors descending to obstruct them. The corridors within the castle were exceedingly narrow, the torches on the walls casting a faint glow. The cells were dark and damp, exuding a musty and foul odor. The steep, rickety staircase creaked with every step taken. "Rot, this is your room," announced the Auror bearing the rabbit, stopping before a cell. Brook glanced inside. The environment was surprisingly decent. Although devoid of windows and somewhat dim, the floor and bed were clean, in stark contrast to the other cells he had passed. Another Auror, who carried the dachshund, retrieved bedding and several cans from a small bag. These provisions were specifically arranged by Minister Fudge, he stated. "Many thanks to Minister Fudge and to both of you," Brook replied, feigning the retrieval of a small pouch from his pocket, which he handed to the Auror with the dachshund. "Your efforts in guarding this place are greatly appreciated." The eyes of the dachshund gleamed as it swiftly tucked away the small bag, leaving the dachshund behind. "It could remain for 3 more hours, and I hope you can adapt quickly." Brook waved to the dachshund, which stood there, utterly unresponsive and appearing rather foolish. Ignoring it, Brook prepared for a lottery draw. With the completion of the task, arriving at Azkaban, he was now eligible for 10 consecutive draws. His other completed tasks included Most Popular Shop, learn the 3 unforgivable curses, ride a dragon, earn 120, 200 for the Academy from Professor McGonagall, and the Tease the Professor 100 series, granting him 5 opportunities for the lottery. There was a reason for his decision to draw at this moment. Brook compared the rewards provided by the system with his current needs. The system offered him items that were fundamentally essential at this juncture. Due to the risk of mental intrusion, the system granted him the brain sealing technique. To better preserve food, he received the map of rivers and mountains. In pursuit of the Philosopher's Stone, he was bestowed with the transformation technique. Thus, he believed that the rewards from the system this time would profoundly influence his subsequent actions. Brook entered the ring space to bathe and change. Emperor Jade, Supreme Old Lord, Buddha, Tathagata, True Man of Tai, the Fighting Saint Buddha, Prince Neza, and the manifestation of Erlang Shun, Marshal Tianpeng, bless me. He earnestly bowed in 8 different directions with utmost reverence. This time, he deliberately included Marshal Tianpeng, as he seemed to have made an error previously. Yang Jian also possessed the 72 transformations of the earthly fiends. He felt it was fitting to express gratitude to the selfless Zhu Beiji, should the flying pig be a gift from the true man of Tai. It would be quite embarrassing if the 3 rebellious figures of the heavenly court gave nothing at all. After completing his prayers, he dramatically waved his hand. The system lottery commenced with 10 consecutive draws. Grant me the golden legend. The systems will begin to spin rapidly. Thank you for your patronage 3. Congratulations, host, for winning the grand prize, Soul Transference Technique. This allows the absorption or exchange of a living being's soul. Thank you for your patronage 3. Congratulations, host, for winning the grand prize, Tightening Band. This band, when worn on the head, embeds itself in the 3 souls and 7 spirits, having an equal effect on soul division or avatars. It also includes a tightening incantation, which, when murmured, causes severe headaches and a splitting sensation in the forehead. Congratulations, host, for winning the second prize, Serpent Tongue. This enables communication with serpents. Thank you for your patronage. Brook stared at the tightening band that appeared in his hand, momentarily stunned. The Monkey King had finally dropped a piece of equipment. The tightening band was indeed what he required, and coupled with the soul transference technique, it could seamlessly fill the crucial gap in his plans, even enhancing the overall scheme. Initially, he had intended to subdue the inmates upon entering Azkaban, hoping to have them create chaos outside. However, it now seemed that someone else would be more suitable for that task. Nevertheless, since he was already there, it was still worth a spin. After all, talent has often emerged from prisons throughout history. Perhaps he might discover a few useful individuals. Thus, Brook disregarded the dazed dachshund and transformed into the likeness of the young Leonardo from his past life, seamlessly passing through the prison bars and emerging into the corridor. Azkaban spanned 6 levels, with the most heinous criminals confined to the uppermost floors. For instance, the Death Eaters were imprisoned on the 6th tier. He felt no urgency. 4 or 5 days remained, ample time for him to leisurely traverse each level. However, upon stepping beyond the luminous radius of the dachshund, a Dementor surged towards him. Cloaked in tattered robes, its hands were gnarled and decayed, its eye sockets hollow, and its mouth merely an amorphous void. Even Brook, who had long forgotten the sensation of cold, felt a shiver run through him. In response, he unleashed a bolt of lightning from the moonlight wand towards the Dementor. Instantly, a wisp of dark vapor emanated from the creature, its form seeming to diminish slightly. It emitted a ghastly clucking sound as it was propelled backward by the electric strike. Increasing numbers of Dementors encircled Brook, yet he continued to unleash lightning, sending each one flying. The Dementors began to regard moonlight with trepidation, daring only to hover at a distance, too fearful to approach. Brook had intended to utilize the spatial portal, exiling any Dementors that drew near. Where they ended up was of no concern to him. However, he had not anticipated that the lightning from moonlight would prove effective against the Dementors, and it appeared to inflict considerable damage. Truly a creation of the Great Xia. This was no mere wand. It was a genuine magical artifact. While a wand merely guides and amplifies magical energy to a certain extent, moonlight could not only channel and enhance magic, but also store the 5 thunder of the sun, autonomously activating when needed. It was akin to the magical tools and treasures of the Great Xia, where only those with genuine skill were worthy of a name. In stark contrast, the so-called magical implements of the West paled in comparison. Given moonlight's efficacy against the Dementors, the situation grew increasingly intriguing. Brook pointed at one of the Dementors, declaring, "You should understand my words. Fetch a leader with whom I can converse. I have matters to discuss." Yet, the Dementor merely drifted in the distance, showing no inclination to seek out a superior. Moonlight, deliver a decisive blow, Brook commanded. Moonlight trembled slightly in acknowledgement, and then unleashed a bolt of lightning thicker than an infant's arm, which immediately struck the Dementor. The creature let out a chilling cry, disintegrating into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing without a trace. The remaining Dementors, witnessing this spectacle, were filled with terror and scattered in all directions. Brook surveyed the now desolate corridor and sighed. Well, I may have overexerted myself. Chapter 92, Subduing the Dementors. Brook gently caressed Moonlight, praising, "You did splendidly." Moonlight quivered with joy. With plenty of time ahead, he resolved to dispatch a few more Dementors for sport, confident that eventually one would be amenable to a proper conversation. However, Brook had scarcely taken a few steps when a colossal Dementor, immense in stature, emerged through the corridor floor like a spectral apparition, towering over 6 meters. Its gargantuan head nearly grazed the ceiling, forcing it to stoop. The outline of its features was faintly discernible. Brook toyed with the moonlight in his hand and mused, "Ah, so you are the leader of the Dementors. Can you converse in human tongue?" The enormous Dementor continued to emit a series of guttural clucks. Yet, as the sounds reverberated in Brook's mind, they were seamlessly translated into comprehensible words. "Who are you? How can you bring about our demise?" Brook shrugged nonchalantly. "Is it truly so difficult to eliminate you?" The great Dementor faltered. "Look at that. Is this truly human speech?" For over 5 centuries since the Dementor's emergence, aside from natural death or starvation, they had encountered scarcely any other means of demise. This had long been an accepted truth within the wizarding community. Even fiendfire could not harm them. How could it be so hard to kill a Dementor? I assure you, during your time at Azkaban, no Dementor shall dare approach you. Brook scoffed, as if there are Dementors bold enough to come near as it is. What do you desire? Now, that's the spirit. This is the attitude befitting a negotiation. What is your name? The colossal Dementor hesitated for a moment before finally uttering a name, Extus. Brook scratched his chin, feeling that he had heard that name before, but dismissed it as inconsequential. Extus, compel the Dementors to submit to me. Impossible. The Dementors will never yield. Extus roared in fury. Unless, of course, you provide for us. Brook casually cleared his ears and replied, I prefer a win-win scenario. Can you truly sustain yourselves in this meager place? Follow me, and I assure you a life of abundance. Extus remained obstinate. No. The Ministry of Magic would never allow it. Brook felt he lacked the commanding presence typical of a protagonist. There was no overwhelming aura to compel allegiance. Since reasonable discourse had proven fruitless, it was time for Extus to comprehend the requisite attitude toward him. But I can end your existence right now, can't I? Are you threatening me? Congratulations, you are correct. The moonlight in Brook's hand began to crackle with tendrils of lightning. The Ministry will protect us. Do you truly believe that? The task of guarding a prison could just as easily be assigned to an Auror. But if eliminating you means ridding the wizarding world of a significant peril, how do you suppose the Ministry would choose? We could also hide, Extus struggled to assert. So you choose to starve? Or do you believe the wizarding world would permit roaming Dementors to exist? Extus fell silent. Brook softened his tone. My lifespan is merely over 200 years. Even if you were to submit, it would only be for that long. Isn't it worth seizing a chance at survival? We can submit, but you must not kill us indiscriminately, Extus conceded. Now that is more like it. Good. What does negotiation entail? It is only viable under the premise of being able to annihilate the opponent. Mutual tugging is not negotiation. It is mere nonsense. Excitus was a decisive figure. Once an agreement was reached, he ceased any further discourse. An ancient parchment, crafted from sheepskin, emerged from within him. He bestowed a kiss upon the parchment, which then radiated a dark luminescence. Subsequently, he released it, allowing the parchment to drift into Brook's hands. You need only inscribe your name for the contract to take effect. Brook scrutinized the contents carefully. The contract was succinct, encapsulating several key points. Firstly, his commands would take precedence over Excitus, though he was forbidden from issuing orders to him. Secondly, the current number of Dementors was 567. As long as their total remained above 300, the contract would remain valid. Otherwise, it would be rendered void. Thirdly, he was prohibited from transferring the contract to another. It would cease to exist upon his demise. Brook paid little heed to Excitus's cleverness in negotiating the terms. One must look after oneself. He understood Excitus's betrayal of his kind in a bid for self-preservation. Furthermore, Brook's desire for the Dementors was driven by future utility rather than malice. He inscribed his true name, Brook Lotberstad, upon the parchment with his magical essence. The dark light upon the contract intensified, ultimately transforming into a mark upon his palm. I have always favored a win-win situation. You shall come to appreciate this decision made today. I hope you will uphold your promise. Excitus gradually sank back into the earth, with the Dementors now under his influence. Brook's journey had not been in vain, yet time was still ample. Idleness felt like a squandered opportunity. Thus, he began to wander about the prison. This meandering proved fortuitous, as it led him to discover numerous talents. Isaac, hailing from a Muggle family, attended Ravenclaw House. He had been infatuated with science from a young age, particularly with electronic devices, dreaming of one day harmonizing magic with technology. However, his path diverged from that of Mr. Arthur, who modified Muggle items. Instead, Isaac focused on alchemical substances, employing Muggle circuit principles for transformation and amplification. After graduation, he established a clandestine laboratory in his family's basement. His skills in both alchemy and electricity were rudimentary, and the outcomes of his experiments were predictable. The area where his home was located experienced an explosion, resulting in countless Muggle casualties. Yet, even while imprisoned in Azkaban, Isaac clung to his obsession with invention, fending off the Dementors and persistently contemplating his research. Brook was uncertain whether Isaac's ambitions would ever bear fruit, but his fervor for invention promised future achievements. Isaac was also remarkably sincere, pledging that as long as he could continue his research and have food to eat, he would follow Brook for a lifetime. There were many like Isaac within Azkaban: Leopold, Lucas, Aura, Lucy, and others, all incarcerated for various experiments. Brook calculated that, excluding the 6th level, 2/3 of the inmates here were Ravenclaw graduates, with the exceptions being those who had succumbed to madness or were particularly unreliable. Brook had gathered a total of 107 talents, comprising 2 men and 105 women, all of whom were graduates of Ravenclaw. He could only silently exclaim, "Ravenclaw is remarkable." Chapter 93, Return to Hogwarts. Before long, the 5th day, as proclaimed by Dumbledore, had arrived, marking Brook's final day at Azkaban. He had finally surveyed the prisoners on the first 5 levels and ascended to the 6th level, where the Death Eaters were predominantly confined. Following the direction of the sounds, he spotted a tall woman, her disheveled hair obscuring half of her face. The other half was as pale as parchment, with sunken eyes, shackled in handcuffs and leg irons, as she clutched the prison bars and laughed maniacally. Brook approached her directly, and his arrival instantly captured the attention of all the prisoners on the 6th level, their gazes directed towards him. "Ah, look who has come," the woman cackled, her voice hoarse. "It seems you are faring quite well here, still in a mood to laugh," Brook remarked. "Which handsome lad is this? Come, let your sister have a taste." "It has been ages since I've feasted on flesh," she said, extending her tongue to languidly lick her filthy little fingers. The corners of Brook's mouth curled into a faint smile as he brushed his hand over a ring. In an instant, a succulent roasted leg of lamb appeared in his grasp. During his days at Azkaban, he had primarily relied on this roasted meat to attract talents. The aroma of the roast wafted through the 6th level, causing the prisoners to stir restlessly. "Boy, give me that roast, or I shall kill you. Please, just a morsel. I would trade anything for it." "Young man, if you hand over that roast, I shall reveal a grand secret to you." The corridor erupted into a cacophony of pleas and threats. "Hand over the roast, and I could grant you your every desire." The woman spoke again, her voice still crazily shrill. "Bellatrix Lestrange, you speak nonsense," came a chorus of disputes. Brook cleared his ears and asked, "Do you wish for the Dementors to come play?" The prisoners' faces turned pale with fear, and they fell silent, swallowing anxiously. Brook stated nonchalantly, "You are called Lestrange." "I am Bella," she replied, seemingly irked by being referred to as Lestrange. With a flick of his wand, Brook transformed the enticing leg of lamb into a gruesome human arm, dripping with blood. He tossed the arm into Bella's cell through the iron bars. "Since you have a penchant for human flesh, let me indulge you." Upon seeing the bloody arm, a flicker of fear passed through Bella's frenzied gaze, causing her to instinctively retreat, pressing her body tightly against the wall of her cell, too terrified to approach it. "So, is feigning madness enjoyable?" Brook queried coldly. The other prisoners, witnessing the bloody arm, regarded Brook with altered expressions, retreating to the corners of their cells. "You lot are hardly deserving of being called villains," Brook scoffed. "What do you truly desire?" Bella trembled as she inquired. "Nothing, merely disappointed in you all," Rodolphus replied. "Are you here to rescue us?" A man from the adjacent cell asked. "Rodolphus Lestrange," he introduced himself. Brook remained silent, turning instead towards a prisoner who had been unnaturally calm until now. This was a gaunt figure, scarcely better than a skeleton, with long disheveled hair and a haggard appearance. "Why did you refuse the meat?" "You look as though you've been starving for ages," Brook remarked. The man remained silent, seated quietly in the corner. "He is Sirius Black, a ludicrous traitor," Rodolphus shouted from the side. "Sirius?" Brook thought he recognized the name, surely a character from a film. But his mind could not conjure further details. At that moment, the concealed door at the prison entrance creaked open. The prisoners on the 6th floor believed their eyes deceived them. Yet Bella still cowered in the corner, and the scent of roasted meat reminded them this was no illusion. At that instant, a singular thought consumed their minds. Would this young man, who could come and go freely from Azkaban, rescue them? A flicker of hope ignited within them. Is it truly the headmaster himself come to retrieve me? How overwhelming, Brook mused. Are you faring well here? Dumbledore inquired with genuine concern. Quite well, actually. It's rather intriguing. I believe I could linger a bit longer, Brook replied leisurely. A wry smile crossed Dumbledore's face. He had not slept in days. His appetite for sweets diminished by worry. Not only was he concerned about Azkaban potentially being destroyed, but also about the sudden emergence of Dementors or dark wizards within the realm. The moment the verdict was announced, he rushed to fetch Brook. If Brook were to remain any longer, Dumbledore feared he might have to consult Merlin himself. The verdict has been rendered. You are innocent. Come, let us depart, Dumbledore declared. Brook did not refuse and prepared to follow Dumbledore out. After all, he had fulfilled his obligations, and the remainder would be taken care of. When it came to using apparition to leave, Brook expressed his discontent. However, Dumbledore summoned Fawkes. The moment Fawkes spotted Brook, he instinctively flew into Brook's embrace, nuzzling his head against Brook's chest for an extended duration. Dumbledore's eyes reflected nothing but confusion. It must be said, Fawkes's mode of travel was far superior to apparition, providing no discomfort whatsoever. Though his own method could achieve similar results, it was nowhere near as convenient as Fawkes. Brook fortuitously arrived just in time for lunch, eagerly making his way to the hall. Despite the abundance of provisions in his ring space, dining alone was rather tedious. Even though Nene accompanied him at Brook's behest, he remained timid and reticent. Thus, Brook did not press the matter. Upon entering the hall, he spotted 3 red-haired figures encircling Hermione. The twins seemed to be recounting jokes to her, yet Hermione's expression remained one of sorrow. Brook stealthily approached. "Who has troubled you? Who else could it be but Brook?" Chapter 94. The PUA Diary. Upon seeing Brook's cheerful demeanor, Hermione's eyes instantly glistened with tears, and without hesitation, she leaped forward to envelop him in a tight embrace. "If you cry like a little kitten, everyone will tease you." Brook gently patted Hermione's back. Hermione rubbed her head against his robe twice, then lifted her chin defiantly. Who would dare to mock Hermione? Who would be that audacious? Fred exclaimed dramatically. George chimed in. "Oh, Ron, is that you?" I. Ron, still bewildered, was about to speak when the twins pounced on him, beginning to wrestle him. "It must be you," Ron cried out in mock agony under the twins' playful assault. Hermione's face brightened with joy. After a while of playful banter, the twins, showing their understanding, vacated their positions to sit a meter away from Brook and Hermione, yet their ears were perked up in anticipation. As soon as Brook sat down, Hermione began to serve him food from the communal platter: fried eggs, fried fish, chicken legs, steaks, and more. Before long, both of his plates were heaped abundantly, as if she believed he had starved in Azkaban. Noticing that Hermione showed no signs of stopping, Brook helplessly remarked, "Hermione, have you forgotten? I possess a personal space that contains a farm." Hermione's cheeks flushed, her hand froze in midair. "I was getting food for myself." Brook tousled Hermione's hair gently. "I apologize for causing you worry." He then began to eat. The meal was, as usual, standard fare, yet today it tasted particularly delightful. Hagrid had informed me that the guards of Azkaban are creatures known as Dementors, capable of consuming one's joy, which is truly terrifying. Hermione's eyes filled with compassion. Hermione was momentarily taken aback. Harry, Ron, and the twins, who had been eavesdropping, were equally bewildered. They had anticipated thrilling tales of Brook's harrowing experiences in Azkaban. Yet, what was this? No lamentations, no night terrors, and such a dreadful creature as the Dementor? They suddenly found the conversation rather dull. However, Hermione remained cheerful. "Farming is splendid. It also serves as a good form of exercise, does it not? How have you been these past few days?" Brook inquired. He furrowed his brow slightly. "How could you possibly attend the ghostly feast? Surely there was nothing there for you to eat." Harry and Ron noticed I was feeling down, so they took me out for a distraction. "Remember for next time, if you're hungry, just go to the kitchen. You know where it is." Hermione's face flushed again as she lowered her gaze and murmured, "I didn't want to go to the kitchen. I wanted to find you." Brook smiled gently and continued his meal. The incident with Flint had become a thing of the past, seldom mentioned anymore. However, Hermione had discovered Brook's mischief with Lockhart. He had spent 5 days in Azkaban, and Hermione had worried for 5 days, thus she had not noticed the changes in their defense against the dark arts class. During the 5 days that Brook was absent, the defense against the dark arts class was unusually tranquil. Unlike previous sessions, where magical creatures or whimsical props would unexpectedly appear, none were present this time. The stage play also proceeded smoothly. Consequently, Hermione decided to discuss the matter with Brook. She no longer idolized Lockhart as she once had, for he could hardly handle magical creatures that were weaker than those described in his books. It was even more ludicrous to think he could confront werewolves or banshees. She merely felt that persistently teasing the professor was ultimately unkind. Brook had long since fulfilled his tasks, and the continued pranks had become a mere habit. Now that Hermione had brought it up, he took the opportunity to agree, promising that as long as Lockhart did not provoke him again, he would coexist peacefully with him. One night, Brook reopened Riddle's diary. He penned the following thoughts. "Lockhart is such a fool. If the Dark Lord could reign over the wizarding world, we would surely learn dark magic in class." The ink on the paper was gradually absorbed by the diary, revealing a line of text. "Austin, the Dark Lord you always speak of, who is he? The Dark Lord is simply the Dark Lord. Though he has temporarily vanished, I believe he will return. Do you know his name? I am curious about someone whom you hold in such high esteem." We cannot utter his name. Brook hesitated with the quill for a moment before continuing to write. "His name is Voldemort. Once you read this, quickly erase it." As Brook completed his final stroke, the ink disappeared more swiftly than before. At the other end of the diary, Riddle gazed upon the name Voldemort and was engulfed in ecstasy. Indeed, the Dark Lord referred to his primary soul. However, with the main soul's disappearance, something must have transpired. Yet, This little fellow he was communicating with might inherently possess a mental shielding ability, preventing him from probing into his thoughts or exerting control over him. Riddle, are you still there? Indeed, his power was enviable. By the way, as a senior, do you know about the Chamber of Secrets in Slytherin? Why do you suddenly inquire about the chamber? It was mentioned by an elder in my family, claiming that it houses a monster left by Slytherin, capable of purifying the school. Are you thinking of? I wish to release that monster. This could harm many young wizards, wouldn't it? So what if it does? After all, I am a Slytherin. I trust that Slytherin's monster will not harm me. As for those mudbloods, they have sullied Hogwarts. They deserve to be punished. Voldemort fell into silence. Senior, do you know where the entrance to the chamber is? Brook inquired, revealing his ultimate intention. I do know. Excellent. Please tell me, so I can unleash that monster. You are a Slytherin, Brook emphasized. Voldemort was ecstatic in the diary. It was truly as if his desires were manifesting. He had just been hesitant about whether to mention the chamber himself. After all, once they reached the chamber, Brook would not know how to control the basilisk, and he would surely seek his assistance. At that moment, he would have the opportunity to liberate Brook's mind, thereby exerting control over him and siphoning off his life force. With the Master Soul having vanished, he must ascend to become the Master Soul himself. Chapter 95, Confronting the Basilisk. After extracting the location of the hidden chamber for Voldemort, Brook wasted no time. He transformed into a likeness of Leonardo DiCaprio and made his way to the abandoned girls' lavatory on the 3rd floor. The lavatory was dimly lit, with only a few torches casting flickering shadows. Beneath a large cracked mirror, a row of sinks, their surfaces peeling, awaited. The floor was damp, exuding a musty odor. The single wooden door was marred by chipped paint and deep scratches. Brook approached the sink with determination. Beside the brass dragon faucet, he noticed a small snake intricately carved. Which house do you belong to, little wizard? So handsome, yet I have never seen you before. A voice suddenly emerged from behind him. Brook turned to find a young ghost girl, adorned in round spectacles and clad in a Ravenclaw robe. I am Leonardo, Brook replied with a slight smile. And you are? Her eyes sparkled like twinkling stars, and she grew shy. I am Myrtle, and I reside here. She pointed to an old toilet in the far corner. My apologies. I did not realize someone was here. Are you searching for something? May I assist you? Myrtle inquired bashfully. I've already found it. Brook indicated the brass dragon faucet. I came here under the cover of night. Can you keep my secret, Myrtle? Of course, no problem at all, Myrtle readily agreed. Thank you. You're truly a kind girl. Myrtle blushed and covered her face in embarrassment. Brook turned his attention back to the small snake, speaking in parcel tone. Open. The faucet emitted a beam of white light and began to spin rapidly. The sink trembled violently before gradually vanishing, revealing a thick pipe. Myrtle floated over, curiously peering into the tunnel below. Myrtle, I'm going down now. Until we meet again, Brook said. Isn't this dangerous? Myrtle asked with concern. Brook found Myrtle quite amusing and decided to jest. If I perish, would you mind sharing toilet with me? Ah. Myrtle lowered her head, her voice barely audible. All yours, if you desire it. I can even relinquish mine, Brook replied with a gentle smile as the head of his broomstick lifted him into the pipe. The tunnel twisted and turned, winding in a labyrinthine manner. However, the flying pig's aerial skills were exceptional, ensuring Brook did not brush against the walls at all. After approximately 10 minutes of flight, he landed smoothly in a dark stone tunnel. Brook proceeded cautiously, the ground exceedingly damp, littered with the bones of small creatures. Suddenly, he halted, catching a glimpse of a massive shadow in the distance. Squinting, he discerned a colossal serpent's skin, vividly green and unmistakably venomous. Brook swiftly tucked it into his ring, reasoning that while it might not be edible, it could well serve in potion making. At the end of the tunnel stood a wall, adorned with 2 serpents entwined around each other. Their eyes gleamed like large emeralds. Brook continued to speak in parcel tongue, commanding them to open. The serpents slowly parted, and the stone wall cracked open, revealing a wide passage. He stepped inside and found himself in an elongated chamber filled with numerous stone columns, each intricately carved with entwined snakes. At the opposite end of the room loomed a towering statue, a wizened figure with a gaunt face, sharp features, and sparse whiskers. It was undoubtedly Salazar Slytherin. Brook emitted a series of hissing sounds from his throat. Open, he urged. The statue remained unresponsive. Alohomora. Open sesame. Brook scratched his head. Given the presence of Slytherin's statue, this must be his intended destination. But how to summon the basilisk? Should he resort to flattery? Esteemed Slytherin, the greatest of the 4 founders, I beseech your assistance. No sooner had he spoken than the statue's colossal stone visage stirred. Its mouth widened, ultimately forming a vast black void. It seemed that compliments held sway everywhere. Brook heard a rustling sound emanating from within, as if something was slithering. He brushed his fingers over the ring, and a pair of yellow-tinted glasses materialized, which he placed upon his face. These were procured by Hassan to shield against the basilisk's lethal gaze. A 6-meter-long basilisk, thicker than a barrel, slithered forth. Its immense body inched closer to Brook, nostrils flaring as it inhaled the air. Hissing, it spoke in a deep, gravelly voice. "Who are you?" "I am Brook Slytherin," he replied. "You bear no scent of him." The basilisk evidently possessed a means to discern Slytherin's bloodline. Brook raised his hands in resignation. It seemed deception would not suffice. "What do you typically consume? Are you hungry?" "I hunger for blood," the basilisk responded. Brook waved his hand over the ring, and a dead cow appeared upon the ground. "A gift for our meeting." The basilisk stared with its large, yellow eyes at the cow. "What do you intend to do?" "Release you, so you may eliminate those muggle-born wizards," Brook tempted. The basilisk shook its head. "Do not guard Hogwarts?" Brook's lips twitched in frustration. Damn it. The creature within Slytherin's chamber was meant to purge the school of muggle-born wizards, to cleanse the bloodline. How had it come to be a guardian of Hogwarts? Clearly, his verbal persuasion was ineffectual. However, if words failed, he could resort to force until submission was achieved. With a wave of his wand, 2 3-meter-tall shadowy figures materialized, charging directly at the basilisk. The creature emitted an enraged hiss. "You shall die." Its massive form swiftly coiled, its tail whipping like a black lash, striking fiercely at the shadowy figures. The shadowy figures nimbly evaded the assault. An opportunistic shadow warrior launched a side attack on the serpent monster, landing a powerful blow upon its form. However, the punch failed to even phase the creature, and the corrosive energy could not breach the defenses of its scaled hide. Despite the 2 shadow warriors' vigorous onslaught, their efforts only served to distract. Gradually, the serpent monster was subdued, its dark energy dissipating. Seizing the moment, Brook unleashed the wailing banshee upon the creature. The serpent emitted a tortured hiss, thrashing wildly in agony. Ultimately, in a desperate attempt to alleviate its throbbing head, it rammed its skull against a stone pillar. The room trembled with a series of resounding thuds as debris rained down. After a full 3 minutes, the tremors ceased, and the serpent monster lay unconscious. Its massive form sprawled motionless on the ground. Chapter 96. Voldemort. Your treatment rivals that of the Monkey King. Brook conjured a long spear, releasing it to soar swiftly towards the serpent monster. Just as the spear was poised to pierce the creature's head, it halted a mere inch from its target. The serpent monster was not feigning. It had genuinely succumbed to unconsciousness. Approaching the beast, Brook began to chant the soul-calling incantation from the soul transfer technique. As he intoned the spell, the serpent's essence began to drift from its corporeal form. Aiming at the spirit of the serpent, Brook unleashed an Avada Kedavra. In an instant, a beam of green light struck the creature's soul, causing it to disintegrate in midair. With a swift gesture, Brook stored the serpent's lifeless body within his ring. Almost immediately, a concealed portal materialized before him, and he stepped through. Inside the space, a swirling mass of black mist rushed towards him. Brook gently caressed the moonlight in his hand and called out, "Voldemort, shall we converse?" A shadowy visage began to coalesce from the mist, its eyes glowing with an eerie crimson light. Voldemort's deep, raspy voice emerged. "Lot, what is it you wish to discuss?" "Submit to me," Brook replied, locking eyes with Voldemort. "I shall bestow upon you all the wealth, status, and power you desire. Everything you seek, I can provide." Voldemort paused, the words sounding hauntingly familiar, reminiscent of his own manipulations. The red glow in his eyes flickered as he roared, "Lot, you." Before he could finish, the serpent's corpse materialized before him with a resounding thud. A look of confusion flashed across Voldemort's face. "The serpent? What do you mean?" A smirk played on Brook's lips. "How about this as a vessel for you?" Voldemort scoffed disdainfully. "Do you think a soul is simply something to be inserted? I assure you, if I claim it, I can deliver. I am the Dark Lord," he retorted. Brook's derision was palpable. A man who cannot even escape England dares to call himself a Dark Lord? Enraged, Voldemort lunged at Brook. Moonlight unleashed a bolt of lightning, striking Voldemort, who let out a pitiful wail as the black mist writhed violently under the assault. Brook shook his head in resignation. Why could conversations not be conducted amicably? The Dark Lord will never submit. You might as well give up on that notion, Voldemort seethed. Perform a few tasks for me, Brook replied with a calm demeanor, and thereafter, you may stir chaos in this world to your heart's content. Voldemort turned to leave. realizing that he could neither confront nor endure further humiliation. Having withstood 10 years in Albania, he could easily endure another 200. After all, he was immortal. One day, an opportunity for resurgence would undoubtedly present itself. Brook sighed, acknowledging that he was not cut out to be a leader. If conversation faltered, then let it end. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a torrent of lightning that relentlessly struck Voldemort. The Dark Lord began a prolonged lamentation. Brook recited the soul-binding incantation, Bala Bala, Makabaka, Jiligwala, Wooliwala. Once he sensed he could draw forth Voldemort's spirit, he pointed, and Voldemort's essence was forcibly thrust into the serpent's body. Brook promptly secured the tightening band around the serpent's head, which seemed to root itself as if it had sprouted from the monster itself. He donned protective glasses to prevent any fatal repercussions and awaited Voldemort's awakening with an air of calm assurance. Voldemort, now controlling the serpent's body, swayed momentarily as if intoxicated, before eventually adjusting to his new form and glaring at Brook with his large, yellow eyes. "Haha, Lot, you have been deceived. Thank you for this body." No sooner had he spoken than the serpent's body surged with magical energy. With a sudden lunge, its gaping maw lunged at Brook. Yet Brook remained motionless, merely whispering the binding spell. The serpent's body froze mid-attack, crashing heavily to the ground with a resounding thud. Voldemort once again emitted anguished cries. This time, however, he could roll about in torment. "Stop, please stop." Voldemort finally succumbed, feeling that death was the only true release. The deep, penetrating pain coursing through him was exponentially more intense than the earlier lightning strikes. Brook ceased his incantation, observing Voldemort's pitiful state. Even the Monkey King could not withstand this. "Do you, little Voldemort, think you can endure?" Voldemort had no comprehension of Brook's taunts. At that moment, he could only gasp for breath, his body convulsing from the agony. Brook, repulsed, stepped back 30 meters. That serpent had not brushed its teeth in a millennium. The stench was unbearable. After nearly 30 minutes of lying in agony, Voldemort finally recovered enough to ask, "What do you wish for me to do?" He had resigned himself completely, or rather, temporarily acquiesced, needing time to devise an escape from his control. "See how splendid this is," Brook beamed with a bright smile. Voldemort's entire serpentine form trembled in fury. "Stay calm, remain composed," he whispered to himself, not wishing to endure that sensation a second time. Brook articulated his intentions. "Go to the cauldron and eliminate someone for me." The cauldron? Voldemort had only ever resided in England and Albania since his birth, and he was utterly ignorant of Muggle affairs. He truly had no idea where the cauldron was. "You illiterate fool," Brook exclaimed, exasperated. "How could you not know that the cauldron is home to a magical institution?" Voldemort pressed further. "Who do you wish for me to kill?" A smirk crept across Brook's lips as he replied, 30 million. Voldemort's eyes widened in horror. 3,000 is already considerable, but you wish for an additional million? Has Brook lost his mind? In the span of his 65 years, he had only managed to kill a handful of Muggles while creating infamy, and the total did not exceed 20. "Is it insufficient? I haven't even accounted for interest yet," Brook stated coldly. Voldemort's mind began to waver. A sudden realization struck him. Perhaps he was not worthy of being the Dark Lord. The imp before him seemed far more deserving of that title. No, he was more akin to a devil, the most ruthless of demons from the depths of hell. However, it was premature for Voldemort to assess Brook's character. Brook continued, "I shall assist you in liberating those Death Eaters from Azkaban. You can train them as you see fit. Those who dare not consume human flesh cannot be deemed true villains." Brook, of course, had no desire to partake in cannibalism himself. The mere thought was revolting. Yet, to confront the cauldron, one must embody pure malevolence. Chapter 97, Quidditch commences. Voldemort was rendered speechless. Brook's words had utterly dismantled his worldview. He felt that his previous methods of tormenting others for amusement were mere child's play. "I will also dispatch Dementors to you. Let them swiftly drain joy from the populace and breed prolifically. I desire them to spread throughout the cauldron." This was Brook's final directive. He had often contemplated how to obliterate the cauldron. He had considered detonating a colossal explosion at Rich Soil Mountain or even casting all the bombs on a cauldron island. However, these ideas seemed insufficiently gratifying, too lenient. Destroying the environment and harming innocent flora and fauna was unacceptable, not to mention the surrounding waters would suffer radiation damage. Thus, after imprisoning Voldemort and inspired by Hassan, he conceived a bold plan to cast Voldemort into the cauldron. No matter how degraded Voldemort had become, he could still kill, and his presence would undoubtedly create considerable trouble for Dumbledore. This way, Brook could live carefree and content at Hogwarts, indulging in a life of leisure and delights. How splendid! I will do my utmost, Voldemort replied, now a bit anxious. He was only able to maintain his composure due to his serpentine form. Otherwise, he might have already knelt before Brook. Oh, by the way, Brook suddenly recalled, your first task upon entering the cauldron is to incinerate that accursed shrine. Voldemort silently nodded in agreement. In comparison to the act of taking numerous lives, the destruction of a building is indeed a far simpler endeavor. Brook did not urge Voldemort to commence his actions immediately, and the reasons for this are quite straightforward. Firstly, Voldemort had yet to fully master the basilisk's deadly gaze, and he could not keep his eyes closed indefinitely. Should he inadvertently open them, his followers, the Death Eaters, would likely suffer grievous losses. Secondly, while the basilisk possesses formidable strength, it pales in comparison to Voldemort, who wields a wand. Thus, Voldemort needed to research the Countermagus spell to restore a human form. The male basilisk is adorned with a crimson crest, yet this one lacks such a feature. As for why Voldemort could not simply be given a wizard's body, it is not as if his original form were akin to a cabbage. Should he inhabit the body of an ordinary wizard, not only would he struggle against Dumbledore, but he would also find it exceedingly difficult to maintain control over the Death Eaters. Furthermore, Brook had his own calculations in mind. Within the pantheon of the Basin's deities, there exists a being known as Yamada no Orochi. He intended for Voldemort to masquerade as this serpent, thereby instigating a so-called holy war. Only by igniting internal strife among the Muggles could he swiftly diminish their numbers. Relying solely on the meager magical damage of wizards would prove far less effective than a single RPG. Brook was in no rush. The basin remained steadfast in its place and would not be going anywhere. During the ensuing time, Brook continued to refine the space within the ring. The original farm was reorganized with greater efficiency, and he added a new breeding ground. Chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, cattle, and sheep were, of course, indispensable. Additionally, there were donkeys, horses, deer, pigeons, snakes, and other edible creatures. Brook even contemplated establishing a zoo to house some magical beasts, primarily for sustenance. However, Nene was clearly overwhelmed managing it all alone. She was now sleeping only 1 or 2 hours a day, laboring from dawn till dusk, with her time consumed by work. Brook had initially planned to bring in 2 domestic house elves to assist, but the moment he mentioned it, he could see the tears welling in Anne's eyes, leaving him at a loss for words. His intention was to alleviate her burden, yet it felt as though he were abandoning her. Consequently, Brook could only reduce the number of vegetables and fruit trees he planted, ensuring Anne could complete all tasks within approximately 20 hours of work each day. Soon, it was time for the annual Hogwarts Quidditch Cup. Gryffindor faced Slytherin. Naturally, Brook would not be participating, but he thought it worthwhile to join in the festivities. After all, the day prior, Draco had made a point to approach the Gryffindor table and issue a stern warning to Harry, promising him an eventful match the following day. Adhering to the principle of enjoying the spectacle, as 11 o'clock approached, students and faculty alike made their way to the Quidditch pitch. The weather was hot and humid, with distant rumbles of thunder echoing across the sky. Brook and Hermione arrived early at the stands, securing a prime seat. "Why are you so eager this time?" Hermione inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice. In previous Quidditch matches, it was she who had to drag Brook along with all her might. Brook's lips curled into a slight smile. Of course, it was to witness the tumultuous love-hate dynamic between Harry and Draco. "You and your wicked sense of humor." Hermione murmured softly, "I want to see it too." Ever since Brook fabricated the story that Draco had feelings for Harry, Hermione, though aware of its falsehood, couldn't shake the feeling that Draco's gaze upon Harry was rather peculiar. Yet, perhaps this was merely a figment of her imagination. The players of both teams began to take the field, and an eruption of enthusiastic cheers filled the stands. Madam Hooch's whistle pierced the air, and 15 broomsticks soared skyward like arrows released from a bow. Angelina, as agile as ever, seized the quaffle first, leading the Gryffindor Quidditch team into their initial charge. While the Slytherin players displayed somewhat crude skills, their physical advantage prevented Gryffindor from scoring easily. The competition intensified as both teams exchanged blows, and the score quickly reached 60-40, with Gryffindor in the lead for the moment. Given the current momentum of the game, unless the match duration was excessively extended, the golden snitch would undoubtedly become the pivotal factor in determining the victor. Hovering in midair, Harry scanned the surroundings intently, searching for the elusive snitch, while Draco flitted about like a peacock, flaunting his presence before Harry. His antics, however, were not purely for show. By weaving in and out before Harry, he effectively obstructed Harry's line of sight. Simultaneously, Draco remained acutely aware of the space behind Harry, allowing ample room for movement. Should Harry make even the slightest move, Draco would be poised to follow swiftly. If he were to spot the snitch himself, he would stealthily dart off to seize it. This was the stratagem Brook had once described to him, a facade of open paths while secretly maneuvering in shadows. Draco, could you please focus on the game? Harry exclaimed, feeling dizzy from Draco's incessant fluttering. I am concentrating. Can't you see I'm flying? Draco retorted, continuing his aerial dance. Just as Harry and Draco began to exchange barbs, a bludger suddenly hurtled toward Harry. Reacting quickly, Harry barely managed to sidestep. Yet, the bludger veered sharply in mid-air, coming straight back at him. Chapter 98, Rubber. George, noticing Harry's predicament, rushed over. With a swift swing of his bat, he sent the bludger flying away. However, before he could catch his breath, the bludger, as if rebounding, altered its course and charged again towards Harry's head. Without hesitation, Harry activated his broomstick, darting through the air at high speed in an attempt to evade the relentless bludger. It seemed to have fixated on him, pursuing him with fervor. He spotted Fred, poised to strike, and sped towards him. As he drew near, he suddenly dove down. Fred, already prepared, unleashed all his strength, sending the bludger veering off to the side. However, before they could revel in their success, the bludger was back on Harry's tail. The twins had no choice but to encircle Harry, repeatedly striking the bludger away to protect him. This bludger has undoubtedly been tampered with, Fred exclaimed. Draco should not. Harry was about to defend Draco, but before he could finish his thought, he noticed that Draco had somehow acquired a bat and had joined a fray against the rogue bludger. It's certainly not me, Draco shouted as he swung the bat. I want to win, but I want to win fairly. Draco, I believe in you, Harry smiled. Just ignore me. I want to see if I can catch the golden snitch before that bludger hits me. Perhaps we should halt the match and examine that bludger, Draco suggested with concern. Are you afraid, Draco? Harry taunted. Bring it on. Draco replied with bravado. He understood that the sooner the golden snitch was caught, the sooner Harry would be out of danger. Brook, that bludger is behaving oddly, Hermione said, her eyes scanning the crowd for Snape. She was not suspicious of Snape's intentions towards Harry, but rather hoping to see if he was casting a counter curse to ascertain whether the bludger was indeed problematic. Brook nodded. While bludgers can act aggressively, their paths are typically erratic, not fixating on a single target. Madam Hooch hasn't called for a stoppage, so it likely isn't serious. But Harry is being quite foolish. Charging toward a Slytherin player with a bludger is reckless. He might clear the field. Hermione cast an exasperated glance at the heartless toad beside her, yet there was a hint of truth in what he said. Harry's on the move, Brook suddenly remarked. Harry began darting through the air with remarkable speed, weaving left and right, up and down, clearly attempting to evade the rampaging bludger. Draco returned the bat to a teammate and took to the skies, both displaying exceptional flying skills that elicited enthusiastic applause from the spectators. A smile crept onto Brook's face. It seemed the duel between Harry and Draco had commenced. Hermione watched them anxiously. Suddenly, Harry and Draco, one from the left and the other from the right, surged toward the center. The golden snitch, Hermione gasped. At that moment, Harry's eyes were solely fixed on the snitch, and Draco would not yield. They left behind trails of red and green in the sky, seemingly on the verge of colliding. Yet, at the critical moment, Draco's broom veered slightly. Their figures brushed past each other, and Harry's right hand securely grasped the snitch. He halted in mid-air, gazing at Draco with a myriad of emotions. Draco maintained his composure, standing opposite Harry. Suddenly, his pupils dilated as he shouted, "Watch out, Harry!" Before Harry could react, the crazed bludger collided violently with his elbow. A sharp pain shot through him, and he feared his arm might be broken. The bludger launched another attack, this time targeting his head. Draco, furious, drew his wand and shouted at the bludger, "Disintegrate!" As the quaffle hurtled towards Harry, it detonated unexpectedly. Already feeling dizzy from the pain in his arm, Harry was further disoriented by the shockwave of the explosion. Everything spun around him, and before he could regain his balance, he tumbled from his broom. Draco rushed towards Harry, shouting his name. In that fleeting moment of descent, Harry regained his senses. Hearing Draco's voice, he instinctively extended his still-functioning left hand. With a swift motion akin to fishing for the moon, Draco clasped Harry's hand firmly. He guided the broom down gently, ensuring Harry was safely returned to the ground. The spectators on the stands rose collectively, momentarily indifferent to the score, showering Draco with resounding applause. The Slytherin Serpents watched Draco with mixed expressions. Though the match had been lost, the exhilaration of the entire school rallying in support of a Slytherin was undeniably uplifting. Players from both teams descended to the ground, and would promptly sought out Slytherin's new captain, Dorian Pusey, initiating a handshake. Soon after, students from Gryffindor and Slytherin disembarked from the stands to greet their respective teams. At that moment, a figure clad in an extravagant wizarding robe pushed through the crowd, advancing to the forefront. Gilderoy Lockhart, wearing an exaggeratedly concerned expression, exclaimed, "Harry, let me tend to your injuries." "No, I'm fine." Harry instinctively moved his injured right hand, a sharp pain causing him to grimace. "This spell is quite simple. I've performed it countless times," Lockhart reassured him, rolling up his emerald green sleeves. His wand danced in the air before pointing at Harry's arm, which flopped limply at his side as if it had turned to rubber. Lockhart attempted to find words to justify his actions, but Draco, with a displeased countenance, shoved him aside and supported Harry as they made their way to the infirmary. As for Harry, he had Draco with him, after all. "Draco, why did you just let me fall?" Harry inquired, a complex expression on his face. "I didn't let you." Draco feigned innocence. Harry opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Finally, he sighed and said, "Thank you, Draco." Draco, looking earnestly at Harry, replied, "We are friends, aren't we?" Harry beamed. "Friends, good friends."